Separuh langkahku saat ini berjalan tanpa terhenti. Hidupku bagaikan keringnya dunia, tandus tak ada cinta. Hatiku mencari cinta ini sampai ku temukan yang sejati. Walau sampai letihku kan mencarinya, seorang yang ku cinta. Kini ku menemukanmu di ujung waktu, ku patah hati. Lelah hati menunggu cinta yang selamatkan hidupku. Kini ku telah bersamamu, berjanji untuk sehidup semati, sampai akhir sang waktu, kita bersama untuk selamanya.
Yo bro, nggak mulai-mulai, sabar dong. Gua habis toilet. Gua live-in tapi gua tinggal. Gimana guys? Kita nontonnya dari ini aja ya. Dari search aja ya. Udah ketinggalan anjir. Malam. Dia lagi pengen dengar lagu Indo cuy. Lagu-lagu tua cuy. Hati lelah. Ada nggak suaranya sih? Ada ya? Ada deh harusnya. Dan hidup. Halo Dava Elang, halo semuanya. Anjing streamer nipu nggak tuh? Berjanji kita hidup. Mamat live gantiin lu cok. Ngeri Mamat live kah? Nggak tahu sih map 3 bakal skip apa enggak. Masih break kan? Atau sama? Oh nggak ada notif, parah sih Marlo sih. Siapa sih? Marlo parah sih. Apa ya guys ya? Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak guys? Kirain hari ini libur sepertinya enggak dong, aman dong. Hari ini ada nggak guys? Hari ini ada yang tahu nggak lagu ini? Satu dekade
Ku begini, sajak-sajak tak tentu arah, hingar dan bingar, hadirmu bayangi eksistensi. Salahku, salahmu, kita berbeda, garis hidup menertawakan kita. Sudahlah, ingin ku lupakan.
Gue lupa setting ini cuy. Kamera webcam. Terang banget anjay. Ah. Ego Leong. Iya. Zikri tahu juga ya. Iya map 3 sabar nape. Map 3 nontonnya sabar. Kan masih ini. Masih break. Iya Leon. Siapa sih? Vokalisnya si apa namanya? Onat. Kita berdua.
Salahmu, kita
Beda.
garis hidup menertawakan kita. Sudahlah.
Padahal gue udah bilang kemarin, gue nggak bisa nonton match pertama karena masih latihan. Makanya gue match kedua. Tadinya gue mau nyantai dulu gitu, nonton. Makanya judulnya Sersia, nungguin Sersia aja. Pakai earphone Logitech. Nah, lagu ini pasti pada tahu nih, lagu ini nih, sumpah. Ini yang tahu berarti ya udahlah ya, kalian paham sendiri lah ya. Iya, padahal di story gue udah ini loh, kemarin juga gue udah kasih tahu juga loh. G triple 3. Tebak skor Not versus Sersia dong. Skornya kayak gimana Konona? Konona mau ikutan kuis kah? Yang kayak gimana tapi? Shoo. Konona mau ikutan kuis. Ayo. Ada saran nggak? Tebak skornya 2-1 atau 2-0 doang? Gampang nggak sih kalau itu? Andika nih kalau ngomong tua bener lagu berarti dia tua juga. Percaya nggak guys? Gak mungkin orang bilang tua nih lagu. Hari ini lagi nge-case nanti match kedua. Iya mantap. Oke. Iya nih mau tebak-tebakan nih. Kayak 2-1 deh. Aduh jangan deh 2-0 lah. Oh total round gak sih? Wah total round boleh juga tuh. Jangan kak. Aku pengen tebak-tebakannya tuh kayak gini Kanona apa? Yang langsung full match. Kayaknya total jumlah round berapa misalnya 13-10 nih. Itu kan 2-3. Boleh juga tuh. Ya sih. Susah sih total round. Total round mantap cuy. Kita harus ini kemarin aja total kill cast need aja susah tapi ada yang jawab cuy. Boleh ya? Boleh. Total round dalam full match. Contoh 13-8. 13-10 biar pada tahu nih. 14-12 sama dengan 21 tambah 23 44 tambah 26 10. Kayaknya matematika gue bener sih. Total round kayaknya ya 21 23 44. Ya, kayaknya bener deh. Lu potong rambut mau ngacok kagak? Enggak. Total apa sih sebutannya? Total roundnya ditambahin. Yang kayak gini, guys. Yang kayak gini nih. 13-8 berarti 21. Apa sih ngomongnya total round kan? Semangat Kanona nge-case-nya. Kanona udah Valorant Indo udah ini belum ya? Udah 180 gak sih? Biar dengar suara Kanona kocak. Aduh, masih 720. Kanona bisa tolong sampein nggak? Itu yang di Twitch bisa nggak sih dibikin 1080 gitu? Berapa itu? Kalau berapa mah 13.8. Ini totalnya kocak, ini ditambahin 13.8 berarti 21. Total ron kan, bener kan? Total ron kocak kan ditambahin, bukan skor berapa, bukan tebak skor. Oke Konona, makasih ya. Jadi nggak enak nih ngerepotin Konona kan tugasnya ini ya, kerjanya kan ngekes ya, malah nanyain ini loh, nanyain apa namanya, reso streaming. Maaf ya kak. Aduh, ini gimana sih? Kan gue kasih tahu nih 13.8, 13.10, 14.12, ya 70. Benar kan? Gimana kocak contohinnya? Total ron yang dimainin full map yang dimainin dalam full match, yang dimainin dalam, itulah benar kan ya. Pokoknya yang nggak ngerti bodoh lah ya, bukan urusan gue lah. Anjir, canda guys. Diam Udil, anjir. Udil, diam lu Udil, tai lu ya, gara-gara lu ya. Sadarkah kau tahu? Oke, paham kan? Nah kayak gini nih, gue kasih contoh lagi dah. Tapi nanti ya di matchnya Sersia ya. Match ini mah nanti aja lah. Di match Sersia nih contoh nih. Kemarin lawan FPX kan 3 map ya. Nih berapa nih? 26 tambah 22 48 tambah 23 berapa tuh? 48 tambah 23 71. Ini 71 nih totalnya, ya kan? Kan 23. 71, bro. Aku masih geter-geter Bang Kaco sejak kemarin. Enggak, lu kenapa? Mamat manja malah tidur padahal nama lu menang loh. Wah, ada yang bilang tadi gua ngeliat, ini benar-benar bug seru soalnya. Iya, langsung totalnya aja. Jadi intinya jawaban yang diperlukan ini nih. Yang ini nih totalnya. Ini contoh doang. Ya kan? Karena skor map satunya 13.8, 13.10. Ini mah nggak usah lah, ini nggak usah total ininya aja. Biar gampang, kalau ini susah. Kalau nggak ada yang benar, ya udah. Siapa suruh nggak benar? Hadiahnya buat gua. Hadiahnya buat gua lah. Ayo, gua kasih dari sekarang deh. Jangan deh. Banyak gak sih yang ikut ntar? Itu susah. Ada yang bilang susah, padahal kemarin tebak-tebak total kill cashnet susah tapi banyak yang jawab. Nanti aja deh. Enggak ada cuy. Aduh, gimana ya? Siapa yang dulu waktu SMP galau dengerin lagu ini, guys? Siapa dulu? Waktu SMP galau dengerin lagu ini. Mamat, lu wajar dengerin lagu ini, kocak. Orang ini kan lagu lu yang ciptain, lu penyanyinya. Waduh. Mamat mau ini katanya. Mana lagu ini nih. Ya deh. Ting. Kemarin kill cashnet berapa, guys? 58. Gua aja masih inget, cuy. Kemarin si Mamat menang loh. Mamat mana sih? Cuek anjing. Ya makanya kita nggak nobar ini, kocak. Karena judulnya Sersia, makanya ini lagi ngobrol-ngobrol dulu santai. Kita nontonnya pas si ini, pas Sersia aja. Udah telat soalnya. Tadi ya gue mau ngapain ya? Kayak mau main apa dulu gitu. Oh iya, screennya ya. Bener. Jadi lagi sleep call kemarin makanya nggak join live. Sama siapa? Nggak usah banyak gaya lu ya. Lagu Diam Tanpa Kata. Oke. Nyanyinya request bro. Mana ya? Diam Tanpa Kata. Ada sih? Apa nggak ada di playlist gua? Sendiri bersama kamu. Oh baru ada cok. Jangan. Ada nih. Menurut lo roster baru Sentinel bakal bikin Sentinel comeback gak? Bisa aja sih. Tapi gua nggak tahu sih. Sebenarnya gua nggak terlalu yakin. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari skill individual masing-masing kuat. Tapi kalau ngelihat sekarang Valorant itu kalau lu ketinggalan meta, lu bakal kalah gitu. Jadi ya apalagi kan pengalaman si Shroud dalam tim Valorant baru pertama kali nih. Valorant udah 2 tahun, bisa aja ketinggalan. Cuma nggak tahu kalau dia grinding hard sih bisa aja. Gak apa-apa guys. Kalau yang mau nonton dulu aja. Gue pengen ngobrol-ngobrol dulu aja. Soalnya gue pengen nyantai, pengen nge-vape gitu-gitu. Halo Safa. Kalau kalian yang apa? Yang mau nonton dulu aja. Nanti pas matchnya situ Sersia NTH baru balik, nggak apa-apa sih. Yang penting kita sekarang lagi mode ada FM-nya guys ya, Asterix FM ini, jadi dengar lagu sambil ngobrol-ngobrol. Udah tahu pemain BTR belum Bang Kacau? Udah tahu dong kakak. Kalau yang masalah kayak gitu-gitu pasti orang-orang kayak gimana yang ngomong ya. Walaupun nggak tahu BTR siapa, maksudnya gak terlalu dekat, tapi info-info kayak gitu tahu. Jangan disepil dong. Jangan disepil dong. Gue lagi nggak mau nobar guys. Maksudnya nggak mau nobar FX DRX. Biarin aja lah itu. Nggak bisa ada asap-asap, bahaya. Iya, hasil mulut ke mulut. Itu cepet anjir. Ini ya apa? Tawannya. Anjay, Mamat mana Mamat? Janji kah Mamat? Janji. Nyanyi kah Mamat? Teng. PSG nggak akan turun ini, nggak tahu sih, nggak kayaknya. Asik Mamat manja nyanyi cuy. Suruh masuk Discord gak sih Mamat manja biar nyanyi. Asik. Rian nih bos. Bang Kaco umur 24 bisa jadi pro player kah? Masih bisa Bang Fan. Sebenarnya pro player itu nggak ada batasan umur. Batasannya itu paling dari diri sendiri. Kayak contoh, lu ngerasa yakin gak dari lu pro player tuh lu ada niat gak bisa timbul niat lu gak kayak gitu, kayak nge-grindingnya, ngabisin waktu untuk main gamenya, dan lu yakin gak sama diri lu sendiri tuh pro player tuh bisa menghasilkan lu untuk diri lu gitu. Jadi kayak apa ya, kayak kita mau kerja aja gitu. Banyak loh. Ini FPX saja pemainnya rata-rata bisa ada yang 30-an. Jadi ya sebenarnya tergantung individual aja sih. Jadi nggak ada ngaruhnya. Biasanya orang pensiun itu pasti di dalam pikiran dia, oh ini kayaknya waktu gue untuk di scene pro player nih udah gitu, udah cukup gitu. Bang Kaco total waktu merantau udah berapa lama dan udah berapa lama nggak pulang? Gua dari Pekanbaru ke Jakarta udah hampir 10 tahun. Udah 10 tahun, gua nggak balik itu 3 tahun. Selalu aku inginkan. Terima kasih Bang Kaco atas jawabannya, sangat membantu. Iya sama-sama, nggak apa-apa, tanya-tanya aja biar bisa saling share kita. Parah nggak kangen rumah justru nih. Bang Firman Akbar, gua kasih tahu ya. Rata-rata mindset orang, ngomongnya gimana ya, orang Minang, orang Pekanbaru itu kan rata-rata orang Minang, orang Padang gitu ya. Mereka tuh kalau misalnya ngerasa masih belum sukses, jarang pulang ke rumah guys. Serius. Pulang ke rumah tuh kalau udah ngerasa sukses tuh baru pulang. Sebenarnya bukan karena nggak kangen ya. Kalau nggak kangen mah bukan kangen rumah. Keluarga gue kadang nyokap gue ke Jakarta buat ini, buat nyamperin gua, buat ketemu juga bisa. Halo. Yang benar Bang. Rata-rata mah semua yang ngerantau pasti kayak gitulah. Masa udah capek-capek ngerantau, pulang-pulang minta duit juga sama orang tua. Nah, Mamat bener tuh. Biasanya kalau pulang yang ditanya, gimana udah ada calon belum buat menantu? Udah paling bahaya tuh. Tanyain kapan itu ya. Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak guys? Lagu ini ada yang tahu nggak? Mamat, kalau lu mau iniin orang, kasih lagu ini aja Mat. Buat ke cewek Mat. Di antara kalian habis ini ya, nih. Oh, anjing kaget gua. Suruh juga astagfirullahaladzim. Ada kaset rusak guys. Kaset rusak. Sorry. Kaset rusak ya. Kacela jangan kayak gitu dong Kacela. Kaget gua sumpah. Lagi FM jadi hancur gini suaranya. Kaset rusak harus digulung dulu, Kalian pernah pakai tape nggak sih guys? Tape. Gimana bikinnya? Pasti tahu lah ya tape ya. Yang kalau itunya rollnya harus gulung-gulung rusak. Lama lagi ya? Lama nih Kak? Jangan, bukan nih, gua ulang lagi ya. Ulang lagi, asik. Thank you Kacela ya. Gila Kacela tuh gokil loh guys. Terima kasih Kacela ya. Udah rezekinya lancar terus. Disuruh Diwa, emang babi Diwa ya. Tadi apa sih si Muhammad request apa anjir? Di antara kalian. Loh, mana lagunya kocak? Ya abadi. Oh, udah ada, kocak anjir. Ih, mana lagunya ya?
Setiap hariku engkaulah cinta yang menenangkan. Ternyata malaikat itu nyata.
Udah mat. Refund gak sih Kak Jela? Kok refund sih anjing? Malah disuruh refund loh. BTW kenapa lu pakai earphone lagi? Enggak ya. Gua kalau pakai headset, kalau si Nita lagi main, karena bocor pasti. Anjing, kok punya gua nggak masuk, ini scam anjing. FM kita rusak lagi guys, rusak. Harus dibenerin dulu, sabar ya. Anjing, kaget gua, bangke. Iya. Siapa sih yang bikin suara PB seperti itu anjir? Babi nih ya. Ini nggak mungkin disuruh cela tuh, nggak mungkin. Pasti emang kemauannya lu ya, Diwa, bangke. Kelar lagi 100.000 anjir. Kan gitu dong. Langsung lah. Lagu Mamat aja langsung. Iya, siapa sih yang ngedit opening PB begini, cok? Kaset rusak. Namanya kesalahan teknis, sorry ya. Bang, aku dukung Jepang bang, nggak apa-apa. Oh, Cela ini nama YouTube, ini ke Cela YouTube-nya yang Cela ini ya? Yang tawa doang. Isi chatnya tawa doang, cok. Kaca belum pakai logo Wasparty. Udah. Oke. Udah, nanti nontonnya di ini cuy. Match Sercia. Udah deh. Kaget gua. Gak kelar anjir. Mat, lagunya di pause dulu ya Mat ya. Kaget gua. Sumpah. Jantung ya. Kira ya nih. Kayak gini anjir buat jantung kok. Iya. Padahal kita lagi bergalau ria ya. Opening PB coba. Sama aja sih. Kok kayak gini sih ini? Oh, gue takut headset gue beneran rusak, cok. Ini headset gue beneran rusak ya. Habis. Lanjut lagi. Mamat, nyanyi Mamat. Aku bukan siapa-siapa untukmu. Ku cintaimu, tak berarti bahwa ku harus memilikimu selamanya. Udah kayak streamingan year dah. Tapi kenapa lagunya begitu anjir, kayak kaset rusak gitu. Mau kaca pas PaperX main tebak-tebakan Acis main free atau jumlah oh iya tenang kalau PaperX pasti kita menjawab. Ini apa cuy? Jepang kah? Ini masih aman cuy. Ini masih aman. Nggak ngerusak kuping. Oh, lagu Chinese. Jangan sampai. Oh, bunyi gendang cok. Mamat pergi ke pasar gitu kak? Enggak ya? Oh, lagu ini ternyata. Buka dirgat dong. Oke. Nanti habis ini. Nabrak dari lagu anjir. Yang satu Avengers Sevenfold, satu The Massive. Nggak masuk gini anjing genrenya. Oh, aku tak mengerti ini semua. Mamat nyanyi, Mamat anjing masuk Discord lu sini. Nyanyi. Lu ya nyuruh request doang. Nyanyi juga kagak lu. Gue di scam tokped udah bayar tiba-tiba dibatalkan otomatis karena itu pasti barangnya habis kalau enggak. Milestone gak jalan kan milestone-nya ini ya Saweria ya. Ya tadi donasinya lewat sosial bas. Ya gimana mau masuk kocak?
Maafkanlah aku yang menyakitimu.
Ini dia cuy, penyanyi kita.
Aku tidak pernah menyangka bisa begini. Oh Dewi,
si
dengarkanlah.
ini kayak mirip suara PB tadi gak sih?
Lita, kaulah hidupku.
Kok mirip ini ya opening PB ya?
Aku cinta padamu sampai mati.
Disuruh Diwa. Ini dua pasangan ini isi captionnya disuruh Diwa, disuruh Cela, itu terus.
Kau tahu, kau mengerti.
Nih momen ini gua nggak kuat nih. Emang ada ya begitu ya? Emang ada begitu anjir? Itu judul lagunya apa guys? Itu judul lagunya apa ya? Coba kita dengerin. Emang ada yang kayak gitu? Akhirannya. Emang ada? Mau Ior doang anjir yang nyanyi begitu. Coba kita dengar. Asik. Ini kah? Ini ya? Ior mulai lelah dengan viewersnya. Biasanya Ior kayak gini guys. Pas di awal-awal lirik nih biasanya begini nih. Nih, gua ulang lagi ya. Biasanya kalau dia nyanyi nih di tempat karaoke nih. Di bait awal. Mohon beri kesempatan. Anjas, ada anjasnya cuy. Kok bagusan Ior suaranya bang? Ini yang cover. Ini yang cover. Yang asli penyanyi yang tadi. Yang ada di donasi tadi. Kayak Nap ya? Iya kayak Nap. Dewi Anjas, selalu ada Anjasnya. Nyanyi dong mengkacau biar Aran ada duitnya. Jangan bro, malu bro. Tuh, gua mah sadar diri aja, suara nggak bagus ya. Gak usah nyanyi lah, gak usah diumbar-umbar lah suaranya. Apa? Train Gazing lagu apa tuh? Oh lagu ini. Oke, request. Gue nggak tahu tapi lagunya. Asik. Gue nggak tahu liriknya soalnya. Dewi lirik. Oh ini momennya Yor. Dengarkanlah Dewi, kaulah hidupku. Nah gitu aja guys ya. Bahaya ini anjir dengan lagu Indo. Tahu-tahu di klip aja kan, anjing rusak udah. Terciduk udah. Ini udah belum ya tadi ya? Kuis-kuisan kita udah ya. Oh, aman. Kuis-kuisan kita aman nih. Lagu Indo Atetik copyright aman, nggak dinyalain ini kok, nggak dinyalain monetize, aman. Kenapa nggak nobar daerah FX? Tanggung. Dewi, kaulah hidupku. Ada aja loh di PB tadi lagu Cincang. Apa tadi? Lagu apa tadi? Sekarang segini cok. Ini apa lagi nih? Udah gitu dong. Ada aja loh. Langsung next ya. Nih kata Bang Diwa lagunya enak guys. Bang Kaco Dewa enakan jamaah relasi atau onco? Kalau gue sebenarnya lebih demen suara buat didengar tuh suaranya si Ari Lasso sih sebenarnya. Onco tapi juga bagus. Dirgatnya nggak jadi bang, abis ini dirgat abis ini ya. Dia mau lagu-lagu Indo doang, kocak. Aman. Disuruh Diwa Bang Kaco. Iya Diwa emang kambing emang Diwa ya. Hari-hari loh. Judul ini guys. Apa nih judulnya? Train Gazing. Lagunya Sam Wills. Iya Diwa kenapa nggak dikurban ya? Malah kabur loh. Pantas kemarin di berita ada masuk tuh di Land Today. Ada seekor sapi kabur. Gak jadi dikurban di daerah mana itu ya? Lupa gua. Train gazing, bukan train. Diwa gak wajar anjing. Diwa gak wajar. Diwa tolong. Bang Kaco kamu pernah nggak? Pernah HP? Apa? Lo pasang earphone-nya di mic? Enggak. Nama kok Kaco bang? Aduh udah panjang lah ceritanya guys. Saya udah lama lah itu ceritanya. Bang Kaco pakai RD apa nih? Kebetulan dikasih tahu viewer RDA Reload S. RDA sekarang Reload S. Reload S single coil. Kalau coil namanya apa nih ya? Sarcastic build. Ada apa dengan Niki? Kenapa Niki? Aman Niki aman. Liquid masih pakai float tapi udah habis. Gue bingung mau liquid apa. Ada rekomendasi nggak guys dari kalian yang pecinta asap-asap vape? Kenapa dipanggil jago sama Rusman Go? Itu ada sejarahnya. Asik, ini dia lagunya. Halo, Ngap Sulaiman. SPY udah coba kemarin. Udah habis malah itu. Ada nggak sih yang masih jual Fenty strawberry masih ada yang jual nggak guys? Udah nggak ada ya? Lu lebih prefer mana, creamy apa fruity? Creamy lah, fruity tuh bentar doang, nggak akan habis. 60 mili gua nggak habis. Cuma ya Allah, si prank ini ya yang gua dikerjain sama si Wilson Cok ini. Apa sih namanya? Habis ya, kaget gua. Anjir. Thank you Kacela. Lupa kaget gua. Ini Cok udah kayak main ini game horror cuy. Rickroll. American Breakfast udah coba Bang Andika, udah kelar. Makasih Kacela sama Bang Diwa donasinya. Thank you. Mudah-mudahan hubungan kalian lancar terus dan rezekinya lancar terus, amin. Mana lama lagi ya? 1000 anjir. Dark Luna udah pernah. Gue pengen coba sesuatu yang aneh gitu ya. Maksud gak aneh sih, maksudnya sesuatu yang baru gitu. Aduh, lagu belum kelar lagunya 7 menit lagi anjir. Pakai oli aja Bang, bagus Gus Wahyu. Rekomend dari kamu hebat. Odrip udah Odrip udah habis. Apa tuh? Revan 05 itu apa ya? Ini rasa buah ya? Jangan rasa buah. Rasa buah maksudnya ini creamy. Rasa apa ini anjir? Tio nih apa sih? Bang Kaco pernah nggak? Pernah apa? Tio betul. Pernah apa? Pernah creamy resin. Apa lagi tuh? Ini apa cuy? Dessert. Apa sih itunya? Rasanya? Para dewa Loki Cok. Bang Kaco request lagu Indo interaksi dari Tulus. Emang ada ya? Di sini ya. Kaco minum teh talu ada. Awak Taraga Iko. Ndak teh talu ada apa namanya? Minas Taraga Minas. Lapa gua parui wah. Parui lapa gua dah. Lebih bisa kirim ke Jakarta ndak? Minas. Udah ref bisa kirim ini ndak? Aduh kok bahasa Indo lagi ya? Sekarang sih gue pakai strawberry sundae sama kan langsung keluar kata-kata mutiara tuh. Pantek waang. Baa hobi waang kok baca rui Minas di Panam le banyak kok udah kacau. Di mana aja ada tuh Minas tuh. Lama bana mada taluanya. Talua dadar atau mata sapi. Talua kepala bani bisa. Lai bisa. Kepala bani lai bisa dah. Taluanya kepala bani. Lai bisa ndak? Kok gua tunjukin nih. Telur yang ini ada nggak? Teh telur yang ini ada nggak? Sabar ya. Ada nggak nih? Kalau telur ini ada nggak? Bisa nggak request telurnya telur ini? Telur apa tuh dah? Telur mode baru. Ini gawas party bentar lagi match Sersia. Bentar lagi nih udah mau rata ini FPX nih. Tadi apa sih? Kira-kira apa tadi interaksi? Ada lagi interaksi. DRX lagi menang 11. Katanya Bang Kaco mau ngeluarin liquid. Wah, belum guys. Bisnis ke situ butuh duit yang banyak. Ini lagi nabung dulu ini. Menurut kalian kalau untuk mod kapas yang paling enak apa guys? Apa sih namanya? Yang prime ya? Prime atau satu lagi ada tuh. Lupa gue namanya. Kendo apa Bacon Prime? Holy baru denger tuh. Kapas Holy baru denger sih gua. Roket bunyi apa lagi tuh? Gak ada yang benar kalau nanya bener-bener tuh gak ada. Kapas rem Honda ngapain coba buat di sep? Kendo ya? Gue dulu udah pernah coba Kendo sih. Kalau nggak Kendo cuma Cotton apa yang Prime, Cotton Prime. Cotton Bacon. Atomic Premium Blend. Apa Atomic? Kayak pernah denger deh. Ciptanya aku bila bukan untuk aku, hindariku dari hati itu. Baru denger nih lagu ini nih. Lagu ini baru denger nih. Jika dia memang bisa untukku sini. Lagu Indo apalagi nih? Lagu-lagu lama cuy yang enak. Mana ya? Lagu ini pasti pada tahu nih. Kalau pada tahu berarti umurnya bisa ketebak lah. Kalau pada tahu pasti bisa ketebak lah umurnya ya. Sabar ya. Ini. Dan jangan kau lepas. Masih pada tahu nih. Liquid menggarusman enak. Itu mah kepala dia anjir diperas. Nah, ketahuan umurnya ya. Udah seperempat abad nih pasti nih. Umurnya di atas kalau nggak hampir seperempat abad ya di atasnya lah. Jangan apa sih judulnya?
Izinkan aku berharap dirimu kembali
Dan kembali
lagi.
Alexa kocak. Dan jangan kau lepas. Aku taunya Ran selamat pagi itu enak juga. Peluklah diriku dan jangan kau lepas. Kasih tahu dulu orang tua guys. Tunggu dulu ya. Ini
Ku takkan pernah tertawa, ku takkan pernah bahagia, ku takkan pernah merasakannya bila kau tak di sini.
pasto. Nah, itu tuh boleh juga tuh pasto tuh. Ada di playlist gua kotak mana ya? Pasto mana ya?
Izinkan aku berharap dirimu kembali dan kembali dan kembali lagi. Peluklah diriku dan jangan kau lepaskan, dan jangan kau lepaskan ku darimu. Peluklah diriku dan jangan kau lepaskan ku, dan
Hijau daun tadi udah hijau daun. Kalau watch party nggak boleh ngobrol dulu. Dilarang. Lagu mati lampu ada yang tahu nggak guys? Lagunya si mati lampu.
10.000 dari Samuan. Pesan, Bang skin pakem paling worth apa bang?
Yang phantom paling worth apa? Protokol atau enggak recon bagus juga. Kalau lagu ini ada yang tahu nggak guys? Bukan seperti mati lampu, kocak itu mah dangdut. Betapa hancur hati,
hilang gairah
hidup. Thank you ya donasinya ya. Bondan udah kita queue guys. Sabar.
selimuti di
Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak?
tak ada lagi tawa,
Ada lagi tawa.
tak ada ceria,
Asik. Lagu mati lampu ini guys.
semua hilang,
Udah GG ya?
terkubur dalam duka. Dia kini telah pergi jauh, terbang tinggi tinggalkanku.
Bana hebat ya. Tahu loh dia loh, Andika juga tahu. Kamu udah 30-an ya, jujur ya. Dia sengaja nonton soalnya apa ya? Telat tadi. Waduh, ente FPX ya. Lolos DRX kan hari-hari ya. Apakah dia bakal ketemu Pepper Rex? bahaya nih Dr. X nih, hari-hari DRX aja ketemu ya.
Bang Kaco tahu bang?
Wah Tio nih gak di live chat, gak di donate, masih aja Bang Kaco. Pernah nggak Bang Kaco tahu nggak? Ini bukan Zigas. Zigas mah itu cuy. Oh yang ini. Ada lagi nih guys. Ini pasti tahu nih. Ini pasti pada tahu nih.
Rp10.000 dari seseorang, pesan detitan serasa ini Bangko.
Detitan rasa ini itu apa? Oh itu yang mana ya? Oh ini pernah tahu deh. Oke. Ini cuy, ini enak nih. Rayu lebih capek. Banyak guys, antri ya. Rantau Den Pajauh Cok. Lagu Minang dong. The Virgin mah setup aja tuh, setup di fracture tuh The Virgin kalau kata Agil. Kayaknya direct ketemu Papers lagi loh.
Tahu bang?
Tahu bang, gak tahu Tio, atur sama lu. Adal ya. Cangcuter. Kalau mau cangcuter langsung ke live-nya Agil aja guys. Itu salah satu personilnya tuh. Biasanya dia coba request lagu Hijrah ke London aja sama Bang Gil. Bisa dia tuh. Yang pernah bilang lu mirip Damar Wali, ada waktu itu, cuma gua nggak baca, nggak respon. Pagetos aja. Ada yang tahu lagu ini nggak guys?
Tapi hampa terasa di sini tanpamu. Bagiku
Sembilan naga apa? Sembilan naga.
semua sangat berarti lagi. Ku ingin kau di sini.
Wah, Revan umurnya 33 nih. Gua yakin nih 33 nih umurnya nih. Ada tebak-tebakan. Oh iya, tebak-tebakan kah? Oh iya, tebak-tebakan. Cok. Mana gini?
Terus Bang Kaco tahu entah dari mana bang?
Atur lah Tio. Tebak-tebakan udah paham ya, tebak-tebakan udah paham ya. Nggak paham, ya udahlah. Anjir. Ini tebak-tebakan Cok. Sabar, tebak-tebakan kuis. Kuis.
Bersamamu.
Teng.
Bagiku
Bagiku
semua sangat berarti. Ku ingin kau di sini.
gue dengernya pas SD bang. Ah, udah.
Bagiku
Anjir. Whistling cepet banget cuy. Udah jawab dia. Ayo tebak-tebakan guys, cepet guys.
ku ingin kau di sini.
Maksudnya gimana sih bang? Ah bacot Udil lu, udah banyak uang, gak usah ikut lah. Anjir lu ya Udil ya. Baik lu. Total round yang total round apa sih ngomongnya, total round yang didapat gitu, apa sih ngomongnya? Total round yang dapat, pokoknya full match lah total roundnya. Kayak 13-8 itu totalnya 21. Nah kalau misal 3 map 13-10 berapa tuh? 23 kali 3 berapa? 69. Kali 2 berapa guys? 6 kan? total round yang dimainkan. Iya benar, total round yang dimainkan, kocak.
Gitu bang. Oke siksi.
Oke Tio, sering-sering Tio, nanya lagi aja nggak apa-apa.
Takkan pernah ada yang lain di sini.
Masih belum guys. Lagi prepare ini pasti. Apa ya Bebe? Oh dong, makan dong. Iya, mau masak ya?
Takkan mungkin ada
Mau masak apa?
yang lain di sini.
Oh, enggak.
Ku ingin kau di sini.
Indomie. Jumbo.
Tepiskan
Ya.
sepiku
Gua.
bersamamu.
Tim tobat ya.
Hingga
Wah, Raka lagi galau guys.
waktu.
Mamat manja dia. Tapi FX itu jago banget ya. Siapa namanya? Isau. Kayaknya dia ngangkat banget tadi anjir di Heaven. Sao. Jago cuy, Sao. Lah. Sao sama Ardit jago cuy. Boleh.
Waktu telah tiba.
Anjay.
Aku kan tinggalkan
kamu
untuk sementara. Kau dekap
Iya dong.
aku.
Telurnya ini
Kau
aja.
bilang jangan
Iya.
pergi, tapi ku hanya
Masang.
dapat
Nggak masang.
berkata.
Dia bebas deh. Masang aja.
Aku hanya pergi
Untuk
sementara, bukan untuk meninggalkanmu selamanya.
Oh, ini lagu ini pasti tahu sih. Sabar. Ini pasti tahu sih. Ini lagu ini pasti tahu nih kayaknya nih. Habis lagu ini ya. Zivilia anjing Adiswang bisa Zivilia coba requestnya. Babi. Anjing. Lagu-lagu zaman dulu cok.
Bang Kaco,
Bang Kaco tiap
titip salam buat Andre yang lagi nonton live bang.
siapa Andre ada salam dari Tio. Titip salamnya ke laki lagi loh, Andre loh namanya, Tio loh. Adiswang tua cuy. Pantas dia ahli dalam apa? Mencari wanita cuy. Dia udah pengen buru-buru kawin dia kayaknya tuh. Playlist ada aja plus 62 Jakarta Bandung. The Bagindas anjir. The Bagindas cocok.
Ku pastikan kembali pada dirimu, tapi kau jangan nakal. Aku pasti kembali.
Gila asapnya gede-gede loh.
Bila nanti
Hijau daun tadi udah awalnya.
rindukanku di dekat
Casablanca Nuha Bahrin. Apa itu? Mandiwa. Anjir gak pernah denger gua.
aku pasti
Satu lagi cok selain The Baginda. Siapa Pagetos? Sabar satu-satu antri. Apa Leto? Jangan, Hesvara kamu menjebak ya. Kalau itu aku tahu tuh yang kalau nyanyi nahan apa gitu ya. 5 minute boleh tuh 5 minute.
Untuk sementara
Ke SD cuy.
untuk meninggalkanmu selamanya. Aku pastikan kembali pada dirimu, tapi kau jangan nakal. Aku pasti kembali hanya pergi untuk
12. Bang Charlie kah? Ini guys, biar nggak galau-galau nih lagunya ya. Oke, langsung nyanyikan semuanya. Asik. Nah, pasti pada tahu nih lagunya. Siapa yang tahu nama bandnya? Anjay. Anjay.
Coba kau bayangkan
Nggak tahu nih, pasti Javier Adam nih.
engkau diperlukan, takkan ku lepaskan.
Bukan Jikustik. Tadi udah ada yang benar loh jawabannya. Engkau di situ, tunggu aku. Ini Aaron suka lagu ini cuy. Di sampingmu.
10.000 dari Krisya. Pesan, rek kala cinta menggoda Bang Kacau.
Buset, ada banyak banget yang request cok. Bayangkan kalau kita menggoda. Udah mau mulai nih. Ini ada yang ikut kuis gak sih? Baru 200 orang anjir. Planela lagu apa ya? Planela. Yang mana judulnya? Pernah dengar tapi nggak tahu lagu yang enak ya. The Dance Company ini. Papa Rock and Roll biasanya tuh kalau pada tahu. Oh, TDC masih kurang lawas. Ada lagi cuy. Apa ya?
Yo hai teman-teman, selamat datang di Kacau 109.9 FM. Buat teman-teman yang mau titip salam silahkan donate ya.
Yo, siapa ya di sini yang mau titip salam boleh langsung lewat donate.
10.000 dari Krisya. Pesan, kalau cinta menggoda dulu.
Oke, habis ini. Coba kau bayangkan. Elemen vokalisnya siapa sih namanya? Ada cuy. Lupa gue namanya. Waktu itu gue potong rambut. Kayaknya di tempatnya dia deh. Di daerah selatan cuy. Kafein anjing. Pegaskin masih enak loh. Kang Asep siapa lagi Kang Asep bangkit ya. Yuk, sumpah loh. Wajar loh anjir dari tadi. Masih interview coy, masih interview. Santai ya. Jadi pengen telur gulung anjir. Udin Sedini ya, Udin. Oh, lagu ini aja gak sih? Gue tahu nih lagu ini aja gak sih? Nggak ada ya? Nggak ada kayaknya. Di pelawak ikut Indonesian Idol. Kuburan band biasa banyak tuh di acara-acara RCTI atau itu tuh yang siap pagi-pagi tuh. TV atau enggak RCTI itu kuburan band diundang loh. Mencintaimu
Salam-salam buat mungkin teman-teman yang lagi kuliah semester akhir. Semoga
Amin
lancar
amin,
dan
semangat
semangat
terus.
ya.
Yang lagi kuliah, yang kuliah. Kalau tipek ada cuy, yang ini judulnya tipek. Kalau di playlist gue tuh tipek yang ini nih, sabar ya. Atau mana tuh ya? Sakit hati. Kalau tipek, bukan yang genit.
Apalagi aku juga ada pemiliknya, tapi ku tak mampu membohongi hati nurani. Ku tak mampu menghindari gejolak cinta ini.
Bang, merek pintu kamar Bang Kaco mereknya apa Bang?
Merek pintu kamar mana gua tahu anjir. Ini udah bawaan dari sini, kocak. Ini cuy. Kok gue tahu lagunya, Cok? Umur lu bisa gue tebak 30 lah tahun ini. Ya kan Andika? Ngaku lu ya. Judul lagu ini Kala Cinta Menggoda, Krisya. Cuy, masih lama anjir. Ini kuis gak ada yang mau ikut apa? Baru 260 anjir. Udah GG udah ini mah. Lu 30 udah jujur aja. Kita sini jujur-jujuran aja deh. Gue tahun 2004. Berapa itu? Masih berapa umur gue? 18. Padi, Selen Seven boleh sih, tapi nggak terlalu. Kalau Selen Seven, Padi itu masih 2000 kan? Bohong banget Cok. Ini batu orang nggak percaya gini, males gue sumpah. 2004 cuy. Nah, lagu next. Nah, ini lagu kalian semua nih. Ya nggak sih? Siapa di sini cita-citanya jadi rapper Indonesia? It's not the end. Langsung guys. Ini baru lagu kalian nih, pasti enak didengar nih.
Lembaran kertas baru pun terbuka, tinggalkan yang lama biarkan sang pena berlangkah. Kita pernah sebut itu kenangan tempo dulu, pernah juga hilang atau takkan pernah berlalu. Masa jaya putih biru.
Masih 3 menit guys, mulai matchnya. Kalau udah mau mulai matchnya udah ya. Jadi ku dapat cinta masa sekolah yang pernah terjadi. That was the moment, a part of sweet memory. Kita membumi melangkah berdua, kita ciptakan hangat sebuah cerita. Mulai dewasa, cemburu dan bunga. Finally now it's so time to make a history. Bergegaslah kawan, sambut masa depan. Tetap berpegang tangan, saling berpelukan. Berikan senyuman, sebuah perpisahan. Kenanglah sahabat kita untuk selamanya. Satu alasan kenapa kau rekam dalam memori, satu cerita teringat di dalam hati. Karena kau berharga dalam hidupku teman, untuk satu pijakan menuju masa depan. Buka bersama, tawa bersama, berpacu dalam prestasi. Hal yang biasa, satu persatu memori terekam. Ini lagu jadi set sekarang Cok, gue dengernya. Kenapa? Iya enak lebih cuy.
Pernah berharap agar waktu ini tak berlalu. Kawan kau tahu kan, beri pupuk terbaik untuk bunga yang kau simpan. Bergegaslah kawan, sambut masa depan. Tetap berpegang tangan, saling berpelukan. Berikan senyuman.
Kenapa kalian ditinggalkan teman ya? Makanya sedih dengar lagu ini ya. Jujur kalian ya. Tinggalin teman kah? Iya.
Bergegaslah kawan, untuk sambut masa depan. Tetap berpegang tangan.
lagi. Naik. Semenit lagi batas waktu kita guys.
10.000 dari Irs pesan. Rek Bang Viera jadi yang kuinginkan.
Jadi yang kuinginkan anjir belum mau kelar ini cok. Ini siapa yang request lagu ini ya tadi ya? Kau jauh, oh hingga waktu pastikan berlalu. Kini kau pergi tinggalkanku. Oh.
Salam buat Kai Duo Aing yang masih stuck di bronze padahal udah setahun lebih main Valo.
Kau telah pergi tinggalkan aku dalam ini yang tak mungkin kembali saat kau dan aku saling memiliki. Bila saat ini tak mungkin bisa begini loh. Lagu zaman dulu cok. Berakhir rasa yang kumiliki. Satu cinta aku. Oh, judulnya rasa ini The Titan. Udah mau mulai cuy. Kebanyakan nyanyi kocak. Oh turun nih. Siapa yang turun nih? Anjir makin merah itu. Rambut makin merah itu. Anjir dada Fauzi. Dada ke siapa? Kayak ada aja penonton tuh ya. Para penonton gak ada dada. Terus gini. Belum ada kocak.
Salam juga buat mantan aku yang katanya setia ternyata selingkuh.
Musilka tuh
sama
banyak
dua
juga
cowok.
salam-salam ya.
Enak.
Thank you donasinya. Coba ganda. Nah ini siapa yang tadi yang request ini? Janji jangan iri. Gak ada, yang itu belum ini. Belum ada 1080-nya kayaknya. Sedih banget cuy. Kenapa ya? 1080-nya mana cuy? Gak usah watch party, jangan dong.
Mencari arti cinta. Aku sendiri di sini menunggu. Aku sendiri di sini menanti. Aku tak
Ini linknya nih.
terbiasa untuk berharap. Berlari untuk mengejar dirimu dalam menggapai semua impiku.
Efek interview padahal kalah loh. Gimana rasanya anjir di interview?
Dirimu apakah sama yang ku rasakan?
Nonton stand up apa? Anjir parah banget.
Semua ayo kita nyanyi.
Stand up gak bangke. Oh itu interview kemana? Ini artis HP-nya jago sih. Gak lihat.
Mencari arti cinta. Aku sendiri di sini menunggu. Aku sendiri di sini
Apa yang skip?
menanti.
Langsung ke pistol
Aku
round.
tak terbiasa untuk berharap, berlari untuk mengejar dirimu dalam menggapai semua impiku. Semoga kau kan tetap jadi apa yang ku inginkan. Jangan pernah berubah. Ingat janjimu, jangan pernah menghilang dari hatiku. Aku sendiri di sini menunggu.
Aku sendiri di sini
Menanti. Aku tak terbiasa untuk berlari untuk mengejar dirimu dalam
Ojil kapan
menggapai
announce pro
semua
player?
impiku. Semoga
Ngapain Ojil?
kau kan
Duitnya udah banyak anjir. Tuh turun nih.
jadi apa
Notis
yang
lu.
ku
Oh,
inginkan.
Coach Bail nih, Coach Bail. Coach Bail, kocak. Lagu ini kah? Lagu ini kah guys? Ternyata tadi siapa yang request lagu? Ini mah lagu Ear, kocak. Lagu Ear kalau di TikTok. Ritual sebelum match dulu BWL ini nih. Apa tadi Cipek? Katanya request lagu, kocak.
Walaupun diri ini menyukaimu,
Asik.
tidak tertarik
Kepadaku.
siap patah hati kesekian
Oi,
kali.
oi, oi. Kamehameha, asik.
Ketika kulihat di sekelilingku, ternyata
Tiba-tiba lagunya bisa ini loh.
gadis yang cantik, bergaya tak menarik, tak akan disadari. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Saat ku melambung terdengar musik menggelut di
Refleks cari stick. Anjing.
tanpa
Ya, jangan anjing.
irama
Kalau Agil katanya Fortune apa guys?
jari pun mulai bergerak. Perasaanku ini tak dapat berhenti. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Tolonglah mantalah yang mencinta fortune cookie. Masa depan tidak akan seburuk itu. Hey, hey,
Ini nggak wajar cok.
mengembangkan
Apa sih? Oh lagu ini.
kan membawa keberuntungan. Fortune
Ini aja, ini
cookie.
aja. Udah bayar. Ini aja. Ini udah Pak. Ini pasti tahu semuanya lagu ini.
Saat kita bersama, di waktu kita tertawa, menangis, merenung oleh
Anas SN, welcome to membership. Halo, halo. Welcome to Sobat Shoo. Sobat Shoo.
rasa di mana kau melewati
Elo ini apa sih ya? Masih ada ya? Elo.
juga mimpiku. Biarlah hariku dan harimu terbelenggu satu oleh ucapan manismu, dan kau bisikan kata cinta. Kau telah berikan
Salam buat Enri BG Kacau, tanyain napa cakep Betsy.
Tege donasinya. Orangnya kan nggak ada, kocak. Bang, itu kuis belajar matematika. Iya. Gua terinspirasi gara-gara nonton kontennya Nihongo Mantapu, Jerome Pauline. Tutup belum masuk map. Santai, aman. Tenang kalau itu ingat. Main split, akhirnya kita nonton split, bro. Asen di band nih kayaknya. Di band nih. Oh, Sergio pasti ngelepas Asen lah. Oh, di band Asen nih cuy. ngapain coy? Males dia kayaknya main di Asen. Dia tahu berarti Asennya RTH lebih lumayan oke lah. Gak perlu dikontes kayaknya deh. Lagunya masih berjalan, kalau udah masuk map baru kita ini ya guys ya. Kita matiin ya lagunya. Oh, ini pasti nih. Kalau misalnya zaman SMP atau SD lah, gua nggak tahu SMP kayaknya sih. Kalau misalnya galau pasti ini judulnya sesuai banget nih, pasti nih. Nih denger nih guys, lagu ini guys. Nah, udah. Nih pasti Adi Swang nih, Adi Swang yang galau-galau, Raka nih, banyak nih yang galau-galau.
Jelaskan padaku isi hatimu.
Orangnya sering mengalah.
Berapa besar kau yakin padaku untuk tetap bisa bertahan denganku, menjaga cinta ini. Pertengkaran yang terjadi seperti semua salahku. Mengapa selalu aku yang mengalah? Tak pernahkah kau berpikir sedikit tentang hatiku? Mengapa aku yang harus selalu
Selesai bro. Langsung aja.
pantaskah hatiku masih bisa bersamamu?
Wih, di hidungnya langsung gini.
Jelaskan
Kok wangi banget ya?
padaku isi hatimu, seberapa besar kau yakin padaku untuk tetap bisa
Playlist nostalgia kayak ini. Iya ada.
denganku,
Gua ada khusus playlist Indo sama lagu-lagu luar. Indomie jumbo 2 bungkus. 2 bungkus nih kayaknya. Bang lagi. Garasi ya. Banyak yang request garasi.
mengapa selalu aku yang mengalah? Tak pernahkah kau berpikir sedikit tentang hatiku? Mengapa
Apa nih Indo bisa lah nggak tahu.
harus selalu mengalah?
Tahun depan sih harusnya.
Pantaskah hatiku
Oke, next song. Nah. Tempat turun dulu bang, kata buset dah. Belum apa-apa udah turun cok.
Ku awali hariku dengan mendoakanmu agar kau selalu sehat dan bahagia di sana. Sebelum kau melupakanku lebih jauh, sebelum kau meninggalkanku lebih jauh. Ku tak pernah berharap kau kan merindukan keberadaanku yang menyedihkan ini. Ku hanya ingin bila kau melihatku kapanpun dimanapun, hatimu kan berkata seperti ini. Pria inilah yang jatuh hati padamu, pria inilah yang kan selalu memujamu. Oh yeah,
Memuja rasa lagi nggak jadi turun
begitu
dah.
para rapper coba
Anjay.
menghiburku.
Anjay.
tuliskan cinta di atas meja kerjamu. Akulah orang yang kan selalu mengawasimu, menikmati indahmu dari sisi gelapku. Dan biarkan aku jadi pemujamu, jangan pernah hiraukan perasaan hatiku. Tenanglah tenang pujaan hatiku sayang, aku takkan sampai hati bila menyentuhmu. Mungkin kau takkan pernah tahu,
Mungkin
betapa mudahnya kau untuk dikagumi. Mungkin kau takkan pernah sadar betapa mudahnya kau untuk dicintai.
Wih, masih lama nih ngobrol-ngobrol guys. Buru ngantuk udah nih. Ada turu ini bentar lagi nih.
Akulah orang yang akan selalu memujamu. Akulah orang yang akan selalu mengintaimu. Akulah orang yang
Jadi
akan
kangen.
selalu memujamu. Akulah orang yang akan selalu mengintaimu. Mungkin kau takkan pernah tahu betapa mudahnya kau untuk dikagumi.
Kita lagi nyari kecil kakak.
Mungkin kau takkan pernah tahu
Niki biasa.
betapa mudahnya kau untuk dicintai.
Udah mau ini guys, udah mau ini enggak sih? Ini pasti lagu kalian nih. Ini lagu kalian nih.
Dahulu terasa indah,
Ini lagu kalian nih pasti nih, gue yakin banget nih.
tak ingin lupakan.
Tadi habis latihan jam 10 kelar latihan langsung live.
Mesraan selalu jadi satu kenangan manis.
Teng.
Tiada yang salah, hanya aku manusia bodoh
Lu manusia bodoh kocak.
yang
Siapa yang manusia bodoh?
semua
Hah?
ini permainkan.
Apa sih gayanya harus sama?
Berulang-ulang kali mencoba bertahan sekuat
Baby boy ini bos.
layaknya karang yang diam pasang ombak, jalani hidup dalam buah.
Sesa carry lihat nih, Sesa carry ngapain nih? Sesa carry udah ya, awal dia ya.
Serahkan cinta tulus di dalam takdir. Tak ayal tingkahlah
Ini manusia bodoh.
buatku putus asa. Kadang akal sehat ini cukup pembendungnya.
Udah mau kelar guys. Nih, coba dulu deh. Takut kalau takut agak.
Hanya kepadian yang selalu datang menertawakanku.
Guys makan guys ya, makan ya. Aman ya sambil makan.
Tega menari indah di atas tangisanku, mencoba bertahan sekuat hati, layaknya karang yang diam pasang ombak, jalani hidup dalam buai belaka. Serahkan cinta tulus di dalam takdir. Tapi sampai kapankah ku harus menanggungnya? Kutukan cinta
Kutukan apa adik-adik?
ini. Semua kisah
Quiznya seru-seruan. Ini kalau udah masuk map langsung kita matiin ya guys ya. Pas nih lagunya nih.
Layaknya karang yang dihempas ombak, jalani hidup dalam buai belaka, serahkan cinta tulus di dalam takdir. Tapi sampai kapankah ku harus menanggungnya, butuhkan cinta ini
Quiz.
bersemayam dalam
Quiz. Bentar lagi quiz tutup ya. Ah, udah habis lagu habis guys. Ya Allah.
Yeah, thank you, GB. That was a beautiful one. How do I play off of that one? Listen.
Masih ngobrol loh.
I can tell you, Brent, my day would have been ruined had they picked the Yoru. So I'm very glad. I'm very glad that these compositions have gone in more of a sensible direction, and we get to watch Meteor on Jet
Ada mulai
on the
masuk
attack
map ya.
side of Split try to crack open this defense.
Elimination match as well. The desk was mentioning it. First one of the tournament, so
Ah.
we'll be sending one team home. The other one moving
Tutup.
forward. as well.
Yeah, let's go.
Opponent already, but the pistol round beginning, and it seems like Scary is going to be a bit
Anjay.
of contact here. A couple of bullets rattled off, but he backs away. He's going to be respecting it.
And here it comes.
Yeah. Dash enabled. Q
Mati Scary udah, palanya hitam.
But Meteor just moves forward. Doesn't even matter that he's blinded. Surf tries to answer back, does grab the one. Not enough though. Sight.
Oke guys, jangan lupa
control.
di like ya.
Really nice idea from Northeption there. They're slow and quiet into B main.
Pinter sih dia ngambil
Was slow and
B-man
quiet
anjir.
himself until he had to break the trademark, and now they know that he's behind. And this retake, it just doesn't look like it's going to have any teeth to it. You got Cruz walled off over at CT. They know where this danger man is coming from here.
How does Fox even deal with this one? So Northception players have got such a vice grip on the rest of the site. Still, Fox does get away with that one. But Sen's going to be trying to, at least meet him. The classic pull down, bit of a jumping right click. Left down now to the 1v2, but time is running so brutally low. And the crossfire, it's not doing him any favors, is it?
Ngeri
Maybe
ente
not touching
habo.
that pistol round and the energy, I can feel it, Josh.
Oh ya, pin. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the desk were having a good discussion about whether or not Northeption looked a little bit nervous coming into their opening game against
Dimakan
DRX.
coy.
And I think it's entirely
Sorry.
possible. People expect this team to pop off just because they played in front of a big crowd in Japan. But their first time in front of the crowd, they choked. They played
crumbled.
terribly. That upper final was disastrous from Northeption, and it took them a while to get into the groove. I don't know why it would be any different here. They haven't suddenly matured into a very experienced roster. They have only formed a team for a few months. So here's
Halo.
Northeption, again, all grouped up, going for a fast take.
Nonton bareng Bani telur nggak? Nanti ditinggal Wamil cok, males gua. Bani tiba-tiba Wamil cok.
Spectre in his hands. Malwas try and block.
Banyakin mantek emen.
Slow orb as well, just in case there was a player deciding to purge their way up there.
There's a
But
big
paranoia.
stack here.
Yeah, it's just gonna be running straight into this one with the Hawk. No one's really dealing with it, but the Northception players finally gonna be dealing with it. Flooding back into it. So
Kok pilih-pilih search-nya kalah ya guys ya?
Yeah, could have been a little bit dangerous there. Zertia had the
Ini
right
tiba-tiba
read.
Jepang udah
Northeption put it out of base.
bener-bener loh,
They
tau-tau
hit,
top 3 juga gimana ya?
Really testing the full depth of the playbook early on, but now they've got the potential to keep this one snowballing. You are going to see fast-paced gameplay from both of these teams. Zertia strike me as the team with a little more of that discipline.
Masih bisa
But at the
dipakai
end of the day,
si
if you're on the
Split
defense side,
untuk
you get
turnamen.
bowled over by Meteor if he's got good supporting utility coming out from Jojo Blackwiz.
Iya search-nya di counternya kalau dicepetin terus anjir.
Anything to try and convert this one.
Mati
Now,
lagi Scary.
just
Oh.
pure speed.
Oh shit.
Stun was ripped across.
What the
Paranoia
hell?
trying to counteract it, but okay. Durali just spamming
Di
with the spin.
bokong tiba-tiba.
Oh boy, Sushi Boys has managed to get this lurk on timing, and he's got a spike drop down into sewers on top of it.
Anjir
Very
di
weird
flash teman.
situation. Zertia trying to make the most of this, capitalize with the push down, but Zenfree's managed to get his way actually into the B site. Unfortunately, Deriali and Blackwiz just can't hold on. If they had been able to back off a little bit there, perhaps they could have bought time for Zen to go for this flank. But now,
Bang Rio jajah.
he's got 8 bullets
Bang Rio,
ahead.
tiba-tiba ada Bang Rio loh.
Seen a player that he could have used them on this
Thank you
round.
Bang Rio.
I love the lack of hesitation.
Bang Rio
from Zertia in terms
di
of
chatnya paling
getting
mencolok
down.
dia.
Immediately they know,
Ada
okay,
centangnya
fight
soalnya.
again over mid.
Thank you Bang Rio.
This whole game,
Bang Rio nggak
this whole
nobar kah?
match is going to be like this. It's going to be scrappy, blood everywhere.
Yeah.
The faster that Northeption play on their attack side, the more
Nafri,
forwards they're going to lean.
oh shit
The
man.
more the Xerxia can go for fast
Telat,
flanks on the defense.
aman bang yes
So,
besar.
The fact that that's already started to happen round 3.
Playoff aja nunggu papares. Oke, Bang Rio siap.
Their opponent's style. And Brent, you were saying that these two teams are scrim partners as well.
Yeah, they've definitely mentioned in the past, they've had some practice against one another. Obviously, APAC versus Japan, the Asian teams, they often are going to be trading games. They are quite fluid with each other. And how that materializes, I mean, left to be shown, but I imagine they're pretty aware of the way.
Iya, yes besar kemarin
either side end up
ada
playing.
yes kecil soalnya.
They
Ini
are
makan
both
dulu.
running different compositions to what you may have expected to see coming out.
Nggak diskon sama Bani, enggak, Mbak. Nanti dia ngilang, cok.
Xerxia's Yoru out of the equation.
Smokernya
Didn't
NTH
look very good when they were playing
hilang
domestically.
anjir.
But they found a little more than they bargained for, perhaps, with Surf opening up that first kill.
Yeah, Black was going down as a brutal. You no longer have those smokes to try and get that free entry, just trying to lurk through.
And also, in these slower rounds, Bren, they are going to struggle to
Ini
take it
CRWS
around.
nembak di flash
Even
nih.
if Blackwiz is alive, he's going to have to be expending
Flash.
his smokes
Oke,
just to
easy
allow that
kill.
pressure
Loh,
to happen.
loh, he.
Skirmish occurring as well. Misha just
Gak
left
mati
behind.
tuh set.
Inside
Oh,
his own
mati.
smoke, scary though. Just hugging the pillar, making sure he deals with any stray players that just might be wandering
Look
in.
what's happening in Spawn. You got Foxy just running Jojo down with the spike. I mean, this round was chaos incarnate for Northeption. They try and make something happen over towards the A ramp side, not supported enough. With
guys,
utility,
like-nya
they don't
ditambahin
have
dong.
very much for that side of the map.
Kuisnya seru
No
hari
Surfer
kali
with
ini,
cages,
serius.
For example, no Astra using pullback smokes. And then tried to do some kind of pop into B without the spike, and Jojo got run down in Spawn.
Iya anjir, udah lama nggak main
Stage.
split nggak sih?
So 2-2.
Kalian rindu nggak sih sama Res God main freak di split? Udah nggak ada guys.
Damage in this one.
Split soalnya udah
Mitchell
nggak
does
ada.
have knives. Anything's possible. A couple of points away from the old points.
Di
It looks
stun
like
nih
there's
ya.
gonna be once again, big clash over towards
TP lu.
A main. Mitchell just running forwards. Blade Storm.
Front movement kah?
Still in his
Meteor?
hands, still got it, and he knows there's a player just
Front
running, waiting
movement
into the
kah?
elbow, but Surf is just disrespecting it. Hasn't teleported away. Meteor's
Wah,
gone for a large
chaos.
wraparound. He could be
Gak
able
ada
to
yang
do some
sadar.
serious work, some
Gak
serious
ada yang
damage, but
sadar.
Smoke's still blocking it, and
Tapi menang.
Xerxia just dealing an elegant solution, I think, to what was happening in front of them. Meteor taken out on top of it, so the round, I mean, this is just pure scrap, isn't it?
That's also such an amazing response by Xerxia. They know that Meteor is the danger man. The rest of the team of Northeption have not been particularly turning up at the event, and even when they play online are nowhere near as dangerous. There is no team at this event that relies more on their star player. When you look at the percentage of first kills or kills that Meteor gets, he has
Meteor
the
malah
most
room
first
tour
kills
ya?
out of any player at the event, and the second most kills as well. So if you just avoid Meteor and fight the other 4 players on Northeption, that seems like a very good win condition for me.
What a strategy. The ignore Meteor strategy.
Ignore the solo carry and simply run at the rest of the team. I mean, it worked for them in that round. Obviously a gun disadvantage though for the other players on Northeption.
Split di rank udah nggak ada guys.
Gonna have to once again play a bit more slow into this round because
Oh,
the
udah
Tour de Force
dihapus.
online, I can obviously tell that this is in place. The Surf could be anywhere. Watching, obviously, we know straight down mid. Are they going to try and supplement a peak, jiggle peak? Show a bit of respect here. Could be.
Woi Bang Ringo Star, kenapa
3B,
tuh?
and there you go. I mean, a jiggle peak. Blackwoods didn't see anything initially, so he thought he was safe.
And Meteor wasn't set up close enough on the jiggle to be able to swing that and try to punish. They are attempting to take mid control off the back of this, which I appreciate. I like that. But Meteor's burned his dash. And Zen on the other side of the map at A ramp again. I think that's going to be a difficult spot.
Di serve AWP
Especially
jago
Meteor
banget kok.
falling. That is the tip of the spear. Now it's a 3v5 where Zen's just had no impact with his tour de force at ramp.
Yeah, some risks need to be taken if Northeption want to try and convert this one, but time running really quite low now. Xerxia definitely feeling, you know, they're the more experienced team we were saying coming into this as well. I think it's definitely showcasing in the way that they're answering a lot of these slower rounds. They seem to have better game plans overall.
And Northeption are a very fast-paced team. If you force them to take slow rounds like this, they're not in their comfort zone at all. They're relying on Xerxia making mistakes to win this one or even do any damage. Of course, it's on the
Dia tak kalah dia lawan NTH.
So they're just going for the save. Zen has managed to pick up a Vandal too, so saving more than just a few of his tour de force bullets into the next. But if you think about this match as a big picture, Bren, It's APAC versus
Iya, coy.
Japan. Both of these
Tadi
regions
belum
made
panas
top
aja
4
Sersia,
events
anjir.
before, but not these teams. These teams haven't made the top 4.
Yeah.
They've both been living in the shadow of their big brother
Ini
within
sampai
the
Lord
region.
OPTIC harus
Zersia living
kayaknya
in
ya
the
deh.
shadow of Paper Rex. And North Epsilon as well, living in the shadow of Zeta Division and what they've been able to
Kemudian
accomplish
cepat
in the
ya.
prior events.
Such a high bar being set.
It's absurd, yeah. And North Epsilon have had the same opening to Masters that Zeta Division had. They came here, first game, rolled by DRX.
Yep.
It is a hazing ritual, perhaps, for the Japanese teams. Come here, get dominated by DRX, and then see what you can do with the rest of it. And Zeta Division fought back.
Oke,
refused to
Paper
break.
Rex tuh mainnya playoff. Playoff
They had,
itu
I would
mulai
say,
tanggal
a bit of
14,
an
guys.
easier group as well, with Fnatic having 2 subs and NIP in the group as well. The other big difference to me is that Zeta Division had no
Tapi
expectations.
tetap serve agentnya untuk sekarang sih dia masih aman. Agent sekarang tuh metanya Chamber sama Jet. Ntar kalau Chamber udah di nerf, Jet udah di nerf, udah serve itu harus mau nggak mau harus main agent banyak dia. Oh nggak dia susah buat ngelawan yang lain.
But we've seen teams in these circumstances slowly improve and produce brilliance eventually. Just the question is whether or not they have the time.
Too right. And North Epsilon, I mean, just to correct you a little bit there, Josh, they do have a little bit of LAN experience, obviously, with the regional tournament that they ended up playing, but
Sure.
it's when it's on the global stage against the very best competition,
Garcia nggak ada yang main Neon.
it's a bit different.
Dia lebih milih main Res.
Yeah.
Timeout over. North Epsilon going to be wondering, okay, what do we do here then? Do we have good weapons? The Vandals in their hands? Trying to get some of that money spent.
But you can see it's not going to be a fast pop. Actually, maybe they'll go up mid with some level of pace here. Jojo having that rolling thunder could be something that they use, but they need to take some control early on in the round.
Incredibly passive.
Worried about Surf's operator. In fact, it's
Masih ada split, split itu masih
Hiding, tucking
masih
into the
dimainin
area.
sampai
Obviously
LCK.
connected there, but you see Zersia
Di
just
champion
using
baru
the
main map baru.
potentially bail
Woi.
him out. Oh,
Holy
the
shit.
spam just onto that angle.
Ente
across the
banget
placement was
setsnya.
immaculate, but now the return fire. Look at that rolling thunder. Right into Mail, pushes crew back. He's just going to survive another day for but a moment.
Anjing.
But look how much
Tetnya
utility
mati.
they've bled out of North Epsilon there. Zen trying to make his way up A ramp. He has found an opening. Scary falls. And now this is the best chance that North Epsilon have had for a round in a while.
TP cancel.
I think that's supposed to be a fake over towards A, and they're silently working their way up B heaven, but this allows Surf to have impact.
Yeah, just holding down his one angle.
Oh,
They're just
ngekill lagi nih Surf nih.
right into the operator. Still, he just peeks. That is such
Ngekill lagi
a
nih.
narrow margin. And yet
Lihat
he finds
AWP-nya,
it over
anjir.
and over and over again.
Gila si AWP ini sih.
Bailing them out
AWP-nya
at
dia
the
tuh
perfect time.
lengket banget
He
anjir.
was easily their star player when Zersia
Kasih
went
dulu
up
nggak sih
against
buat
FPX.
Surf?
Won the MVP despite
Anjir,
losing.
the real CU
Plus
loh.
12 in first kills to first
AWP-nya dia
deaths,
cuy.
but rounds like that, you can tell why they want the operator in his hands.
Yeah.
I think it's poor decision making though.
Jarang
from
miss
North
dia.
Epsilon. I think when you have the advantage
AWP-nya
of
tuh.
opening at a ramp there, just committing to an A
Tuh.
split is a great idea. Contacting around the map is begging to be punished by Surf or any of these other Zersia players. And I can't profess to understand what they're talking about, but it sounds high energy.
The energy is high. Surf was dancing as he was coming into the Bamisio. Wants to answer back once more. It's a fast take, a fast approach right into heaven, but this time his teammates right behind him. This could be the difference maker that they need to try and get another one onto the board. The wall
Gerakan
goes up.
lelaki.
Surely they'll keep continue pushing it. The gap
Waduh.
within it, and still Zersia punish.
Just reading the play perfectly, and no attempt to pump the brakes there for North Epsilon. Allows
Itu Oman
Zersia
ngapa?
to readjust
Soalnya
the
teman-temannya
position and
masih
collect.
pada di mid sama cuma Chamber doang yang di
Feels like
rem.
these fast plays are just getting eaten up.
Hard red.
Yeah, the Zersia response is very nice. Remember that Zersia have been practicing for so long and played so many matches against Paper Rex. Couldn't get a faster team. Can Zen do
Oh!
anything? Black
What?
Okay, only a
What?
spectre, but he
Masih
still
bisa
makes it
menang
work.
tapi pakai drop.
And Black was, they managed to turn
Si
this one
Bubuno.
into 2v2. Still finding the kills.
Anjir, dua lawan berapa tuh guys?
Peeking that one, thinking he could take an ideal timing all up to Surf now with the operator.
2 lawan 4 ya? Apa 2 lawan 5?
Pushing forwards, an exchange being made. So,
2 lawan berapa guys?
on the
3.
losing side of things. So Black was massive
2.
opening for him, being able to cover the backs of Zen as he was taking fights.
2 lawan 5 ya?
Couple of crazy kills from Blackwiz just
Anjir,
with
2 lawan
the
5
Spectre
cok.
in front of the smoke. Take a look at the replay and how he's able to get this one done. They're
Bunuh
trying
2.
to punish Zen,
Oh, si Nafi
who was peeking
bunuh
window.
3 ya?
Blackwiz is just covering his back.
That's what you need.
Ngeri loh adeknya Dep ini. Mukanya kayak Aaron cok.
Yeah, that's got to be a momentum shift there for
Apa sih
Northampton.
namanya tadi?
The opening of the round was very poor, but they were still able to salvage it with some nice mid-round play and a great clutch.
Incredibly important to be able to just stop the momentum. You feel like a game is getting out of hands. It's a fast dash into B main to see if they can cut across it. Line of sight angles.
Ntar aja kalau udah
Trademark that was
kelar.
placed there aggressively prior, and Sushi Boys has gone for another look all the way through here. Is this being watched? Is he going to catch Jojo? Jojo seems aware. His crosshair
I don't
placement
think
is
so.
looking for it.
He's stomping.
Gila Sushibo udah nyampe sini aja.
Not proper. Sushi Boys though now that is slightly exposed. Bit of a rebound there.
Mati dong.
He is being pincered, but Blackwood needs to be worried
Gila,
once
backupnya
more.
bagus.
Foxy just takes up
Backupnya
the space that
bagus.
his teammate opened up for him.
And Xerxia are using... There's a res. Just no map control, no understanding of where the Xerxia
in their
players
spawn.
could be.
Siapa adeknya
Sushi Boys is still
Dep
around
itu
sewers.
si yang bandana.
That's
Looking
all up
to-
to Zen, isn't it?
Yeah, looking to fight them. If Zen can make something happen, as he did in the prior round, perhaps this is still
Bobo
clutchable.
kematian gak sih ini?
But again, are they going to have
Mati kayaknya Meteor
foresight
nih.
to notice
Up.
someone playing it? There is a jiggle there.
Tir aja.
Narrowly avoiding the shot, and Zen's managed to lurk his way in. Contacting all the way, paranoid to cut across here. Will he be able to follow up for them? The players are just dropping like flies, but now they've spotted him
Ooh.
out. Scary.
So scary
Like
guys.
3, that's a prime game in Flawless in the round.
And Xerxia's decision-making is completely outplaying Northampton there. Off the back of utility being used in B main, they push out of A. And that Sushi Boy's taking an advanced position because he's pretty confident Northampton are not going to default whilst using all of that utility over on that side of the map. Worst case scenario, battles Zen and that's it.
Ngeri loh.
And then their
Phantom
response to
loh,
the
Phantom loh,
Blackwiz
scary
and
loh.
Sewer, they're 2 steps ahead right now.
Takut
So
now.
aware of the space that they can take, just for free. Sushi Boys is constantly making those lurks, but now a new round on the board. Northampton not working with much when it comes to the money, not even the ultimates.
Here.
Tapi dari tadi Sushibo bisa pas gitu
So
gak sih?
aware of the possibility. Meteor moves forwards, but he's dealt with.
Nge-push A-nya pas lagi nggak ada orang.
He's a fun player to watch. But that time it doesn't quite work. Xerxia on
Ya Allah.
point today.
Banyakin nembak bumbon nggak kena-kena.
It's honestly just relentless. Not willing to give them an inch.
Not even slightly. And this should, in my opinion, be the favoured side for Northampton just based on their play style. They're gonna try and get aggressive. They're gonna try and take fights with Meteor, with Zen. And all of the win conditions are being shut down right now.
Enemy remaining.
Xerxia are still being aggressive on their defensive side too. They have a comp that could just sit back and try and absorb the aggression, but instead, they're looking to find holes.
Yeah, all the time. Poking, prodding. I think it comes back to the earlier point we were talking about with the A-ramp lurks not really working out, but
Wah,
this time
bawa
looks like
ronnya cepet ini anjir.
potentially some pace just once more injected into the round. Starting a slow off the rip just to try and see
Dia
if they could
dia
catch a player out of position. Maybe just
oh
holding on back
karena
in.
nggak
Attack back in
ke
Northampton.
detect
Yes.
langsung
Maybe the
rotate dia.
flash and the dash all the way in, but Scary's just ready and waiting
Waduh,
once
rata,
more.
cuy.
Surf at the back. Oh, the double satchel play.
Gila,
Sushi
boy,
just
boy.
a kill, but already all that space that was gained taken away in the blink of an eye. Northampton just forced to just run away.
And Xerxia had 4 players waiting for them on the B site. Foxy at the beginning of the round used his horn to A ramp. That didn't see anything. Then Foxy calls for his players. You guys can leave. They're not A. They're not A.
Yeah.
He uses another prowler just to make sure. And he's like, guys,
Jadi
I
nggak
swear,
akan
they're
putus
not
kok.
A. Just go and stack B. And Northampton have just been too obvious in the entirety of this attack half that they've caused Xerxia to lose
Stars
respect
baru
for.
18 tahun nih ya kayaknya.
I mean, they can make these kind of gamble stacks without having to worry about
Dia
a lurker, without having to worry about
ngestaknya
a
gila
default
banget
fake.
Xerxia cuy,
All of
sumpah.
these things that Northampton could and should
Tiba-tiba
have been
3B,
doing early.
tiba-tiba Sushiboy beberapa kali udah push A.
They've been
Gila
absent.
keren banget anjir.
Been missing.
It's been very one-dimensional.
want to play? Let's
Approaching the end of this first half here. 3 rounds is what they gained. If they make it 8-4, and possibilities are there, obviously, when the sides switch around, but slowed down.
It's a slow round, and there's a double operator setup.
Where
happening
is
over
that?
there. My
Terus kah?
word, what is
Lihat tuh.
What is going on here? I mean, the stun as well to try and punish this. What is this off of?
This is off nothing. This is based off a timing and a fact that they are anticipating Northeption to quietly be taking B main control. It's a really cool idea. It didn't quite work.
Tiba-tiba
But hey,
oh B-nya udah.
everything Xerxia have touched has turned to gold in this match so far, so I respect the effort.
Oh, the rope noise.
Kedengaran.
Foxy knows players present.
Foxy was role-playing as the 1% in this round. He had an operator and now a Vandal. And he knows there's a player here.
Trail's being found. Up
Oi.
onto the ropes. How is
Oi.
he getting away with this?
Nafri.
Quick scope one after the other.
Nafri
2
kah?
shots is all it takes and out of Nightfall. Dashed across. It is pure pandemonium, but Cruz has managed to regain a bit of stability. B main control still being held down. Tries to go for a flash read.
Jalannya terus tuh.
By Meteor, the blade storm. every
Jalannya
single
terus
knife.
tuh, ha?
Just going
Dari
straight into the
piring
back
kah
of the
itu
wall.
anjir, Meteor.
Creating outlines
Banyakin
around
dari
his
piring
enemies,
ya.
but a spike is down. Northeption are going to try and play this one in the post plant. They're rolling Thunder to see if they're advantaged, but they're stunning up their own teammates. Blackwiz.
Mungkin kalau di Jepang kenapa dia bisa ngalahin ya karena itu sih guys. Karena emang region mereka kan. Tapi kalau di sini dia kalah lawan Xerxia, pengalaman sih.
Hunter knows he's there, but Jojo spotted. There's one down to the 1v1. After shock into the corner, but that swing by Jojo.
Kirain.
That's sublime. They get that 4th round in the first half, Josh.
And can that be the difference maker? You'd normally say
8-4
4 rounds of
boy,
attack,
nggak jadi
not
curse
too bad
kah?
for split. But I feel like Northeption are just such an attack-heavy team. I'm not sure it's enough.
Wih, kuy, jempolnya ditambahin, jempol.
Uphill battle for them.
Hah?
Just look at this as well. It's not particularly coordinated compared to what we've seen in the past, but
They need to get their feet under them quickly.
Tuh, kayak Aaron sumpah.
obviously with a bit of
Adanya
break
si
in
Dev.
the tempo at the half time. We're going to see what our analyst desk has to say about this first half.
Well, that was a half. That was a half.
Yeah.
That was a half and a half.
A game of Valorant.
That was. I mean, you know, look, I'm not trying to be disparaging
Apa
there,
dapat apa?
but you know, Doug, it did feel like there were times where
Mirip Aaron kan?
were it almost looked like they were
Terus
just
GP yang
scratching their
mainnya
head
nggak
as
tahu
they were
sih.
trying to play this game to figure out what do they have to do.
Mirip
But it
Just
felt
No
like
Limit.
the
Ada lah
answers are in
miripnya
front of them.
dikit.
The skill is clearly there. They were able to pull forward.
Yeah, I think they look lost. Is probably the best way to explain it. Is kind of what you're alluding at. And honestly, it was Brandon Josh who said it on the desk. Oftentimes, you look at Split and you go, 4 is fine. 4's pretty
You
good.
can
do 4. Yeah. But the truth is, the 4 that they won, number 1,
Ari,
didn't necessarily.
ceriwis loh.
That last round notwithstanding. And I think it was Josh who said it. He's right. Like, they are such an attack-heavy team. That's a difficult thing to pull.
And Cruz is just running around, just doing his thing. It's kind of like, you know, picking up right where he left off yesterday.
It's funny as well because I sort of said it kind of looks like Team Deathmatch at points. Like some of
Little
this match.
TDM, cheeky TDM.
And we spent the pre-show talking about Cruz and saying he's really, you know, helping getting his team in. He's been a great initiator and whatnot. And I think
Dia
he's
Megamos
just kind of
Palme
jumping on the
namanya.
front a little bit. He's
Kayak
gone,
gitu.
I know what my utility needs to do early round. And once I've expelled that, I can jump in and be yet another gun. And he's quite a capable mechanical player as well. So this is something that is
Itu
really
Aaron kalau jadi
suffocating
wibu.
inside of
Goblok.
Northeption. They can't find a bit of a breathing room against these players.
I think why have I blanked on their name? Xerxia have done an excellent job, or they did in the first half, of applying pressure from different areas of the map.
So many.
yeah.
2 things come to mind. Sushi Boy's on that flank into spawn, which, right, everyone expects that, right?
yeah.
The
Ntar
Lord
orang
raise.
Bukit Tinggi.
And then the
Kayaknya orang ini batu sangkar deh.
Rolling Thunder into B main that, yeah, ultimately it didn't work, but they are applying pressure, right? Like, that's suffocating when you don't feel like there's anywhere that you can go. You neuter so much. of your
Anjay,
team.
Rabbit Boy.
Just doesn't pan out.
Yeah, well, they're going to need a lot of options here. They're down by 4, but they are on the defense, so that could be a bit of a shining light here. But as Sideshow said, everything Xerxia touches turns to gold. Maybe they can find gold here. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Yes,
Gas,
let's
gas,
get
gas.
back into this one.
Ini baru 12 nih, total round baru 12 nih guys.
Northeption to
Baru 12 nih.
answer back, I think, at this scoreline for map 1 of Split here. This elimination game between both of these teams.
Zen looking to take contact down mid. Nobody
Cursor, oh,
particularly
yeah,
there. A haunt,
Sorry.
but he dodges. And now Foxy may stray into a sight line.
Trying to bait a bit of that. Flash and a slow up deep.
He knows there's at least a Breach and a Sage playing here at the moment, and instead of Xerxia going to take B as a reaction, they've gone to try and clear out mid. And that is going to afford Zen opportunities.
Yeah, we'll see. Actually,
Mading.
he's use the rendezvous to go back. The wall goes up, but plenty of players to try and take down pieces of it. Swing time from Meteor. Doesn't have the dash enabled, playing inside of his own flowers. This is an absolute insane play. The stun catches, you do not anticipate him to be this close. You don't expect it, surely. The reposition, he finds the one. Where's the rest of his team? No, it's the pivot straight into A.
The pivot into A is there. Trademark
Oh, menang run ini NTH kayaknya ya.
Attempting to anchor.
Adik.
One nade up top though.
3 lawan 2.
Meters maker.
T-shirt dari mana dapatnya tuh itu orang anjir.
Shots rattled off. Can't quite get the third to get the kill, but now he's dropped down. The Flowerpot needs a bit of help, needs a bit of support, but maybe he can do it on his lonesome. You've got to be kidding. Jojo eventually coming back into the fight. He's like, oh, okay, you've already taken care of it. Got a couple of kills, why not?
What an insanely important pistol round
itu ya. Lari terus tuh.
Into this game. Had they lost it, I think there was very little chance. But Meteor, again, just making the solo plays. I think he actually got stunned by his own breach as he took that position. And then he drops out of heaven before Jojo's anywhere near ready to support him. But Meteor is so confident in being able to take these solo duels and put the world upon his shoulders.
Dia sesenang itu berarti kayaknya CT mereka kuat deh guys. Kayaknya ya. Menang pistol round. Tadi pakai sarung tangan apa di jari kelingking doang cok. Oh nyayur, nyayur.
Swing into it, but it's an absolute meat grinder.
Coachnya kayak guru olahraga yang pemain film ini coy. Talent soccer.
Going the way of Jojo as well. Of course, a rolling thunder would be pretty fabulous, but I don't really see how he's going to be able to build up to it. Still 2 all points away. And Northeption with an opportunity to cook up something aggressive.
Tangannya dikasih kayak sarung gitu.
They went for a 4-player stack towards mid on their pistol round, and Northeption often have some very creative ideas for pistol rounds, and that sometimes extends to their bonus rounds as well. I have to take a look at the minimap and see if you can spot any of the players getting into aggressive positions, or Meteor going for some kind of dash. It looks like Meteor's just playing for his martial value.
Just holding on that one line of sight angle.
And we get to see here whether Xerxia's attack looks as coordinated as their defense.
Teleport up close just so that he can trigger the sound cue.
Oh anjir udah sekarang itu ada healer lagi.
What they're doing respected though. Putting a lot of damage into Foxy. But fighting over that mid control, making sure that they exchange a couple of bullets, bits of utility.
Ini kerjaan Fauzi nih, ngeganggu sendiri ya kan.
Okay, well, getting that control.
Buang utility.
Still holding a bit of a whiff on the shot. Still wants to try and take it.
Oh, Meteor nih bos.
Huge play.
Nge-hit lagi.
You've got to be joking.
Nge-hit lagi shotnya.
Wah. His team up to succeed. Wandering into it.
Not good nih untuk CC anjing NTH cuy.
That is
kayak defense dia kuat deh. Pakai dia pick ini.
He will produce rounds like that where he has no right to. But he's so mechanically gifted and so incredibly confident. Even when he was playing against DRX, he was still finding some of those moments, glimpses of the impact that he can have.
But what a round to do it in. This is looking like it's going to be just a flawless conversion there at the bonus. I mean, Foxy's not even attempting anything, of course, wants to just save that rifle.
Champion, ya udah diganti splitnya. Jadi
there are only 2 players in this tournament who get more than a quarter of their team's kills, and Meteor's one of them. And he's also #1 in terms of how many first kills he gets compared to the rest of his team. He gets 47% of Northeption's first kills.
Yeah,
that is ludicrous. No one else is even close.
I mean, definition of a hard carry player.
Yeah,
with the numbers and just that ratio of first kills that he's putting up.
And the question is he able to maintain it over the course of a series against very good opposition?
I can't believe
Surf is that.
I mean, the goal to just repeat that a 3rd time as well and still come up value. I mean, when you're on a bonus, you're taking risks.
What's crazy about that play too
bonus
is
lagi
he
dia.
goes for a peek the first time and Surf is dueling him. He re-peeks and Surf is still dueling him. He re-peeks a 3rd time and Surf has turned away.
Yeah.
And he's like, Surf is like, no one re-peeks me twice.
3rd time with his teammates facing.
Yeah.
It's just so unlikely, but it's those... Listen, sometimes the unoptimal play is the best play.
And for Northeption, they are now firmly back into this map.
Oh,
knocking Xerxia
baca tuh, ha?
And there's the
Oh,
knockback
dia
coming
itu
out.
kalau misalnya ini dia tuh biasanya main ini tuh. Kalau misalnya ada
Control back.
indikasi dia ganggu A, kemungkinan dia bakal split A, guys.
Single round on the board.
Kalau misalnya tiba-tiba dia smoke-nya di
One of the players that you're gonna
mid
start
melt,
seeing more and more
kemungkinan
attention
dia ke
focused
rob.
towards
Jadi
is
kalian
Sushi
hati-hati
Boys.
aja.
He
Anjay,
doesn't
itu
play
katanya.
entry very often for this team, but he has
Dibaca
done in
dulu
the past
kertasnya,
on Jet.
coy.
This event, we're starting to see him run into the Raze role, and he's currently sat 5 and 10. Now, that's not a problem on their defense side, because his decision-making was really
Mirip
good.
ya,
He was
Bio.
finding opportunities to flank sewers, and etc., etc. Now that you get onto the attack side, though, this is where Sushi Boys is expected to use the utility coming
Kayak
out from
Fauzi,
Cruise and
aduh,
Flash
pengen
from
sih gua mahal
Scary
tapi
and Haunts and
satchel
stuff like that.
engages.
Yeah, and he needs to be finding space and entry picks.
keren anjir.
The bar is about to fall.
Not
Keyboardnya
necessarily
Fauzi.
in this round, of course, but once they start to get guns back.
Great
Ah.
for them. Enough though.
Oh,
In the hands of
ini
Fury to
nahan
break
B.
the stage wall that was just impeding them.
Tadinya serve mau
But
dikirim
Zen's
dulu
in such
ke A,
slight off angle.
tapi nggak
isn't
jadi.
it? It's a position that's difficult to clear unless they want to use some utility into it. Just double facing for now.
It's such a nasty angle. You're not pre-aiming that spot whatsoever if you're Zersha. At the same time, he is a little exposed. On the anti-eco.
Yeah, Meteor's got that dash enabled. Does he want to try and take the
Headshot,
fight? Of
bro.
course he does. Bit of a dodge off the stun, but you got to expect him to re-peek. He's hugging the wall for
Here
now,
he
but I'm
comes.
going back for it. Surf was
Headshot lo
watching.
ya.
There's the double-edged sword because he's actually given a Vandal over in
Tawan
rows.
nih.
Black was being pressured, has to just make sure he teleports away.
And now Zersha have 2 Vandals to use in a 4v4
Oh.
situation.
Now time is running low. Horn's going to get destroyed. No real information other than just knowing that Blackers are still playing in this area.
30 seconds left.
Balik dong.
Why do they want to try and end out here? Zersha
28
looking like they
detik.
are
B.
trying to end over towards B. 2 players just anchoring it down. Jojo hugging this pillar, has utility in his hands. He might be able to do some serious damage, and just look at that.
Down B.
Cruz gets his head ripped straight off Paranoia in play.
Oh.
The swing, the support is there from Zen.
Rata.
The reset of the aim. And that is it. They even up. Split thus far. 8-8 is going to be the scoreline.
Such an important round for Northampton. Both of these teams heavily struggled in anti-eco
Akan
situations.
sama seru nih guys.
Their first
Udah
opening games.
total round udah
They
16
were
nih.
getting thriftied left, right, and center against both FBX and DRX. And Northampton, when they got thriftied against DRX, they just crumbled. They lost every other round in the half.
Buset dah.
Expecting a new remix by tomorrow.
Nice. 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 Isi komsnya cuma nice.
Could not be better.
Cuma satu kata.
Zersha, it's an economic
Nice.
swing round. Simply cannot afford to lose this.
Anjir.
Would be the
Gak
first time that
Zeta, gak
Northampton
NTH.
led since
Nice.
Pistol in round 2.
Got the money in the bank. Dealing with the Sage Wall. It's going to get spammed down, but they have so many players just lurking around here, giving up B main control.
Nih. Aaron nih, Aaron. Adanya Dep tuh.
I feel like this is the same
Very
issue that
early.
Northampton were running into. An extraordinarily heavy emphasis on mid and no pressure towards B main or A ramp. And it just makes it too easy for the defending team to figure out where you are on the map.
There's so many teams, you just see them, a bit of exchange of utility. They don't really want to give up B main for free when you're playing attack side split. But still, got their eggs into the mid
Ganggu
basket.
B,
Look at that, just
balik ke
completely
A.
pushed away by a single slow orb. Not enough utility. Pulled
Ya.
down the angle watched. Oh boy,
Ya.
not really adjusting it. Tries to go
Ya
for the spray
bola.
down, but Blackwood, he will end up falling.
It's opened up the A site. These Northampton players coming on the rotate. Surf attempting to block them off. Can Meteor once again make the difference?
Still a fight being taken place there at the heaven. Meteor committed his updrafts, has the Blade Storm in his back pocket if he wants to still whip it out and try and do some work. Jojo, don't flick at a wrist. This crossfire setup can be quite brutal though. How is he going to be clearing this one out well? I think the ultimate might help. Rolling Thunder means the Sushi Boys. The
Wah,
position
habis
is
sama
closed. What is
Fauzi.
going
Aduh.
on here? Fox is just about getting around it, but Spike going to be planted for heaven. To get the information,
denger
the
dia.
utilities used, and finally Zersha going to get around on the board on this half.
Menang sih ya.
Very disciplined from
98.
Zersha. Almost to the point of playing a little too passive for me, but they were diligent in terms of funneling the rest of the Northampton retake onto the spike and then peeking. And honestly, against some of these Northampton players, I I can understand why you wouldn't want to be face checking them, even if it is a double swing.
Yeah, both these teams perfectly happy to just play with complete confidence, but
Buset dah, santai dong. Perang nih, perang terak-terakan kayak ini.
mantle at a given time. Sometimes you can feel these teams, they do just slip ever so slightly.
Meteor picking up the AWP. He was in the previous round as well, this time supporting Zen for an aggressive hold of A main. So they have information towards both extremities, Northception, on this defense side. And it's another round where there's 4, almost 5 players in mid for Xerxia.
Heavy taken to the mid, the Sage Wall's taken out. Meteor knows what to expect here. Could be players lurking in that rope just from the noise and presence that they've been making.
And look at this really passive positioning of the trademark and of Meteor's operator here. They're giving them all the space in mid. Giving them enough rope to hang themselves, though, I think. As Xerxia are sometimes struggling to execute from mid control into the
One way anjir.
Play here. Paranoia, never rolling. Thunder, why not? Combo it up on top of the horns. Duriali struggling a little bit just to try and take care and deal with some of it, but takes the slight angle. Below, teammates going to be helping them out, but they still have B main control. Blackwiz was just waiting, tucked into the corner.
And it is the same problems. Xerxia, without extremity control, can't go for these splits as easily. And it's a 2v4. Surf and Scary are the two best clutch players for Xerxia, though.
Surely just going to stick this, okay. Respect being shown. Get into that post-plant scenario. Surf even finding...
Bisa menang nih. Iya guys.
Smoke. This is now getting more than dangerous.
Ya Allah.
Position. Meteor dashing forwards. Luckily, doesn't end up going down, but now going to start to stick that spike. Gets it to half. All the way. Wants to take the duel. It's so risky.
Menang nih guys.
Quick tap. Tries to force the favorable fight. How would his bullets whipping? But eventually he gets it.
Gila 2 lawan 4 cuy dibalikin cuy.
According to all our accounts.
2 lawan 4.
But yeah, I mean...
In some sense, Bren, that is unbelievable that Xerxia, with Surf and Scary, the solo players alive, win a 2v4. But at the same time, they gave Meteor so many opportunities to win that. This dash! Oh, Scary missed a lot of bullets there. And then Meteor had many different opportunities to dance around the
kata dia gini.
too.
Pegang dada udah kayak
At the end of the day, though, it
Jason
is
moment
a
gak sih?
really big deal that Surf and Scary are able to capitalize there. 2-round lead for Xerxia, despite the fact that their game plan isn't really working of this heavy mid control. This is one of the first times that they've taken B early on and attempted to push A. But Surf gets caught by such an aggro peak.
Meteor's just doing that alone. Operator.
Yep.
Contact peek up through A main.
This one on duty anjing, on duty
The
gak?
thing is, though, he has never seen a player over there. They don't play A ramp, so he's not scared.
Push him away with the flash. Charlie, heal in his hands, uses it for himself, and now the contact into sewers. See if they can work their way around A.
Iya, Jason moment di split anjir. Pegang dada.
In play. How are they going to deal with this?
Kan mereka tahu ya, OP di A ya.
Familiar
Terus
scenes.
mereka tetap ke A. Gimana ya antisipasinya?
Prowler just off to the side. Now the utility, that's going to be the satchel and the stun. Slightly mistimed opportunity from Duri peek, and indeed he does. Why not?
Wah, untung butanya belum kelar tuh. Udah kelar mati itu Sushi Boy.
Do get control of it. Spike is going to go down here for Xerxia, but still 4 players alive for Northception.
Another 2v4 for Xerxia. Different players alive this time. Sushi Boys with a showstopper.
Not entirely favoured. Hold these angles, a bit of repositioning, playing aggressively right into them. The swing crews, does he know the second player is there?
Waduh, nggak mati.
Showstopper off to the side, it does a significant amount of damage, but now he's being swarmed, lined up. A bit of ADS, why not? Just trying to bait out the shots, the nade, you've got to be joking! What am I witnessing? But not enough time, still.
Keluarkan tuh granat
Plenty for
terus
Jojo.
tuh. Rabbit Boy udah hampir loh ke klik kanan lah. Nembaknya dijigel-jigel lah.
Frankly, it looked like Sushi Boys was robbed with that one. But then the spray down came through off the back of all of the damage that had been done. And that was another very winnable 2v4. I said the game would be scrappy.
Ini udah dikasih jalan loh dia.
But this is
Line up.
absurd.
Just lining up.
19 peluru dia cuy.
It's 1v1 towards the
What
end.
is going on here?
It's just crazy. Both players running out of bullets.
Nice.
Pressure's on.
That's
Kalau
that
orang
isn't
Indo
nuts
pasti
that
bisa
you hear in the
pasti
clash of Northampton, but it's one of those.
kalau misalnya kayak gini kurang lebih guys.
We got away with that one. Okay, nice.
Nice.
guys, but also,
Hampir aja
let's try
ada
and play
kayak
it a
gitu
bit
kan.
cleaner next
Mereka
time.
cuma nice.
This map
Udah
is
kelar anjir.
anybody's
Nice
to
doang
win.
anjir.
And
Dengan
Northampton
satu
have got
kata
their
doang.
economy in a situation where they're very heavily favored to put this back towards 10-10.
Dari Ali kenapa nih dari
Both of
Ali
these
nih?
teams are really missing a key component, I think, of the
Adanya
split
Dep
attack
kenapa nih
strategy
adanya
they need to
Dep?
implement, and that is being able to threaten extremity control by denying information. I mean, without a cipher on either side, obviously both teams going for the chamber, you need to be helping that chamber get into position, either by aggressively taking extremity control at the beginning of the rounds, or using smokes to deny info and helping them at least threaten that they could be pushing towards the mid-round.
That's a lot of what split attack side is about.
And it feels like it's missing a little bit here from both of these teams. And in the end, it's coming down to brute force. And in some senses, Bren, that's the most fun way that this match could play out.
Honestly, it is. It is. So used, honestly, been watching a lot of these teams. I mean, they're disciplined, they're slow, they're cautious in some of the rounds at the way they play it, but sometimes
you need whimsy in
29
your life.
ketat ternyata. Kirain nggak ketat guys. Skornya tipis-tipis sudah 19 round coy.
find their spare buckets of whimsy they got lying around, pulling it out every now and then in these rounds. That's going to be
Bye.
the
Gila,
Champion found,
menantang
looked like, but
maut
okay,
loh.
he's back to safety, survives on 35 health.
Unsure why he even stuck around for that long, and honestly, maybe just hoping that the stun was a bit of a fake.
What
There comes Cruz.
Yep, straight into the smoke, running them down with the weaponry.
Astaga, dari Ali ada aja lo nge-push
They're going to be
gitu loh.
skirting their way around this sage wall.
A weird scenario.
This is really odd.
One of the pieces has been broken, so it allows them to connect back up. It's going to be a bit of an A fake. Only one player that they
Aduh, di
detect
fake, coy.
entering the site.
Just a nightfall, and Zen's been watching this, so he knows that there's nothing else behind this.
Buset.
All bike, no bar, but look at that.
Buset.
Still collecting the shots. Sersha,
Kena
not
Iko.
much.
Nge-pause.
Comes to the weaponry, but
Nge-pause malah kena Iko coy.
Jojo's got a tremendous task ahead of him.
Dia yang pause, dia yang kena
So
Iko.
many
Aduh
single
puyeng
angles.
dah tuh pala NTH.
And here are these
Kaca
anti-eco
puyeng dah tuh.
rounds. Failing once more for Northampton.
NTH, aduh,
I
Sersia
don't
kena
think there was really any
momentum kan.
need
Sersia
for Zenfu
momentos.
stay that long over at the A ramp spot after
Dia
he'd
yang
been
pause,
fault
dia yang
lined.
kena Rifki kocak.
Oh my goodness.
Just died to a single body shot afterwards.
He's still here.
Yeah, I mean, there is very little chance that Blackwiz is going to be able to survive. Look at him being hunted.
Kejar lah.
boy.
The pack has caught his scent.
Every single angle now, and he's just trying to avoid it, man. It's like, can we do something else? Can we play prop hunt? Can we do something else with our time? Trying to hunt down the weapon. Surely he's not going to get away. He's 40
Ya
health.
pal-pale diffuse.
Dodging, juking, trying to find.
Buang semuanya ya.
There's going to be a spike exploding behind him soon.
TV's across at the paranoia. What is occurring still? The off angle, and eventually they claim their
Buang tuh
prize.
semua utility
Exactly
anjir.
40 HP, only a single
Nah,
bullet.
di Uber cok maling.
So Northampton
Ada
are offered no
Blacklist
mercy,
maling
no
gitu
quarter.
ya.
Not only
Ada aja loh dari Ali
was
loh.
Cruz able to find the opener, but he was also able to punish the final player. It's this kill though, as Zen dies to a single shot. I mean, that one was nasty as well. Just a couple of things breaking down there on the Northampton side. And they were massively favored to tie this map up at 10-10, and instead, Zersha 2 rounds away from winning map 1.
Finding their answers. Chill with the blade storm still. It's a thrifty Northampton. Could do some
Wah, crosshair ganti nih kayaknya.
damage with it.
Dari Ali nih.
Slow days yet though.
Sumpah, agent dia udah kayak Dep anjir, main Sage. Kena loh
Right into
Foxy.
the line of sight again. Foxy, he's got it. Still wants to take the fight. I mean, a risk there, maybe getting overwhelmed, swarmed by the classics and whatnot. But no, he's just going to be taking his time. He's having a bit of a meander all the way through. TP stuck. Meteor wants to just try to dive through the dash, the right click.
Right click.
Find the connection.
Padahal
Just
satu kunai lagi mati
There
tuh.
are definitely ways in which that right click could have hit, but the random spray not helping him that time.
Kalau klik kiri
Truly sounding pain, dear Josh.
ada Foxy.
Meteor is everything on these eco rounds. Northampton wins so many of them domestically.
He's just getting away with just these, honestly, seemingly random lurks that are coming through, but eventually dealt with in behind. Still, Northampton have only got 2 players left standing. Smoke phase does give a bit of a favourable fight.
Melek ya?
Left alone now.
Dari
Blackwood,
observer.
Satchel pushes him back, and there's no way he's favoured in that one. 12 rounds for Zersha, 1 more away. from taking this map.
These are the moments that can crush inexperienced teams and players. You have taken the eco, knowing full well that Xerxia are likely to make it up to map point. Do you have it in you to pull off 3 in a row?
Emang Fauzi tugasnya ganggu.
Such an uphill battle.
Dia kuat banget main sendirinya,
Right now
Fauzi.
between Surf and Meteor as
Dia
well.
inisiator sih,
Surf's just
punya
quietly finding so much value,
cek
especially
angle-nya
with
dia
the operator
banyak.
in his hands. Whereas it feels like Meteor's having
Utility-nya
to
untuk
pull out
nge-clearin
miracle
tempat
rounds
gitu.
just to keep them in the game.
Just absurd plays all around, Haunt into mid to try and
Ayo siapa
once more
duel
take
Meteor
control of it,
langsung
but
se-carry nih.
there's no real pressure applied into B main. Meteor's got a slide off angle, but Xerxia getting all the space in the world in mid.
Meteor is finally pushed off the B main angle. Unfortunately for them, A ramp has been locked off.
Spotted out there. Satchel to try and break that one with the trademark gone. Surf, what an angle. It's a one-way in his way. Another one being set up as well. Takes the shot, but backs off. His team still biding their time. Obviously a minute on the clock.
The one-ways are not too effective when you've got
Mereka
another
tuh
one staring
nempel
at
banget
you.
nih, lihat nih guys ya.
But Xerxia have taken out a lot of
Udah
the
dapat nih.
informational tools. The
Tadi kan
North
Fauzi di
working
sini
with
udah
those
dapat.
defense
Set,
half.
set.
Meteor's on a more passive
Nahan,
position.
nahan.
Players are, no bad
Itu tadi dia mau
North
ganggu
Option think
nih
they could be
si
in B
Fauzi
main,
nih.
they could be in B heaven. The trademark's broken, now the Sage Wall is broken.
Nahan dulu,
And Blackwist has
nahan.
given up his position,
Oh,
wondering if
oh
they
dia bantuin
rotate
Sese
it.
carry untuk ambil B-nya.
The flash
Dia
set
bantuin,
through.
dia
Jojo just trying to
bantuin.
get something done. Maybe if they make some noise off the back of the flash.
Jadi nge-splitnya enak,
He's holding his
lancar.
fault line, and North Option right now, what a tremendous task they've got, because 30 seconds left, the hit's going to start to go in. Rolling Thunders exchanged. Stuns wrapping around in the individual members. Susha still just trying to find their footing, but it's scary. B main takes the fight. Meteor's taken out. North Option, one player today, just come to rely
Wah,
on
Surf dapat
so
satu
often.
sih.
No longer here for this engagement. And, oh, Xerxia. So close, Surf.
Aduh.
The shorty in
Nggak jadi.
play, takes the shot, swings into it. He's taken out though.
Suci boy, rabbit boy.
Boys still finding it, worried now about being pincered. Tries to
Aduh.
take the fight there, but a bit of movement from Zinfrey. This could still be workable, especially with the players coming down. But now
GG
it's all up
guys.
to
2
Blackwist.
lawan 1.
66 health,
GG sih.
wrapping around the pillar, but it's a
Double
double
pick.
face in the end, and the fundamentals ring
Berapa
true.
guys? 22 round.
Just taking map number 1 in this series.
It's Northeption's pick,
Xerxia
attempting
too
to
strong,
punish
bro.
Xerxia for looking weak domestically on this map, and it simply doesn't work. Xerxia with a very nice defensive side, and we're able to
Xerxia
pull things out on their
satu
attack
map
half as well,
lagi ya.
figuring out the answer there as they got deeper and deeper.
Emang kuat sih Xerxia
Is that
guys.
going to
Soalnya
rattle the Japanese side?
lawan
Or do they
FX
have what it
aja
takes to
kebukti
answer
tuh.
the call, battle back?
Tuh ditosin loh
Avoid
dari Ali
being
tuh
eliminated
ditosin.
in last
Kenapa
place.
lu?
So much pressure.
Udah santai,
from these
masih ada
players.
map 2.
Shoulders coming into this one.
Santai.
We've already mentioned it so many times, just in terms of elimination aspects, excuse me.
You certainly don't want to be immolated.
No,
not-
that's something completely different.
That's not
I
gonna
assure you, we don't do that on Masters.
Yeah, it's a great map from Surf though. I think a lot of the questions coming into this were Surf v Meteor. Who is able to do more for their team? And I think at the end of the day,
Ini gila.
Meteor had more of the
Oh, Meteor
highlight
udah gila
moments
banget.
maybe, but Surf's well supported,
Menang bonus.
taking good fights, and able to get more value overall.
Just a better game plan, I think,
Ini nih.
overall. On split, of course, the longest series left standing. So many highlights. Just
Oh,
You
itu
should
dia.
see that duo going head-to-head on Jet as we head into the next map too. They are quite flexible players, the stars for both of these teams. Northeption.
Nestray ya.
A long road
Ada
back
guys.
into the game.
Ada 2 kata ternyata.
Haven being
Nggak
on
cuma
back and
Nest
forth
doang.
in this pretty
Ada
much series
Nestraynya.
here, but yeah, I mean, it's
Anjing
certainly
kacau
heating up.
AP,
It's back and
anjing.
forth, these star players,
Tiba-tiba anjing
hopefully
kacau loh.
being able to get back into it for Meteor as we head into Haven. But first, a short break, and our analyst desk breaking down all the action thus far. You know, you don't
Ada
wanna miss
try-nya sekarang. Siapa? New bundle? Apa tadi tuh new bundle? Emang ada bundle baru? Bisa gua nggak? Radio lagi kah? Lagu apa lagi guys? Lagu apa lagi? Mirip Sushi Boy nggak jauh anjing. Jauh kocak. Cek bandel baru. Berapa? Teng 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 teng. Ini mana ya? Mana lagu lawas? Mana lagi, cuy? Nah, ini lagu kalian ya? Valor League di mana? Twitter kah?
Aku tahu ini semua tak adil. Aku tahu ini sudah terjadi. Mau bilang apa?
Ini Sarmat.
Pun tak sanggup. Air mata pun tak lagi mau menetes.
Apa anjir bandelnya? Bandel standar ya?
Sering kali ku dengar alasannya, sering
Jelek kan? Nggak ada efek.
kau dengannya
Kena strike nggak tahu, enggak sih harusnya. Jelek cuy. Anjing. Isu apaan nih?
kepadaku.
Jelek ah. Jelek cok. Iya anjing, jadi Magina kah? Anti mage. Lagu Vera aja, Vera. Vera mana ya? Nah, ini ya rasa ini. Jadi anti magi cok. Anti magi tuh. Anti Dota. Mirip tuh kan? Tuh. Mirip anjir. Cuma beda skin aja anjir tuh. Ini warna emas hijau. Mirip cok.
Di saat dia pergi, sungguh bahagia kau ada di sini, menghapus
Bikin BF.
sakit yang ku rasa.
Mungkinkah kau merasakan? Biar pas farming. Wah, kanan lagi sedih nih kayaknya guys. Sedih dia kayaknya.
Mungkin aku sayang, namun apakah mungkin kau menjadi
Bisa ngurangin armor nggak Bang Kaco pasifnya? Beda, hei, beda.
menjadi miliknya. Namun salahkah aku bila ku pendam rasa ini?
Sedih memento. Coba kita search. Apa tuh?
Serius kok, next coba setel lagu Yofi and Nuno Janji Suci.
Oh, ada janji sushi mah ada. Sabar ya. Mana ya? Yofi and Nuno. Buset dah. Santai dong.
Maaf. Kau pernah menjadi milik
Meteor baik banget pas nepuk pundak di rally tadi. Iya, disemangatin, santai-santai, oke kata dia. Janji sushi boy. Ayo, ada nggak nih dari pendengar-pendengar yang mau kirim-kirim salam? Research nih. Lab kah dia? Scan guys, scan. Mirip kalian lah ya. Kirim salam sama dia yang udah punya anak satu, kocak.
Dengarkanlah wanita pujaanku.
Udah kelar.
Padamu dewiku.
titip salam nggak? Oke, 2-0 nih match guys. 2-0 nggak sih? 2-0 aja lah ya. Terus Jepang pulang duluan dong, kasian banget.
Untuk yang pertama dan terakhir, jangan kau tolak dan buatku hancur. Ku tak akan mengulang untuk meminta satu keyakinan hatiku ini. Akulah yang terbaik untukmu. Dengarkanlah wanita impianku. Malam ini akan ku sapa.
Duh anjing, komen sini anjing dah. Kenapa? Titip salamnya pakai sawere biar terwujud tuh.
Satu untuk selamanya. Dengarkanlah kesungguhan ini. Aku ingin mempersuntingmu.
Siap.
Untuk yang pertama.
Siap.
Dan terakhir, jangan kau tolak dan buatku hancur. Ku tak akan mengulang.
Wih, apa nih?
Titip salam buat Rizky ya Bang Kaco.
Rizky. Rizky siapa? Rizky siapa? Live chat Bani kenapa? Rizky bersek. Oke. Ada salam Rizky bersek. Dari siapa tadi tuh? Ya dari dia lah.
Keyakinan hatiku ini. Akulah yang terbaik untukmu. Jangan kau tolak dan buatku hancur. Ku tak akan mengulang untuk meminta.
Mulai kah?
Keyakinan
Hatiku ini.
Akulah yang terbaik untukmu. Akulah yang terbaik untukmu.
Bocil banget sumpah. Sekali cuma tawa doang anjing ngeliat bocil. Mulai guys.
Because what we've done thus far is relying on a player has not worked.
I will say, as much as we've talked about Meteor, Jojo has been an absolute treat to watch.
Yasmin, yeah.
He has looked very good, surprisingly so, right? So if there's a world where, you know, we really start to see him set up Meteor to take space, to make more aggressive plays, and, you know, perhaps
Radio FM ditutup dulu ya.
Meteor can get some more room to make plays happen, but I think
Radio FM ditutup dulu ya. Dapat ini cok. Dapat apa namanya?
It's tough. It's a tough one. Plus, when we get to the
warning.
leg, it's going to be a mirror matchup. So they'll know what to expect on either sides of the coin here.
Presumably.
Masa di take
Well,
down dia?
presumably,
Unless
unless we
my
get the
theory,
Phoenix, sorry, my
right,
apologies,
yeah,
unless we get the chaos and the,
Masa
go out with the
tim
bang.
kita di take down anjing.
I also hope that North has done a little bit of homework. I think the diligence is absolutely going to be there. And we've already spoken about Bale, the coach,
Main
the other
ciluk ba?
day.
Iya,
The fact
anjir,
that they've
bocil.
never beaten the likes of
Meteor, nih,
DRX
Meteor.
the 6 times in his career of the
Meteor
many teams
Garden.
he's been on.
Yeah.
So he has a statement to make personally as a coach as well on this stage. I think
Iya,
they
Zub
will have had
Mark
enough
Zuckerberg
time to look over the
galak
VOD.
cok.
But my biggest
Warning kata dia.
asterisks in the world
Bahaya
of
nih,
all this is
warning.
you're like, oh boy, did they expect the Haven pick?
Warning kah?
Yeah.
Given they just lost in it, would they have been prepared for that?
Yeah, I'm genuinely not sure, but here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select is going to be
Having.
underway. Let's see what
Oh.
choices are going to
Sekali
be made
mau
here.
pakai
Remember,
itu
folks,
kah
this is
dia?
an elimination game. So,
Pakai apa namanya?
North is here, and that is a
Teknik
goodbye to our friends
ngumpet
from
di
the
balik
Japanese
pintu.
region. And the picks are coming through
Emang
here.
hidupin mana tes? Kagak
Okay.
hidupin dari awal udah off
I don't
karena tahu mau dengar lagu.
dislike the Sova.
I'm not mad.
Yeah, like I'm not
just
yeah.
disappointed.
Nipu mana ada
come
serius
on,
kocak,
don't
lihat
dislike
aja.
I like the Astra pick as well. You know, like
Warning.
the Sova, the Astra. I mean,
Langsung udah nggak ada,
a lot of resources there for
Langsung excellent connection.
for North on the
Gara-gara
other
nggak
side,
dengar
you
lagu
know,
lagi,
you get
guys.
yourself a little bit of the Broman.
Abi serem gitu
Always
anjing.
a fan of that.
You know, I prefer black on the Omen actually. To be fair, I actually would.
Dari Ali kayak
So that one I
gitu
don't
dia.
mind.
Tidak
I don't know how you feel
menghasilkan
about
yang
Foxy on
terbaik.
Sova.
Let's
But
go
maybe
dari
intel
Ali,
for them is like
fokus.
the game that they want to play off of that. Maybe they just
Gimana
want
lihat,
information
udah nggak ada,
and they
udah
want
nggak
to
ada.
act off of it and just absolutely stifle their opponents.
Could be. Well, we're gonna have to see how this all
Katanya
plays out. We're set for game 2
temporarily
between Xerxia
block
and North
gitu, anjir,
Epsilon.
serem.
So let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for some commentary.
Wah ini kalau
Thank you very
Jepang
much,
ini
Amos. That's crew. We are heading into it.
Nggak,
It is all
masalahnya
about
sekarang
elimination match
gua nggak tahu sih,
here
kayaknya
into Haven.
netizen
And,
Jepang
I mean, they are
siapapun
on the
yang lolos
precipice.
disupport
They
deh
have to roll
kayaknya.
back here.
Cuma nggak tahu ya,
They
pasti
do.
ada
It's
aja
all
yang
on the
menghujat
line,
kayaknya
and
deh.
a couple of
Karena mereka
small
kenapa-
changes to the
Ini sercok.
compositions I don't think are gonna shift too much. Foxy's
Zeta
played
terakhir
against
master
Sova in
di
the
top
past.
3
They
anjir.
only shifted to the
Ini
sky
NTH
to
kalau
play
langsung
against
pulang
FPX.
sih.
And now I think Xerxia are going to be pretty happy going back to their
Sedih,
normal
anjir.
composition. 5 seconds as we head into the pistol round. Northeption have normally got some interesting stuff that they pull out on these. But you can see Meteor with a very safe position, just watching A short. Turret in mid. They're waiting for a push.
Expecting it, aren't they? You can see.
The push, in fact, is
Uzi main
actually happened
sofa.
over on the other side of the map. Sushi Boys already
Kemarin
working
main
to see cover.
Sky.
This is going to get them so much information. It's even a star set down for him to work around, but Northeption going to be contacting now through into lobby, taking space to flash around the corner just in case somebody was close. And Foxy's push off the angle.
Lihat Foxy, nahan sendirinya kuat banget tuh.
Again,
Di stun
nine
kan,
information to stun
bunuh
though,
dia.
and supplemented with his push, does not anticipate there to be a second player. The
Gila.
reality puts one on the board.
Dari Ali udah bunuh coy.
One-for-one trade, and Northeption have the sight. Is that going to be enough for them? Fairly fast flank by Sushi Boys.
Spike planted.
Smoke fades, an opportunity, honestly, maybe for Xerxia to try and go for that push back and try and find the damage. There is the opener. Meteor holding close.
Check angle, check corner.
Just needs to wait and see, but he finally peeks.
Ya,
Gets
ya.
the one.
Ya Allah,
Off for the
Jojo.
rest of his team as well, just trying to
Jojo.
collide and
Hah?
join forces once
Oh,
more,
satu
but
lawan satu.
eventually
Siapakah
down into this
smoker ya
1v1.
yang menang?
If they've got any smokes available to them, but Scary just looking to try and see if he can stick it.
No way.
No shot, man, no
Aduh,
way! The
Scary.
bullet's running out! You can't get away with
Ternyata
that!
Scary ada
Scary is
semok.
just nasty good in the clutch. He's so smart at making the right decisions
Raja
at the
terakhir.
right time.
Tetap menjadi
This guy
raja
is
terakhir.
20-6 in 1v1s this stage. That is absurdly good. Incredible stuff. And starting this out, you've already seen a little bit of Meteor having his impact, going for a really aggressive position on A. Sushi Boys was extremely
Kata
fast on
Scary,
the flank,
lu mau
and
TP
the
kemana
push
nih?
was-
Bodoh
the retake
amat.
attempt was
Penting defense
well-timed
dulu.
too. As everyone went back to look at Sushi Boys waddling over the alarm bot,
Ini serem nih,
that was
Meteor
when
dia
Surf
punya
poked his head into window.
Marshall.
A couple of weapons being brought into this round, though, for Northeption. Not a major investment, just enough to get Meteor comfortable with the Marshall, but ultimately they need a bit more. Noise being made, just posting Meteor up into this deep angle, make sure that he can
Kok
you know, potentially
ditandain itu?
get one.
Oh, dia nandain
Player tries
turret
to-
anjir.
I don't know, lurk
Tuh
down
match lu
C-long,
kapan?
a bit
Gua
more
hari
information.
terakhir, Din.
It
Itu
was
palanya
this
kelihatan
round
kocak.
that
Lagi
Xerxia got
bertapa
ruined by
gimang.
FPX. They won the pistol,
Immediately lost the follow-up.
Match gua tanggal 24 hari terakhir. Oh, kena sekali kan. Pick lagi. Aduh, gak ada des. Iya ada des anjing. Wah mati nih Sushi Boy. Nggak jadi. Tabrak gimana? RWS nih bos, tabrak terus.
And Zen with it all to do. A pretty impossible task. Xerxia managing to keep that momentum going from the pistol round to lead them into the bonus and the gun rounds. They actually played very well against FPX on this map, despite losing in that final map on Haven. They were ahead in gun rounds. They won more gun rounds against FPX than they lost across the series overall. It was the Thrifties that cost them. They actually looked pretty coordinated. They
main di
had some good
showmatch ya.
ideas. They keep with Fox
Langsung grand
moving back
final
over
bro.
Sova. I think that's just going to be even more comfort territory.
Of course.
Masa iya showmatch.
Pressure is on for North Eption. We've been mentioning.
Din, beliin makan dong Din. Milan. Ada YS kecil coy. YS kecil is
And the
back.
bar was impossibly high. Nevertheless, that's
YS
what North
kecil
Eption
is
were aiming
back.
for.
YS besar tadi ada, YS kecil ada juga.
As they look to try and do damage on the
Dua-duanya
spot
hadir.
for Spectres and a Marshall.
Up for a pull maybe as well. Yeah, stun into the pull. Dash has to be committed just to try and avoid and escape a lot of it, but Black was moving forwards. He actually TP'd to escape the brunt of all that utility. Not expecting Foxy to just be there as well, but he swings ever so slightly later.
And that is remarkably clean. Sushi Boys has already been spotted. Meteor takes him out.
Mau apa cok?
And North Eption
Aduh, udah jam
simply
setengah
do
11,
not lose
nggak jadi
these
nih.
rounds. Even though they got flattened by DRX, they still won both of the anti-bonuses.
Gak ada nggak ya?
And they're at an absurd win rate for them over the course of this stage too. They've only lost three of them the entire time. I mean, teams simply do not start 3-0 in the half against North Eption.
Lumayan guys.
Who's forward of them to try and achieve the impossible, you know?
You've got to halt the momentum of teams when they get onto a run like this. Got to get confidence back.
Prime game of flawless. Keep all those guns. Rolling into the next one.
Mas ya.
Target's
Saya setengah satu. Sorry, setengah satu cuy. Emosin banget namanya juga lapar ya. Makan tuh di dalam pintu terus kan lu sesekeri menghilang. Setengah satu maksudnya, sorry dong.
What a shot, and honestly, what awareness to be pre-aiming that angle as well. The position from Surf is so unexpected. It's such a monstrously good place to hold.
I mean, just so fast to take the space off of it, isn't he?
He's just alone.
Yep, dashes forwards. None of his teammates really there for him, but using the Cloudburst to try and separate it. Foxy was at the back of the site, but he got taken care of.
No way.
He up to the top inside the smoke.
No way.
He's peeking that.
These are the plays that North Eption catch teams off guard with. How can you
anjir keren ya badinya si Sushi Boy. Yang champion ya apa master ya? Master ungu. Sama pandal yang tim S. Sampai habis atau match ini doang sampai habis harusnya.
I think that makes them the kind of team that's really dependent on form.
Din mau es krim dong Din.
Ya elah. If they're having their on day, they can really flatten.
Wih santai dong.
Already off to a much better start, I think, for North Eption coming into this map as well. You remember?
Beku cok. Es krim masih enak gak sih kalau beku?
As often, but they only finished that map split with 3 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, you know, whenever you have new players turning up to a Masters event,
Tertiran apa Din
to
tai?
expect whether or not they're going to perform or crumble.
Yeah.
And now I think this is an opportunity for Dariali to.
His kills.
Yeah, exactly. That's an opportunity for Dariali to show that that was just a blip. Very smart there, just based off the footstep noise. But that kill is just absurd.
Gila, Meteor jago nih. Meteor balik ke Korea lagi kah dia?
Narrow precision, but now looks like a stun and swing maybe into mid, trying to fight this one. Weapons aren't good for Xerxia. They're on that half by, of course, apart from Sushi Boys who saved that rifle into it.
He's going to slip himself into a one and done over by C Cubby, which isn't an amazing place for the Vandal. Oh, he's actually choosing to go for the kill. There's no way he can stick around here now.
did he expect this?
Suruh.
From the high ground on top of the
Ah,
He tried
dari
to-
Ali entry bos.
That's one
Tolongin, tolongin.
Just a raw spam through the wall.
Terry
Shots
Ali
being collected.
has really decided to make up for the fact he wasn't hitting
Lihat
the
gak?
shots
Lihat
on
tuh
split.
Din, dari Ali Din, abis
It's the
di
second time he's hit
ditepuk
pretty
pundaknya
one tap while he's been
sama
stunned up.
Meteor.
And I do really appreciate the diligence that Northeption have whenever they're taking garage control. Zen is always there with a flash to ensure that anybody holding aggressively in garage is blinded up. And you heard Jess talk
Waktu
about
itu lu
it on the desk
janji.
a little bit.
Apa,
The last time
kenapa?
Northeption played Haven, it was tragic. But that wasn't because Northeption are bad, in my opinion. They went up against Zeta Division, who have an absurdly good Haven. And so I don't think you can really expect Northeption to struggle in the same way.
Sumpah dia gerakannya kalau dari kamera mirip Aron, cok.
Shots being found. Yeah.
Mirip Aron, sumpah dah.
Well, good news for them, considering the map situation.
Dari Ali
They have
mirip
plenty of
Aron
their
anjing.
belts now. Meteor with the operator. That is just shots being sent straight into the smoke. Maybe expecting it. Sushi Boys again pushed up.
Anjing
This
sushi
time
gue
Black
ngapain
was
cok?
there to meet him.
Yeah, the use of the
Ngambil
smoke
kabi
at
kah
top
dia?
C cuts him off from anybody.
No way,
Foxy,
Fox.
all the
What
way
are you
out.
doing? The alarm bots. I mean, just detecting his presence, chasing him down the street. It's still there.
Bangsat Foxy.
Shocked hard to get rid of it. He's like, oh god, did it miss? Not
Okay,
sure.
the alarm bot is finally
It's gone.
deceased.
It's gone.
Lari-lari dikejar
They're
alarm
going to
bot.
go and push back towards C. Now that they've pushed Foxy away from that angle and threatened like they could have crossed, it's back towards C where they found the first pick and removed the Killjoy utility.
And these players are just different, man. Rolling thunder now. Scary. Stunned up. Just
Scary, scary terbang, bro.
Swarming from that position, but enough utility just dumped into it to try
Hunter's
and clear
Fury.
this one. Yeah. Lockdown in play. Dog into the back. That's actually stunning a bunch of the players. But now the Hunter's Fury comes through.
Wah, anjir,
What
dimajuin.
is occurring here? Lit them up like Christmas trees, but Deriali still finds two.
Remaining.
Jumping.
Meteor?
Running around. Meteor with the Blade Storm, but the spike is not down. Picks it up.
1v1 kan Meteor?
Foxy's
Menang nih.
No, he's got
Pegang
the
terus
bounce.
tuh pisau anjing
Pounded
Fauzi.
right into him.
And of course Meteor is
Sering-seringin tuh megang pisau ya.
From Foxy's POV.
Fauzi.
He's thinking, okay, the guy's going to take the spike.
Terus
maybe
lu ya
rotate,
megang tuh
maybe
pisau.
plant. I've got some time here. But he was
Jadiin
still spamming
hobi,
his shock darts,
anjing.
and Meteor is always kill hungry. I cannot believe that Northeption were able to survive that 3-player recon dart scan into
Dari lo,
Hunter's
dari
Fury,
Ali lo.
with players swinging out back
It's just
sight as well.
ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Like, look at this as well. And I mean, Fox is just saying, like, he's thinking, what's this guy
Anjir
doing?
udah kayak Ior cok.
In garage window at
Wah,
this
Ior
moment of time.
harusnya
But it's the
main di
timings that
region
Meteor's able
Jepang
to
dia.
take. He's so intelligent with it. It's the extra element of just, I mean, more confidence.
Yes. And trying to find fast timings before his opponent expects it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you do see it blow up in his face. But a lot of the times, he's going to be able to catch people sleeping.
Yeah. Just like that.
Xerxia forced to take a tactical timeout here as they reassess what's going on Haven. I think there's a couple of things they need to shore up.
Udah,
So
2-0
far,
aja
the
lah.
aggression has been not supported particularly well. They've got Sushi Boys pushing into C Cubby, but that play hasn't worked, and Northeption have now read it. So I think Sushi Boys needs to start playing much more
Kit-kit
defensive.
yang strawberry gak enak
On the
kan?
other side of things, though, they haven't tried a mid-push. They need to be taking out Deriali's turret every time it's placed in
habis.
mid-window, because they need to be threatening at least like they could be
Kemarin
pushing
sikat.
Grass.
Left up a lot of the
They're
time.
getting way too much value out of that from Deriali. And also, they haven't tried any serious attempt at re-clearing areas of the map aggressively off the back of Jojo and Meteor working together. Sorry, off the back of Cruz and Surf working together, mixing the teams up. And Surf should be the
Coach
key
dia
point
dulu
of
player bukan
contact
cok.
here,
Iya kayaknya.
with his knives available on the eco round.
Iya dulu.
Should be
Tahu
four.
gue ya. Cuma
Popped
nggak
him
ingat.
off, but stuns exchanged. There's the fault lines to try and get onto the angles. Meteor
Watching here.
needs a bit of damage.
My OP please on short.
Still locking it down just in case
Short, short.
one of the players decides to peek their heads right round the corner.
And I like this approach from Northeption. They've taken early A lobby, A short, A long kind of control, and they have a very passive setup from Deriali. Quite difficult to break. Turret far back watching grass. Alarm bot for anybody pushing extremely
lari
deep
sampai
into
playoff kah?
window.
Gak tahu nih.
That's a safe
Udah mau habis
setup
ini.
against the eco round.
Yeah, expecting the push, aren't they?
They certainly are.
The risks that might be taken.
But I think all you need in this round from Northeption is a fake that you're going towards garage or B, and you can re-hit A very easily. It looks like the spike.
Ya guys, gamblingnya guys.
C here, and you might see the
Apakah
opposite, bit of
gambling
an
dia
A
benar
fake
lagi?
and then a hit onto the C
Setia
site. We'll see what they intend to go for here.
But,
as they manipulate the defender stack. There are 4 players A, and here comes that fake with the dog, with the smokes.
Untung
Spike
OPTIC
itself
anjir.
going C.
Sense, doesn't it? Yeah, and now the ult as well, which means the Blackwoods can rejoin the rest of them. They don't know where really that
OPTIC,
is, but
untung
Sushi
aja
Boys
OPTIC.
is now aware.
Hampir masuk
Taking a couple of stray
perangkap
bullets
ya.
at the back of the
30
site means he
seconds
can't
left.
quite contest the plan. Maybe he was hoping to. Dariali pushing forwards into this
Din,
one.
lihat Dariali, Din.
Lots of shots, doesn't he?
Langsung
And Surf
menyala
coming back into the
championnya,
play, still
Vandalnya.
anything to try and help him out. No, Jojo shuts it down. Not quite watching that one angle, but a rifle in the hands of Crew now with the rolling thunder. Still the spam, okay.
He was never making his way through that smoke.
Yeah.
And Northeption played this round beautifully, I think. The very fast map control at the start, the pump of the brakes to see if there was any response from Xerxia, any push, and then a bit of a fake into the C hit. Beautiful macro decision making, great calling as well. Northeption are going to need to keep stacking up these rounds.
Tapi gambarnya hampir bener loh.
To die to the spike here. Spectre doesn't want to save it into it, but end up falling anyway. So they are firmly in the driving seat now, Josh.
Yeah, there are tools that Northeption can go
Mau
towards
pup,
for
ya
this
pup
round.
aja.
Too. Jojo with that plant, and with a couple of kills he was able to secure.
Mau pup, ya pup
Getting
aja.
pretty close to another Rolling Thunder. Only 1 away. So could definitely play for the C orb. Make it look like they're just trying to punish Sushi Boys, going for the push.
Bener-bener 5-5-nya ngomong nice, Cok.
Go back in a different direction.
Nice, nice, nice,
Meteor and
nice,
Jojo over here
nice.
towards C. The op holding the angle. Breach perhaps gonna risk picking up this orb.
They're just completely giving up C. Now you see Scary's just going to be re-clearing a bit of that space up. Jiggle peeking on top of it. Surf's also picked up this operator in his hands. He wants to watch the double doors angle.
The problem is, this is so susceptible to one of those pop
Yang
flashes
Sky
from
panggilannya Nafri.
And there's not really a teammate to try and back him up and play anti-flash.
Nafri,
although now
Nafri,
he's been
panggilannya.
rejoined. Dash enabled, and they have removed the turret. Player close. Black was just holding the corner, and Fox just tried to, not too sure, repeat.
Iya, yang
He's trying
si
to catch people that are getting
Reali
attacked
itu
on Surf.
adanya Dep,
Wow,
guys.
it's just a bit of chaos once more. Black Wiz is TP'd up over the top of them. Scary
Okay,
kills
mirip.
him, but the rest of his team are on the side already. A for the taking. Now Swarm just pushes them back. Only a moment though, a bit of time being bought.
Sushi Boys
Habis, Cok.
is going to use the lockdown. Weird position because he's trying to avoid the aftershock from Jojo, which is still there. Doesn't work.
It anyway.
Doesn't work. That looked like a very calculated position to try and avoid it, and yet utterly ineffective.
Yeah, still Meteor as well, holding down this line. Tight angle. Cosmic Divide's going to be causing some issues as well as they try and push back into this one, but just up to Scary. And yeah, not a lot of life to do it.
Ya,
Scary
Scary
just
ngapain sih?
Even getting hurt there
Ngapain
too.
sih dia?
And these rounds are beautiful.
Marathon,
for
bos.
Northeption. Their attack,
Anjir
even though
26,
they didn't
Cok.
pick this map
Ah,
at all,
masa map
Xerxia's
3
map,
sih?
The attack intelligence, the
gemes sendiri.
design, the macro planning is so much better from Northeption on Haven compared to their split. They've got a game plan, they're executing it well.
Not even expecting that. He's going to flash by his own.
Nice.
Still okay, secures the kill.
Nice. Nice. Udah anjir, udah 3 kali. Nice. Tos lagi, udah tos, masih aja ngajak tos lagi.
Very well by this double flash comp. It's something that Xerxia
Nice.
struggled to execute a little bit.
Nice. Nice.
Breast Avenue, but the spam
Is scary.
was going down already.
This is the opposite of the play that he made previously with Sushi Boys.
26, Omen.
Really holding close Meteor's man his way in. Rally does fall.
Going big
Get away. Great opening here for Xerxia if they are trying to make something of this half by round. In fact, they have ultimates if they wanted to commit it as well with that rolling thunder. The drone's going to now spot out Meteor. Has to respect that. Has to back away.
Guys.
And this time Xerxia look like they have a bit of the read. It's going to be quite difficult with only a minute left. For Northeption to go back towards A, except that Jojo's just found the one player holding it. It opens up the map, it splits the defenders, they
Xerxia
have to cover the entirety of
Pilih-pilih
this
mbok
map
tai
with only 3
gitu ya,
players.
kalah ya.
And it's free pickings for Northeption.
Yeah, they can really just, at this point now, send it to whatever section of the map they want, as long as they're taking it with bodies, there's no real risk. Although Fox is there with a rifle, gets the one. There's no greed in play. Backs away.
That's an amazing play by Foxy. Not only has he found the pick to level this back out 3-3, he's told the rest of Xerxia to rotate.
Rolling Thunder was dragged out of them now. Still Spike started to get planted. Northception, they need to
3 lawan
hold
3.
this one. Trailblaze
Oh.
on the pull. The
Anjing.
utility is just being used, but
Larinya
nobody in the
ngibrit
trap.
gitu
In fact,
tai.
they're in
Jojo.
position. Black was now
Ngibrit.
sitting at Graffiti. Is there going to be a crossfire set up? Jojo back up into Hevel. That's this fault line now just ready, waiting for some sort of sound cue. The bait as the smoke now comes up. A really difficult retake for Xerxia. And take it with the body, still swinging into it, but again, the crossfire to reposition.
Anjing
Northwest,
selebrasinya
they
buang
have that one under
senjata.
control.
Very clean round, despite the fact that Xerxia found a couple of openings.
Yeah.
Those 2 kills were actually very important. Could
Mana
potentially
short
slow
nih?
things in the opposite direction. And yet
Apa karena
Northwestern are playing with a
konten
lot of
aim lab
discipline
kah?
here. Very good IGLing. I think their approach
Nice.
is clean. This is the best that we've seen them play so
Nice.
far.
Nice. Anjir.
And they're finding their footing, finding their lead, pushing things up to 7-2.
What a scoreline.
Anjir, hari-hari nice terus, cok.
In a row,
Kelar-kelar,
the
cok.
confidence is so high for Northwestern. I mean, Josh, as I got a headset on, I can hear these guys screaming.
Yeah.
Feeling it. Meteor's dashing straight into it once more. The stun sets him up, but Sushi Boy's right behind him. That's a trade in play. Still the flash. Spam, how do you get away with that? Foxy, though, still wants to take a position. Moves to the bag. Dariali,
Gila.
listen, I won't
Dari
fall for it.
Ali.
Foxy, just the only player trying to anchor there. Now Cruz is going in before Surf is ready to support
It's
as
really
well.
disjointed.
He's looking for information, trying to tell, have Northception left? He spots
Aduh.
2 players down C long,
Fox.
and so he's thinking, yeah, they're probably leaving, but at this point, with Cruz on the floor, they could very easily re-hit C.
Yeah, a minute left. Indecisiveness, obviously.
And at this point, it's just the best play for Surf to try and save.
Absolutely. That's kind of what he's just trying to make the play, isn't he?
Oh,
See?
and Zen, insanely diligent, picking up an ult
Tapi ini kejauhan banget
to
sih
get
skornya.
the Seekers online to check whether Surf is on the site.
Anjing.
They've
Kesel,
seen Surf
kesel nih
kill
pasti
3 of them
Surf.
before with an op, I guess.
Ay,
It's worth the
di
The amount of
ulti.
respect that they're showing is worthwhile. When you've seen the results that Surf's able to put up for this team, don't give him any way to
Ulti
get back into
coek.
this.
Yeah, there was no chance, but Northception put another one up on the board. It feels like Xerxia's defensive flooding into the site is a little mismanaged. Their timing,
Really out of sync.
they're very out of sync. Their timing on when they want to fight and when they want to back off for the retake just seems
Kenceng
a
banget
bit out of
chat
it.
deal.
And that's allowing Northception
Apa sih
to
maksudnya?
trade
Kenceng
very
banget chat.
effectively out behind Meteor. Even though they're often a long way behind, the spacing isn't perfect. But it's kind of Meteor at the front and then another pack of 4.
Yeah, they eventually catch up. They follow up. And the thing is, Meteor's so good as well that even though he is, you know, pretty separate from the rest of his team with a lot of these big wholesale executes, it doesn't matter. He's usually good for one.
Yes.
He's usually good for one. He's usually getting value. And
Good for one. Look at it. He's 12 of 4.
Lagi nggak sih? Nice lagi nggak sih? Tapi udah
It's just been an absolute demon.
sering banget nggak sih dengernya? Nah.
Utility as well. On other maps, it can often feel like he's out on his own on an island.
Nice. Nice. Lagi.
On this round, on this
Ah,
map,
ih, ada kata-kata
he's
baru.
definitely being supported by these double
Arigato
flashes.
gozaimasu
Xerxia
kata
going
dia.
for some kind of force here. 2 Spectres, light armor on 4
Baru guys,
players.
baru guys.
Just forcing
Ada
up around the
kata-kata
arc.
baru.
So, wants to hold on to it, but he's smoked off, stunned off. Trapped in the corner here. A bit of random spam. He could find his mark, but Surfy's still just disrespecting it. Wants to hold up close and personal. The same could be said for Northception.
But it's also difficult to get a read on when Northception are playing fast rounds and when they're slowing things down. They take map control very quickly, but then the brakes are pumped. And so Surf doesn't quite know whether they're
Ayo,
here.
Blackbeast ngepick mati.
There, the
Up.
jiggle into the elbow.
Nah,
That
apa
is
saya
going to be the
bilang.
kill. Updraft,
Banyakin
you have made
updraft.
yourself
Banyakin
quite the
updraft
closing
ya,
target.
tai
Cruz though
lu.
wants to try and return a bit of fire. The rolling thunder, it's a good connection onto the 2 stunned up. Meteor still got that blaze storm in
Waduh.
play, trying to pincer
Pintar
it. You can
sih.
see the Northception players just trying to make the most of it as they rotate and wrap around short, but it's dealt with easily enough.
It's a great punish from Cruz. He's still taking this fight against Meteor over by A Long. Just dumping utility in. Trying to keep these players back.
30 seconds left.
Recon sidestepping in and out with the timing of it. Meteor just looking to, honestly, I think, maybe create an opening. He is lurking all the way
Dua
to
lawan
his
4
teammate
nih.
in short, but the spike is in such an
Tapi nggak mungkin sih Meteor sih.
fortunate position for him to try and make anything happen.
Last player standing.
Zersha, now they know where he is. Last player
Yeah.
standing, tried to whip it out with the shorty, but
Oke, apakah
be
kers
around finally gained
atau ke
for Zersha.
84 atau
First warning
skor
first time.
kers
It has
Min?
been a long time coming.
That
They got the pistol, the follow-up,
Terus segala
and then
updraft
Northception
begitu
have
ya.
simply been on a run. It started somewhat similar to this against DRX. They got round 3 and there was 4 rounds in a row and then it fell to pieces.
Yeah.
But this is what Northception can do. Snowball the momentum, get things going. The confidence starts to flow. And even if Zersha pick up the next round as well to make this an 8-4 half, it's still a fantastic map 2. At least the beginning of it for Northception, for the Japanese squad.
we mentioned these expectations, but right now they are living up to it. Almost a similar tale to what happened with Zeta Division. Here we
Ayo.
go. Aggression is the name of the game. Meteor already deep playing with Indy. Smokes Stereali though is going to be the first to go down. The first kill for Sushi Boys.
Ayo Sushi Boy, turun lu.
In this position, Meteor's going to clear this corner. He knows it, but the alarm bot's in play.
Oh.
And there we go.
Gila,
3 kills
Rabbit
in a
Boy
round.
mengamuk cuy.
Great setup for them.
They've seen Northception pushing garage window too many times. The adaptation finally comes through.
Banyakin
Jojo picks off.
di linia lain
Picks
tuh.
off
Away
second
the
as well.
second.
What the hell?
And suddenly this round extremely winnable. Back into a
Jojo.
2v2.
He's making this one.
2 lawan 2 cuy.
Bizarre, but dealt with
Spike
in middle
down,
with the spike
mid.
drop down. Always Q back. Blackwood knows it's here. Obviously knows that Foxy's playing up close. Still getting tagged like that is unfortunate. Choosing to just ego to recon. Take the fight individually.
Banyakin T-back Fauzi ya.
Still. Perception.
Nanti
Crazy
Karma
amounts of
ya
momentum that they've got going into
nangis.
this second half now.
Kalah nangis.
Fantastic approach after that pretty lackluster ending to the split game. We'll go to a short break, obviously, as well as we see what our analyst desk has to say about this first half that's currently being witnessed between these two teams.
All right, well, it seems like history repeats itself, but on the other side here, because it's going to be North that actually have the lead going into this. Welcome back, everyone.
udah mulai ngantuk nih, boy.
Jess, as we, discuss this game, I think it's very clear, Jess, that like this is a completely different North. I think your analysis of this situation was completely sound in that,
Fauzi,
Zeta
nanti keyboardnya
certainly
nggak
brought it
nyala,
to
nangis.
North F shouldn't say that.
Kok keyboardnya nggak nyala anjing.
When they played them,
harinya.
but to Sideshow's point,
Padahal
this
baru
team
B aja
is
tadi
put
udah lihat.
together on Haven, and we're starting to see those fundamentals, the control of the game really playing through.
All I said before this map started was that I wanted them to work as a unit, run
And they
around as
are.
a pack.
Yes.
And the man on your screen right now, he's the kind of glue that's sticking everyone together. Yeah, he's got the nice sort of outside of Meteor of it. He's the one that's inside holding everyone together on it. I don't know how many rounds this man is throwing multi-kills in our face.
Yeah.
And I thought Meteor was the very impressive one. Well, now that Meteor is getting in and they're not so far behind him, that has cleaned up the act that is North. And I know you wanted them to go out with a bang here. I
Ini
know
yang
this
kalah
isn't the
pulang.
bang you asked for, Doug, but so far it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think Jojo is that dude, right? Like, he's looked so good on the breach row. We talked about him at the beginning of the map. He looks fundamentally sound. He's been a pleasant surprise. I also think Zersha have admittedly made some mistakes. This has not been a clean
Mirip
map out of him.
ini.
Even you think about that replay package we just
Nah,
saw,
jadi deh.
2 instances in which Surf just
Ini
updrafts.
lagi map
goes
2
a little
ngap.
bit greedy,
NTH
and just
lawan
gets plucked out
Sersia.
of the sky. Yep, right.
Yeah, but I think that also goes back though to the fact that
Baru
North did
first
such a
half.
great job
Ini mau
of,
second
like,
half.
controlling the pace so
Yeah.
much that
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
updrafts because he thinks no one's going to be there, and they're
The
there.
pack's there, bro.
Yeah, they give him
pack's
nothing.
there.
It's really been impressive to watch Northception
Ini lagunya kok begini ya?
dismantle.
They believe in the reverse sweep. They believe in it.
Do
and,
you
and
believe
they're
in it,
living
Doug?
it.
I think I'd feel much more confident if it was 9-3 half.
Yes,
I think
I
8-4
agree.
an attacking half, right? Like,
Yeah,
that's a good lead, right? But you're not out of the
They got to
woodworks
win
yet.
pistol. They got to win second. Then I'm on the train.
Yeah, but what does Zersha do here, right? What is Zersha?
It's attacking half. Their leg up. It's in their favor to bring it back.
All right.
Idih.
Well, and also, by the
Ini
way,
dia
find out where
keyboardnya.
that keyboard is from because I need it. Anyway, that's going to do it for us here. Lots of questions, and
Ini
thankfully
dia
we are
keyboard
going to have some
Imba.
answers. And two guys who love
Disorot
giving
lagi.
answers. Brent and Sideshow. So, Brent, give me all the answers right now.
Din, beliin itu Din. Gue traktir lu makan deh Din.
Yeah, I'll certainly
Tapi
try,
beliin
Golden Boy.
keyboard
Also
itu ya.
appreciate you as well not calling out my atrocious
Beliin
throat.
itu ya Din ya. Gue traktir lu makan deh.
That halftime section.
Kalau itu
A real
ingat.
G.
I want to look in this half at whether Surf can bounce back. 3 and 9 right now. Wasn't able to get anything going on the defense side, even when he was opping, which has been a particularly high point for him in this.
Bang Nadanta
Can they
kan sering
coordinate?
tuh.
Even though
Bang
they're already
Nadanta
on
beliin
Flashcom,
dong keyboard itu.
and start delivering him the entry kills, the
Cyberboard
favored
namanya.
advantage situations that they need to crack into these sides.
Slow beginning to this pistol round.
Ya terkenal
Both of these
badutnya.
teams love to push on defense, so you're going to see a lot of slow attack halves, I think, and then big site executes.
Masih
name of
pada
the game.
epic kak.
They have got control of
Oh, udah
that.
enggak
A1.
kak?
By the way, Meteor's got a shorty.
Kagak lah.
Yeah,
Just something to keep your eye on.
just trying to play around the smokes as well, maybe
Ai,
anticipating
mau
that.
lu juga dong kak, sibuk saya nggak
Anjir
bisa.
dia main. Ya Allah suruh nembak itu aja tadi aja M-Lab lu.
From Blackwood.
Nembak yang kecil-kecil ya kena. Nembak segede gaban itu ya enggak hancur-hancur tuh.
Yeah.
Dogi.
So that Meteor could get inside of it preferentially.
Kemarin
Yeah.
And he's going to be
nggak
here when
balik
this site
gitu.
hit
Cuma
comes
emang
through.
dia
It's so strange.
minta kemarin.
He's pushing
Oh
short.
my goodness, you've got to be joking, but it's being spotted. Removed from the fight, taken out a short. All up to Zen to see if he
Nice,
can
nice, nice.
collect a couple of more kills there, only the one though. Out of sight controlled. Zersha going to be able to get this spike down. You can see already head and control being taken by North F.
Jerry Ali pakai naga, siapa yang menang?
What happened in our first pistol round as the Killjoys do battle.
Killjoy, battle Killjoy.
Yeah.
Ya,
Biasain.
biasain. Ngepick terus.
Woi.
Woi.
A quick 180
Wah, kirain buff keyboard coy.
Gets the kill. Fox is dealt with.
It's just a
Aduh, kok bisa
repeat
kalah
of the
anjir?
pistol. It's the
Tadi
same
menang
kind of
orang.
strategy. Fast flank from the Killjoy. As soon as the Killjoy distracts those players playing in short or long, the players at CT and Heaven swoop in.
Yeah.
Pick terus ya, biasain tuh ngepick tuh, tai.
Because the fights are happening
Ah.
in such different areas of the map. But
Jadi
Jojo
Ali nih,
inside,
bos.
gorgeous ghost shots.
Nice. Nice lagi.
Reali having an absolute
Nice lagi. Nice lagi.
lead in the scoreboard. So
Anjing 3 kali cok nice-nya.
It is a massive resurgence after he only got 3 kills on split. The whole map.
And it seems to be the added element, the extra push that they needed because they're in control of this one. By winning that pistol round, forces Zersha now into the buy. Have to
Nggak,
invest
kenapa
in
sih
that
harus-
into it, of course.
harus
And they're going
sering-sering.
fast, right into the
Waduh,
elbows.
Porsbanya.
The
Porsbanya
timing
masa.
slightly off.
Ya
Stinger
Allah.
plays and just about eventually
menang kah?
will fall, but
Itu smoke apa anjir?
great.
Smoke keren tapi.
Cacophony of bullets just
Wah,
being
gua harus
rained
pakai
across
smoke
the
itu tuh.
site. Eventually breaking
Ya,
forward,
ya.
but there is
Kena judge dong.
just relentless efforts.
Kena
Meteor
judge.
just dashes into
Anjing,
it.
2 HP,
His own
cok.
smoke at the judge, Josh.
What the
This
fuck?
is a style of
2 HP
gameplay
anjing.
that I don't know
Porsbanya
how
kalah,
to
aduh map
catch.
3.
Their
Aduh males
timings are off. The players are
banget.
all over the place. Meteor's just taking fights.
He has a
Tapi bagus loh
shorty
smoke itu.
round 1, a judge round 2, and he survives with 2 HP. He is just running into bullets.
It's absurd.
Nice.
Udah banyak kak.
Nice.
Turn into
Lagi.
Swiss cheese.
I just
Oh,
can't
udah.
predict what's going to happen next.
Sekarang berkurang.
It's
Oh,
every single
awalnya
twist and
3,
turn.
terus
That is
2.
just
Kalau menang lagi
amazing to
1.
watch.
Tapi kalau misalnya kalah,
Taking the judge over towards garage.
ngulang
now
lagi.
Zersha
Dari
on their
3
last
kali
legs here,
nice-nya. Oh,
picking up
gitu deh.
sheriffs. Oh, Meteor's just demonic. He can hear them all
You don't
running up
push
there.
that with the judge. Just don't. And a swarm that popped off in response to it.
Ah,
It's
nah.
in.
Nice
The
kak.
Guardian straight
Nah
through
free
the
track
wall.
lagi nice nih.
Heads being found,
Dikejar
of
loh.
course.
Aduh,
Shots to the
diobok-obok set ya,
cranium.
Bo.
The weapons are not good.
Yuk, kita dengar
Meteor's styling
adik-adik.
on a man.
Siap, ready?
I love it. This is Northeption back to where they were in that domestic
Mana
final
replay
against
dong,
Satan.
replay dong.
Throwing
Dari Ali
caution
langsung
to
kill
the wind
15 loh.
and believing in
Nah.
themselves. This is the kind of map you need to have at an international event to realize that you can still do this stuff to the best teams in the world.
Nice. 1. Nice, 2. Nice, 3. 4. Nah, 4 kali sekarang nambah guys, 4 kali. Oh, kayaknya kita tebak-tebakan nice.
Response from Zersha. Josh, I can see all the players in action. I can see the mini-map, and I'm still struggling to come up with answers.
Nah, Free bener-bener loh. Nice mulu loh.
Their first round where they've got real rifles on board. But against this quasi-buy from North Eption, where they're just trying to carry the bonus on, they're going to be up against
Nah,
some
Free
close-range
bener-bener
fights.
loh.
And
Nice
you know that
mulu.
North Eption are going to try and create chaos with smokes. A meteor
Dah,
is blowing
Fauzi
out
itu
all over
keyboard
the place.
jualnya sejuta
Blacklist
dah.
is going to be using them left, right, and center. They're going to deliberately try and drag Xerxia into the mud and wrestle them to the ground. And I think for Xerxia, it's going to be really hard to try and keep composed and impose some sort of order.
Turn back into this one, swinging.
Entropy always wins in the end.
Carry belum ngamuk.
That's North Eption's game
Aduh.
plan.
Surufnya nggak dapet.
Winning that bonus.
Surufnya belum dapet. CT-nya nggak dapet tadi, nggak dikasih makan cuy.
Oh yeah.
Makan cuy.
Guardian heirloom at this point. Once a
Perkara
character
aim lab iya suruf.
Enak padahal kiri.
Ah,
It would be
masih
a fool's
pakai
errand
ini lagi dia.
without a good game plan.
Shotgun.
The question is, where do you go on this map?
There's a quad push into lobby, I think. Yeah. Players set up for it. North Eption obviously taking a lot of space, a lot of utility exchange. Bit of running now though from Xerxia.
Lihat tembok. Recon mantul. Set. Hampir aja mati.
Sushi Boys deals with it.
Good awareness from Xerxia. I think that
Bokong terus, bokong berempat. Fauzi kaget jual keyboard. Ah, makan tuh keyboard. Keyboard doang mahal, kagak bisa bunuh. Mahal beli keyboard, kagak bunuh-bunuh. Hah? Bisa dibokong bertiga. Waduh. Oh shit. Nafri akan mengeluarkan kata-kata nice
Di kulkas Kak.
banyak 5 kali.
Nafri.
Oh shit man.
Time running low, the Trailblazers just to see if they can get some information, but
Waduh,
surely
keciduk.
you can't afford these seconds. He does get spotted, he finds the one, dodges it, tries to
Aduh.
drift
Ah,
aside,
dengar
still
guys.
Ticking. I don't think he's got it.
I think he may have.
It's a margin of milliseconds.
Gak dapet. Gak dapet, cok.
I'm just running out.
And Surf
Tipis banget
somehow
tuh.
has managed to
0,
win that 1v2 towards the end. By a fraction.
I
By a
started to get worried.
knight's edge.
When I saw the
Dapet,
Trailblazers,
cuy.
when I saw the dogs just going for a little jog, just up and down the park, just letting them off the leash. The time was running low, the spike was ticking. I was like, are they going to have enough time? Barely.
And if Jojo takes a more direct route,
Oh.
Oh.
and Xerxia
Suai cup. Kalau ini enak dengernya.
it is
Suai,
such a long way back.
suai.
And such
Suai
a
cup.
messy buy as
Nice,
well. North Eption are keeping their
nice.
economy
Anjir
suppressed.
hari-hari.
And the play seems to be just go out again. Full execute style. Dash
Ah,
straight up into
ba-
a cloudburster.
Ya
Oh,
Allah.
you gotta deal with that
Hah?
though, sir. Please, you can't
Suruh
drop the ball.
banyakin gaya anjing, nggak mau bunuh. Banyakin gaya. Diliatin doang tuh Omen, tai ya. Liatin terus tuh, ha? Didiemin loh. Wah, kita dengar guys, kita dengar.
Beast he is.
Nice-nya berapa kali nih?
It's so fun.
Oh, emang buta.
The spray control.
Kayaknya nggak ada gambar buta setelah dia ngeliat omennya tiba-tiba baru buta. Dia padahal udah liat omennya kayaknya. Oh, enggak. Kalau tadi di kamera dia nggak buta loh. Butanya dia udah liat omen tapi abis itu langsung buta. Nice. Nah, wah. Ada let's go-nya sekarang guys. Serah lah mau buta mau apa. Yang penting ada let's go sekarang. Terima scam. Iya dia kena buta tim sendiri.
Spike is starting to go down now, but this fight that's taking place, multiple approaches, just spam up into heaven to see if they can catch a stray bullet.
It's good ultimates here for Xerxia, but terrible weapon.
Upgrade, ada let's go-nya.
Lockdown's going to be used. Michi ended up using that double up draft, but it's going to get destroyed, and Fox, he deals with it. The flank coming down. North Eption is already through, but now the rolling thunder pushes it back.
Ketigala.
The flash, there was a play being made. Even the aftershock up top, but even an ult of their own.
Lagi.
North Eption need to end
buta
this one
lagi.
here, and now
Aduh.
divide. Dodging, juking, sidestepping in
Wah,
between.
GG.
It's all up to Fox. Left alone, can he do it? The reset 1-2 has to reload. Time is on his
Oh.
side. What a
Keyboard
performance.
buff guys, keyboard buff.
You could not have found a more important
Keyboard
time
buff,
for
bro.
Zersia, for Fox to find that round. The weaponry was appalling, but he goes back, he deals with the flank. He uses the rest of his
Satulan
team as a
3
little
loh.
bit of bait
Chill
as
banget
the
ya.
breach shot comes through.
Ay.
and wins a 1v3.
Jiggle dulu sambil reload.
Leading of
Pinter.
those players who, I've got to assume
Pinter.
we're already celebrating.
Ada di
Suai ini. Suai kap.
What an
Suai Pauji.
into this one, but you could feel North Epsom, they wanted to try and deal with this. Here and now in that round, that's a pull to try and punish this one. Do they know Demetrius
Banyak
He
kill.
just plays into it scary. Not a clue, really.
Ah, cuek aja tuh sama shot. Enggak.
But a brick's making noise, Cruz.
Kirain cuek.
Quick 180 and deals with him, I guess.
Comeback ini.
The
Yep,
turret
comeback.
down, but Jojo's still watching. If they go for a contact push in, Jojo just gives up the angle. And now these Zersia players are so deep.
coming back.
And Deriali must have communicated
No
this
way.
to the rest of his team.
No
Guys,
way.
my turret
Oh,
is down. They
turretnya.
could be through.
No way. Just none the wiser.
Turretnya di
Jojo
smoke,
tries to
boy.
take care of it.
Di smoke ya?
Just too late.
And Serve cleans up
Apa?
Deriali, who has
Enggak.
let the enemy
Oh,
through
Deriali
the
mati
gates there.
turretnya.
It's not necessarily the bad individual decision
Oh,
to go for the push.
Si Derialinya nge-push ya?
It
Ah,
is
gila ada
pretty
aja.
rough that Northampton
Ada
didn't
aja Deriali nge-push C kan, turretnya di B.
But there was some
Mati
level of
tuh turret
distraction over
anjing.
towards the A side that just pulled all the players away.
Distraction, or it wasn't calm that his util was down, the turret was down.
Yeah,
Jadi ayah keciduk tuh temen.
Felt like they,
those are the moments where you have to give up fighting over towards A. You have to abandon Meteor, play A region.
Enggak, Deriali mati keempat. Yang mati duluan tuh si
And now,
Meteor.
Northampton take a timeout.
Dia muter ke celong, dia push celong.
Listen, this
Deriali
isn't done.
tadi.
necessary, isn't it?
When you're playing against the best teams in the world,
Ah, mana tuh
you have to be
semangatnya?
able to close them out.
Mana
Sometimes these
nice-nya?
final rounds are some of the most difficult,
That one round you can need, and you can feel it. It's so close.
but they have a massive cushion. This would be an absurd fumble if Northampton were not able
Nice-nya
to
mana?
They will have
Nice.
plenty of opportunities in rifle v
Hey,
rifle
but box,
rounds
but
with
box.
ultimate advantages. But they've squandered a couple already. And that makes me a little bit
Keyboard
concerned.
coachnya keyboard warnet.
Northampton were
Soalnya
winning
coach
very
yang penting
heavily
ada keyboard
on a
aja dah.
streak, and it's always easy to win more rounds when you've already been winning. Everyone's confident, the comms are flowing, the belief is there. When you take a stumble, when you make a mistake, how do you fix it? Can you bounce back? Northampton were unable to do that against DR.
Hammerhead V2 gue belum pernah coba, tapi G triple
They have
3 ini
plenty of rounds to
lumayan
work
sih.
with.
Yeah, the buffer is there, and the timeout, of course, I imagine. Coach Bale.
Gua Hammerhead V2 nggak coba, tapi yang biasa doang cobanya.
Bit of
Kalau
a-
yang biasa
calm it down, we'll come up with
anjir dah,
something with
sakit
plenty
telinga.
of rounds to work with. A stun and a deep smoke, just try and push away these Zersia players who are really just disrespecting all of that utility that was sent
Oh, NTH lagi cosplay Sersia kah?
control going to be gained.
Lagi
Rizzy
cosplay
Gamble
Sersia kah,
towards
ngestak-ngestak.
C. It's the most expected area for a rifle round, you know, an anti-eco round to be going. But for Zersia, they haven't seen a single player peeking, not a single piece of utility after the fault line.
Tolong kak, aduh aduh.
And so they might be starting to smell a rat here.
G33 berapa ya kemarin beli ya?
Waiting for
Nggak mahal-mahal amat sih.
obviously from
Short.
Northampton. If they want to try and get some information, maybe just contacting in the jiggle. But so far, nothing being gained.
And as this drone comes up short, they should get more and more confident
Yeah, here we go.
that there's nobody home.
Yep. Stars drop down, converted into the smokes. It's going to be a stun for a stun, but already it is going to be a free sight. All our utility, look at that. Even a nano swarm coming down just in case there's a player inside of the smoke.
Apakah kena Iko?
And these are the moments where you're thinking not
Enggak
so
sih
much about
harusnya.
economic damage really, but about ultimates that are going to get online for the future.
Enggak nyampe 700 kok.
Zen one away. Nobody that you
Mau
particularly
cek
worried about
tapi
beating Zersia.
Tuh Din,
Scary.
diomongin sih
Rifle
tuh.
in a slight slight flick. Meteor's dealt with.
Tuh, Din.
Player up there, there's some confidence boosting
Kapan
kills.
lagi sesi carry 7-16? Kapan lagi sesi carry langsung 11-16?
Comes another opportunity for Northeption to put
Tuh.
the map away.
Langsung tuh 11
Can't
tuh.
wait for Surf to warm up. That would be extremely dangerous.
Langsung dikasih
Like I
unjuk.
said, Zen got his ult online here just with a death. He was only one orb point away. So as he dies there as the final player left around, the Seekers come online. Could be a crucial tool that they have access to.
Satu di high mid juga.
Anything to close out the round.
High mid omennya ya.
It looks like a play into mid. Yeah, the
Terus
mid
si boy
push.
ditembusin gak sih?
Many of these this map.
Taruh
This is
turret?
Meteor
Oh
special.
enggak deh.
Impacting. Make sure it's being covered as well. The spam into the wall. Bullets raining down. Fox brought down to 73 health.
But when you're not breaking that turret every round, as soon as you do break it, it makes it feel like a mid
Bakal
push.
bisa
Look
mid.
how quickly Meteor rotates over to A. He knows they're going to be worried about mid, so now let's pressure a different area of the default.
But the dash is active.
Jadi
Flash
bingung
is just sent through. Now the Seekers on top of it. And Zersha just weathering the storm, aren't they?
Yo Allah, Drake.
Waiting out.
Anjir,
Making
di
sure they deal
pick
with it, but not
dong.
Meteor. There's no waiting
Gokil
around for this
Meteor.
guy. Ansi, the playmaker.
He follows every piece of utility.
Ya,
The Seekers
dari Ali kena timing kah? Ya
And
Allah,
this
Sushi
could
Boy yang
just
kena.
be it. The final nail in the coffin for this map with 2 players going down. Surf and Sushi Boys removed. Has to be it. Right here, right now. A deeper smoke for Zersha to try and find
Wah,
their way
GG,
in.
GG.
There are no one like
Nice lagi
that.
nggak nih?
One fell swoop.
Ada.
They clean them up. And they're going to be taking Haven here.
An enormous map win for Northeption. That is going to give them confidence. That's going to give them
That's so
belief.
huge.
It's just monumental. If you think back to Zeta Division's run and
Gege,
record,
gege,
they had
gege, gege.
weaker opponents, honestly,
Map
when it
3
came to
segala dah.
developing and getting out of their group after they got punched in the mouth by DRX. But they did lose the first map against NIP and had to claw their way back in the series, quite similar to this one. And they needed to get a win under their belt to have that confidence, to have that development. Northeption are not out yet. Japan is still here to play. And we're going to see as we head on to this final map whether it's possible for them. What a map from Deriali. To go from only 3 kills to being almost at the top of his scoreboard with 20 and 13 from your Killjoy player on Haven. Monumental.
Lemes
First
cuy,
blood as well. The
lama.
star player that he was working alongside, but he did.
Ada tuh satu.
Belum
enggak,
belum
ditipu,
optic
ditipu.
load ya kan? Here. Map 3 apa? Bind. Aduh. Hai. Berapa total round nih? 22 tambah 21. 43 ya? Baru 43 guys. Sejauh ini 43. Oh shit man. Guild Esport der X. Yang berat sini.
Jaga flash.
Wah ini bunuh-bunuhan cok. Master Rejavik. Mereka ini ya apa namanya di grand final ya. Master
Lol. Nakal kan?
Master Copenhagen.
ada hit. Ya Allah.
Penentuan siapa yang keluar anjir.
Satu tas.
Seribu lumayan anjing.
Like.
Ada baik ya.
Kak, kenapa pada udah nggak RP lagi kak? Nggak tertarik ya?
Oh, net market
Kenapa?
ada lagi net market ya? Ah, tanggal berapa cuy?
Kenapa kak?
Tanggal 20 ya? 20 sampai tanggal 2. Ini
Oh,
apa, anjir?
alah. Kak. Oh. Wah, dua orang.
Hello Dedi. Dedi hari-hari Dedi lu ya Taix. Anjir malah nge-meme loh. Tersia.
Atas.
Dengerin yuk.
Dan langsung turu deh sama meta stage 2. Menang map musuh, kalah map sendiri. Oke.
Map
Dan
3
setelah ini kita akan melihat
Indo
map
aja
yang
nggak sih,
ketiga
guys?
tentunya teman-teman semua.
Map 3 Indo aja
Semakin
kali ya?
malam semakin seru.
Semangat,
Jadi buat
terus.
kalian semua bukan semakin malam tapi lebih tepatnya semakin pagi.
Ini masih malam dong. Pagi belum jam 12.
Udah mau pagi dong. Lewat
Belum
dari jam 12 itu
Kan belum.
pagi, jadi break. Kita nih bakalan break dulu teman-teman semua.
Kayak delay gitu
Jangan
ya?
kemana-mana, tetap stay tune terus di Valorant Esports Indonesia.
Kayak delay gitu ya tapi ya. Gue bikin mie dulu. Oke, bikin mie.
Oh, si
They
Kailu
closed it out a
anjing.
couple of rounds prior. Right, like Xersha
Astaga.
struggled on both sides of the ball. It never really felt like they found their footings, and it took some heroics just to get to the 13-8.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been worse.
I mean, it should have been worse.
Yeah.
As you
Ya,
said,
yang
I just
bikin
think there was so
makanan,
much
bikin
control chaos this time. I actually want to give a
net
lot of
market
props to
tuh
Noah
tanggal
this time. I
20.
said they're moving around as a pack. Everything's looking clean. They even had a
Jadi gue
triple
liat
and
tanggal
almost
20.
quadruple flank at one point. I
Anjir,
didn't mean they need to
suruh
move in that kind of
0,4
pack
cap.
formation, but if it
Ambil banget.
works,
They did.
then do your
Blind
thing.
V.
I mean, however they want a formation around the map, I'll absolutely stand behind them. But I just think overall, this time it was control chaos. They knew what their strengths were. They didn't overreach with
Anjir,
it.
Alvaro
They didn't
combat
try and
skornya tipis
solo
banget,
play and
beda satu.
hero play. And I mean, this man on your screen right now, he had one of the lowest ACS maps of the entire tournament. In map number 1, I believe he had an ACS 52.
Wow.
52. So incredibly
bad.
low. Yeah, for those who don't understand, pretty damn low. He's coming to this map, and the same way he tried against Zeta Division on this exact map last time, he's coming in almost topped Meteor, who was running around the map with shotguns.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of different version of the game, but it's exciting.
It also helps out too when your star player on the
Halo,
other side.
pintar,
When a player like Dariali who
Giveaway ada
has
tuh tapi
been
udah
a bit up
tutup.
and down, right, comes into this, and then on the flip
Paling
side
next
for Xersha, Doug, you have
match.
a
Ya,
6
aku
and
juga
16
baru tahu
surf on
baunya
the jet.
Kak.
It's just completely neutralized,
Kamu
right?
kalau nembak
It's
tahan
very
AD tuh
difficult for them to
lepas-lepas
try
ya.
and mount that comeback, which
Kalau
they
lagi
almost
diem-
did
diem,
when your star player
ngecek
is really
apa-apa, terus
struggling to be able to
SRL
get
biasanya.
the crosshair on some heads.
Yeah, he struggled. He struggled
Edwin Kyle.
really across every aspect. It never really felt like he had his momentum. It never really felt like he found his footing. And you're right, when you have a star duelist on the other side who's really kind of non-existent in a lot of ways, yeah, Dariali can pop off. He can go 20 and 11 or whatever it was on
Yo,
Next
Killjoy.
match
So I
ada
think a lot of
tebak-tebakan
things
lagi,
aligned
ada.
very well. I do want to, you mentioned it felt like controlled chaos. Maybe more chaos than controlled chaos. It did feel a bit more controlled, but there was still buckets of whimsy, as the guys like to say. You think about
Siapa yang
the
menang
shorty,
nih?
and
OPTIC
there was
lah
a
ya, 2-0
judge
lah
round
ya.
2. And the guy was like jumping out of the smokes.
But he
making
looked like
plays
he
happen.
knew what he wanted to achieve with it.
Oh yeah,
Like
he always
each and every
knows.
time,
He
I was
always
like,
knows.
this looks like it shouldn't work. But you're not moving so erratically that it looks like you don't know what's about to happen, what you want to achieve as a consequence of having that. There was one time he actually decided to take the judge and continue on with the judge. I think Bren said he wanted to take it as a little bit of a token, maybe even into the next map. So
Keyboardnya
I think
Fauzi
he
ini
knows,
nih.
yeah, a little souvenir, take it on. I think now I can put a little bit more faith in the North Eption name, especially now that I sat on the pre-desk and I said they shouldn't be good on this map. Because what they previously did on it was really bad. They've flipped the script
Apa sih cyberboard apa ya?
a little
Oh
bit.
ini nih.
There's
Apa?
another story
Apa?
about the next map, and that they've done
Apa?
even worse on
Yes.
Bind.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
this is the thing, because
Yeah.
now we are going into Bind, and history here should be in the back of your mind. This was a 13-1 romp that North Eption had to deal with. They ended up running, I think, it was against DRX. They just They just got completely
Nih bang,
outclassed here.
mau beli nggak bang?
I see buying in this list after what
Kayak gini
happened
lah.
in day one, and I'm very concerned about Northeption. I'm feeling pretty good about Zersha given how they played this map.
Yeah, I think a 1-13 loss is a beating you still feel the next day. I do think off of that, I expect to see some changes. It's unfortunate. I would love to see them continue to lean into the neon.
Beli.
The guys playing with confidence, continue to let him loose, let him do his thing.
Bang Rendra, sikat Bang Rendra.
Unfortunately, will not likely go that way.
No, I mean, after the changes they made on the second map there, why, if it worked so well, why would you then go back to, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix? It's all of these kind of temperamental sayings that we have on the decks. But I think overall, I don't want it to be the kind of thing that, let's say they lose this series. And they're knocked out as a result. And they said they wanted to come into an international environment and learn. I mean, especially when you make your debut, you're hoping to learn an international environment. I'm hoping they are not just going, well, this is what works. We're just going to put it together and hope for the best. You don't learn much from that because when you get back to the regional, you go back to the neon, let's say, and then you haven't learned anything from what works and what doesn't. So it's a 50-50 here. It's a double-edged sword here. I really don't know which way to take it from them. I like that they stay with the Jet, but it seems like a bit of a crutch at that point. You're just constantly changing all of your compositions.
Tapi bagus.
Very interesting. I was going to say fascinating, but you know, I think just this series it started off in a very, you know,
bisa disetting
we
gitu
were just
kayaknya.
convinced that this was just going to be over very quickly, which is how Northeption were playing.
Gitu kayak,
Then they find life, they wake up, they're right back into this match here, and this is not like what they went through in their game against DRX. I mean, even like looking at, you know, some of the stats there, I mean, DRX maintained Meteor to a 6-13, right? Like he was just completely neutered. No options for Doug. But to your point, if you go with the Jet, there could potentially be other issues there. Like maybe the composition doesn't necessarily work.
Bisa di setting kayaknya yang di sini itu di lampu-lampunya.
It kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Like you make a change like that and you go, was I the reason that we lost that? And when you lose 1-13 on a map, there's not one reason why you lost.
Tapi
keren
sih.
Prime
Oh
Gaming
tuh
Agent
bisa
select.
di
Let's
ada
see
tulisan
what both of these teams are gonna
Christmas,
lock
ada
in. You can see
Cyber.
what Northeption went with before. Maybe we end up getting that again, but in fact,
Ih,
actually, we're
cakep
already
ya.
getting a change
Cakep
here
cuy.
because they're
Ini yang dipakai
busting out
Foxy
the
ya.
Keren
ya. Nice.
Oh, you remember you said go out with a bang? You remember you said that? Yeah, I think they meant on this
sama ya?
map is where they were going to bring
Sama
it.
cuy.
No Phoenix, but
Sama cuy. Coba kita nonton di Indo. Di Indo, bentar.
Ya emang nih, Nona Berlian dari Korea ya.
Dari agent picknya sepertinya mereka pakai Brimstone.
Dirubah.
Mirip nih.
Iya.
Terus pakai Brimstone nih.
Milestone baru nggak sih? Boleh tuh. Ada nggak ya yang mau isi?
Mirror, real ini. Real.
Kayak mau
Real
isi.
ya.
Real kah?
Real min.
Karena menurut gue sendiri kalau misalnya penggunaan Astra ya untuk di map Bain itu sendiri sekarang kalaupun ada Viper,
Kenapa sih geleng-geleng mulu?
dibawa kemana? Sementara itu dengan adanya Brimstone, menurut gue masih bakalan lebih kuat dalam segi post plan nantinya. Apalagi ada ultimate yang bisa dimiliki, ada steam beacon yang bisa digunakan juga untuk memberikan support. Tapi kayak kemarin gue lihatnya kok pakai itu ya, Re? Pakai Brimstone, bener kan kemarin pakai Brimstone gak bawa Astra? Iya.
Oh, berarti Astra yang
Saya
FPX.
kegocek sama
FPX berarti yang Brimstone, yang Astra.
enggak Brimstone juga.
Brimstone juga ya?
Lu nonton match yang tahun berapa sih, Re? Kalau 2021 iya bener bawanya Astra sama bawa Viper.
Pakai Astra deh.
Tenang.
Iya.
Padahal gue yang pakai. Ya udah
Enggak apa, Re.
tengah malam.
Dimaafin. Ini soalnya gue jadi nginget lagi, ini gue yang salah. Taunya
Mulai.
pas emang tadi dilihat iya masih pakai Brimstone, ini nggak ada perubahan mirror pick. Jadi kita akan lihat eksekusinya bakal seperti apa.
Oke, thank you Bung Dev yang gue cek tadi.
Ah,
Maaf ya.
buta
Dan
lu.
sekarang Foxy akan melakukan duel dan satu pemain berhasil ditumbangkan 1-1 di mana Meteor memang bisa dapetin satu, tapi Foxy berhasil menumbangkan seorang Meteor juga. Planting di side A. Sir berhasil menumbangkan seorang Sushi Boy. Lagi-lagi trade yang begitu berjalan baik.
Kurang enak cuy. Burik.
It's gonna do decent amounts of work, just buying time off
Gila
the clock.
suaranya.
The peak is there, and there we have it.
Sersia
winning that
bos.
pistol round.
Really nice. I think a
Pistol
key focus
boss.
for Zersha on this attack half is going to be Cruz and Scary. They play really passive after the plant has been secured because they're looking to use the snake bites, the mollies, and just play for the clutch. On the other side of things,
Nafri
we do not know
main
what to
main
expect from
race anjing
I
Nafri.
have watched Meteor play Chamber. I thought his jet looked
Iya,
quite a bit
agentnya
better,
tadi beda-beda loh.
but his
Tadi
current form
Sky,
of what he was able
sekarang
to
Res.
showcase on Haven, if he's able to take that over into Bind, this could be
Terus
a
Chamber.
big win condition in the head-to-head against Surf.
That's what they're looking for. It's a lot more difficult though if you're used to playing that jet because it
enjoy.
offers you more freedoms. And there's the head-to-head. So
Wah, Sur
he's
Wisbek
not
kah?
letting his foot off the gas, is he?
No,
More
he's
space
got a
to be
point to
taken.
prove after Haven, where he went 6 and 16 with double-digit ACS. No, I am the better Chamber, actually.
Whoa.
There's no time to react. Bullets sent flying right into showers, but only one player remaining, Deriali. And yeah, Classic's not going to be able to do much from
Jadi
that
Ali main
range.
smoke kayak tiba-tiba.
Northampton are normally great in these next upcoming rounds, the anti-bonus, but we really don't know how built out is their bind composition and game plan overall.
How much time have they really had?
It's a very basic comp. There's a lot of teams that run it, so I'm sure they're familiar with it to some degree in terms of watching other teams, playing against other teams that run this kind of stuff. But their bread and butter has been the Neon recently.
Yeah, leaning into it for Binds.
Oh ya, Swai Cup,
Absolutely
Swai.
dismantled, didn't it? 13 and 1 makes people rethink certain life choices.
So a flash early on into sewers, and Meteor's taken the TP. He can use his rendezvous to get out here.
He might be going back to B as well if you look at the positioning of it.
He's going to be going over the blue cubby.
Open up now, the orb.
Oh, dia TP ya?
Really forced now to use that molly to try and push them back. No noise really being made.
And Meteor's actually worked his way over to A,
Kaget tuh.
hoping that this would prompt a reactive A hit. And it looks like they are backing up a little bit.
Walking all the way through.
Kalau jadi langsung pick bener-bener.
On the other side of things, he's also contacted into showers. Now the Trailblazer looks like there is that pace once more behind this one. A decision has been made, but they haven't wasted out any of this Viper util still. Sushi Boy is just trying to go for a bit of a satchel play, moves himself behind the box, but
Anjir udah bisa TP lagi ya itu.
might get his head ripped off
Meteor.
now, Blackwards with his timing.
He can hop up on top of the box. He'll be able to get an angle.
Right over this smoke, and they're going to anticipate it. They think it's completely clear. 3 kills
nyayur,
wrapped up in
coy.
his team. Oh, capitalizing off the chaos. 4 kills in a round for him. Impeccable work with the
Nyayur,
Lurks.
bro.
Northampton do not lose anti-bonus rounds. You just can't start 3 and 0 against this team. Blackwards with a
Matchnya
awesome play.
OPTIC lawan Laut.
Have a really fast flank
Habis
from
ini.
Showers. And Zersha tried to stop people doing that by sending an
Duh,
early
udah mulai
sky
ngantuk
flash.
kayak ini udah nguap-nguap
When you
nih.
get a sky flash in your face and you're holding Showers, you think, oh, there's probably people here. But Blackwards was not put off, still found a great timing, and was able to flank back through short.
Anjir kayak
Stop
Aaron,
the
cok.
momentum early here on Bind. I think this Viper head-to-head is going to be so interesting to watch. Blackwood's getting the early upper hand, but Scary is the
Sumpah kayak
player
Aaron.
that people respect. He hasn't actually been that great though in their LAN performances. He plays way better online. So he really needs to turn up in these moments.
Quick little jiggle.
Yang pakai bandana,
Spam.
Cok.
Burst the bullets sent through just to see if they can gather a bit of control of it. The Boombot spots a player
Cok,
close.
kalau
Meteor
lihat aja.
have to opt to reposition.
Ya,
so just
mau di pick
to try and
malah
take
di
a
molly.
fight.
Jadi aja.
Forwards, this is just really playing with death, aren't you?
Apa mirip, Cok?
Surf though has found a pick from long. Oh, and that
The orbital strike gusting right into the corner. You can't escape it.
Enjoy,
You're taken out.
enjoy.
But Meteor's still tucked into this corner. He's found one as a response. Only 3 play live, but you have to take the fight there. That was a snake bite. And the Molotov
Di
all sent
molly itu
through.
tempat anjir.
Look at the amount of respect they're giving to him though. They paused that entire site hit just to combo utility to deal with Meteor.
Make sure that they can take him out.
Yeah.
Sampai sampai akhir nggak tahu nih.
Kita ini ya.
But this was a great response from Zersha. Extremely diligent in terms of clearing out hookah, investing a lot of utility there. And it's not the most elaborate round in the world, it's not the most crazy default, but they just work their way up long, take it fairly easily, post up the operator,
Udah mulai ngantuk nih, sayup-sayup
punish
mata
the
nih.
players holding hookah.
Tapi lag, karena lagnya nggak satu K sih. Kayak kecewa gitu nggak sih?
Bingung loh.
You want to avoid the chaos as much as
Lagnya
possible.
Yeah.
cuma
Getting into more familiar
600.
territory. And I think with Northeption playing a composition, obviously making that
Ada
switch.
selokan juga.
Going from the Neon comp to playing this now.
Inferno anjir.
Certainly something I think that Zershig are looking to capitalize off of, because they're going to be a bit more unfamiliar with how the pieces of this comp work together. It's a common comp, don't get me wrong.
It is.
It's been played, you know, across many regions, but it's one thing to, you know, watch games being played of it, to play against it, and actually use it yourself.
Yeah.
Gamer kecewa.
Ini dia nih banana cok.
Meteor's got the tour de force here. And he
Atau
went
3
for
nih,
it.
ayo bantai dong, bantai biar
On the
cepet,
pistol
cok.
round, was wondering if he was going to go for that again.
Tuh,
Instead, he's
keburu
just depositing
tidur
a
nih
trademark
anjir.
over in hookah.
Oh iya
He
datang
makes his
ah.
way back over to A. He's not going to have enough time to get onto
Sese
an
carry
early
nih,
angle
smoke-nya
with
sese
this
carry nih.
Up in hand.
Set.
Oh joy. Banana.
Instead, just kind of pops it down over towards heaven.
Just end up using that stim beacon just to try and take a faster approach onto this angle.
Really early snakebite nade from Northeption. Doesn't actually take any time off the clock or allow them to re-clear showers. And Meteor's positioning is so passive because he was late to set up on the defense. Again, I think that might be a sign of just a bit of discomfort with the new comp.
Of course, yeah. If you've mainly been playing Jet, I mean, we see it a lot actually early on when Chamber was released. A lot of Jet players trying to move over, and
anjing.
it doesn't offer you as many freedoms. You have to
Loginya bisa
think about
gitu,
your
cok.
rendezvous, your teleports. You have to
Wah,
settle
di
down ahead
pick
of time.
1 detik di flash.
Okay, Jojo's in a nice
Masa
position
iya
here.
Fauzi
Flash off Derry
anti
Ali's
buta ya
contact.
Fauzi ya?
Derry Ali tucks though, and now they've both got util in their hands.
Smoked, dropped down, has to kill the Trailblazer, but getting caught out still. Spray down from Cruz. 2 players
Pusing.
removed from the fight. Sushi Boys
Gila
as well,
timingnya
is gonna be taking up
Sersia.
that hookah control, knowing that no players really to just stop him in his tracks. Okay, Cruz.
That's a nice lineup from Blackwiz. A long, long way away, throwing those snake bites. The spike still gets planted. Can Meteor pull magic out?
Secret spots him, so they know there's another one in elbow. It's all about his tour de force, isn't it? What value can Meteor find? But retaking B,
Jadi kebe nggak sih?
I mean, at the best of times, be a horrible
Up.
task. Still with that one, he might have opened things up quite nicely. Is it going to be the double face there? 2 players left, and he ones into him. Foxy
Foxy had no idea what was going on.
Keyboard mahal.
In the 1v1.
Straight into
Keyboard mahal headset.
Meteor makes sure to empty the chamber, so he still gets the Ultor point as well. That defensive setup in the 3v2.
Oh,
is
sampai
giving
headset
too
aja
much
gak
respect, in my
kepikiran
opinion,
loh.
to Meteor. Look at the
Keyboard
replay,
doang
I mean,
mahal
once we
kocak
get
ya.
into the clutch situation. But they're scared of the tour de force, they're scared of Meteor, and that just gives
Real lack
Meteor
of
a lot of space. And then towards the end, I think Foxy assumes Meteor's already pushed into sight.
Yeah, I don't know.
A little awkward.
It's a very interesting one.
Gila.
Timeout.
Yeah.
They're taking this off the back of winning our round.
I mean, maybe
Tuk
you're
tuk tuk.
expecting the B retake not to
work out.
not to be as successful as it was. Those are the moments that Meteor's going to give you, and that is the case when you have star players, when you have players.
Kayaknya
that the
dia
opponents
dengernya
respect,
ini deh
they are
guys,
given
si apa
more
namanya?
room to
Si
clutch.
Fauzi dengernya
That's
dia
why
tuh
good clutch
TP ke
players
elbow.
end up clutching even more than they should.
Taunya enggak.
They get a reputation,
Taunya
and
dia
then that
balik lagi ke
reputation
CT.
makes their opponents respect them and not challenge them. And the trades come
Itu
slower.
keyboard suruh
the
giveaway
positioning
aja nggak
is
sih?
passive. They're given more space to work with. You can see that all play out there as Meteor just took liberties with them.
Just as we were talking about how uncomfortable he was looking every now and then.
Well, it was the
But at end of
defensive
the day-
setup that was looking uncomfortable, not necessarily the way that he was playing.
Oh no, we know he can aim.
Oh yeah,
We know he can aim.
Panasan
Well,
anjing.
he's pretty smart as well.
Panasan ya
He
dia.
occasionally gets into situations where he's going to overstep himself and get a bit frag hungry. But if you put him into
Ini gerah
clutch
gitu
or
dia
site
anjir.
exec, something like that, he's going to make the right decision a lot of the time.
And in case you're wondering what's going
Iya,
on,
kayaknya
I believe
Fauzi-
this back-to-back timeouts been taken.
Itu keyboard.
Zersha also just queued up the timeout.
Tebak-tebakan tentang dia juga nggak apa-apa dah. Yang penting ada keyboard itu.
Making
One after the
sure
other.
that they have the right strategic
Gantian
adjustments in
anjir.
place.
Habis ente timeout, sekarang dia yang timeout.
Talking it over.
There's a lot of ultimates
Bisa gitu ya,
very
combo
close here from the
timeout.
Northeption side of things. If they wanted
Berat
to
nggak,
play
Bang? Sangat.
Orb, for example, Zen is one away from the showstopper, Jojo one away from his Seekers.
Massive ults to try and work with. And yeah, this was back-to-back timeouts for both teams. They just queued them up at the same time. So let them rip one after the other. Get extra time to simmer and think about it.
Yeah. And this is a crucial round coming up. It may only be round 6, the end of the first quarter, but it's a pivotal economic swing round as well. When we get back into the game, take a look at the economy there. If one team's able to get the edge,
Ya,
they
ya,
can start
fokus
snowballing,
lagi.
get into a better position, and ask some questions
Kalau
of
musuh
whether or not you
Theo
want to
boleh
force
lah,
buy.
selagi namanya
The other
time
side
out.
of things, there's a couple of
Mau
players
yang time out
they kind of
dari
scrimmed
musuh
and
juga
saved to
tetap
put a buy
kita bisa
together.
ngomong.
Maybe approach here from North Epson.
Anjir,
Straight deep into fountain for information and look at
itu
that judge's
judge-nya
hands.
naga kaku, keinget AWP siapa ya?
I mean, just absolutely ludicrous plays, haven't we, with these shotguns?
Blackwiz doesn't quite have the movement abilities though that Meteor had access to on Haven.
Yeah, I think Xerxes as well, they seem very aware in terms of Yoltorps might be being played by Conception. They're just holding outside showers, making sure that they can slowly pressure Hookah. Black was forced to use his own snake bite, but it actually cut across. I think it rebounded close to him.
They're trying to put this pressure over towards B, keep 3 players there, while slowly, cautiously taking showers control.
Oh boy.
You can see this is going to end A. The question is, do Northception get the read? And now that things slow down, and now that the
How are they
Flash
gonna
and the
peek it?
Dog have been used over at B,
Dog, is there
there's
anyone
3
to break
players
it?
now A.
They are going to be respecting it. Aware that it could be, but
Ini
Meteor
gimana ngusirnya?
still
Oh,
holding down the angle, he does not care.
Fogzy yang
Fox is
kena.
taken out, teleports back to safety, right up top, a flick up to the side, doesn't find his mark, but now the smoke's dropped down and the players are swarming onto the site. Xerxa just trying to make the most of it, only 30 seconds left into the round. Deriali playing inside, one of his own in a team. Oh, North Epson. Ready, prime game and flawless. Money can start to get built.
They had the read so early and so perfectly on where that was going to end. Despite the best efforts of Xerxia, they just didn't push people back enough over towards B. They needed hookah control, they needed to make sure that the Sky utility didn't get information. You can see on the minimap here as they're taking the fight, there are 4 Northception players waiting, holding for each other. There's not a single angle left unchecked as Xerxia try and muscle their way into the site. And I said there were going to be questions asked. Do you want to force in this round? And Xerxia have decided yes. We're going to force with a Guardian, with a Headhunter, and they lose a player immediately.
It's a double swing at different elevation. It might work if the players can get the timing right, but just not quite this time. A response from Fox. Jojo's going to be falling.
Masa iya?
4v4. As soon as you hear that, Judge, you've got to put the fear of God into him. I mean, you are worried about pushing this one. Black Wiz just using that snake.
Ini kalau
making
balik
sure that
iya.
he can hold these angles. So much utility being committed.
Apex
into this
tadi
to try and
kalah.
clear him out.
And for Blackwiz, the floor is lava. Oh, Fox! The timing! Through the Viper wall.
Right through the wall. A reposition. Players still ready and waiting. Vulnerability applied. Gives him the one, but it is traded. Xerxia can start to
Bentar
take
guys,
space.
kencing dulu bentar.
Well, okay.
Anjir, pas
Strike is
banget
gonna
ya
be
ulti di
dropped.
situ.
Spike is down though, and the players managed to just
Bentar ya.
back away.
Yeah, that's a rendezvous from Surf and Scary inside his Viper's pit. Picks off Deriali. Meteor could go for this one, but it's almost impossible.
Reaching of an op into the Viper's pit, yeah.
He has the money, but I think making the right play here, just backing off and saving it. Any exit kills would still be valuable, but again, really difficult even to go for that as Scary's Viper's Pit extends into back halls.
Yeah.
And the way the Xerxia are approaching these B site hits is very good. I think leaning more B than A is going to be a decent idea for them heading deeper into this half. Because the Northception defense is very heavy about just remaining in hookah. And it's weakening their long control, it's weakening their sight hold as well. You can see Fox just ran in.
There's so much emphasis being placed on that hookah control and that hold.
Yeah, and I think that's going to end up being a bit of a flaw for Northception. It does look like hookah's almost impenetrable, but they can afford to send 3 players to flush out Blackwiz.
They trade it.
Because Fox has already taken the site.
Round 4.
Yeah.
Very back and forth. The previous maps we were witnessing these long stretches of teams winning round after round after round, but this time it's an even match.
Flashes on either side here. Spike leaning over towards Showers. These beginnings to the round, the A side leaning default has not been particularly successful for Xerxia. Keep getting picked off over towards Showers.
Yeah. And the boombot being dropped down. Zen trying to buy a bit of space for his teammate who did cross over to that side. The Viper will blocks the sight line on top of it. So.
Iya.
4 players looking to rotate immediately here, just because Meteor is holding B
They're in on
long.
short. Xerxia have already taken all this space as well. given it-
Nggak cek angle, biasain. Sersia nggak ngecek angle.
Showers
Biasain.
control maintained, and they are in full control of this A site.
These
Sering-seringin tuh nggak ngecek angle ya.
The coordination's severely lacking. They don't have Showers control, and Scary can try do what he might. They're not getting through this.
Feeling gua kok Sersia balik ya guys ya.
Doing a great job of
Begini
gathering
caranya.
information on B and then just gamble stack it. They're not going to fake
Oh.
towards Showers and disappear.
That's a super dangerous move on Bind. With the teleporters in play.
Yeah, it is. It should be punishable. But Xerxia haven't figured out that they're doing it yet. And also, the A site hits are just commanding no respect, really. I suppose they are rotating players, but they're still committing to the site and getting crushed.
Nice. Nice.
Northeption do look competent with this new composition. They are leading in terms of the gun rounds that we've seen so far here. And now they've knocked Xerxia back down to an eco.
Money not good. Ults are there. If they choose to use them.
Wow.
Look at these Northeption players.
Anjing,
This
Scary.
is incredibly precarious. They are just contacting all the way up behind it.
This is just based on information in prior rounds. They know nobody holds lamps, there's no
Doesn't
trademark.
expect it. Just thought it was the one player still lurking through. Northeption, they have bodies, they have guns to try and hold it down. They've given a bit of space still up to Xerxia. Showstopper committed. Sen just wants to drop it down, even forces one of the teleports.
2 teleports. And do they go back to A? They do.
Wrap around.
How do Northeption adjust to this?
I mean, this is just ridiculous. A minute on the clock, they're looking to retake Showers control.
Oh, perfect reposition. I mean, I love this from Jojo.
Tiap jam
He's
ngemil
gathering
iya
info,
anjir.
but also, he's gonna just be in the perfect spot to deny the plant once Scary and Cruz get back to A.
Yeah, they can just crush any sort of attempt to try and plant
The
onto A.
same contact down a short.
Joking. Did they even get any better weaponry? No, they just doubled up and it's so weak. Laid back online for Zen. Cruz does find that one. The aim punch assisting him, but yeah, does not expect the reposition, does he?
And Jojo, it was a gorgeous idea with the 2 going through. There was a trademark in Hookah as well that entire time. So they knew that it was going to come back to A.
Yeah.
If you don't break the trademark in Hookah, I mean, where have you
just
gone?
can't fake it.
Where have you gone in the
No.
teleporter? You've gone all the way to B long? Even if you've done that, it's likely you end up TPing back over into Showers. So very smart decision making by Jojo, I think. Look at Sushi Boys all the way at the bottom of the scoreboard. 1 and 7 on the attack side, playing entry. Same kind of story as their split. Sushi Boys needs to step up and be delivering them more of these frags, more of these entries, and take the load off the rest of the team. Here comes Northeption.
What a push all the way through. Long control gained. They're going to kill for their troubles, and look at this now. An instant response. The answer to
What
stun
the fuck?
is dealt with, but not before he finds one of his own, and the spray down. Cruz is working with the Vandal, but 2 heads once more. Black was forced to just fast rotate.
Jadi menang orang Sersia.
And I like the decision making there from Sushi Boys too. His decision making was really good on split defense as well. So it's not like he's playing terribly.
Just repeat this.
Yeah, I don't think this is winnable with the orbital strike.
It's really not.
Problem. And Scary's already reflanking too.
Cruz is looking up to the sky like he's got a molly lineup as well. So he finds the one, but look, it's just dropped down. Unless it's whiffed. I mean, time's just going to be bled off the clock. He's got nothing to work with. He has to get on this immediately. The snakebite finding it. He is just falling so low, and it's so well played by Xerxia.
Yeah, and that's the thing. As soon as you see Cruz and Scary left alive at the end of these rounds, they are going to have post-plant lineups from every position on the map.
Yep.
They're just going to have them everywhere. That's the key element of how they're playing post-plant in these comps. What a beautiful trade from Cruz as he sprays down 2 of those players. Like I said, the actual decision-making there was really good from Sushi Boys and Cruz to read the B-long aggression with 3 players and instantly take hookah control. They tie this back up at 5 apiece.
2 rounds one way, another.
Let's play.
Just going back and forth.
Incredibly back and forth.
It's a deep lineup just to feign that they could be lurking up A short. I mean, they've done it a couple of times. Xerxia on their attack side.
It's one of the first times that Northeption are putting a heavy emphasis on defending that area. They have a trademark, an operator, and Blackwiz playing all around short.
Scary going for this snakebite lineup. This is actually going to be landing, I think, at the top of B long. Something that Fnatic popularized. The dog as well to try and take some space off of it. But there's a deep smoke in B long. No Not going to be able to capitalize and take any space off of it.
It looks like this is supposed to be the same exact web. They put pressure towards B and end A. This round has been getting red over and over again.
Oh no.
Northeption have always been able to win. Do they make the rotate this time? Flash, B long, doesn't see anything. They're already starting to move.
That was an op shot as well for
Habis
the
sudah
top
nih.
of the truck. Taking a bit of contact, teleport it back.
The time is ticking so low here.
37 seconds
The
left. The players are
spikes,
still split.
where are they going? They're so indecisive here.
Yeah, they were a loss, honestly, for answers. They're just trying to solo fake, I think, with Sushi Boys. The nade! Eating so much damage. Blackwiz is there, ready and waiting. There's 20 seconds. Where is the spike going to end? The wall is up, taking so much decay damage, but eventually they pincer him, they take him out. Spike gonna start to get planted. Meteor wasn't able to watch down these sight lines.
The key component was getting rid of Blackwiz, who was in cubby, spamming out the snake bites, trying to hold back the horde. Northeption on the retake.
Shocked that they managed to get this into the post plan, but now they can start to hold these positions.
Watching here.
And this retake, that's a difficult one. Surf's got the one. Traymount dropped the slow field. Meteor's able to return a bit of fire, but you're just losing so many players to try and help it. And guess what? The longer you take, the less likely it looks.
Yeah, there goes that molly. Player advantage as well.
Just gotta save.
Northeption, yeah, they simply have to save this one. Xerxia, at least 6 rounds have been able to be covered in this half. I think that's extremely respectable considering how
Keren coy,
poor
Xerxia
hits
coy.
have been. I think that might be the only one that they've managed to execute effectively.
Yeah. And even then it was all over the place.
It was late, sure, but I think they actually played the clock relatively well. One of the big differences is that Northeption didn't get the read that it was an A hit.
Yeah.
There weren't 4 players waiting for them. There was only 2, in fact. And look at how well they dealt with Blackwiz. Just patient, not trying to force the fight, even though there was only 20 seconds. I mean, I was getting panicked.
Yeah.
Don't think they were.
So short, but
Raken Sor.
one final round left in this first half here. Final map of this elimination game.
One of these teams is going to be going home at the end of 5.
Yeah. This is a snake bite that we were seeing earlier, just from the lineup. Comes from Scary as well. It allows him to keep and hold control of A short, just in case there is a lurk on the defending side. But this double push out of Showers, oh, they're going to be meeting Meteor. Trailblazer gets broken. They have to anticipate that he could be posted up on this angle, and it looks like they are moving away from it.
There isn't very much map control over by B, and they're starting to run out of good utility to push Meteor away. No Trailblazer, no flash.
You're contacting in! How does he get that?
Wow, Fox just stood a little too close to the
Waduh.
angle there. Meteor sees him
Waduh.
first.
Tries to take the fight again, but Meteor's going to get punished.
Ayo, mana?
Central in, the spray is not quite good enough. Orbital strike, it does split the team up. They can't follow themselves into the site. They can't take control of their duelists.
Wah, dapat
And there's no
info.
map control here.
They're
If
going right
Blackwiz
back to
can get
Blackwiz.
1 and drop off,
Guns aren't quite ready, and they've got their knives out.
Pegang terus tuh pisau
35
sur,
seconds left.
anjing.
Viper's pit online, why not just drop it? A nade on top of it. Scary's gonna fall, 6-6. It's pure chaos, man, it's pure chaos.
but it is a very good half from Northeption, considering they don't have very much experience with this composition. Blackwiz has suddenly turned up out of nowhere and become a monster of a player for them on that defensive side.
Yeah.
He was able to grab a lot of value. The rotates were intelligent too. Northeption still believe that they are going to advance.
Temen
in
udah
this
mati,
tournament.
pegang terus tuh pisau,
It's all going to
tai.
get decided in the next half.
Right down to the wire, isn't it? As even as it can be. Let's take it down to the analyst desk to break down the half that we just seen.
Honestly, it couldn't go any other way here, and I'm thrilled that it is, and that both of these teams are slugging it out on bind like this. Welcome
Total udah
everyone to
berapa
half.
tadi?
Golden Warrior
4-3.
alongside with Doug and Jess. And Jess, you know, one thing's for certain, just
Berapa GH tadi?
the way that Meteor is playing,
GH udah pasti
the
12
position
sih.
that they busted out here in Northeption, it is
Nggak mungkin
been
kurang.
awesome to see them execute it so well.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to see a little bit out of Meteor. We thought we might have a bit of a change off of the Neon. We weren't sure what we would get.
5-5.
And instead we got Meteor Chamber instead of Zinfree going back to the chamber himself. But he's going to jump onto the
Gak tau
race
kenapa ya guys ya.
Look at where
Xerxia
we're currently
kalau
sitting.
main
Xerx
race,
being
Sushi Boy main race, kayaknya
Xerx
rada
being diffed.
What a
kurang
time to
deh.
be alive,
What a
kids.
time to be alive.
What a time
That's
to be
exactly
alive.
right. It's the half, mind you, and he was on the defensive half, so you hope that as the half switch occurs, this
Yeah,
changes up. But Doug, Looking
Dia
pretty
butuh
for
rest
right now.
rest
Yeah, I
god
think the
kayaknya.
setup is perfectly poised to see
It
who's going to be
is.
able to win it out at the end of the day. From the beginning of the series up until now, we've talked about that duel. Surf and Meteor, who's
Butuh
going
Aaron
to
kah
come
dia?
out on top, who's going to be able to deliver on the stage. I think the thing that's difficult for me is it's like my heart is telling me to believe and my mind is
I
telling me not
know.
to, and I want to believe so bad that Northeption can do this. Because I think the writing's on the wall. But I know the second I believe, I'm gonna have the rug pulled out of under me.
I know it's either them like being like sayonara or
Butuh main
arigato
frag lah rest god.
gozaimasu. Thank you very much or goodbye. Like where am I sitting with this? I don't know. But whatever they give us in this second half, their attacks have to be pack mentality again. It has to be Haven-esque.
And Black Wiz, Josh said it, has been a monster.
Yeah.
Again, out of nowhere, his Viper has been so good. And now that they're switching halves, like there's more opportunity for him to do Black Wiz things.
All right, well, you heard from the desk. It's tied 6-6 right here on Bind. Winner moves on. Loser goes home. Brennan Sideshow, over to you.
Thank you very much, Desk Crew. And yeah, it's time to close
Ah,
this
ini
one
kalah
out.
langsung pulang.
One team will be leaving today off the back of this matchup. It's an elimination game here in the pistol round.
Zersha with a 4-player stack over towards B. It looks like a bit of a trap play.
Nah guys,
more than any
gambling guys, lihat guys.
aggression.
Apa yang
This is
dilakukan
gonna be a B hit, and the
Sofia guys,
strategy
lihat
right
guys.
place. That flash, even though it landed on top of Sushi Boy's head, could just let them know that Fox is over there.
Yeah,
Trailblazer confirms.
So hard over control of B long here on the pistol. They do not want to give anything up. A bit of
Berempat loh.
spam. Bullets sent flying, but Surf is watching for the lurk, and Black Wiz is dealt with.
That is a major win condition for Xerxia, both getting Surf online and shutting down Blackwiz if he goes for those aggressive lurks.
Lihat, udah mau rotate terus
Now questions being
nggak
asked,
jadi.
what does Northeption do in the 4v5? They knew that there was a stack over towards B early. They knew there was at least 3 players here, and Meteor just spammed through the smoke.
The deep
Makan tuh 4B, ah?
Tuh,
kena kan lu. Tersia nih bos. Kalau gambling nggak pernah salah, anjir. Makan tuh 4B.
Sushi Boy's just casually doubling his kills.
Pas lihat replaynya, anjing,
First half
4B,
with
cok.
one nade there. Not too shabby whatsoever. But it's Surf that really shuts down the play that was happening on the other side of the map. And a good game plan, I think, overall, with Xerxia having that heavy stack.
Makan tuh granat, anjing.
Getting the read, crushing their sight hit.
Oh my goodness.
Northeption with no spike plant, no opportunity to force coming into this one. So barring anything crazy occurring, we're expecting Xerxia to take an incredibly important lead.
Has to be essentially the full eco. Surf eats a ton of damage, but he does get away with a kill. On the other side, you can see Meteor. He did invest into the half armor and a couple of headhunter bullets, maybe enough to turn the tide of this round, but it's going to take more than that. The satchel! Oh my word!
Itu gue juga bisa, anjing kayak gitu dong.
Satchel? that was very nice from Sushi Boys. Supporting himself and Xerxia a clean sweep, a prime game in flawless. Both of these teams, Brent, not only are they playing for elimination right here in the second half of Bind, but they each have another team in their region that's done more.
Kelincinya udah dikasih
They
wortel
live in the
ya.
shadow of these big brother
Udah dikasih
figures
sayur-sayuran
in
dia.
APAC and Japan, and each one of them wants to make their own story. It's more than just
Karena kalau nggak dikasih, kalau dia nggak menyala, dia mau dikirim ke puncak, Ken. Mau dijadiin sate.
I think for both of these teams who make it, they travel so far to get to these global events.
And going out in last place would be devastating for that.
Anjing, lain apa yang keren,
Fast
cok.
approach once more. There's the snake bite. Trailblazer dodging, juking, biding his time. Holding close to it, but with the trademark destroyed,
Ah, kan?
it's just spam. They anticipate the lurk.
Scary kalau masalah nge-spam, ha?
As soon as he breaks the trademark, walks into the sight line.
Gak ada lawannya,
Very rarely
bos.
see people die going for that. Maybe take a chunk of damage and back off, but Blackwood's trying to force the issue now on the pistol and the bonus.
Northeption, they've had a stellar record when it comes to trying to convert these buy rounds into these bonuses, but now a lot of damage being dealt. All these players just
Tahu
swarming
ngeding aja.
through. Meteor finds a good one. Foxy falling. Teleport in play as well. Looks like they want to try and pivot into B.
I think they know that Zen is still around here. But Surf might still have a lot on his plate. No, in fact, the Spike and the rest of the Northeption players coming back over to A. I'm pretty sure Sushi Boys is aware of this. Still watching Lamps, didn't hear enough people teleporting.
Yeah.
And Crew's positioning again is so good. Similar to JoJo's in the other half. That Shower's position is very strong against the short range push.
So important. 2 smokes dropped.
But no one's
Angle doesn't
watching
get watched. The timing! Oh my goodness. Using a nade to try and deny the plant. So much damage being done to them. Oh, Molly as well, just trying to buy a bit of space. 15 seconds left. Time is running so low. In fact, the satchel denies it again. Push back off of the plant, and now pace is the name of the game. Running the way through. A bit of spam into the smoke. It's not enough to deal with the planter. All up to Cruz. The Spectre, not the best, is it? Long range fights. He's not suited to it.
There are 2 very weak players, but JoJo's trying to keep them safe.
I think this positioning as well. Conception, they know exactly how to play this. Doubled up just in case.
He has some time to work with.
Drops it down. Now there's a rifle. Spots the one, but there you go. From high and low, they clean it up and they do get the round just barely.
And Northception once more being exceptional at halting momentum, not allowing these bonus rounds to get converted. But there was damage done. That one got a little pricey. Xerxia might have done what they needed to have a good round 16. Northception definitely playing a little bit with the teleporters, trying to allow Meteor to work solo picks.
Yeah.
Which isn't the same way that Surf was working. Surf was very much getting supported by the rest of his team, getting the operator into positions. And that's a weapon he has online again, as there is some short aggression.
It's a very deep smoke.
It's a 4-player stack A. And
Lihat
Xerxia
guys,
going for a bit of a
4 orang di A guys, 4 orang tiba-tiba 4 orang di A.
Especially when Surf's got this operator. The rendezvous just behind him.
Ya, tiba-tiba 4 orang di A.
If he gets pressured, particularly
Ini dari kayak gini suara gua aman kan ya? Sejauh ini aman kan ya?
Watching it, approaching the
Aman kan? Gak perlu jauh-jauh banget.
Trailblazer coming down B long. Does it spot anybody? It does. I think that saw Deriali. Is he going to prompt anybody to move off A? There's a minute on the clock. You haven't heard anything. Somebody needs to go and support Fox, I think. He only has an Ares holding down B. And B-site bind is the worst in the game to retake.
Masih nggak gerak.
Give up this space. I mean, the Viper Wall is going to go up to try and help Fox, but he is very isolated. No teammates willing to help him out. The smokes are dropped, and it's just a spam. He knows it. Pure instinct to the angles to watch for. Gets maybe more than he was expecting.
Dapat aja deh guys.
Back and forth, spamming him out. Spike as well, that's the reload, and that triggers the push. JoJo straight through the smoke is going to be dealing with him.
Ya?
Very pesky play indeed.
Jual tuh keyboard anjing, kalau nggak juara-juara jual tuh keyboard.
So many players now just contacting, making a couple of footsteps.
Biasain tuh nge-spam babi.
Still the angle's being held. It's a jiggle. Deriali has given up his position, has to back away now and play with the rest of his team, but still the pressure is on. A nade to push them back. A bit of a whiffage, but the reset, the spray down, it does transfer correctly. Meteor gets the one, and it just feels like there's just not enough behind this with the retake.
Nice.
Yeah, the 4-player gamble over towards A from Xerxia just offered Northception
good luck.
Too much of an easy post plant there. It's all right for the beginning of a round, but in an economic swing situation, to just allow them onto the B site, especially with how long they had Fox just stick around with the Ares. I'm not sure what the call was there, but Northception very happy to get a free post plant off. They're hyped.
Yeah, essentially handed the site with that one.
Rekennya gitu-gitu doang anjir.
Perhaps it'll make them cautious that there could be gamble stacks on rounds like this.
Nice.
So he's got to find a shot off here. You can feel it. The pressure's on him because he's just sticking around for so long here. He's just completely egoing the nade and the spam and the seeker. It's all offloaded.
He's the only chance his team has to win this round, so I don't mind it, but not able to find anything here.
Losing control. Okay, getting the knives out, but it's looking.
Pegang tuh pisau terus ya.
Deriali one away from his ultimate. Sushi as well. 1 orb away. Sure to get that by the end of this round. But it should be quite easy.
How does Sushi Boys isolate the 1v1? The question is answered. I mean, he doesn't. That's a prime game of Flawless. Conception, they are getting on the board. They have steadily taken this lead. Now, it was even all the way through the first half. And now you can start to feel it.
And it was relatively even in terms of the chamber head-to-head. There was an edge to Meteor on the defensive side, and that edge has only grown. Sure, he's had some opportunities where he's taken easier fights against eco players or whatever, but at the end of the day, he is the tip of the spear here, even more than Zen a lot of the time.
Nice. 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 Nah, free anjing. Nice mulu.
Willing to take the fight always.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a bite. Look at that. Just the spam coming through onto the corner of it. The Boombot does tag onto the one player. It's just an early approach to see if they can take a bit of that extremity control, maybe force the players through, but now the op battle. Just a slight edge. Meteor can see the elbow sticking out and it gives him the advantage.
Gila angle-nya.
I mean, that is just
kalah lo.
being slightly
Huruf
different.
angle-nya kalah lo, bro.
The right elbow sticking out just a little bit.
Wah, Sia pulang kah Sia?
Beautiful shot.
Waduh.
And now this is going to break that A defense setup. Dog coming out over towards B as Zersha try and figure out, is there actually anything behind this pick?
Contacted in, there's a Trailblazer,
Jangan
laid off to the side. It's all up to Fox, see what he can do, but he's caught in the corner! This time his teammate's going to be
Gila
responding.
trade kill-nya cuy.
The showstopper that was committed into this one was carried so late to the party. Just running his wee little legs all the way back, but he might be able to catch the timing still. He's going to be contacting him all the way into Meteor. You can't whip that, but eventually he makes up for it.
Wah, nice lagi. Kita tebak Nafri ngomong nice berapa kali nih.
Zen in a position where he was just a tasty morsel of bait. Meteor swings back around to get his
Meteor jago banget, cuy.
21st kill across 18 rounds.
He's dominant.
He really is. Look how cautiously and tenderly he's taken the angle. And then here, the defensive setup is still decent. They have Fox in a position where he can flash.
Looks like they really wanted to fight that.
But I think, again, Sushi Boy sends in his ultimate. It gets one pick, and then instantly he just gets overwhelmed.
Yep.
And he's not able to have the impact that you would want from somebody we've seen previously at this event has star potential.
That is so much damage. The orb gained. It was read by Northception. They just spam the smoke. They know that
Langsung
Surf's
satu
looking to try and
anjing
get that
darah
total
dia.
force online. But look at this, the Viper's Pit.
The Viper's Pit, Cruz with his ultimate as well. They are really going to fight for this round. Looking to try and deny the plan.
Makan tuh ya.
Perfect Bucky range.
Yep. The shotgun in play, but an orbital strike to try and punish him. And they work their way around as Sushi Boy was just trying to escape away from him. Black was, he had the angle, he had the sight line, and he had the rifle. Good damage being found, but Jojo okay, caught with the utility. Just trying to flash for his team.
Yeah, a bit weird there. He had an option that could have resulted in that win.
So precarious.
Now Cruz, they're investing all of the ultimates here.
I mean, why not? Potentially a winnable round. The orbital strike, it does give them the angle, but there's nobody to really follow it up. Cruz lurking, steady, ready and waiting the patience. It pays off into one, but still they're dealing with it. They've got the angles locked. Another shot with the Sheriff. Can't find the gun, but it is the
Wah,
2v1.
kena momentum, bro. Kena momentum kayaknya Jepang cuy.
An awesome investment of ultimates there. Very good game plan.
Kena momentum
and
kayaknya.
extremely well executed from Zersha.
What a round to win for them.
They used everything in order to scavenge an eco together that keeps this crucial map. That is the difference between them advancing to face FPX again or being sent home. They use every ultimate to make sure that the gap is only one.
Yeah, one of the most vital rounds that we've seen in this series. A proper tipping point, just with the economy, the way the momentum's going. But look at that, 4 rounds in a row for Northception. Finally stopped in its tracks with that.
It's going to be ob v op again over at short.
They're going to be fighting each other right away, aren't they? Look at this. Contact being played. That's a leg shot. Tries to answer back. Damage done, but no kills traded.
A small skirmish and both sides retreat. Licking their wounds.
Done.
Ready for the next war.
Wants to hold this angle into lamps just in case there's a repick. With the wall up, they have been clearing this themselves just to see if they could catch a player who might have been watching and lurking up.
And with that early pressure towards A short, Foxy actually started to rotate onto A. And now Northception have pumped the brakes, similarly to what they were doing on their split. On their Haven side, where their attack rounds were so good. And they're going in, now they're going to go and put some pressure towards B. The spike remains A. This is in all likelihood going to be an A re-hit. But the Zersha players are going to think that there's something behind this on B.
must do, right? The flash didn't connect. It only was on the Trailblazer, and players have now looked their way up. No positioning was given up.
Can surf Rendezvous to help the rest of his team. I think he's used it already. I think he used it too much.
But also they just lost control of Lamps. I don't know if he would want to go into this one. The Viper's Pit dropped down. Perception could be setting themselves up.
Sushi Boys has the nade.
There's a nade to try and deny it. And the Brim Molly as well, just trying to be stuck. So much, but still backs away. And now 14 seconds left, Josh. The time is running so low into this one. The Molly just walks straight back into us. Xerxia ready for it. Fox just beams down to him. And the swing is impeccable.
Darah 1.
What a read, what a play. Fantastic utility usage. And that's where the clock can be a major problem. Xerxia used everything there. They had the Brimstone Molly down on the plant. They used nade. The Sushi Boys used 1 satchel, 2 satchels, swung into it.
Utility-nya bagus banget.
They were determined to ensure Northampton had no chance of getting that plant down, despite the fact they're in a pit.
What a response by Fox. I didn't even realize he whipped around 180 to catch that. Unreal scenes. Even
And not only is this going to be a timeout for Northampton to take a breather here and calm these players down that haven't played at an international stage before, but it's also going to be an option where they can talk to their coach and ask, what do we do here? Not just strategically, but do we invest? Is this a round that we want to fight for? Not everybody can full buy here, but are we really going to allow Xerxia to get 2 rounds away from match point?
It's a big risk. It's a big question they're going to be asking themselves.
Bangsat, emang ada bangsat tadi.
I think a breather was necessary. Just the way that you could feel these rounds playing out. Maybe a bit of panic setting in just in terms of how low the time was getting.
And I think also something that Northampton might want to adjust is more aggression on their site execs. I think the strategy in that round was pretty perfect, apart from the fact that they never pushed outside of the Viper's pit to take back site.
Yeah.
I need to see Zenfree jumping into backside with double satchels, making space for Meteor so that the team can fight. But also crucially, Brent, that question that we were asking, are they going to invest into this round? The answer is no. They're going for, you know, Guardian, Spectre, Sheriffs, Light Armor.
The weaker buy.
But they are going to allow Xerxia to get up to 11 if they can convert the anti-eco.
Meteor might have something to say about it. There's a flash sent through into the teleport. Got to respect it. Backs away, and now that spam into the smoke. Feels very timid at the beginning of all of these rounds. Just both teams lobbing a bit of utility here and there, exchanging fire. But very fast to explode, I think, once the space is gained.
It's an interesting approach from Northampton, really dialing things back. And Xerxia are not afraid to go for these big rotates, just, you know, going for a hard read in the middle of the round. They don't have any good info that would lean towards this 3-player A stack. They've gone for it anyway.
Gaming dia, bro.
All of that utility, this could hurt them, but like shot going to be finding Zen. A little strike even as well, just to make sure that they can split them up. And while all that was happening, guess what? Meteor lurking, finding his way into showers. The Seeker's popped off. They're going to know a lot of this positioning. Now, just peeking before the wall was up. Sushi Boys was given a perfect angle.
Naikung ya.
Caught with just their knives out, but the plant's still going to be dropped. Northampton could be finding a bit of work. The double satchel play, Sushi Boys. It's so aggressive.
Aji kepanggang.
The rest of his team to help, but there is
Mati
the molly.
kepanggang.
There is the answer.
Molly salah tapi membuahkan hasil. Mati
Joey goes
kepanggang.
down towards the end here, but he's set up a 2v1 for his team.
Eh?
That they should be able to execute. And Fox grabs it. Sushi Boy's there on the rotate, gets up to heaven, sprays down Meteor as he tries to get in through showers, then double blast packs to continue applying pressure onto the Northampton players. Using his utility superbly, grabbing a couple of kills off the bat as well. Really warming up on Bind and pushing Xerxia over the edge. Do you remember how Split went all the way back at the beginning of this series where rounds were being traded in the second half back and forth, and it was only in these final moments that Xerxia pulled ahead and got round after round, whether finally the experience, the reads started coming through. Xerxia now have 3 on the trot.
And you can feel it. I think the hold on the series for Northampton just steadily slipping, the grip on it. The elimination match between them.
Gambling.
It's a deep flash as well, but an even more aggressive take, but it's immediately punished. I mean, Jojo's just watching this one.
That's a nasty first headshot.
What a kill
from
to get.
Jojo. There's no form of fast reaction, though, across the rest of the map. You might expect somebody to quickly take hookah or burst down short when they realize there's a B long push, but Northeption are quiet, safe, working the 5v4, making the defenders sweat. The problem with
Apakah
this
Nafri
is
kena
they haven't
ciduk?
actually found out where Surf is playing or pushed him off the line.
There's a lack of info on both sides. But an attempt is being made now. Northeption. That Sky Flash is going to give a lot of info to Zersha, but still, the angle being watched, Surf. He finds his mark. Zen falls, Trailblazer up close and personal. They want to swing into this, and the stun, but the timing on it was just that much better. Orbital strike, I cannot believe that you're just willing to stand your ground, but Fox still gets the one.
And Derry Ali, using the molly, actually caught Surf as well.
Mati dong.
As he used his rendezvous and tried to escape. So somehow, some way, Northeption have broken into that B site, destroyed the anchors, and set up another tough B retake for Xerxia.
Players, they're split in terms of their positioning. Scary just wants to see if he can get something done at elbow, but look at this crossfire here. The reality, I think, holding contact, it looks like with the operator.
Two players watching halls. There's no one there.
Is on long, and yeah, that's going to be the angle found. Shot on top of it, and the smoke. Do they expect crews to be here at this point with time running so low? The answer is yes. Jojo was watching both elbow on that, and a flick finds it 11-11.
An awesome round from Jojo. He punishes the B long play
Sama-sama
and
kuat
reads
sih
both of
timnya.
the retakers. Nicely done by Northeption. Just when it looked like they might be losing their grip, they are right back into things.
Keluar kok ada molly.
I mean, look at this. He's just inside the molly that's been thrown out based on his rendezvous location, and trying to stop any retakers flooding into the site. And that's layered on top of a Brimhold.
Cool, calm and collected. You can feel how both of these teams do not want to be going home just yet.
Lompat lagi.
Stories to tell. They want to make their own mark.
Lompat lagi.
At Copenhagen.
Mati Sushi ya.
Northeption slowed the pace down, and Sushi Boys.
Ada aja ya.
Getting Ansi delivers Meteor a kill. And Bren, one of the biggest adaptations that Zeta Division made at Reykjavik was slowing their play down and allowing their opponents to make the mistakes. I think that was the single biggest strategic adjustment they learned.
Buset mollynya. Waduh.
Off this kill, I mean,
buset
really
tuh
just started
molly.
to go a bit more fast. The Seeker is going to be spotting not just one of the players into showers, but they've lost control of bench, and that's Zen getting just the one kill. It's falling. Still, they have control of this, and they're still just trying to bait these swings. Northeption Jojo, what a star this guy has been.
Saving sudah pasti, sir.
He's found these moments to come alive at the end of the game. And Surf,
belum. Satu round
isn't
itu
given
masih
an
bisa, guys.
opportunity here.
Bikin overtime masih bisa,
to even attempt
santai-santai.
to 4v4.
Forced to save, essentially.
Belum kelar.
Xerxia now
Cuma
going to
beda
be losing
satu
2
round.
rounds in a row, which means their economy is in a bit of a wonky spot. If Surf dies here, if anyone did chase him down, there'd be no potential for an operator.
Yeah, and
Iya.
the rounds, I mean, it is going to be
Ini harus.
a match point.
Ya, terciduk. Ya.
Hunt House Surf, it is
Ya
an
Allah.
absolute killer for Xerxia.
Yeah.
And
Oh, dia balik
Xerxia's
belakang
story
kelihatan
at
dong.
Masters before has been the upset team. The team that comes in, they've made playoffs before of champions. And they've
Ini
taken
kalau
some big
misalnya
scalps.
NTH-nya datang ke
This
tempat
time around
surf,
weren't
wah udah
quite
ini
able
bahaya.
to do that against FPX. It was so close.
Apakah GG, apakah OT?
They went to OT. It was by a hair's breadth that they lost.
So even.
And now here against Northeption, they would love to be able to pull things back into overtime as well. And give as
Lagian
good as they
kenapa
get.
tadi maju dah mereka?
Xerxia always turn up to these events, and it feels like they have something to prove, a scalp to gain. Be criminal to see them go out 0-2.
Yeah, now's the time to do it. They do have something to prove.
But look at this buy, it's so shoddy.
It's just dire, isn't it?
And these are the rough buys that force, or it makes the players think they have to go for plays.
Yeah.
And Northeption are just holding for it again. So slow, so patient.
Boombot. Just catches.
Dapat nih surf nih.
Now the Seekers
Dapat nih guys.
Might be trying to just put something behind it, but the flash, the position, it just did not catch
Yang
on
gini
the
nih.
serve. It's so
Yang bikin
smart.
OT tuh yang gini.
It's not over just yet though, Josh. Showstopper now just offloaded. Sushi Boy's just smart enough to just hold on to this one.
Ya Allah.
Wants to just try and buy time. Walking back into the molly once again, another satchel, and you can feel the pressure, the panic settling in.
It's okay.
Thankfully for Zersha though, Northampton have let their foot off the gas just a little bit. It's 4v4, and they're going back to explore these areas on B.
Still here. 40 seconds remaining.
4 masih bisa guys.
Space really being gained, but now they're starting to steadily work their way in. Northampton can feel
Malah
it.
stand
Looks
up
like
si
precipice
anjir.
of taking the series.
It does look like overtime is going to be in the hands here of Cruz
Soalnya
and
dia
Scary.
nggak ada yang nembakin itu
Heard so
dia.
much about Scary,
Waduh,
seen
ini
him
bahaya
on
nih.
APAC.
Place inside of his own
Wah,
smoke.
Pito.
Timing,
Waduh.
and what a risk to take.
Scary
The
kunci
flash
nih.
though pushes
Scary
Scary
kunci
back.
nih.
He has to know that there are
Scary
players deep onto
bunuh
the
satu
side
aja
of
udah
the
lumayan
lead.
coy.
Push them back. Now a
Scary.
snake bite up close and personal, but the spike has been committed.
Waduh,
And the
Scary.
weaponry, it's just not good enough. Is there going to be an answer? Is there going to be a response? Zersha, they got the players now in.
Abang
Sushi
peluru
Boys and
lagi.
Scary, and they have to know where he is. Dealt with effectively. They're going to bring it to that OT.
What a
Yang
play!
didukung.
Insane stuff coming out from Cruz inside his smoke, and they just never dealt with Scary. The biggest difference there being that the B players didn't fight
Dia
to
dukung
give
siapa?
up the site. Scary just stayed alive the whole
Ngapain
time.
didukung? Corporate baru. Ini ngapain? Yang penting cepat aja kelar. Ada apak-apak. Apak-apak.
But Sushi Boys still
Mereka aja
being able
ngalainin
to
Dumul.
deliver at the end of that round. And they push things to OT.
Udah sensi sih sebenarnya.
Neither of these teams are ready to go home.
Biar cepet aja sih. Lama nih,
So
kalau
much
kayak gini
more to
lama.
do, so much more to achieve.
Would we have it any other way? For some of these players as well, I mean, this can be one of the defining moments in their entire careers for this year. Northampton, they've never faced OT in stage 2.
I mean, that is just absurd, isn't it? They have been either
Well, that's
demolishing
ending.
teams in Japan, though, or losing the rounds.
Jagoan Resmain Freak.
Finding that stability.
Like-nya mana nih? 1K dong.
And I think this compositional change made a bit of the difference. Meteor's gone for the operator on the defense, locking down that B long position. Northampton, when they were playing their defensive half, just allowed Meteor to hold B long, and they were going for 4 stacks on A. This time Meteor does still have Deriali with it.
A bit of support, that flash does push the angle back.
And it's a good job.
Have to respect it.
Trailblazer through the teleporter there. I don't believe it saw the
Mana
searching
Rusman emang?
players. So Northampton are keeping
Kacau
3
nggak
on
saya
A.
upgrade, kok.
Like,
Like dulu
Tadi
makanya.
katanya nggak dukung.
Smokes are dropped down, and now this is going to signal.
Ngantuk
He
kocak.
has to start coming
Kamu
forward,
mah
and then it
tidur.
rebounds right into Meteor, almost going down to it. Bit of a dangerous scenario, but still wants to lock down that one. Angle into the smoke, still returns. That's going to be the trade. The players, they're in. Zersha swarming, and Deriali, what a task he has to try and hold this one.
Aduh.
For the rest of his team,
One
he still
way-nya
gets
keren,
one for
cuy.
them.
One way-nya keren cuy.
And it's a 2v2 retake, but the spike not yet planted. Infection. With a small timing that they could have taken to get into the site. Now Surf.
Pilih-pilih buat aja, Surf kalah.
First contact.
Bukan?
What a shot, it's all
Itu
up to
angle-nya
Scary.
jelek tau. Tuh, ketolong smoke ini mah. Sekali kaget ini. Ayo,
That
Kui.
angle.
No way.
Does he know? Is he really going to be taking this fight? Is he going to be pushing into this, just holding it? Maybe expecting it, but back to the wall. It could come down to the timing. He catches the shot.
Ulti nggak sih?
And now look
Ulti
at
sih.
this.
Menurut
Zen,
gua.
He's going to
Menurut
do
gua.
some work. He's going to find it, but a quick wiggle to sidestep
Scary,
the
1 lawan
movement.
2 bro.
The Red Bull clutch for
Hah?
Scary. The 1v2 comes
1 lawan 2.
out in his favor.
Scary
The most
Spec,
important
Raja
time for
terakhir.
Scary
Namanya
to come
juga
alive.
Raja
He was
terakhir.
sat down there at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's been a beast in the clutch in stage 2. He is just a beast of a player in general. Hasn't always been able to show it, but there could not have been a better time for him to win a 1v2 like that. Look at the rest of Zersha, almost in prayer positions.
Yeah.
Banking on their
Ah,
play.
iya bangsat,
So
kata
often
dia.
for them in stage 2.
Who can blame him?
Tuh, 1 lawan 2. Udah mau ditonjok tuh monitor. Untung aja nih dari di master. Di GH ditonjok kayaknya sama coachnya itu.
80% win rate in 1v1s.
Yeah.
He's just good for it in those moments.
Coachnya udah mau
Super
mukul
intense
anjing.
when it comes to it.
Ah.
And how attack pause.
Oh, what a time for it.
Match point for Zersha in the OT, the first round of OT. I mean, listen, Northeption going to get some time to think, but okay, just going straight into the Xerxia timeout here.
Very small tech pause, but this one is tactical. So at the end of this, we will be going back into the game. It's Xerxia taking a moment to pause, breathe, and ensure that they convert on this, the first of their match points.
Berapa ya itu bebalnya?
Don't let this opportunity
iya.
escape away from you. We said it previously in the series when we're talking about it. You know, sometimes those match points, those match points, that one round that you need to push it over the edge, it can evade you. Yeah, it can be difficult to just find the tipping point to eventually just secure the win.
And Northeption looked at some points in this map like they were in the driver's seat, but they've allowed Xerxia to get back, to get to OT, now to get to match point. Does Northeption have it in them to keep this one going, to keep themselves, their dream alive? They've
Aduh,
never
udah
been on
keringat
the back
dingin
foot
nih
like this
coachnya.
before. The grand finals against Ada Division, they dominated the match.
Kedipnya kenceng banget, Cok.
They weren't
Coachnya Xerxia kedipnya gini.
positions like this. With the pressure mounting, they always had momentum.
Kenceng banget, cuy.
Of course,
Gimana
they've
ya?
got that stage experience, but on the global stage, it's one thing entirely.
And
Mata gua
Xerxia
perih
are
jadi.
not cowed by being on match point. They've taken their time out. They're going for short aggression.
Yep, Surf just
Kena dah sama
he's all
Surf.
the way pushed so deep. Information
Wah,
going to be
gameplaynya
gained for the rest of
benar
the team.
lagi
They've got
kah,
crossfire
Xerxia?
and angles held down. They gotta know. The Northeption, they're just leaning over towards B.
But there's only two players there. Oh, these
Orang
players
gak bakis harian.
Sushi Boys and Fox. It's Cruz and Scary's responsibility to simply live here as the rest of their team gathers
Cyberboard.
incredible
Look
information.
where Fox is. Look at where Fox is. He's all the way into the cave system. Catching this lurk and this wraparound, man. I mean,
Do Northeption have any idea? Does Meteor have any idea? The rest of the players somewhat safe up towards Sand.
this could be the backbreaker, but they open it up.
He finds the opening kill.
Cruz will fall,
Yeah,
spam
yeah.
into the corner. Scary is in such
Ya
trouble,
Allah.
but the
Ya
satchel,
ampun.
it whips still. A flick
Oi.
to the side.
Surf
Surf wants
bisa
to
nih.
watch it though. Operator, he finds the
aduh.
kill and a flick up.
Ya,
Finally respecting it
tapi
enough to
hidup dia
teleport, but
dia.
Meteor is already in your spawn.
Satu lagi
Relentless.
kah? Oh, Fauzi. Utility masih
Incredible
penuh
push from
tuh.
Meteor. Finds the opener up through elbow. Constant pressure applied. And that flank, it found nothing.
No, the timing just off about it. Northeption were already deep into the side, already committing, and look at that Meteor, just able to re-clear that space. Full confidence, and they bring it to another round of OT.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Meteor at 27 kills, a 2 KD. Putting the rest of his team on his back for that round as he finds the
Meteor.
opener. with
Nyangkut.
essentially
Malah lihat
no
orang.
assistance, just working B on his own.
Ada kegunaannya,
And that
guys.
failed
Satchel
satchel almost helped them to
bapuk
some degree.
itu.
Yeah.
Because he got the spot onto
Got
Scary.
information.
But the push as well from Meteor, if he finds his moments and he catches players off guard as he did to Surf there, just looks unstoppable.
The route beginning here. Second one of OT. The teams are already jumping straight into it, but luckily, slow
Iya, ada
play
yang menang
on
gak
either
sih
side.
giveaway-nya, guys? Kayaknya ada deh.
As Xerxia take a page out of the slow default book. Same kind of story from the Northeption defense, putting a really heavy emphasis on hookah control. And Meteor re-pushes after the flash.
This
Mantap
is
sih,
just,
sumpah.
What a read!
Apa abis ini
this is
tidur,
just
guys, ya?
demonic.
What a
Mau
read
kuat,
that
anjir.
flash had nothing behind it.
all this space that's going to be gained.
Unfortunately, though, his smoke player is not in position to smoke this trademark off at all.
Yeah.
He might just end
yeah.
up paralyzed in the round, stuck at market.
You can hold this position, crouched, slide off angle, expecting players to maybe walk into him.
And in some sense, it might even be better just to play to contain, force stack A. Xerxia don't know what's waiting for them.
No, they really don't. The threat that's coming. Trademark gets broken, actually. He's just going to be hard committing now, moving his way through the case, because this is going to be the push that's committed. Xerxia, they need to take backside control, but it's just being watched. There's no utility. Nothing to supplement it into the back of the side.
Nice lagi nih, guys.
And Xerxia are befuddled. Whoa, what was that? The meat grinder that they walked into. How did they know to stack 4 players there? It's all Meteor, baby.
Yeah.
It's all Meteor. When you have that level of individual ability, it breeds
Si Jepang
confidence. And when
pasti
you have that
teriak
level of
nice
confidence,
lagi.
you go for plays like that. Disrespecting the utility on the side of Xerxia. Gets him the push, down sand, all the information to inform the stack. And that was simple. It was trivial.
Yeah. They just knew what was coming.
Meteor sakit banget dia,
Was
anjir.
there.
Meteor. Tuh, track. Nice. Lagi. Nice.
I feel
Lagi.
like I've seen this story
Nice.
before.
Oh,
Tuh.
I've seen it.
Tuh. mic-nya mau dimakan loh.
Japanese representatives looking to punch upwards for sure here.
Udahlah bodo amat, dua-duanya aja yang pulang biar cepet.
But with tons more experience, more time together as a roster, definitely Northeption punching up in this game. They find themselves.
Oh, ini dikasih tahu nih sama coachnya nih. Ya kalian
opportunity
simple kok mainnya, gini nih.
To try and close out this series, to win the elimination match.
Udah main TP aja, TP. Nah, habis itu nangis.
Something up, some sort of plan of action. Sersha, I mean, they're just stewing, aren't they?
They really are. I think they'll be benefiting somewhat from the timeout as well. Of course, Pro, you need to always have an ability to calm yourself down in these moments. Mastering the mental game, one of the most difficult but crucial elements of competing at this level.
But one more step.
Dari anjing kecil ke anjing gede.
Will be looking like they can take this series. Battle lines are drawn. The teams they want to try and beat over towards B long here.
Masa iya.
Oh, but Northeption.
Kenapa Adi? Kenapa guys?
It's going to be the wide swing. No kill to be found. No players dispatched, but at least sent straight back with the teleport. Now the Trailblazer, there is going to be a lot behind this one. Pushing forward to the utility. Flash position serve for Northeption. They can feel it.
Benar siapa kata coachnya?
Scary gets picked trying to come through the wall.
Udah lemas.
And they just can't stand up to a 10 health. Northeption, they can feel it in a spam through the wall bang will finalize it. What a way.
Pulang Sertia tim pertama.
Northeption have another life in the tournament. They continue, they progress. And it's Sersha that gets sent home.
Ya main lagi ya, kalau main lagi pasti
udah
besok lusa udah dipesan.
But it's the same story as Zeta Division.
The script writers are getting lazy.
Keyboard bagus tuh ya.
And Sersha, you can see what it means to them.
Nabrak-nabrak
They've been in this spot so many times before, never been able to go on a deep run in a tournament. Made playoffs a couple of times.
Mantap.
But for Northeption, they've seen the road marked out before them. Zeta have walked it. Now Northeption take their first step along it. Looking to mark their own path, perhaps their own footsteps along.
Still treacherous though, Josh.
Belum selesai. Tahunya besok NTH ikutan nyusul pulang. Ada teman kata Setia.
The match is going to be difficult.
Ya setelah nama Jepta sekarang sama NTH. Anjir Jepang dia punya scene bagus sih.
These highlights are amazing moments.
Of what an awesome map for Meteor to show us the star talent that he truly is.
9 first bloods. 9 first bloods in this map.
I told you at the beginning of the series that he gets 47% of the first bloods for Northeption, which is by far and away #1 out of all of the teams at the event. He is the hardest carry player that we have at Copenhagen. And he puts on a masterful performance for them there on Bind, playing not his normal role. He does occasionally play Chamber, but he's more known for the Jet, for the Neon that he sometimes picks up. He gets 9 first bloods, the rest of his team gets 6.
Meteor sih, ini NTH kuat, Meteornya kuat sih.
Ridiculous difference.
And also, you still get those step-ups from other people, like Jojo, for example. Finishes 24 and 16.
Ngadep sana, foto dulu.
Both of the Korean players on this squad doing work for Japan.
But it means so much to them. So we're casting this Josh as well. I mean, listen, the headset's pretty good at cancelling out noise for us, but I just hear him screaming.
Yeah.
Both sides don't want to give it up, but at the end of the day,
Oke, Sertia pulang lebih awal. Udah bagus. Berapa tadi 15-13 ya? Ada nggak sih yang menang? Berapa? 22, 21,
43.
43 tambah 18 guys. 71. Adakah yang benar? 71 coba kita lihat. Ih. Sepenglihatan. Kenapa ada 1945 anjing? Sepenglihatan Anjir Isia rata-rata kok banyaknya 72 ya? Wah, ada 71, Cok. Ada yang jawab 71, Cok. Ini guys. Kasih unjuk nih. Adalah yang benar 71. Hah? 71 kan benar, coba kalian hitung-hitung. 71 lah pokoknya. Ini banyaknya 72, 70, 70. Anjir, bang ada nih 71 nih. Ada cuy. Ada cuy. 71. Selamat lah total round. Banyak loh, lumayan loh. Berapa orang? Berapa orang ini kocak?
Just Valorant loh.
Iya, ada Just Valorant deh. Real kah tuh? Just Valorant real kah tuh? Hah? Ada Just Valorant anjir. Puji Tuhan, siapa Ricci? Menang loh. Iya, bener loh. Just Valorant tidur ya, udah kayak Mamat Manja. Nggak ada orangnya ya. Ya nggak tahu sih, kan belum tentu dari 9 ini dia yang dapat. Putar nggak guys? Anjir, 9 orang. Tuh, kan tebak-tebakan kayak gini lebih seru anjir. Kayak tebak-tebakan kocak-kocakan anjir, sumpah. Ada loh yang jawab loh. Bener. Scroll ke atas bang, siapa tahu ada yang ketinggalan. Nggak ada tuh. Nggak ada. Tuh. Nih. Ini udah mentok nih. Pasti ya, tuh. Mentok ya. Siap pulang. Iya, Isan Kocak. Lagi nggak masuk namanya Isan Kocak. Itu totaron apa? Bang? Ya itulah bang, pokoknya totaron. Seruan kayak gini cuy. Untuk kepikiran tadi. Langsung ya guys. Ini teman-teman ditutup di map 1 kah? Enggak, total semua round. Nih kayak gini nih. Gue kasih tahu. Nih, 13 tambah 15 28. 8 tambah 13 21, tambahin lah tuh. Berapa tuh? 49 tambah 22. 71.
2.
Apaan sih? Bodok. Gas ya, 1 2 3. 67 masukin bang, nggak bisa lah. Patrick marah siapa kocak? Emang ada Patrick marah guys? Oh ya, ditutupnya sebelum map 1. Dari map 1 emang Patrick marah. Ada cuy. Tapi nggak ada yang chat. Ada di tag, ada cuy.
Oh.
Sabar 242 kalau nggak ada hangus ya. 242. 1 menit lagi, 1 menit 242. Mana? Patrick anjir. Patrick marah mana? Wah, udah. Ngamuk dah bentar lagi nih anjir, ketiduran udah GG Patrick marah. Bentar lagi guys, biar adil 1 menit. 40 detik lagi. Kalau emang nggak ada ya udah hangus. Dapat apa? 100.000 voucher Tokopedia. Nanti langsung masuk di aplikasi Tokpednya kan yang diminta nomor HP. Sekarang Bang Kaco daripada nunggu mending langsung DM. Justru jangan kayak gitu. Gua emang menerapkan kalau emang ada di live chat beneran dia suruh gue suruh dia DM gua gitu. Disamain dengan apa yang diisi sama dia di Google Form. Kalau misalnya beda IG-nya berarti hangus. Nah, gitu. 242 udah ada hangus ya, real ya. 242 ya.
Angus kak.
242 ya.
Angus.
Nggak ada ya, masih nggak ada kan?
Nggak ada kak.
Raka ada nggak? Nggak ada ya. Raka Invi tadi merhatiin nggak? Ada nggak? Nggak ada ya. Hangus. Oke, bisa 8 orang. Kita putar 1 2 3. Teng tereng teng nenenenene. Ih, Dendi, siapa Dendi? Ya udah undi, nanti ada harusnya. Cek dulu Dendi. Gak ada kocak. Dehe Dendi M. Gak ada lagi nih. Yaudah sabar 1 menit. 244 guys, 244 1 menit. Ini 2 pemenang loh. Ada anjir. Misalnya ini ujung-ujungnya cuma 1 pemenang, ya udah yang pemenang 1 lagi tuh ntar kita pindahin ke next match, oke? Turun semua ya. Baru jam segini udah turun. Dua empat empat. 20 detik lagi, sabar ya. Richie yang menang kah? Rezekinya Richie kah ini? 69 nggak bisa bang. Kita tebak-tebakannya harus fair. Kalau emang nggak ada, masih ada besok setiap watch party kan pasti ada pembagian hadiah. Tenang. 244 bentar lagi ya. Nah, 244 masih nggak ada ya? Gas sudah nggak ada ya. Oke. Putar lagi. Iya. Anggara mana ya Anggara? Ada nggak Anggara? Nggak ada juga cuk.
Angus kak. Kak.
245 20. Anggara. Anggara YP. Ini bisa di-tag coy. Ada nggak? Anggara. Turu kah Anggara? Astaga, turu semua. Ada di-tag Anggara YP cok. Gak ada juga. Lagi pada mabar. Oh, mereka -2 berarti ya. Anggara, Patrick, Dendi -2 tuh untuk kompetitif. Sabar guys. 15 detik lagi. Siapa yang menyusul nih? Richie, Tris menyusul kah? 3, 2, 1. Masih nggak ada? Masih nggak ada cuy. Gigi. Kita sikat lagi, sisa 6 orang nih. Kita gas.
Richie di mana?
Richie sedang tersenyum cok. Iya, Just Valorant kah? Siapa lagi? Bem siapa? Buset. Masih nggak Richie cuy. Bem siapa Bem? Bem ada nih di tag. Wih, Bem ada cuy. Bem ada. Bem ada. Wah, GG Richie. Richie masih ada 1 kesempatan lagi Richie. Bem. Bem coba DM dulu Bem. Real nggak nih? Sesuai nggak IG-nya? Udah follow belum IG-nya? IG gua. Sama bisa ada yang emosi. Richie dari 9 4 udah gugur, masih bukan nama dia anjir. Richie. Banyak berdoa ya. Masih bukan dia cok. Nih. Ini siapa anjir? Ini kayak yang ini Bramastia ini, Bam. Bramastia.fr. Iya benar real guys, real dia guys. Bam real guys. Oke. Kita nomor HP. Oke, minta kirim nama dan Oke, last nih. Apakah ini rezekinya Richie? Apakah Richie ini? Oke. Cek dulu dia udah follow gue belum? Taunya tipu anjing. Oh, udah aman. Dia udah follow guys. Yuk, langsung kita putar ya. Sisa 5 nih. Lawannya Richie cuma 4 cok. Masa iya kak? Gak dapet Richie. Gas gak sih? Set. Aduh, Richie lewat cok.
GG.
Just Valorant 248 kalau nggak ada turun nih kayaknya nih. Just Valorant ya. Hah? Nggak, Clipper sekarang kenapa sih? Udah di atas angin ya Clipper ya? Hah? Ini Clipper udah di atas angin, cok. Turu ini Clipper. Kemarin Riyad Muhammad Banja namanya dapat. Gak ada orangnya. Sekarang Just Valorant. Hah? 248 lewat 30 ya. 30 detik lagi. Just Valorant kalau emang gak ada udah GG. Apakah Ricci masih bertahan? Apakah 4 dari 4 orang ini Ricci memenangkan game? Bentar lagi guys. Berapa detik lagi nih? 10 detik lagi, 10 detik, 10 detik, 10 detik. Masih lama gak sih? Masih lama, masih ngobrol-ngobrol, masih interview. Oh, udah lewat. Masih ada nggak? Maksudnya udah masih nggak ada ngechat ya Just Valorant ya? GG. Oke, nggak ada. Ricci, apakah Ricci ini logo merah nih? Ini lama-lama makin besar nih, ini bulatan coy. Jadi agak susah nih. Hah? Oke, putar lagi. Ricci. Taunya Zulkifli yang menang ya. Oke, kita putar. Akhirnya Ricci kah? Gila GG Ricci melawan 9 orang coy. Ricci GG emang rezekinya Ricci coy. Taunya orangnya hilang. Masih ada kah Ricci? Kayaknya dia turu. Ricci masih ada kah? Apakah dia turu? Wah, turu anjing. Ricci nggak ngecocok. Mana?
15 detik, Beb. 15 detik.
Ricci masih ada kah?
15 detik.
Hah? Wah, tidur dia coy. Turu. Wah, turu dia. Udah ada hangus dah ini Ricci. Turu anjir, nggak ada ngechat dia. Ada orang udah kupin tadi. Enggak. Masa iya dari 9 orang 4 udah gugur, masa dia tiba-tiba turu? Jangan dong Ricci. Akhirnya Ricci berhasil memenangkan. Ricci mana? DM dulu coba Ricci. DM dulu, lihat udah follow apa belum nih. Ricci DM. Buat memastikan real apa fake nih IG-nya nih. Lah, ada Stefan. Oke coy, ternyata diam-diam. Ya, cuma 2. Aduh, cuma 2. Cuma 2, Bang Stefan. Emang perjanjiannya emang dari awal cuma 2. Mana cuy? Ricci mana cuy? Bang menang bang, anjay. CSR apa nih? Ini susah juga namanya CSR CH CSR CHRZ. Oh ya benar real deh guys. Oke, GG. Bang Stefan oke, Nastra ya. Gak apa-apa ya Bang Stefan ya. Memang di sini tulisannya emang 2 pemenang doang bang. Nih masih ada bukti nih. Tuh 2 pemenang doang. Nanti habis ini bisa ikut lagi. Oke. Kita nomor HP. Kirim nama. Oke guys, GG. Ini masih mau nonton gak nih? Mau nonton kah? Aduh lama nih kayaknya nih. Coba spin, jangan dong nanti berkecil hati coy. Jangan. Tapi seru nggak sih tebak-tebakan kayak gini? Iseng ya. Seharusnya nih iseng nih. Jangan ada hard feeling gitu ya. Iseng aja ya. Cari tahu username IG gimana cok, kan di pas ngisi itu gue suruh isi username IG terus ada tuh. Ada nih, ada semua. Jadi misalnya si Bang Ricci tadi nggak sesuai dengan username IG-nya pas DM, ya udah berarti hangus, berarti fake. Coba aja ya iseng ya, kayak nggak enak gitu cuy. Kalau Stefan oke, gue langsung close ya. Aman guys. Aman guys. Apalagi nih? Gas kah? Ah, anjir bisa masuk gitu. Sedih banget, cok. Bisa pas gitu anjing. Eh, eh, Bang Stefan itu baru satu ya, baru sekali. Siapa tuh? Halo, halo Bang Crowzy, thank you. 50.000. Gila super chat, bro. Keren. Nih, tadi Bang Ricci aja nih. 4 orang gugur baru dapat dia, cuy. 5 malah. Bang Stefan langsung dia, cuy. Mana gue tahu. Super chat ngeri emang ya. Gimana gas lagi ya nih? Gasnya nih. Gimana cuy? Aduh, tebak-tebakan apa dulu nih? Tebak-tebakan apa? Iya, kalau belum 1K like-nya nggak lanjut deh. Tapi bingung juga sih tebak-tebakan apa. Ya, pemenangnya cuma satu tapi.
Buat Stefan, net Stefan.
Thank you Bang. Nih, karena ada yang donasi tadi 25.000, ya udah. Gua tambahin 25.000 lagi deh sama gua, berarti pemenangnya jadi 2. Tapi seperti biasa, GoVo atau Oppo ya, OVO atau GoPay. Kok salah gini anjing. Oke. Mana kemarin ya, cuy? Ya. Mana. Coba kasih saran dong. Nih. Kasih saran dong, guys. Tebak-tebakan apa nih? Cuy. Nah, satu orang dapat tokped yang pertama kali di roll benar, dia dapat 100k ya, tokped. Yang kedua 50k OVO atau GoPay, oke? Ya bebas lah kalian milih apa aja. Mau OVO mau GoPay serahlah. Sabar guys. Apa nih tebak-tebakannya, cu? Mana? Rekomendasi dong. Kurang gini anjir. Tahu dong. Cuy. Apa? HS. Kalau total kill semua pemain optik sih ratusan sih harusnya. Kalian mau coba? Buru-buru. Masih 3 menit, masih bisa. Last kill tuh agak bingung Invi kalau last kill. Kill terakhir tuh kayak gimana konsepnya coba? Kill terakhir tuh kayak gimana konsepnya? Loh weh. Oh, kira udah ada yang ngisi aja. Kill terakhir gimana konsepnya, Cok? Coba.
10.000 dari Stefan. Oke. Pesan awalnya coba-coba masuk tapi dunia berkehendak lain.
Nastre Bang Stefan, oke. Masih bisa nih. Asis terbanyak boleh gak sih? Kata kayaknya udah total kill aja. Apa jadinya? Asis kah? Asis terbanyak kah? Asis ya. Berarti per orang ya. Oh yaudah yaudah nama player tapi ya. Nama player ya. Oh yaudah gua ini deh. Kalian ketik sendirilah anjing dia. Tebak asis terbanyak full match. Tapi tahu kan, kalian bebas lah mau jawabnya dari 10 pemain ya. Berlaku untuk semua pemain. Oke? Aman ya, aman ya. Nama player dengan assist terbanyak, boleh. Tebak. Boleh. Nama pemain dengan assist terbanyak. Full match. Oke, aman ya. Aman gak nih? Di sini gak nih? Gas gak nih? Cuy. Gas gak nih? 2 pemenang nih. Gas gak? Angka. Mau angka lagi? Oh, angka aja. Oh, boleh angka. Angka. Pada minta angka. Angka kayak tadi. Tebak total. Oh, kayak gini nih. Tebak total assist terbanyak dalam bentuk angka. Gini gak sih? Paham lah ya? Angka seru. Angka biar greget. Nama juga kuis. Mana ada yang gampang, kocak. Tebak jumlah assist. Oke. Bahasa Indonesia gua jumlah assist terbanyak dalam bentuk angka. Oke. Ini lebih jelas nih. Angka biar nggak rame yang menang. Benar. Oke. Gas. Lama betul nih. Sebelum mulai cuy. Langsung cuy. Kuis. Gan. Cepet gas. Cepet. Langsung. 2 map. Enggak, full map. Kalau misalnya ada map 3 ya udah. Total map 3. Total 3 map. Pokoknya mau 2-0 ya udah. Kalau 2-0 kan udah kelar kan matchnya. Ya udah. Berarti total dalam 2 map. Kalau 2-1 ya 2-1. Total assist ya. Assist ya. Nih kayak gini nih contoh nih. Contoh dulu. Biar nggak bingung. Nih. Contoh. Tuh angka. Nih 27. Nih ya menang guild kan. Nah 27 assistnya. Tracks. Angka ya, bodo amat siapapun. Misalnya si Mark kayak yang 27, bodo amat. Yang penting ini jawabannya, yang penting angka. Angkanya harus pas. Kayak tadi seru cok. Banyak kok yang benar. 9 orang. Per orang. Jadi totalnya per orang. Yang penting yang ini nih yang dicari nih, yang ini nih. Total assist per orang. Angkanya yang ditebak ya. Bodo amat kalau gue menang. Oke. Rahim Fadrian kita tandain. Kayaknya gue juga bodo amat, gue tidur dulu. Nih kayak gini. Ini kan dari 10 pemain kan paling tinggi dan paling banyak asisnya kan cuma 1 kan. Tuh. Rex. Misalnya kalau ada 2 berarti sama dong. Misalnya anggap Track sama Ras 27. Ya udah, tetap angkanya sama, cuma 27. Marcel jangan kayak gitu ya, Marcel. Angka doang ya, angka ya. Nggak perlu nama pemain, guys. Nggak perlu. Nih, gua udah ada yang isi nih. Coba ya kita lihat ya. Ini contoh nih. Contoh nggak sih? Nah, ini bener nih. Tuh, bener. Udah cakep, guys. Udah cakep. Ngelihat sekilas doang tadi udah cakep sih. Ya, like-nya belum 1K cuy. Tanggung banget. 30 lagi. Tanggung gak sih? Biar stream ini lancar terus, guys. Padahal udah sering tebak-tebakan loh kita loh. Pakai nama orang, bukan angka nih kayak gini contoh tuh angka semua tuh. Pada pintar tuh. Tuh angka lagi tuh udah dikasih unjuk tuh. Nah, akhirnya 1000 ya, mantap. Kuisnya apa nih? Udah ikutin aja bang, baca aja bang. Kuisnya nih bang, tuh. Tebak jumlah asis terbanyak. Yang dibutuhkan jawabannya dalam bentuk angka. Ada yang vote 69, emang siapa ya? Kenapa gua tebak 47? 47 bisa aja tahu. Ya nggak sih? Kalau misalnya 3 match, 3 map. Ya nggak ya? Mungkin nggak ya sih guys? 33 sih. 33 sih. 47 kayaknya jauh deh. Udah start. Belum. Masih ngobrol. Ih, si kacamata bro. Kacamata is back. Hah? Kacamata is back. Terus coba kita lihat lagi ya. Yang matchnya 21-21 kayak tadi berapa tuh? 33 sih. 33 lagi. 47 siapa anjir 47? 35 masih make sense sih 35. Coba ya match yang DRX. 27. 3 map 27. Coba kita lihat lagi. FP Exercia 28. Laut Crew 231. Kayaknya 47 susah sih guys. Paling susah itu anjir. Hah? BO5 baru anjir nih kayak gini nih BO5 nih. Baru tuh 51. Tuh, kalau BO5 baru tuh 51. 31 3 map, kalau 2 map GG udah. Gak ada yang tahu sih, yang gak ada yang tahu. Oke. Ih, kacamata bro.
Have an off day for the best player in the world.
Kacamata
Of lack of consistency.
seger.
And I don't need to tell Ye to step up today. He holds himself to a higher standard than I possibly could.
Yeah.
And if he can get back to anything like that, then I think they should be fine.
And you see the punishment coming through. If they had beaten Xset in the grand finals back home, they wouldn't even be in this position. But now the pressure is on. They had a rough day, and now they're facing the results of that.
All right, here we go. Map select. It's going to be the first veto there for Loud. Optic to follow. Let's see where we're going to be playing here. So Haven's going to get the boot skis, followed. Well, let's see what Optic's going to lock in here, Sideshow.
I think it makes perfect sense for Optic to get rid of Icebox despite the fact that Loud didn't win on it recently. It's been one of their best maps.
Yeah, my question now is who goes for Fracture in this one? Will either team pick it? It's a home ground for both of them. We saw Loud pick into it yesterday, but they go for the Ascent. That's an interesting one for me. Optic has been very solid on that map. They've shown a lot of different looks, but I think they haven't fully found their identity. So it's a question of what Optic do we get there, and it's actually Optic to pick into the Fracture.
I don't think you could get a better map than
bisa aja
these first
guys.
opening maps. You're getting them at the peak of their pool. These are great maps for both of these teams. Loud get rid of Bind, which has been historically excellent for Optic as well. And now for Optic, they get the choice. Breeze would be another one that would be so awesome. I really wanted to see these teams go head-to-head on Breeze, but instead we're going to be going to Split. And I think that is a crazy one for Loud to have left in the pool.
Yeah, it's wild. It's been a really rough one for them, and it's only just now that Optic is showing willingness to play this map. They played it earlier in their first group stage matchup, so it's clear that they want to implement this in now. I do like that they're banning out Breeze. They're a really solid team on that map, but I think a lot of the times for their style Split, you have a lot more control coming in towards that last map of the pool, but I think it really does lie in those first two, because that is the home ground of Optic.
You know what I think is really fascinating about this too? The last time that Loud lost on Ascent was to Optic.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are great on Ascent, and I don't even know what comps we're going to see from them too, because nobody's pulled out this triple initiator composition yet on Ascent that DRX came up with, and then EG took, and Optic took. So that could be a really interesting direction for this to go into. But you're getting these first two maps are at the top of both teams' pool. And then you're going down to Split.
Gak bisa sekali doang, soalnya udah di setting sekali doang.
They've been swooping everybody at Brazil. and then they had an OT game in Split, so it's a massive difference.
Yeah, well, folks, I don't know if you just saw me point to myself there. That's because
Kali
the players
aja.
are ready to walk out.
Soalnya,
That's right, baby. It's
ini guys,
OPTIC
kalau
Gaming
misalnya kalian
facing
emang
off
nggak
against
menang,
Loud.
ya udah
Our
besok masih
grand
ada kok.
finals in Reykjavik now, just an elimination game here in
Kita
the group
tebak-tebakan pasti
stages of
setiap watch party,
Copenhagen.
tenang
What a
aja.
time to be alive. Let's
Watch
bring
party
out the
tuh lihat nih.
players.
Watch party sampai tanggal berapa tuh? Sampai tanggal 24 cuy. Tuh 24 santai aja. Gak usah mikir gak dapat, besok masih ada, nggak cuma sekali kok, tenang aja. Anjay, aspal. El Diablo kah? Anjay, tos-tosan lagi loh.
Here we go, folks. A game that none of us thought we'd see right
Tapi,
now. But
gila sih guys.
stranger things have happened, and no, I'm not talking about the TV
Emang nggak
show.
bisa.
That's right. I try to be Mimi. I
Emang
try
tidak
to keep
menyangka,
up
cuy.
with what the kids are talking about these days.
Lihat
And
nih.
the kids are talking about
Dulu
this
aja
series.
mereka
I'm so pumped for this game. So much on the
apa?
line here, Mimi, and really like
Di Reykjavik
both
final loh,
regions,
berdua loh
they're
tim ini.
putting their faith into both of these squads, and now they're here. One
Reykjavik
of them
final
will be
sekarang
moving on to playoffs.
yang kalah
It's really
gugur cuy.
insane. But talking about a sense as we get towards our agent select in just a moment here, we talked about the questions around what OPTIC is going to run, but on the other side for Loud, this isn't a map they tend to pick. It's been, I think, about a month and a
Syarat
half
ikut
since they've
giveaway
played it.
apa?
Previously, they were just going
Yang
with kind of that
penting
jet
follow
KO,
IG gua
Killjoy,
dah.
pretty standard
Itu doang dah.
composition, but there's been a lot of time
Sama
to maybe make a change.
username
It was a
YouTube
really good map for them.
sama IG harus
If
sama.
you think
Nanti
back to the
kalau
finals
emang
where they played
kepilih.
against OPTIC, Aspas was delivering you insane performances, despite the fact his team got 0-3. So I think you're going to see again this awesome battle between Aspas, between Marv and Ye on the other side. And it wasn't Ye getting shut down that was the problem yesterday. He just didn't have a great game. He just reminded us he's not a god, he's a mortal man. He's just an incredibly consistent, insanely good mortal man. But I think you're going to see the best from both of these teams.
Yeah, and the player that I'm focusing on, you mentioned him, it's Mark. Out of a rough day for OPTIC, he was still having the star-studded performance that we expect from this guy. And this map is where I think he thrives, especially on that defensive side, anchoring on that A site as a controller. Normally it's the Astra on this map. He is incredible.
Yeah, you know, look, it would be easy
Mark
to be
mukanya
like,
kayak bikin hati.
Dude,
Oke lah, sekilas lah.
I just want to see a banging game. And both of these teams, I think, are going to give it to us. I think Loud, you know, that loss to Crew, this situation they find themselves in, it's going to light a fire under them, Sideshow. But for OPTIC, they lost out. Like, think about it like this. This is a team that, even though they've won a global event, yet to win a domestic championship, coming into this event, lost to Exit. They've held L's up until this point. They have to find a win here.
There's 3 L's on the other side as well. We'll see whether they end up holding those at the end of this. But I think for OPTIC, they normally come back
Apakah
with
yang
a
menemani
fire underneath them every time they lose.
pulang?
That wasn't necessarily the case with the loss to Exet domestically. They didn't come in with a lot of fire, but I'm expecting them to be playing their best here today.
All right, Prime Gaming Agent Select is underway. Here are the choices that have been played in the past. Do we get any changes potentially here, Mimi? We'll have to see.
Loud do go back to that Killjoy pick. That's consistent with what they were playing before, so it does look like they're likely to return to the comp. And for OPTIC, already those 3 initiators picked on through. That's the comp you were talking about, Josh.
Yeah, I love this comp. I think the way that OPTIC play it, there's a lot of synergies, a huge amount of utility. It doesn't rely on anybody going crazy, but Crashies and Victor can have very consistent performances around the stars of Ye and Marv, who often get put in positions to frag.
Kalungnya keren anjir,
I think this is
OG.
going to be an awesome beginning to this series.
Yeah, and I look towards that retake potential on the defensive side of this composition. OPTIC love giving space and just sieging back on in with that triple initiators. Being able to combine that Fade Hunt with a flash to make it so incredibly difficult to break is massive. But on the other side, it's really just the basic stuff that works so well. Sawduck and Aspas on that KO and the Jet work incredibly well together on this map.
Here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for. OPTIC Gaming facing off against Loud. Loser goes home. Winner moves on. Let's send it over to 2 of my favorite British commentators.
Oh, Bang Yes.
It's High
Bang
Pocket
Yes besar
Pants.
ketiduran, guys.
I do love it when you lie to us, GB. It makes me feel good. But we do have to kind of talk about this, right? The old gods have been made to look mortal. There's a million lines we can run here. You know, there's only so many ways we can talk about this, and we just need to cut right down to it. Let's start with the map pool. Let's start right there. Let's start at the very top of things, because now we actually have, finally, repeatable games to look back at in international competition.
Absolutely. This veto all pretty much mirrors the first two maps of the upper finals previously, right? Where Loud did take that series, starting on a cent this time around. So that's really interesting to see. I love the fact that Josh just touched on previously. I mean, we noted many times recovery. Sorry, in between series. So we start here, which was a much closer fought battle, at least in the upper finals. OPTIC did take it in the finals, obviously, but yeah, very slow approach here, but looking pretty invested towards B main. I'm going to see this just burst on the back of this smoke coming through.
Crashes shoulders. Oh, Crashes! The guy, the timing is gorgeous. You're going to have the utility now invested just to deny any springboard effect, and Loud just got completely caught in pieces.
The timing on that coming through.
Huge.
Lots of damage done as well. You can see Sadak, unless we're taking a chunk of damage. Actually, Crashes and Finesse reset back towards site now. Yay trying to pick up the slack through spawn. We'll just wait for some form of contact. Loud a creep in this though.
Trying to. Clinging to recovery. Yay. Could have done with that. Loud have now given themselves an option, a chance in this. Crashy's now tucked to the back of the site though. Spots out. One is stunning. And he's looking on the money. Crashies is formidable right now. First round. That is how you make a statement.
Beautiful stuff. Again, put in a position where he's 1v3 and actually almost a little lazy on the clearance there from Loud. They find the space.
Spacing's awful from them.
Yay. Should have found that kill.
100%.
100% should have found it, but it puts Crashes in a position and they're just all over the place. They know exactly where he is as well.
Disavowing any chance for Loud to kind of spring back into this, because as I said, as soon as they were able to navigate around Yay, suffering no casualty, I was thinking, well, game back on, but be able to slice those three players up so perfectly. A real treat. And what a start. OPTIC need a couple of players to really stand tall, and if Crash is the one to do it, no problem. There's a couple that can stand up to the challenge. Yay deciding to give up the control in middle for now, and you can see Loud will happily step into those roles.
A third member committed this time around for OPTIC, so out of their work out. And once again, FNS actually lets the first pass. Aspas punished on the second peak. Yeah, he's there for the support this time around. It's a shutdown once again. Just Sadak left standing. Yay.
Comfy.
That's fine. The shot this time with the headhunter. 4 will survive, so good opportunity to carry this across into the bonus round and actually see if OPTIC look to go exploring a little bit. Crashes with great early progress towards the Hunter's Fury as well.
I mean, they've barely done a point of damage. You've got 3 players on 1 kill so far for Loud. They're definitely having the slower end of the start, right? They're obviously not going to be happy with that. It's always rough to get to those beginnings, but pistol rounds almost feel as though they exist in their own position. But I'm seeing what we like to call a triddle coming into fruition, so we'll see if that actually does have any sort of commitment behind it, because it's going to be fast work from the defending side as Crashy's already adjusting position here.
I mean, initially, there's nobody on the other side of this. Nobody from Loud even entertaining a mid-peak. See now Les actually making his way back through spawn. After I think just dealing with the Prowler here, but OPTIC are following through on this.
I like commitment behind it. Again, that little bit of contact. Should be aware that something's up here, but I guess their contingency plan would be less. Trying to hold at the very tip top of mid.
We're still on FNS really early. They've got a perfect read of this now. Les actually coming back up catwalk could be interesting though, Lauren.
Yeah, this could be pandemonium. Yes, Aspas is on the site, but they should have all the information, but can they now deliver? Yes, so far the answer rings true for Loud, but we noted it. Early presence towards that rotation on A and FNS with a screamer on towards Aspas, and now it's 2. Les with a quick grab though, that's massive. It gives them a chance. You noted it early, you're seeing it now. The Hunter's Fury coming in to try and maybe allow a little bit more room for FNS to maybe get a little bit of a glimpse, but you can see it nicely denied on the util. But the spike is now down.
Actually have a weapon to retrieve here. Sassy and Les both taking a little bit of damage here. Actually just going to set up a very, very tight crossfire here on the door.
Out of charges.
Just waiting another second or so for this dart to come through. Actually the door dealt with.
Door down, FNS first step in. Couldn't get it done, and there's a follow-up. Loud, stabilize. That was a precarious round though, Mike. Roll it back to the start. OPTIC coming in with a lot of information that they really shouldn't have had that easily.
Oh, for sure, I love the decision to get proactive here and the fact that they almost catch the perfect timing on Less, just slipping away from that turret. That's actually finding a key kill here, is just to make this doable onto Aspas, who found 2 on the way in as well.
Good work from them. And again, my attention instantly now drawn to Ye. A conversation piece at the desk noted, and you have to hold him to a higher standard.
That's the elephant in the room.
It really is.
It really is.
Has to be addressed. A quiet performance has to come back here. Show a little something. Show us what he's got. Wouldn't really put him to be a man of inconsistency either. He does normally deliver. So again, eyes towards him now. He does have that operator out. And let's just look across the board as to what OPTIC are up to. Crashies unabashed in this approach. Happy to get proactive and get aggressive.
Not sure if there's potentially a misread though. They're just expecting Less on the other side of this. They haven't noted any utility just yet.
Does Ye come into the equation?
Now the drone comes through.
Curious if he was holding any sort of proactive angle, but no.
Get away with daylight robbery there to get the orb there. FNS got his ultimate online now.
Loud en route. Crashies on the site. Aspas gone. FNS is there by his side. Victor trying to slip through, get a little bit further ahead than maybe he was meant to be allowed. But
udah 2-1 aja nih.
And now you can see Ye starting to get a little bit closer, but this is far from ideal. They're kind of held in no man's land for now because those 2 players on the site are not moving until then. Sadak with a big pick up towards Crashies, and now it's just FNS on the site. Spots 1, gets 1, gets 2. FNS. This could be huge if he can try and control this one. Deny Sadak any chance. Great work.
To perfection by FNS. Isolating every single duel there. They just couldn't swing onto him whatsoever. Goes huge for OPTIC to deny that one, because after that you got to assume they're going to follow through on this one. Perfect use as well. The ultimate comes through, finds the wallbang into Aspas.
Lovely.
Perfectly done here.
And the composure from this man.
Can't use that.
Lovely. Lovely work. And again, you've got to now look at the knock-on effect of that round, Mike. The money for Loud now is going to be broken again, right? This is the knock-on effect. That is the direct issue that now Loud have to face, is the money to bring it back in now with a 4-buy.
With 3 falling on OPTIC's bonus as well. They did get the plant through.
Kepake sih sebenarnya Jet.
Didn't help them too much out. Aspas actually won off the Blade Storm, so
bukannya FNS pengen gebrak meja ya?
Towards either of the orbs. Ye actually on guard for the orb outside A main.
Belen. Dengan itu Belen siapa?
They've got a lot of bodies on the other side of this flash though.
Guns it. Yeah, Marv's just fine. Aspas is going to go down and no trade ready. Another cheeky underhand, and they're going to commit on it. It's good. Really nice.
Yeah,
commanding play so far from OPTIC. You like to see that. Playing with intent, playing with confidence. So far, we noted earlier on that the buy was not going to be good, right? So you're going to see that bulldog, you see a couple of sheriffs, but outside of that, it is very, very limited.
A chance really here to recover anything on shore. Pancada curious if he can. Things will slow down for a moment here.
Kayaknya ya. Harusnya ya.
Towards
harusnya OPTIC sih yang lolos.
Just yet. Crash is still on guard. He actually got the timing once again to slip towards backside. He's actually going to tuck himself under lane.
He's just jump spotting this for now. I think he was for a second, but for Loud, this is a great
That's
opportunity.
it. Well, he's still got the drone and the dart actually here. So if they follow through on this drone, they might be able to catch Crashies this time. FNS already in spawn though. 14 seconds left.
This is getting a little bit panic stations now. Loud need to make their move. Picks up one. Crashies still so unworried, unfazed, unfussed.
Gila FNS.
4-1. I feel there was a bit of a window of chance there for Loud.
Meta Phantom kah guys?
Again, that window was shut.
Just a couple of seconds off the timing there. If anybody was able to follow through on the drone, the Crashies plays his life perfectly once again. I have to see actually if OPTIC continue to be this proactive in some of the buy rounds and maybe catch Loud off guard. And there hasn't been an awful lot of focus towards mid on the side of Loud. So if that space is there, these are the sort of confidence playing rounds that we talk about. If they can take this space free time and time again, force Loud to spread it a little thinner, that could be key to OPTIC. Especially on the defensive half.
What Crisis S?
Early time actually to pump here. There's not been an awful lot of positives to bring home for Loud.
No, it's been quite one-sided so far for OPTIC, at least in the way they've approached this. I'd like to see Loud address whatever they can, but again, I don't think there's much to take away. Yes, we've seen a lot of proactive approaches from OPTIC, but maybe
kenapa
Loud
guys? Ya lagi kenapa dia ya?
maybe lean towards it.
Kan permainannya lah ya.
And again, their money has been rough around the edges. It feels like this entire run so far. So it's not like they've had a particularly large economy to run with. They haven't been able to get away with much. It has been a complete downpour in favor of OPTIC so far. But again, times can change.
Terus,
Loud can come up with one of the strongholds you'd
Iya. Ya kebanyakan nyate ini kurban.
quite decent so far in approach.
You think back actually previously to the grand finals, OPTIC actually did 10-2 their defensive half on a center. Actually only got interested in the second where Loud were able to string something together.
Recon apa nih?
Looks as if they want to repeat that
Ini
performance
pasti FNS lagi
once again here.
kebiasaan nonton OPTIC Durek nih.
Big agility exchange here outside. Hey, actually Aspas.
Nonton live-nya Asteris ya?
Loud huddled in here though. A little bit of damage and it favors OPTIC early on.
Buset, udah banyak tuh tali anjing.
Again, but it's not just that first approach, it's that second layer to this.
Going to readdress mid right after
Yes, it's really nice. Now, Les is here this time, but does he dare? Surely they've got to be aware that there's something going on here, but Les, the timing is everything on this one.
Straight through.
This is very bold. This is incredibly bold. He does catch one of the heels. That's Marv gone, but Victor's on the case, and he's on the case quick. They have no idea he's here. Maybe a faint glimmer of intuition, but it's not there now. Sassy just turns in time. Divine intervention for Sassy just to turn in that moment, and it's kept 5 of them standing. This is essential for them.
Banyakin tuh.
Digs him out of nowhere.
Pegang smoke.
Once again. Well, it's the same exact spot.
Sering tuh pegang smoke ya.
Actually the second on Sadak.
Jago banget cuy.
Sharp right now. We'll throw the ultimate through as well.
Gila banget dia.
Aspas looks like the dead walking right now. He's got no
Pusing
HP,
dah
trying to back
Aspas.
away, find a little bit of safety.
Ada
You can see FNS
Hound,
on the
ada
hunt.
Recon.
Tries to spot him, can't get it. Aspas playing his life like a champ. Getting 2. Trying to just get the hell out of danger, but Yay, probably less inclined to do much about this now. Has to fall away and keep that operator for the next round.
The operator there is not really to show its hand in the retake, so no surprise to see him retreat away from this once the lockdown's employed, but Loud had to throw a couple of tools at that round just to secure it. I mean, the fact that Sassy turns when he does, I'm not even sure actually if Les catches line of sight here. We'll see here.
I don't think he...
Maybe
just a consideration.
The mini-map ping, maybe, but the fact that he finds his kill onto Victor, I mean, it bails Loud out entirely.
One enemy remaining.
OPTIC DRK.
Big question answered for me though, because like I said, initially this U2 exchange towards A main and immediately OPTIC try and find that space in mid. Nearly rewarded for it. Again, you got credit less in that scenario. Much slower approach this time around. Loud don't want to show too much presence.
You can see Sassy talking them through it the entire time. One of the bonuses of just being able to see the players the whole time in this. Keeping everyone composed. Towards the site now. First, if it does continue this way, this could be the first big challenge we really see of Yay directly. Tucked, I think, towards the back of Dice. Actually going to pop himself towards Hell. So Aspas is going to get in pretty much uncontested so far. So a couple of big steps taken. Now, bear in mind, there is players above. That is Marv, and that is Yay. So in combination, they at least deal with the front line approach for now. Now I have to look at what else Loud has. The standing players, what more can you do with this? Spike is on the site, and the plant should come in. But you look at the post plant, my eyes also go towards less here, Mike.
Yeah, you've got a very late position on short. The drone's going to come through, not going to catch him. I think it's going to expire just before yet. So Les should backfill this space now. Aspas has found 2 from the top of Gen.
Gak ketahuan dia
Don't know
naik.
how he's gotten away with that one. Absolutely has, unless it's just buying time, soaking up the clock. 28 HP, it's fine. Pre-fire's on it, just spamming away. Crashes will remove him, but now Sassy from down in hell. Aspas gonna get himself out of danger and buy a moment of respite. As now you can see Crashies and FNS trying to find their way back through the walking wounded, though not looking pretty on the HP. FNS down to 1. Sassy and Aspas, it's not pretty right now, but they're desperately holding on to this. With everything they've got Loud, bring the scoreline closer. Essential and critical in this one.
Huge for Aspas to find 2, and it's the timing of that as well. It's just as OPTIC are about to re-explore short, unless actually plays that perfectly. Again, avoiding the drone, but it's the timing that he comes through and re-hits that short area. That's going to force out the timeout from OPTIC, because This is one that feels a little more like, yes, Ye's in a perfect position here. He finds an isolated kill, but Loud able to overturn that initial site control. But if I'm not mistaken, a 3v5. A solid follow-up on that.
Yep. Which is very impressive to be able to still pull off a nice post plant, dig yourself in. Again, it kind of highlights how hard Loud had to work for that, considering the position. Very rarely will you see something like that overturn, 2 kills, and then suddenly it goes the other way.
Aspas previously with the Blade Storm did pretty much exactly the same thing. As soon as FNS finds that kill, the ultimate comes through, and you almost think Loud are at a disadvantage, massive disadvantage in that scenario.
Yeah.
Aspas coming up huge in some of these, not just the entries, but holding on to
Langsung
these sides
update.
for the
Pauzi guys.
Highly impressive. I think it was like Pancada and Sadak were the first 2 to get caught, and I was like, well, that's surely them cooked, but you're right, it was the next one in, Aspas. But timeout comes in, and probably rightly so for Optic. Necessary now, as their money not going to be pretty either. Discuss options, see what they have left.
Well, the operator's gone, but actually, yeah, financially still sitting pretty for an operator in the next buy round at least. But Tour de Force available here. Again, you do look for him to have a good start. It's going to be
good
key.
For again, we hadn't had to question Ye's mental ever really, because the guy had
it's the first real test.
Ini dong mulai.
And it's not easy.
Hari-hari ya.
I don't think Loud are particularly one of the teams you want to be facing this early on and have that test given to, but let's see if he can stand up. First part, passed. Falls away to the site, but he's done the damage that was required. That's 1 player down.
Padahal Leviathan penasaran sih Leviathan.
Prevent any upgrade on the side of Optic. FNS and actually now.
Soalnya dia.
Yeah, he's made his way all the way towards B spawn.
Aja sebenarnya kuat
himself
tahu.
up actually on the cooldown here.
Beautifully mobile.
I mean, it's well timed because they're just about to shift walk into this now. Probably not expecting the Tour de Force to be here.
No, sure you're not. That is stunning. That is Ye.
Presence
really
all over the map.
Bingung tuh
playing a
pasti
lovely
itu.
game. Not easy to do.
Anjir, tiba-tiba
Now feeling a
ada
little frustrated, I'm sure, after that. Now having to kind of try and reassemble with
ada
3
si
to play.
LDH
Well, they're still
lagi
tucked
di
in this
backup.
3-man setup towards that side as well. You can already see Marv with a couple of bits of utility set up for this.
Aduh.
Actually completely nukes Aspas's dash here.
Aduh, 2 lagi ketahuan kan.
Slow things down even further, allow Ye to make his way back towards A side.
It's Victor, to me, is the close on this. Yeah, just
Ya
at least
Allah.
Pancada gets it turned around on him. The chip damage wasn't on Sadak, it was on
Kalau kalah
Pancada. So
salahnya.
Pancada actually able to do more. This is slipping between Optic's fingertips here. They had such a chance in this. And now,
Itu
a
siapa
couple
namanya?
of moments here and there, and you're going to have a good
Victor,
plot. 2
cok.
players standing for Loud.
Bisa nggak mati orang nggak ngelihat
Spectre.
loh, Frenzy.
It's a 1v2, yes, Pancada's low, but Aspas still sitting pretty in the position, now noted. What can he do? FNS has been golden to this point, though.
Aduh, kaki kelihatan lagi kan.
Tries to get the reveal through the one-way, but Pancada actually, who's had a fairly quiet start to this map, comes up with 3 huge kills in around that Optic had the upper hand from the start. Once again, it's a 3v5 that Loud are able to flip. Yes, a lesser buy, but the Tour de Force in doing work in this round.
God, that denial then. Just surprised he committed that hard. These are some tasty shots, but I mean,
that kill just slipping through Victor's fingers. Honestly, the frenzy giveth and taketh.
But 3v5, losing rounds like this is going to become frustrating, and that's something we will have to look towards if it does become anything like that. But for now, it looks a little bursty. Crashies, eats the flash.
Anjir, jebol langsung
You can see they're already taking things over.
He stuck it.
Wait, Pancada's just sat there, Loud, audacious in approach. Oh, that's unbelievable. Caught me second guessing. I was like, that's not a jet.
Banget,
Optic, though. Aspas. Nastiness at this hour. Sasi's going to find Victor, and it feels like a formality for Marv to be called off at this point, or at least just ignored if he gets away with anything. It would be miraculous, but this is a lovely pace switch from Loud.
Banyakin nembak-nembak gitu, ha?
Play spawning through the smoke here, try and get some consolations, but a couple of other Loud members charging through, going to close this out, and Loud really with the wind in their sails. Actually stretching this into a 5-4 lead for them in this half.
It's fabulous. What, 4 on
4 rounds?
now?
Yeah, 4 rounds unanswered.
Stunning work.
Because the fact that Pancada sticks this TP is wild.
I was staring at this going, that seems really weird, and then it just occurred to me. Optic had nowhere to go in that. That was perfectly played, and I like seeing the levels now that are coming through.
Nice
Seeing this-
Great pace change actually
flip of
once
the
Ye's got the operator back in the round as well.
feels like
Victor
completely
belum jadi
nullifies
Victor
any
nih.
sort of
They don't want to entertain a slow early round when
No,
they shift
because-
walking through. I mean,
how clear was it before?
Exactly.
Could not have depended on that
Iya,
anymore.
satu pada turu
They've
kayaknya
reset
deh.
it now to the
Tiduran
aspect of the
kayaknya.
fact that, well, yeah, you can't get one on deck, so we can kind of run back to the more standard approach. I say standard, there's a stinger tucked in the corner. I don't know how standard that is.
Nothing
but
standard about this buy.
Nope, absolutely not.
Mods and ends thrown in this, but a rifle in the
Ya,
hands of
ketahuan
Ye
dong.
and a Guardian for Crashies to play with. Let's have the Hunter's Fury as well. No other ultimates available.
They're chomping at the mic. Yeah, he gets beheaded. There is another layer to it. There's actually 2 players to this now. Oh, that weap's gone. There's
Wih,
someone
senjata
there.
diambil kena
But it actually does
kancing.
bait them in. Do they still
Ah,
check on Victor?
dicek,
It does
coy.
look like they do. Really well considered by Aspas. Very concise play. And yes, the weapon has been regathered by Marv, but they've lost 2 players now.
Marv though. Oh, and Aspas just barely even got around the corner there before he's removed. FNS once again. Sheriff in hand will find the first, but Sadak quick for the trade. Marv unlucky there, not expecting the peak to come through from Pancada.
Spike planted.
Oh, Crashies.
Almost baited by his own reveal there.
Yep. Wow.
Sabtu
Okay.
datang ke launching
Game's starting to heat
Persija.
up here, Mike. I'm a bit
I mean,
worried.
what a flip though, because we're almost leading
Tanggal berapa
towards a
Sabtu?
potential 8-4 half here.
Kayak gua ada pergi tuh tanggal 13
And
sama
now just cut noise
tanggal
here. Want
16.
to let that tension build and
Kayaknya
slight overstep from
Sabtu.
Ye to give the
Ya,
first
berarti
away, but
Sabtu.
only got
Tapi
all
gua
the
nggak
time
tahu
in the
acara
world
apa
to clear.
pertahan yang spotnya sampai pagi cuma
And
kacau.
expecting this sort of round to come out from OPTIC as well.
Iya, padahal sepi ya dagangan ya, Kak.
Just
Padahal
Marv's
dagangan
towards A site
sepi.
here.
Gue juga
3
bingung
towards
loh.
B, and actually Ye going to explore mid. Only a rifle
Penyemangatnya
here.
nggak ada
Smoked off
nih.
immediately. So denial of information from Loud
Dagangan
here. And
lagi
not made an
sepi
awful lot of
ya.
noise outside A either. FNS preemptively picks up the slack from
Iya,
Heaven,
hari
but
ini ada. Hari ini ada acara sama
it's interesting
Persija.
now again with that fast hit towards B.
Tanggal 16 juga ada.
Loud are happy to let a couple of these rounds slow down a bit now. Once the operator's not present for Ye, they're happy to explore a bit more of the map. Still paying a lot of respect towards Ye.
Anjing itu turret
Still have to.
gak hancur sama si
Quiet or
Victor,
not.
cok.
You got to keep it in mind. Takes 1 round and it suddenly looks so different. But as it stands, 4-6. Victor now. Preparing.
That's
He's
a big
going to
reveal.
deny that.
Big
Lovely.
reveal. I think it's all 4
It
as
has to
well.
be all
So, yeah. Ye might catch this cross.
Wah, iya. Dapat
Taking
Aspas
those last
enak.
couple of breaths here.
Ah,
Actually
udah
gets
enak.
away with it. I thought the trade was going to come in, but he does get away. Going to take down Aspas and now tee up for the others. Call out. Boys, they're coming your way. I can't get there in time. Get ready. But to be fair, FNS has been pretty solid on this side. He does
Buset
have
dah.
Marv by his side.
Kalah temen hitam
Slowed
tuh.
down again. Loud not having the easiest way forward. You're going to have Hunter's Fury popped as well, but Sadak cracks it open. Marv goes down and the trades come out.
Oh,
Ye
yeah,
is
he's
on the
back
site
up.
now. FNS is there. It's all looking good. As now just Sasi, the last one
Yeah,
alive.
SK.
And you don't let these slip. 10 seconds.
S.
No, you absolutely are not going to let this
Kocak
slip on 8
banget.
seconds. I don't believe it. Sassy, I know you're good, but OPTIC, at least get a grip on that round.
Thank God. I mean, Ye
Got a
comes
little nervous.
huge with 4 kills there in the chaos that ensued. But immediately they're Loud try and find the space back towards A site. Luckily, Ye catches it. You can see just actually Aspas is hard clearing towards in this replay here.
Oh
Yeah,
iya, yang
so
lawan
gets
Rans, ya bener.
Plays his life perfectly and actually follows
Sekarang
up
di
with some
mana ya?
fantastic kills here.
Oh ya, Cikarang ya.
Beautiful hold. Actually, we flip right
Bogor
back.
ya, Bogor ya.
Looking
Bogor nggak
towards
sih?
an 8-4,
Sekarang
what
di mana
felt
guys?
like could be an 8-4 half here with Loud building a lot of momentum.
Gua nggak tahu sih.
OPTIC finally.
Oh ya Bekasi bener, Bekasi
Luckily.
anjir jauh banget. Ya.
They go exploring.
Takes a big play to try and pick themselves
Kesel
up after a couple of quiet games. Being proactive in these moments not easy. Flash ready for Victor as well.
Timing on this flash is
This could be
crucial.
everything. There it goes, there it is, and it's good for 1. It's actually good for 2.
Satu guys,
Victor
Victor bunuh
gets
tuh.
away with straight up murder. Still hearing the tour de force rattling off shots on that A site. As Crashies is going to get the information, but it's Marv. Marv knows it. Succinct in the timing, going to work it out, and this is scrappy. It's a bit of a brawl, but they're going to try and make their way away from that A site. Or do they double pump it? Do
Yeah,
they go
the-
back
yeah.
around?
Actually here.
Oh, up the guts.
I mean, the trap's going to give this away. But that should keep Optic committed towards holding it here. They're going to hear the smoke. Actually, look towards. Yeah, he's going to pick this up with a tour de force.
10 HP. The man's a Widowmaker at the moment.
Spike down. Defender
Given tough challenges, and he's standing up to them. 37 seconds. And Carter, what can you do?
He's got to make a decision fast, though. Yeah, he's already
He's so quick.
repositioned.
What? Ooh!
With
Second
10
time.
HP.
Hampir aja.
Pancada barely needed to hit him there.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
Wow. That's an electric
Sama-sama
first half,
sih.
Mike, because we had the start looking like, okay, Optic in control, nice tempo to it, really good reads, proactive plays, you like
Very
to see it.
composed as well.
Very composed. But then the flip of the pace, the flip of the script, after that, what? It was a timeout that hit, and then the run of rounds back from Loud. I couldn't ask for a better first half here.
Oh boy,
Oh,
what a
Adiswang
game
apa nih? Bisnis
we've
apa nih
watched so
Adiswang?
far
Kok
on
nggak
Ascent.
kasih
6-6 here at the
Wah.
halftime. Mimi, it
Coba
looked
cek
like
apa tuh, DM kah?
Optic
Wah, udah
were
DM-DM-an
in
IG nih,
great shape.
Adiswang.
Everything was clicking, crashies popping off. Everything was going right for them, but Loud, you can never count them out.
No, you can't. And Auspice had such an incredible resurgence in towards the latter part of that half. This guy was finding massive kills to open up rounds for Loud. And for the side of Optic, they were really struggling to find a reply. Ye had come back, but
Akang
Victor
Casper,
still
selamat
having a
tidur.
slow game, and Auspice wanted to capitalize.
Yeah, it's just been incredible. They couldn't shut him down in the grand finals when they went 3-0 against him. And it seems like they can't find the same thing now. He's averaging 1 kill per round. He's bailed them out of multiple scenarios, including this one where he hits just a ridiculous right-click, spray downs on top of generator. Everything's been going well, and Aspas is always going to be the tip of the spear. He's going to get aggressive on the defense side too. He's always going to be up in their face.
Yeah, I just look at Auspice and, you know, I was like, at first I was like, oh man, bail wouldn't necessarily be the right phrasing here, but no, I mean, he really did so many times and maybe just gave him so much to work with.
I mean, I think it was just the idea of reinvigorating them. They had a slow start. They were kind of losing out on some of those critical early rounds. He has a couple big performances, and it's a complete 180.
Yeah, but now we flip sides. We go to the attack for Optic Gaming Sideshow. 6-6, they managed to stop the bleeding, but is it enough?
It doesn't look like it. I mean, Optic are one of the only defense-sided teams that we have here. They average about 60% on the defense overall. On this map, it's more like nearly 80% on defense and only 33% on attack. That means they're averaging 4 rounds on their attack side.
Ugh.
What they tend to do is a lot of burst hits into A. They don't work particularly well. They have a triple initiator comp that should be able to work the map and find information, but they just aren't that great at it, or at least they haven't demonstrated that recently.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of other teams that run this same comp actually do quite well on the attacking side, so Optic is the exception.
It's
Again,
not a comp
It's
problem.
been a while. Yeah, it's not a comp problem. It is something within this team that is showing those issues. However, again, it's been a while since we've seen Ascent. There's a very good chance they've rallied back and have improved their attack.
All right, well, you heard from our analyst here. 6-6 all knotted up, exactly what you want to see. Let's send it right back over to Hypoc and Pansy to break it all down for this second
Mampus
half.
lo ya. Wotai.
We'll do exactly that, GB. I mean, we've got a lot of kind of ideas as to what to expect on this half, at least from previous performances, how this kind of shakes down, at least.
Kocak.
Where do you stand on this? Where are you
DM-DM-an di
worried
mana
about?
tuh
What are you excited
Adiswang
for?
sama
I mean,
Lena tuh?
the comp discussion stands out to me. Yes, they should be able to work the map, as Josh says, find this information out, but talk about burst, it almost feels very dry. Lacking the jet that they played last time versus Loud. It's a tall order, especially when you know,
Wotai,
as the
anjing
desk highlighted
menyerang,
as well,
Cok.
Aspas is going to be looking for these opening duels actively. And with this triple initiated setup, you've got to argue, Optic are going to be spread pretty thin, right? They're going to potentially expose 1 or 2 members.
I think you might have spoken this into existence. I'm
Kerjaan
already seeing him
aja
starting
nih.
to tend towards
PP
middle,
di
starting to
situ.
look a little bit excited to be involved. Being Aspas, of course. Yay. First couple of shots come through, and the first couple of exchanges happening as well in towards middle. So you can see FNS took the lion's share of the damage. They're down to 13 HP, but Loud are well aware of the intention from Optic here. Flash is good, but Optic at least have a shot at it, but maybe just for a second. Denied quickly by Loud, and now 3 remain.
The turret just spots Marv at the last minute, so they know this lurk has occurred. Already pulling the rotation here. Aspas ready. They seem just sprinting towards A side to try and find something. Marv's going to be able to get anything done though. Crashies actually gets away. The crosshair assassin
Mati
does
lagi
find
si
it.
Marvnya.
All falling apart. A prime gaming falls for Loud in the pistol round. It's key to know, OPTIC aren't going to want to kind of stack all of this information gathering up on one side. And I think that's going to be key. If Loud can find the space, like I said, isolate one, potentially two. You can see here the support system that's in place to allow Aspas to do the damage. They will invest in that.
Placing swarm grenade.
This does feel like a potential calamity in the making for OPTIC if this continues true to trend, right? If we see all of those aspects coming together for Loud, they've got to really go against the odds here. Scoreline's still very close, but of course we know how this can shake down. And early work achieved by OPTIC, trying to take some mid-control.
On the anti-eco, Aspas has walked through B main, less, give him a little bit of support, but he's posted up with the Marshal now. Again, only one light shield on the back of Ye. Very squishy targets for that Marshal. OPTIC will pause for thought though. Start should give away at least a little information actually. Three of them managing to line of sight with the archway.
Now contact though, as you said, squishy targets and Aspas looking like he wants to start farming. Victor gonna find one.
Ya Allah, sayang banget itu trapnya. Buset,
it ain't
getar
pretty,
banget.
but
Getar
yeah,
banget loh,
it's
Sacil.
job done, mission achieved. Loud with a solid 8 rounds behind them now. This is where things start to get interesting though. Yeah, there wasn't much to take away from there if you're an OPTIC fan.
Kok gue feeling
See how they approach this
2-1 lagi ya.
Key to look at the buy round is how they're going to approach it. I mean, on the flip side of what I'm saying, with all these kind of information gathering tools that OPTIC have at their disposal, can they identify where Aspas is going to be pressuring towards? Maybe not particularly here in this round, just a Marshal in hand. There's actually going to be a rifle in the hands of Sassy to offset this round even further. Aspas, no secrets about the initial swing. He's going to post up here. Nobody on the other side. Their spike not committed just yet, so OPTIC look as if they're going to send out a few probes here.
Yeah, a couple of fact-finding missions across the map.
Enemy suppressed.
For now, just going to leave Ye posted up towards that B main. You can see them exploring the rest of the map. Now, we know
Harusnya dia gampang masuk set, guys.
really fallen
Dia
much
punya
away from
3
this either.
initiator loh.
You can see the Owl drone coming out as well on the other side. So, OPTIC going through the motions here, and Aspas,
Surely not, right?
he's heard enough. Had to go.
Anjir, kena cuy.
Knobs head
Kena
into
kah?
the wall,
Oh enggak.
and he's knocked out at least for this round. So FNS going to get things started well enough.
Kena hit.
And this more patient, clinical approach for OPTIC, at least giving them the first kill here.
Yeah, you're right, either, but it's Sassy. That's the one rifle invested here. Punish that lurk through B main. And they're walking into the Killdoor setup here, but less posted up very close here with the Spectre.
The push out, Sadak pushed out and just got caught by Victor on the turnaround. They might just turn tail and run now back towards that B site, knowing it's ready and available, and it is, yeah. Crash is confirming that, making sure no one's anywhere near close towards CT yet, and the spike's gonna be across to the site. An overstep slightly from Sadak potentially, but you're trying to clutch at straws here, trying to make something happen for yourself.
Just look at the tools that Loud have though.
They do have what, 2 rifles coming in. Lots of utility to play with. This retake is certainly not over just yet, but Crash is getting proactive again.
Flash. Gua bisa
Huge
flash.
swing
Bilang
coming
gitu
in.
anjing.
We catch less.
Victor.
Move him from the equation, and now you're down to what? 2 to try and find.
Flash ya, udah kelar
Yeah.
flashnya.
The utility
Orang
set
belum
back towards
ngepick
Loud
ya
here.
udah di flash, kocak.
Knife going to note what they already know. It almost favours Loud to just make sure that everybody falls in this scenario. Best will find the first, and actually swing through, find the second for a 3K on the round. OPTIC back within touching distance. 3 survive, and that's key with what's happened so far. Yeah, FNS back on the ultimate. Victor actually one off the null
Apa
command
banyak
as well.
tim nggak pakai duelist? Kayaknya karena duelist yang enak untuk masuk sebenarnya Jet. Tapi gitu.
OPTIC good for the
Jet
cleanup.
sekarang di nerf ya.
He's not spiraling out of control just yet.
No.
Menciptakan meta baru lah, soalnya Jet mainnya gitu-gitu aja sih sebenarnya. Entry pasti ngedash gitu.
Try and take the lead back. We do see the operator out as well for Aspas. So mind towards how different it looked as soon as Ye was able to get the operator out, or had the tour de force
Udah
able
mulai
to be utilized.
pengen pada banyak yang pada mau move on kayaknya.
Disregarding it and caught in no man's land. FNS looking like it wants a
Buset,
similar
dah geter
look.
banget.
That's not great.
Like I said, spread so thin, and one side of the setup very easily punished by a dry walk. With all this utility, they're dry walking through to swing A main. Aspas going to punish Ye once again inside B main.
This is brutal to
Ya
watch.
Allah, sedih banget ya.
Optic, it feels like they're just
Nge-flash
playing
kirain Killjoy yang
so out
nge-pick.
of tune with
Malah
the
orang
round. They're
garden.
very uncomfortable. They're very disjointed. So now Crashies, has to face the music. It's Swift from Pancada and Loud respond.
Yaudah
swiftly.
kalau kayak gini caranya yaudah Optic kalah langsung aja pulang-pulang. Banyak
You're almost trying to run the
gara
buddy system,
coach
but I just don't understand the full swing, the commit to that.
Yeah.
Desperate to try and find an opener or wait for an overstep from Loud almost. You can almost see here, I mean, Les isn't swinging with Pancada. It's just a completely one-on-one challenge, and the spacing not there for Optic either to find the trade. Ah, must be nice.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He knows what he's done.
Yeah, a little concerned that's
Didn't like that
how
round.
a buy round played out.
kan pick sendiri tuh.
Optic
Tai.
stacked up this time.
Yep.
Banyakin
Yeah,
Optic
punished
sendiri.
as the one to try and find entry towards A main. A very, very early man advantage here for Loud.
Yeah, this is good stuff for Loud though. I like what they're bringing. Vaspas wants to go any further. Yeah, has to get out of there. Hits the panic button. Rightly so. Good choice.
Juga ini shutter padahal.
Still trying to be so active in this.
Face your fear!
Carter trying to get out. Does do, gets to the back of the site. Ult invested. Flash goes into short and the swing comes in. Gonna catch Marked on the way through. One did slip towards Tree, so don't forget about it. And Aspas certainly hasn't. But there's FNS. There's that damage on the player that just slipped the net. Got a little bit further ahead from that peak. And FNS, he ain't stopping single-handedly until then as Crashies chimes in with one of his own to make this round look possible.
Les takes a ton of damage there though.
What the fuck?
Spike planted.
What can he do? This... Did he?
Recalling my
No,
might have seen
FNS
him, I'm
just
not
slipped
sure.
the net. Just slipped the net.
They're seemingly unaware. An unfavorable position to try and dismantle. Good crossfire in place and Les trying to do what he can. As noted the player.
Yeah.
Might have heard the jump spotting coming out here potentially, or just the steps coming through. So Les has been able to at least thread the needle somewhat. But now time is of the essence. Running short on it. Has to pull players in now. And they're playing the clock really well. Composure in the end from Optic, but heroics from FNS.
Absolutely. I mean, comes through, makes absolute, I mean, magic work,
FNS.
basically. You see Mark getting
Oi.
punished through with the flash, but comes through, finds 2 kills in heaven to open this round up for them.
Beautiful.
Comes through, and whilst the res is coming through as well, actually, at one point, this almost becomes a 3v2. Massive advantage for Loud, but able to get Victor back on his feet. 1 round separates them. Loud now, the crack's starting to show in the finances here, but in terms of ultimates, a huge advantage, you gotta say.
Close to so many. On the verge. Ashes gets his at least.
Tapi banget.
Does start walking again, but for now just tucked up towards short on the side of tree.
With him playing deeper angles like this as well, it forces Optic to burn up some of these key tools that they have. The drone, for example, early on. And other bits. And actually, if Loud get a good indicator on when and where that's invested, it does give Aspas a lot of freedom. As soon as Optic do show their hand.
Yeah, almost playing at that minus tempo, allowing them the first couple of moves. And he still hasn't given away the game here either. This is...
Well, now.
Ya Allah.
Now aware.
Gap deh.
And as you said, though, had to burn up a lot of time for this. Down to 40 seconds now. Utility has already been invested just to clear this marker.
What do they do on the back of this? That's the real question for Optic.
Trying to go for the punish. Looks simple enough. Flash in. Aspas has to respect this, has to back away. Hunter's Fury coming in as well. I don't think he's got many places to run here. Crashy's going to post it towards the site.
Aduh, kirain ke
Not much
garden.
to write home about. Pancada, though, still holding strong. No one's going to be coming in at this point. 18 seconds now. All that time burned up trying to find that one player, but the trades are still coming through. 13 seconds now. The flash is stunning. Slows down any sort of roll. 9 seconds. Aspas on the site. Spots out Marv.
My God.
Decapitates FNS, and Loud are
Aspas.
just commanding the clock. This is beautiful work.
They dig their heels in there. I mean, the fact that it's 2 from hell. Pancada initially baited once again off a recon ping, just a split-second difference here. You can see here he actually second guesses himself, but Sadak here follows through. Finds 2 on the back of that. Aspas, what a beautiful blade storm once again. That's a big round to win because that breaks the bank of OPTIC. This is Loud potentially finding 11.
Udah makan, nggak ada, udah nggak ada makanan, stok makanan udah habis kak.
Deadlock's been broken with this money now fading away from OPTIC. Already noted earlier the alt economy, and Aspas right place, right time. Ye is feeling very red right now. It feels like shut down a fair few times. Still picking himself up when he has to, but you can see Sadak overextending. Man, their anti-ecos are nice. They're proactive and a little scary, but they're landing. They're sticking the landing on them. Aspas now have to respect that fall away. Now should Sadak here. The reaggress. Yeah, they're feeling themselves now.
Biasa bangun tidur jam berapa? Jam 12. Jam 1, jam 12.
Misclick there, but the ultimate gets
Tapi gue sore ini harus cabut.
Less to find the final 2. A Prime Gaming flawless, but with old command removed. Hopefully that, doesn't come to bite them in the ass, but not too many ultimates available here for OPTIC, and haven't really been leaning too heavily on a death ball approach. At least choreographed hits coming through in the early round at least. Yeah, I'm not sure what the adjustment is here for OPTIC, because they're not finding an awful lot of value off this utility. Like I said, Loud are able to almost weather the storm in that regard. Not give too much away.
Fracture OPTIC menggila, Cok.
Even from the early rounds, hasn't really been hunting here, so that could be a curveball for OPTIC to deal with here when things are delicate in terms of the finances. If he does go exploring, the only thing OPTIC have to work with is that Cosmic Divide. Lose this, gonna be broke once Loud hit map point as well. Not gonna be a pretty purchase.
So they need to mull this over. Really take the time to talk this one out, because as you said, not much looks good for them once we get past this point if they don't end up converting in the next round coming in. And you're right, we still haven't seen too many of those curveballs out from Loud yet, right? We haven't seen that over-aggressive. We've seen proactive play, but not to the extent we know that Aspas can flip into the gear off.
You look at the utility that's available for Loud, they haven't had to rely on any of it to put Aspas in a position.
No, you're
right. Pretty passive, truth be told.
Yeah. I mean, the amount that OPTIC are using just to try and clear those positions, those potential positions. Now, I do wonder if Loud just flipped the script on this one. They just go for the aggressive play, because why not? It just throws such a spanner in the works, and I'm seeing it. I'm seeing aggressive play down middle, and OPTIC are going to start sweating. They need to control themselves, control this round. And there it is already. Disaster starts to strike. Marv falls. It's not just one string. They're behind their boy. They back Aspas. And the plot's coming in regardless.
This is beautiful. The aggression towards B main, they have the lockdown to retake A site, and nothing actually on the side of OPTIC to counter this other than the shock dart. Potentially the fragment here, but OPTIC taking the space that's necessary.
Gotta hold on to it though. Time to dig those trenches.
Double tag.
Walking wounded for sure. And there's that lockdown. Penkata finds one. Aspas with the follow-up. And now OPTIC are in danger. Yeah, and FNS, where are you in this? We need those moments of magic. And it's all but fleeting. FNS last one standing. The spike, I don't think you can do much about this one. This is world-class play from Loud coming out right now, and that's what we were worried about, though. That little bit of fear coming in, of that aggression. When do they hit the button? When do they go, okay, let's really put it to them? And they do it in a round like this.
Beautifully considered from Loud. I mean, the push and pull on both sides, it's fully invested. There's nobody to even slow down any progress towards A main. They isolate one player outside B, and they know straight away the lockdown's available. They can literally stack up for this retake.
100%. Oh, they've been able to fashion a buy, looking at what OPTIC are coming in with. It is going to have the light armor behind it. It's going to be a little bit...
There's gaps, though.
Yes, there is. There
Big
really
gaps.
is. Into the unknown. And again, when you've been considering they've been struggling in the full buys, that's when you've got to start really considering what they have to work with here. Let's see it, OPTIC. This is the one. Got to make it count. Loud pick up map 1. And Aspas off to a belter already. Punishing crashes. And dips away to the side, saying, well, so have to clear all of this again, and maybe I fancy a second go at it, a second bite at the cherry. Oh, audacious in approach. He's fancying it, and FNS considers it. But he still gets it, and that spike lost. He's committing to it now. Now you have to get past him, the Guardian on this. Aspas, absolutely unchained, feverish in approach. Look at him, he's still proactive. And they've succeeded in ways they didn't imagine to in this degree. Now Ye delivers on the other side of the map. The flash comes in, he has to fall away, but the backup is there. And now it's 2. Marv and Ye. And look at the gap being closed. Les is already herding them around. Aspas is dominating this round. Yay, you gotta face the music on this one. It's a 1v4. You've had moments. You ain't gonna have it now. Loud picking up map
Dia bisa tahu gitu,
1,
anjir.
13-8. And it looked damn good, Mike.
It absolutely did. I mean, OPTIC almost struggling for
Aspas nih,
answers
bos.
here. Almost an inability to really employ or apply this composition the way I feel as if they wish to. But Aspas,
Victor
man,
lagi pusing,
so active
Victor.
in some of the early rounds, then actually
Your
tempering the pace
turn,
a little
Victor.
bit about the midway of that second half. But pivotal in applying this pressure, drawing out the utility, as I said, and playing just deep enough to mitigate it.
You're on the money. You can really see it.
Lagi feeling good nih dia nih.
In how he brings out the play. It's been lovely to watch. Love seeing the timing of the call as well. Whoever called to hit that aggressive button, go for that push up, really push OPTIC's buttons. Right call, and that's the start. Roll your mind back to that. I was thinking, okay, we've got this OPTIC. All right, this is game on. What a lifetime ago that feels.
It does indeed. It really does. Yay and Mar both having well, Yay, I gotta say, it wasn't as bad as it was.
Dia right click dia 2 kali dapat loh right click dia.
Some of the freebies that I guess he's known for in terms of taking these 1v1s, these bold 1v1s.
Yeah, I think the world has become aware of what Yay can do, and rightly so. The man made waves happen, and now you have to be so hyped for aware of it. But then you see the counterpart to that. Aspas still getting away with the correct play, still being able to find so much of that room to operate under. As said, that difference in pace coming in as well, it was just perfect. I absolutely loved.
Tapi kalau misalnya juara per masternya beda-beda guys, terus di championnya beda lagi, itu seru. Kayak tahun lalu Rejavik siapa? Sentinel, Berlin, Gambit. Terus pas di apa namanya? Championnya Essen.
Well, it's a taste of things to come. It's only map 1. We still hopefully have 2 more. Because I'm here for the late night at this point. Screw it. Let's just commit here. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we're back, the desk will be joining you, and then we'll be diving into map 2.
Copenhagen beda lagi cuy. Jadi timnya enak, mantep. Juaranya nggak ada yang back to back. Iya, nggak ada yang nggak ada back to back atau 2 kali juara, jadi seru. Copenhagen fanatik, feeling juga sama sih. Final lawan Tokped ya sih. Kalau Tokped back to backnya di apa? Bukan master, beda. Red Bull gives you ada gitu ya. Anjing Oka baru bangun, enak banget ya baru bangun cuy. Red Bull gives you kita udah 6 jam. Ya enak baru bangun. Ini tempat main dia bagus banget. Semua matchnya ini sih 1-2 cok. Apakah teori 2 di kanan semua guys? Wah GG sih. Berarti kiri bagian pulang cuy, 2 di kanan semua. Teori kah? Teori 2 di kanan kah? Rata kanan. Oh GG udah. Ada yang bisa dicemur cuy. Kurang sih kalau masalah. Halo Elon, Bang Elon 69. Masih subuh. Iya nggak ada sesi apa OPTIC ya? Iya cuy. Masa iya? yang waktu itu sesi Optic yang lagi seru ya, gara-gara masalah drama coachnya Optic bacotin Sergio. Sekarang mereka pulang lebih awal di Copenhagen. Lucu gak sih? Masuk sih ceritanya, jalan ceritanya cuy. Dulu aja ketemu terus ya kan. Kocak anjing, malah barengan di airport. Malah temenan. Pulang cuy. Ditanya sama si Fred kan, pulang cuy.
With that 13-8 victory, Brazil's Loud is very close to moving on in this competition. But for Optic Gaming, it could very well be, and I agree with you, Sully, a nearest airport situation. The stakes could not be higher here, Sideshow. This is not looking good for Optic based on how that ascent went.
Not at all. They are the defending champions, and they are one map away from it being the first time that a North American team has ever been eliminated from a Masters or Champions or anything in last place, in joint last place there. That's absurd. And remember, we wouldn't see either of these two teams from now until Champions. Whoever loses this game, be it Optic or be it Loud, they have already qualified for champs. And that means that when they lose this match, they're just going to go into a chamber. They will have played the finals of Reykjavik into last place Copenhagen, straight into champs. It's absurd.
Yeah, I mean, what a fall it would be for what is the reigning best team in the world. But that match in particular, we saw a lot of the issues continue to come on through for Optic. Some moments of poor coordination, another rough map coming out of Victor. I mean, they had those moments of brilliance, but still the ones I wanted to highlight were some of these lowlights where it's just individuals peaking on their own and dying. Yeah. This is a composition that on the attacking side, it is built on garnering early control and applying pressure with that layered utility, and we just were not seeing it. And execute like this one, you have your KO out alone before the players can even make it through in main. These are the moments of miscoordination that we rarely see from Optic, and here they were coming through round after round.
For Optic, sometimes when they lose, you get this fired up, insanely determined version of them. And I feel like I saw that from FNS. And a bit of crashes, and that was about it. Obviously, Ye didn't have as better of performances he's had recently. He was back to, putting up some very reasonable numbers, but it wasn't fired up Optic. It wasn't Optic that looked like their world-class world beater level, and that is a bit of an issue.
Well, you know who looked like a world-class world beater? Aspis, because that boy was out there just clicking heads and taking names. Let's actually check out Aspis in our aim lab shooter-on, Mimi. This kid was playing so good.
Oh, first of all, what is this crosshair?
That's disgusting.
That's an abomination.
That's offensive.
That's the crosshair he just beat the best team in the world with.
Okay, there's no shot he's using that.
He's actually playing an in-game. I have the insider information. No, but what you're saying, GB, is incredibly true, because we started things off, and I think we were seeing that playing up Optic. Remember, this map started with an ace out of crashes. They were looking fantastic, and then Aspis just put them under the steamroller, flattened them. He had an incredible map. Yeah. It was really reminiscent of the grand finals at Reykjavik, but this time, Loud won.
Yeah, and the rest of them are turning up. And I've got to remind everybody, Loud have already beaten Optic before. They beat them in that upper bracket final too. Yeah. And I think what's really important in that situation as well is the map that they lost is the map that's coming up.
Yeah, the map coming up will be Fracture. Optic's pick, by the way. The Optic has a really, really good Fracture, but Loud did beat Crew 13-10 on this map just a little while ago, Mimi.
It's been really solid out of Loud as well. They've been playing with that Sage composition and the Raze, a very different approach to the map, but it works really well for them. We just saw them kind of flatten Crew on this map.
Victor took 10 rounds to be able to get his first kill on Ascent. But the last time these two teams matched up on Fracture, Victor was the player that ran away with the game. Every time you get him onto his Neon, onto this map, he pops off. He's been a beast for them in the past. So this is the player that I'm looking at now. Look at his stats when they went up against each other in the upper bracket of Reykjavik. This is his stat line from them playing on Fracture. 372 ACS. He went 21 and 7. He just flattened Loud, and that was a Loud that didn't really understand how to play the map. And that was maybe even a different Victor, because Victor hasn't been hitting in the map that we've seen so far from him today. But if he can get back to that, if he can wake up and find that form, It's exactly what OPTIC need.
And it was not just at Reykjavik. He came home
Victor
and he found the same
Neon
performance.
soalnya.
This is one of the few maps that OPTIC stuck by their strategy, stuck by their comp, because it was so damn good. And it's all predicated on the way that Victor plays this Neon.
All right, well, let's see what Victor and OPTIC Gaming decide to do with our Prime Gaming agent select here. We'll get that answer in just a little bit, but yes, you're right. I mean, you know, they do like to run the Breach, the Brim, the Chamber, KO, the Neon, and they are going to lock in the Neon here.
Yeah, so it does look like they're just going to continue to play that composition we have seen from them a ton. The thing that I want to draw attention to, though, is the way that Loud play this map on attack. Sadak on that stage is pivotal for how they set this team up. They do not fight in the same way that OPTIC does. They love just planting down that wall, getting on the site, getting that spike down, and playing the post. They're really incredible with it when they're playing that Brimstone.
One of these teams has changed their strategy since the last time they played, and it's not OPTIC. It's Loud. They've shifted composition, they've shifted their overall strategy, they have more experience. They're the ones that will learn from the loss in the past.
And again, that's unusual. OPTIC almost always changes their compositions quickly. They almost always come out with a new strategy, but this is the map that they have been confident in their play. If they lose here, that is a statement to the improvement of Loud.
Well, this is it. Back against the wall for OPTIC Gaming.
Anjing,
And for
semalam gue
Loud, it
dapat
could
giveaway
just
malah
very well be
ketiduran. Oh iya,
another day in the
restoran.
office.
Iya
Let's
betul.
go ahead and send it over to
Muhammad
your
tidur,
casters,
Muhammad Manja
Pansy and
tidur.
Hypoc, to call the
Apalagi Just
action.
Valorant
Take it
juga
away.
tidur.
It's a bit of a serious matter, right? We are now at
Banyak yang
elimination's
tidur.
doorstep.
Tadi ada 4 orang tidur.
Look, there's a world where this could happen.
How
I
are we
don't
saying
know.
that?
I don't know. But the one bonus is we are walking into their church, their home ground, their sanctuary, right? This is the map they found comfort on, faith in. They can depend on it, but I mean, Loud have got to see them on this a couple of times now. This is
There's
nothing
a lot
new.
of tape.
This
There's
is
a
nothing
lot of
new.
tape. Yeah, and it really does come down to the prep factor here. I mean, Sadak's going to be pivotal on this stage in terms of what we're going to expect from OPTIC. Have to see how that works out for them. Obviously, OPTIC starting on the defensive side. Victor already getting curious outside of Dish, and there's, I mean, 3 members of Loud on the north side of the map.
Up.
Hard cleared here, but good for the first. The fault line comes through. Will slow down any further progress, but a 1-for-1 early on.
And I want to see Victor activated. I want to see him have one of those games where you know the game starts to feel like you're in command, you're in control.
Up.
For Loud, I'm happy to see anything. Adjustments, new
Jadi
looks,
biar Lord cepat menang, guys.
awareness of what OPTIC do, because the thing is, when you become very good at something, everyone pays attention to it, as a lot of these previous champions know.
Gue tertidur. Iya, silakan guys yang mau tidur.
As Les starts
Tersi
to
udah pulang, udah back to home.
first real committed steps towards this, and he might get a glimpse of Crashies.
What's that? A heavy expectation of OPTIC getting aggressive here in the pistol round. It's only really Victor to dip his toes. Crash is going to catch a tag with the headhunter though, force him to play a little safer now.
30 seconds left.
We hit that 30-second marker. All 4 members allowed will stack up now towards Arcade.
Marching forward, but again, you can see where OPTIC are waiting. They've got 3 players dedicated towards that B side. They're all in on this, so it's going to be a bloodbath here. Marked with 1, with 2, and OPTIC should be shutting this down. FNS is there, and now you look at the time left. It ain't a great deal, but it is now a 1v1. There's enough time for the plant here, but does he close the gap in time? He's closed in, he's fine. Composure kept. Round secured. OPTIC off to a good start.
A second opening pistol round 1 on the back of Crash. He's initially taking that tag. They noted his presence.
Ini yang kalah pulang ya, betul Bang Kajo. Fracture gampangan attack apa defense.
Well. Straight 50-50 of where Crash is going to re-aggress from.
Harusnya lebih gampangan attack sih.
And Loud, like I said, happy to initially anticipate that aggression, but then run the clock down, allow that pressure to build. Just a couple of sheriffs for Loud to work with. And Kata and Sassy, see what they can get done here. Obviously less the headhunter, a couple more shots in the chamber for him. I have to see if this slow build continues for Loud. Whether or not OPTIC continue to explore, because I expect them to look for some confidence boosters after that first map. And Victor, one that ultimately really
Tembak terus, anjir.
definitely benefit from that.
Still maintaining the angle. Timing on this flash.
Enemy down.
Could be pretty good. Sassy the only one to find a connection so far. One of the 2 players who did have the sheriff here. Aspas gathering the other. Victor, again, should be doing well enough here to not be particularly phased. So, Aerial dangers to
Neon
be
is
seen.
back kah?
Two for Optic and Loud waiting to get that buy coming beside them.
Alfajar, wah
Have your
jago
eyes on
banget sih
what Optic
Alfajar.
decide to do here. Whether they're gonna sit back, try and hold on, play close
Gua nonton
contact.
aja udah nggak sanggup gua
Try and
nonton
make use
dia.
of these specters here. Obviously, the
Cuma nggak tahu ya.
rifle in the hands of
Nanti
Ye.
apa hasilnya pas
Definitely
Master,
doable here. Good
pas
shot
Fnatic main.
for the round 3.
Bisa aja kan. Dia kan baru kan, bisa aja dia
See if
ini
this is where Loud decide to pick up the pace a little bit.
onliner.
We're seeing Optic going walkabouts. So that old top. And on the other side, it's Jay.
Ayo, jangan mati. Siok.
Particularly stopped. They've continued forward. Good flash. And where was the
Waduh,
call?
waduh. Tembak
Labored
apa
with the
tuh yang
Spectre, and
ditembak,
Aspas going to
kocak.
trade out in the end, but damage is damage.
Ah,
They can't do much.
Aspas nih,
Denied
bos.
swiftly by
Tenggong
Aspas.
dol.
That's a rifle now removed.
I was curious as to the re-explore from Ye. Marv should just get away from less. Timing favourable in that regard. We're going to spot the pixel out of place though.
Hello? Maybe he just moved away in time. Fortunate, and well, he's going to feel very red here and maybe wonder as to why, but they'd already noted you before. Marved position very much found out, and now down to Victor and FNS. FNS feeling a whole lot of force coming his way. Supports en route, that's going to be Victor coming over and actually decapitate Sadak. Catching a couple as well as they try and make it through tower. Great swing coming out from FNS. And now it's just Sassy left in a 1v2, and the swings and roundabouts already in this round are giving me whiplash. Sassy, what can you do with this? He knows there's one on site. He knows that Victor's close by. They're stacking up together. They're getting proactive, dangerous games. And Sassy trying to back away, play his life. He's got 20 seconds to work this conundrum out. And Optic go right back to that prior hold. Not going to happen. Lovely work between the two. Victor making their just in time. FNS as well. Wonderful work between each other.
Talk about confidence boosters.
Aduh,
That's
jangan
a
map 3
huge one
dong.
for Victor in particular. And so pivotal in that bonus round. So well to enable FNS to find this first and the second. FNS closes it out with the third as well. Decent ultimate progress as well to consider here, but
Good job, John.
Good job, boys.
Good job getting.
sounding pretty quiet in there.
Good job, boys.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, pretty composed. Just maybe trying to just get into the motion of things. Just try and keep that focus as best they can. Each round in front of them just being treated the same. Try not feel that pressure of elimination on your shoulders. Easier said than done, of course. But this round should be theirs. Again, the purchase. Got a little bit more bite to it this time. A little bit of light armor, a couple more of those sheriffs, but I don't know which way you cut it.
Gini anjing.
Similar look.
Temenin bang map 3. Waduh, jangan dipaksain bang.
Note to the ultimate progress. You
Aman
look what
bang.
Essentially,
Yang mau
Optic
tidur,
should
tidur.
be on the brink of Loud's next buy round. Marv's already with the orbital strike. Victor going to find one as Les goes exploring. Yeah, actually with the operator posted up here, but holding the wrong angle. They might actually get a favourable peek here, and actually Sadak from the backside. What is that angle? Was Ye on the right side? He was on the right side of the box.
Mati please, mati kau Victor, mati. Nah,
Nervous.
ini
And they're just
dia.
letting this one absolutely fall to pieces. What is going on? Marved and Crashy's going to try and keep this together as best they can. Yes, louder damage, but look at the numbers. Look at the spike on the site, and Marv wants to deny this before it can even start. Has to back away now. Respect that utility could have been a problem. And there's the ult coming in. It ain't going to do much, though.
The trade-off of orbital strikes here.
Marv's still trying to navigate a way around. Spike's down now. Time's in their side. Loud loving it.
Itu ultinya Marv di
Crash
sini.
is so paranoid of a flank. Anything.
Ultinya si ini udah
You can see
benar
Marv
di
just
sini.
having all this utility
Di sini
committed
ultinya
towards
si
him.
Marv.
Time being purchased as Crashy's going to start closing in as well.
Sassy
Yang ada
literally 1
acara
HP
oke
top side
di
here, but
Mantoro.
Aspas going to find a headshot to Marv, and
Benar nggak sih guys? Apa salah lihat? Kayaknya benar deh.
Loud close out 50 round. They
Ultinya
had
si
absolutely
Marv di
no
sini.
right.
How did
No
they get that
right.
pick? How did they get that pick
Ultinya
on Ye?
si
What was the
Loud
positioning on this?
benar.
Because it just got shot in the head from
I
the
think
back.
he's on the right side of the, and there's nobody holding contact on main.
Which is worrying, because that's a communication issue. I don't know what it is. Whatever went wrong there needs to be addressed quickly. Because that's a tilter. That's the one that's going to get in your head and get you a little frustrated. Now, bear in mind, of course, they're professionals. They have to be able to kind of levy that sort of frustration. But again, that's given Loud a chance. It's not a big chance.
Rotate.
But
Tapi masa
something.
iya rotate?
And speaking of aggression,
Udah
it's Victor.
sejauh itu.
Let's her rip. Let's go. And actually, Loud find it fine. A 2-for-1 trade out in the end. They get to just do the same right on back in. Aspas can take that space right back from him. FNS can be feeling that pressure, but quickly invest in utility to try and quell this approach.
FNS does find the kill onto Aspas there, just on a lick of HP.
Iya, OPTIC kalah
They now
pulang.
creeping across bridge here. Loud able to regroup. They have a Rolling Thunder of their own. Only one smoke.
Kayaknya tadi pada balik.
So they gotta almost just creep up onto site here, and OPTIC have left the back door open.
Give them just a little.
Enggak. Dia siapapun lah asis yang paling gede pokoknya itu yang menang. Yang penting ya ditebak angkanya bukan playernya. Playernya mah bebas mau siapa aja, mau 10 biji asisnya sama tapi yang nanti jawabannya betul. Dan 10 orang ini asisnya 27. Terus ada yang jawab 27 ya udah dia menang. Yang 27 itu yang menang. What the fuck?
Yay! Doesn't least bait the shot out, tries to chase him down in the meantime, but he knows he's lost that opportunity. Has to switch back out for the op and look for another pixel out of place, but no one's giving him chance. And that's a breathe in and a moment of frustration, I'm sure. Loud are finding these small cracks to punish OPTIC here. This is great work from Loud. It's scrappy, but it's getting the job done.
I mean, a total contrast, but a similar example. After that initial push through, there's just a massive, massive gap in the setup. And Loud, like I said, they waltz on in, just shift walk in. Allow themselves a lot of time to set up, and yes, maybe Ye's a little off pace there, but I don't think he's in a position to stop that, even if he walks underpass.
No.
There's just no way. Clings onto the operator. Sheriff, odds and ends coming into this. Victor does have his ultimate available, but look at Loud. Rez, Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, less 2 off the Tour de Force as well.
Last Hope. Dulu juga bilangnya gitu, OPTIC Last Hope karena The Guard kayak gitu ya. Taunya The Guard.
Gonna need one of these rounds from Ye. El Diablo needs to catch fire in this. For now, he sits, he waits.
Ya, terciduk ini mah pantatnya Sage.
Corner, one down, and it's quick. He's got to know there's more behind it. The rest going to come out. Boombot invested. He's dipping his toes back in again. Yay! This is the man you need to find form, and in these moments. But it's Aspas in the response. And he takes the shot! He takes down Ye! And suddenly it's falling to pieces. And maybe Ye's not enough right now. They're trying everything. And you can't get past Aspas.
I mean, they bait out perfectly, just shift walking through, make use of the res, they force Ye to a deeper position. Ye actually re-swings here, which is crazy, finds another kill, and immediately they flip the switch. Aspas, I mean, finds 2 separate kills with the paint shells here. There's the first, Showstopper goes through, gets the reset, sends it immediately.
No fear, nothing.
Carado, iyo.
Huge round from Aspas.
This guy doesn't know how to lose.
Apa tadi yang bilang Aspas resnya kurang? Sebenarnya benar sih.
Need a little bounce back here because these rounds, they've been ones that will tilt you, frustrate you, take it away from you. And you can already see Victor after those old tricks trying to get proactive, get in their face, but Aspas, well, doesn't need to have Neon to be fast. Slicing him right through the middle. Yeah, he's going to deny the approach towards the site. Big impact as now you can see they're trying to re-explore this way. I feel like Victor's got an idea.
Victor falls here though. Aspas can actually
Ayo
punish the TP from Ye.
observer. Ini ada yang berantem. Nah, cakep.
It's going to be Crashies and Victor.
Ya, Aspas nih bos. Senggong dal.
Well, that's now open, isn't it? The map's sliced in half. Pinned to the wall.
Siapa lagi yang mau perang?
Commitment.
Oke, Yai. Yai, 1, 2, 3.
Comes down to you again, my
Kena.
man. How much more can one man do? Unable to. No, he can't. Unable to back away. Has to stand his ground and fight. Crashing to catch across to get one. Ye's there though. Ye with a huge amount of impact, and again he can't back away. He can't fall away, and he can't be killed. It's 4 for him in the round. Sarsi, the last one alive in a 1v2. It ain't impossible. Does get the plant down. The utility is just feverish in amount poured on in. He can't get away from it. Optic close down the round. But
Finally.
man, that took
aja
heroics.
loh El
I mean,
Diablo
at the
loh.
point where his TP's dealt with, like
Bisa
I said, it
bunuh
comes down to
4 di
crashes and
posisi
Vic ultimately to
kejepit.
make sure that Ye can still do work with that tour de force, setting up that crossfire. Even though Crashes falls, that first kill comes through from Ye in the slow field. Huge in that regard. Just catches Aspas for free, and then the follow-up makes it so difficult to find another peak. You can see less. Just with a wild swing into it. Optic strike back. The operator back in the hands of Ye now. Who's leading the charge for Optic currently. Aspas on the other side, things 11 and 5. And almost back on another showstopper. Further aggression from Optic here. Looking to catch Loud off guard in the early round, but look how quickly. Loud have countered it. They backfilled the other half.
Finesse golden pick up though to deny Aspas that springboard they'd love to have tried to maybe achieve during that aggression on the other side of the site. And Carter got the better of Les, the only one to really strike back for Loud so far. There's less than one to try and do anything. Creeping close to the site. It's caught. FNS keeps it in control. Optic shutting the gates on this round.
The thing is, if Optic continue this, they have to find value on the other side of it. I mean, Ye left solo, really, giving up A site entirely for the retake. Luckily, this time around, I mean, Loud have shown a lot of presence towards Bridge on the north side of the map. I'll be careful if that continues here, but similar to what we saw them try and achieve in the previous, just nobody on the other side of it. Loud, we'll call a timeout here to reconsider. Very close fought battle, though, at the start of this first half.
And I've got to say it for the
real back and forth.
Yeah, for the Optic fans out there, you know, when you see this map coming into the map pool, you see it as, you know, where it comes in. You feel like that little bit of relief, right? You're like, okay, they've got this like nice little stronghold to lean towards. Loud look pretty dangerous, in a very real way. Maybe a little towards Aspas himself, but everyone else is there with him as well. He's already sitting at what, 11-6. He's very much leading the charge in the server as well. So a great individual performance, but again, it's causing a couple of issues here and there for Optic. See how deep this adaptation can go though from Loud. How much do they feel confident and comfortable in this map itself?
This is going to force
Gak ngantuk ngap.
at least 3 people down to
Bukan ngantuk sih, lebih ke arah
less than the
capek,
purchase in the
udah
next. So
capek,
this is kind of
capek.
pivotal for Loud. I mean, entering into round 9, 5-3 the scoreline.
Capek mata sih.
The Optic extending their lead, forcing Loud into a pretty uncomfortable position. Showstopper there to offset it, but less. The tour de force already being used. Nothing else to offset that.
Kursinya nyaman, kursinya enak.
Rely on some heroics for Aspas to keep the scoreline equal if Optic do close out this round.
Ada-ada aja loh.
We've seen that
Isunya ke arah
man
situ anjir.
permanently attached to his shoulders though, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he can do some more heroics. And now we see what the look is coming into this one. Critical round for Loud. And the slow approach towards the A site.
Wanco duelist tuh harus sense tinggi, enggak juga sih sebenarnya, tergantung sih. Kalau
Loud taking a lot of space here.
apa entry low sense tapi dia nyaman ya
Optic are giving it up
bagus.
to them. Almost banking on these.
Tapi emang
Positions
biasanya
on site,
rata-rata
favouring
yang
them
entry itu
somewhat.
pasti
Risky though.
chance-nya gede.
Really putting your faith in the unknown, and someone who's very much known to them is FNS, spotted out so
Waduh,
quickly
Aspas.
by Aspas, spotting out one towards the dark
Waduh.
of sight, as Mar, the only one
Waduh.
still alive, and the turret kicks in. Traded out by Pancada, and the spike needs to be recovered. 35 seconds and the rotations are on the way. Crashies and Ye gonna fill that void. The smoke goes up. Ye's feeling it. Flash goes in. Spots one. Gets one. Yay! The unthinkable again. You asked for heroics. We thought it'd be Aspas. It's Ye
What the
to
fuck,
find it
man?
now.
That is absolutely outrageous. Both of those
El
headshots.
Diablo.
The first, just I didn't believe.
I mean,
the
you're thinking here, he sat inside the smoke with the operator. It's like, oh, this is going to really hinder them on the retake. But the flash is absolutely perfect.
What?
I mean, they don't stand a chance. And that's what's still there for Ye. It's still in there. At any
Anjing,
given
langsung
moment.
melek cok.
You see, this is the result of what I was talking about with the finances here. And Showstopper actually burnt up in the previous.
Started fire under Optic, a little bit of that.
A very weird purchase. Look at this. I mean, a Vandal invested a Bulldog as well. There's two sap below 1,000. She's actually going to come through and find Pancada. Remove one of them. If Loud can recover this now. Reverted back towards occupying the north side of the map. The punish here with the smokes were removed very early. Now just look for Optic to play this one safe.
Currently, sight being kept safe by only one.
Crashy's considering slipping away. Just about comes back. He would have left Marv extremely exposed.
Yeah, Marv feeling like he's on an island at the moment. That's the first one in. Second comes out and the second falls. Marv. I work for this man apparently. Even a third. Marv show. Stunners from Marv. And Optic's starting to heat up here individually as a collective, but it's what you'd expect on this map.
Bau busuk gini anjing.
And Loud.
Jam 6 kah? Jam 6. Jam 6 kah ini? Babi loh.
First one here, I mean, it's nobody to swing with this satchel on Aspas, and he just gets plucked from the air. Beautifully done. And just a little smirk from Marved. That's 4 rounds now, unanswered.
Enggak, masalah yang bikin bete gini guys.
Loud do reinvest.
Ini ya 2-1 tahunya menang lot kayak kesel gitu tau lu.
An operator in hand for less.
Anjir lamain doang.
It was Sassy and Sadak, I think, that were the lowest from the previous. At least Sassy's got a rifle in hand.
First man, if they continue on this path, would be
Iya, udah 4:30.
up towards top of tower. Loud looking like this is the way they want to go.
Dapat dah ini.
First couple of shots noted. Enough utility to command him to fall away. Less though, going to try and then fill that gap. Has a little look, spots no one so far. The ult comes in and the trades come out. Already Aspas going to punish Crashies, but it's not without them taking down Sadak. So now the spike should be able to be planted, but they are just on the verge of this. Yay! That bullet would have just gone past Aspas's face. And he's chomping at the bit. He's dying to get into it. He put his life on the line for it. It's a 2-for-1 trade out. And now it's only 2 remaining for Optic. Victor and FNS. This has to be huge. Victor, that's perfect. Great timing. Takes him down and opens up the site potential. Looks towards it, does not expect Pancada. And now it's just FNS! Pancada.
Untung ada Pancada, coy.
Holds it down and gives Loud another.
Masih bisa, kalau 75 masih bisa.
Battle for B site. Again, the timing is actually just ever so slightly off. The Rolling Thunder comes through. Victor, unfortunately, not close enough to follow up on it. FNS has to back into Canteen, actually back all the way into spawn to make sure they have a fighting chance at this. See here, time running away, pressure building. There's no chance to clear all of these angles that Loud occupy. Finally, the answer back.
Kalau lu beli di mana? Di
kasih nyokap. That's the answer, Ye and Marved. Not something that I'd been expecting.
Ada-ada aja loh pisaunya.
Did they get off that? Was that 2 or 3? Actually, just
only
the
seen
1. Yeah. It's almost a curveball here in terms of the information they have received here, because Loud will walk behind that as 4.
How far do they get until they make any sort of contact? No one's even keeping mind on this. There's the smoke, there's the wall, everything now coming through. The panic stations get hit. Crashies hitting the red button.
Yeah.
Oh, the timing's gorgeous for Aspas. Gets there way ahead of the flash. Swing comes in and it's Marv. That operator unexpected. But yet fights brilliance. And now we're left with just Sassy in a 1v3, it looks like. What more can he do? Not much. Yay, swiftly handles it. Man, what a final couple of moments coming through between these two.
I mean, Loud must feel completely demoralized by that. The fact that Marv is just standing there in the entrance towards Arcade and finds 2. And they played that perfectly, like I said, almost baiting on the back of that information they had received. A little misdirection here to walk behind that as 4 and find free entry.
Yeah.
Literally free entry, and then also get the kill onto Crashies.
Nanggung gitu loh yang kedua.
And the follow-up.
And Carter's actually in the stim as well.
Unbelievable.
It's
Wow.
almost like this sort of pacey hit versus the double ops. You almost think if they get in,
It should have been golden.
it's happy days.
Well, should have been happy days. I mean, I've got to say, this scoreline is close enough. It's still keeping my attention here because I've got to say, OPTIC have at least kind of dug their heels in, Mike, but it's certainly not over. And to really break it down will be the desk.
A fantastic round there from both teams, by the way. And just jumping right into it, Aspis, this guy continues his success from the previous game, Mimi, and just, I mean, the man's, he's ridiculous.
Yeah, he is absurd when he is playing on this stage. The satchel routing for Aspis is really incredible. Dropping 376 ACS.
That's kind of crazy.
In the first half, a little crazy.
That's even
crazy.
better than the first half of Ascent, where he averaged 1 kill per round.
Yeah, and again, it is playing against
Ada Red
literally
Bull,
what is
okay.
considered the best team in the world right now. He is shutting down some of the best players that we have at this tournament and is doing it in such incredible fashion.
Coming into this event, he had the 3rd highest land stats of all time. I mean, he just popped off at Reykjavik at his first event, and he has not slowed down in the slightest. There are amazing players on both sides of this, and it'll be a travesty to send anybody home. But it would be awesome to keep seeing these kind of performances heading deeper.
Yeah, but then, you know, shifting over, though, to OPTIC, I mean, despite Aspis' great performance, you know, OPTIC, they have managed to rally back into this. And we expected this sideshow because of the fact that Fracture is a good map for OPTIC, and you're starting to see them get a little loosey-goosey out there, feeling themselves a little bit.
Yeah, when Loud played against Crew, they actually planted B 5 times out of 8, and they won every post plant. So what you saw was OPTIC were not even allowing them to get to the post plants, and that has been a crucial element of OPTIC's defense. Now, as OPTIC move into the attack, normally we'd be saying, oh, they're not as good on the attack side, etc. That doesn't apply to Fracture. Their attack sides are elite, and they're powered by Victor and the flash combos that they set up. So I think 8-4 should be pretty decent here.
Yeah, they are in a very good spot.
We should be going to the 3rd.
you would think that Victor has been propelling
Emang
them
udah nggak ada
forward.
lagi
Fantastic
yang
on
masih
the
watch
stacking
party,
side,
udah nggak
like
ada.
you mentioned, the game is very much set up around
Iya,
him
udah
here
dari
on
tadi ya.
Fracture, but even looking back a little bit, it was Morph, it was Ye coming alight. Those are the critical players that were stepping this team ahead at Reykjavik. They are back. This team has a good understanding of how to play this map. This is OPTIC's home ground. They should be pushing us to a 3rd.
Yeah, it's very clear that OPTIC are feeling comfortable, but Loud coming into this game have been feeling themselves from the start. This matchup
Guys, itu
is
yang
far
crypto
from
siapa, guys?
over. Could we be going to a game 3? Let's find out. Casters, back to you.
It feels like Game 3 is beckoning, right? Map 3 could be on the horizon. Now, whether or not we get there is defined by this half, Mike. But 8-4, is it enough for you
Enggak,
to
Bang
say
Kacau sama
Map
tarik.
3
What the
is
fuck?
likely?
Tarik.
You've got to lean that way. I mean, I come back to the comment I made at the
Belen
start
ya?
of this map. Sadak
Anjing,
has
sedih
to
banget.
go huge on the defensive half for Loud, and he's had a quiet start in the first half.
Tarik.
See exactly how Loud decide to approach this OPTIC.
Ini masih ada Sinet.
Actually, on the back of the knife, we'll walk
Tarik
towards this.
91.000,
Let's actually
anjir.
set up
Beda
similar
jauh.
position. We saw Ye punished it.
Halo, Ricky
But
Martin.
actually find the first and dips away, and it's Marved that's removed.
Nggak ada smoker tuh.
Frustrating for sure. But again, it was only one, so they take the side quickly. Victor, this is dangerous. Les found
another.
crashes too. He softened them up on the way in. This plant, pretty critical now. There's time on their side, but they're certainly down in numbers.
And the fact that it's less finding them with the headhunter, there's so much utility available for Loud in this
Yay.
retake. Yeah, he's going exploring.
He wanted the close down, at least wanted to try and get that number back on their side, but
Huh?
it's Victor to find two.
Bisa-bisanya
How's he found two
Victor.
with this?
Ya Allah,
And now it's down to
bisa-bisanya.
the 2v2, make it a 1v2. The numbers looking favorable as the two heavyweights on this
Bisa-bisanya lo
map.
Victor lo bunuh
Victor
dua.
and Ye
3 lawan
doing
5
exactly
cuy.
what the doctor ordered for OPTIC.
Banyakin lari lu anjing.
Dangerous games. Zadak gets proactive. Yay. With 14 HP, bear in mind.
HP. I mean, a half second either direction there. He gets the reset. He's caught Ye in the slow. So the fact that Ye's even creeping into that smoke, crucial to closing this out. But how did they? Look how deep they go exploring here. Victor finding 2 crucial kills with the Frenzy. And the 3rd here to greet Aspas coming back through drop. But this felt like Loud should have taken this retake. They had so much util. Like I said, on the back of Les finding 2 kills on the back of
Jadi
Dry
bilang aja fracture-nya lot nih.
Don't often get
Ya
those
bokobok
opportunities if you
seperti
don't
itu.
take them when you're against a team like OPTIC. I'm a little worried. But for OPTIC, this is a needed lifeline. Maybe a little bit of weight off the shoulders. Knowing what's ahead of them, but Loud on the stack. I wonder if that gets maybe felt out a little here. Ooh, Sadak copping a lot of damage, yeah.
Still down on pretty low HP. I think actually taking a follow-up tag here to slow the heal a little bit, but Optic happy to sit
Anjir,
behind as Loud.
lari ya itu ya.
Considering the rotation, but all three players, not sure if they're just trying to fake a few steps there, but he could be the one to plant the seed of doubt. Shows presence towards A site.
Trying to get something, and the patience pays dividends. Punishing Aspas.
Baliknya tuh.
And the gateway looking open. This comes down towards less. The rotation could be called for now. Needs support. Yeah, trying to clear the side, but it's still less. He's still got a chance of this, but he can't get it.
Aduh.
Victor too quick with it.
Les ini
And yay, denies the rotation. Lovely work.
tidak tajam sih menurut gua.
Feeling like double digits on the board. Find
Chamber
the spike
yang
plant really
tajam
easily.
ini.
FNS on the backside. That's what fine. Sadak just about clearing things up. Crashies the one to find the headshot. But I love this early, just planting the seeds, as I said. Optic show presence towards A in the pistol. Then they almost bait this B-site execution and just let it sweat.
Yep.
Let it sit for a little while. Aspas punished on the backside of Arcade. Buy around here too, right? Well, Bulldog being one of them for Marved. The Spectres to fill this out, but Victor with the ultimate online for the bonus here. Would be the nail in the coffin, you gotta say, for this map.
Halfway to Brave at that point. Away we go, Victor. Starting things off with a bang. No one really taking the buy on it though. And they back away. Pulled rotation, how quickly can they make anything of this?
Loud have that wall to slow down the Arcade progress for Yay.
How do they slow down this progress though?
Ya
Victor
Allah.
clotheslines
kan?
less and
Les ini
carries
biasa
on.
aja sumpah.
He's not stopping. They've got such control. Clears tower, it's all theirs. Perfect push and pull. Pull that
Jadi aja dia
rotation just a little
bokok-bokokan
too
lu.
early, and Loud get punished for biting on it.
It's the paranoia built from Optic showing early presence of where they're about to go. Loud scramble for the rotation.
Iya,
Leave a
pada
massive gap here.
ketiduran ya.
Sadak actually does hard clear Victor though. Moves it to a 4v4.
Still got the rifles. There's still Marv, there's still Yay. Well equipped for this, but outgunned. Can't deny that for now. FNS going to lose his fight towards Aspas, but on the side they go. Sadak on the defuse. Marv going to try and deny this. Swings it on one. Pankowder keeps it safe. But the molly goes off, so they have to respect the time! And time is of the essence, and Sadak should have plenty of it at this point. There is life for them yet, and the game ain't over. It's 5 for Loud.
Beautifully done the way back through. Again, it's only the one casualty they suffer, and immediately Sadak evens the odds here to find that kill, but Optic nearly closed it out.
Was a bonus.
Was the bonus, exactly. Still in a pretty solid financial position. Rifles across the board. Actually, decent ultimate progress behind Victor. Maybe Marved will get his orbital strike online in this round, but that was a little further afield.
DRX kah?
Early high flash.
Ya
An early
Allah.
take.
Lihat nih guys.
Willing to check on the shoe. Oh, okay. Takes a little bit of a look towards it,
Beda,
but Victor's
anjir.
still there.
Kalau Ye
Sadak
pala
caught in
langsung
no
itu.
man's land as Victor is just unrelenting in this aggression. Takes
Ya
so
nih
much
Bang
space away from
Tondaton.
Loud.
Mana nggak ada
And he's
penyemangat kan?
facilitating the plant for now.
Bujang cok.
You can already see it. The wall's being put up. Aspas breaks through with one brick. Takes away Victor.
Tuh.
FNS noted as well going towards tower, and Crashy's potentially spotted here too. This could be big information, and the timing's great. Pankana gets the punish towards Crashy's, and now it's a 3v3.
I'll find another one. Actually, FNS needs to win this, and he doesn't. Less gets the better of him. Comes through, but Yay stands strong. Sassy now 1v2, time ticking away. 3 seconds left on the fault line, but a difficult position to dig both of them out. Yay.
Feels though Optic perfecting this craft, this attacking side. There's a reason
Ada
it's
map 3
notorious.
lah.
There's a reason we pay attention.
Map 3 split ya.
And Loud
Ngeri.
now need to try and work out what to do against it.
Backs against the wall in terms of the finances. You have to really consider this purchase. This is it. It's almost catching them off guard with what you expect Optic to do on this half in Fracture. It works wonders for them here.
What the fuck? He charged.
Semangat Bang Kaco
Yes.
sampai map 3.
Wih, siapa nih? Iya ada Bang Mau, 50.000. Siapa lagi tuh?
You got Optic starting to hit that little bit of
Semangat,
high
semangat.
note
Thank you,
confidence starting to hit some of these players.
thank you.
Or that faith in the
Thank
approach coming back in looking
Bang
good. It's not
David.
just the Victor show. Yeah, he's taking so much space. You can talk about everything he does on this map. Absolutely. Yeah, he's up there. You've got Marv hitting as well. Everything looking good for them.
Pas-pas
Now Loud,
pusing.
again, we're seeing kind of, you know,
Donasi aja
having to
langsung
try and
Iya
work
lah
against
kok.
the odds.
Ini kan
Whether or
namanya
not
juga
they can,
penyemangat.
but all I
Kocak.
kind of hope for is that we get to see
Makasih
that
Bang
third
Mauf.
Absolutely.
50.000 loh.
Absolutely.
Take us there.
I mean, it's looking more than likely. I was talking about the ultimate progress in the previous now. I mean, Rolling Thunder available. Yay, one off the Tour de Force. Marv, one off the Orbital Strike. Crashes, one off the Null Command. A really solid position to be in. Yes, Loud have a couple, but they're a million miles away from a snowball round. And look at their scoreline, it doesn't even matter. OPTIC can resort back to playing a scrappier approach in some of these. They have lots of conversion factors. It's like actually, Aspas and Sassy going to get a little curious here. And Kara as well. Come on, shut this down. They find Marv.
Oh man, that guy's got
in the
some
stun as well.
fire to the way he plays.
I mean, they were questioning the statue in the previous, but this one worked out.
Real nice. Victor's like, again, I'm meant to be the fast one here. If you could just relax a little. But willing to try and deal with him. Too many targets, but he still actually gets one.
Anjay.
Now, Crashies and FNS. Trying to go towards that A site. Les is patrolling, prowling around, and that is going to be a problem. Les has to slip away. Ult now removed, and Crashies on the hunt. Guy makes the most of it, punishing one. The flash is going to be good as well. Oh, he's
beautiful.
stylish! Work from Crashies! Perfection to get OPTIC to 12.
They close it into 2v3. The Null Command to rip the Tour de Force
Ah, bau
out the hands
busuk
of Les.
gini anjing.
And rip A site firmly out of control of Loud.
Sendiri tuh kocak.
Again, they even come into this now. Victor back. One away from his ultimate. Orbital Strike
360
available.
loh.
Tour de Force here. And Loud's, the purchase is not good.
No.
That's the kind version.
Come on, baby.
Showstopper to work with. Rez here. We're going to get a little bit aggressive. Try and give away a pick and trade that out.
You want to play? Let's play.
Showstopper in. It actually. Stupid. He still finds the resale to FNS.
Still
Victor
trying to
comes
fight
back
it.
through.
Still trying to fight it out, and you said they can get scrappy both sides, willing to take up that mantle.
Do they police the res here?
Launching smoke.
Really, Marv and Ye have found space towards Arcade. Actually, yeah, with Victor's position here, you've got to argue they're baiting Loud in to try and go for this.
Starting to look like this is shut down.
Loh.
One more round is all OPTIC needs to give themselves a chance at that third. The lifeline that's beckoning, and Loud would have loved it in two, but you don't get that in these sort of games.
Kalian harus ngambil ke
Between
bawah,
these two
cok.
teams. 50 seconds now.
Bener banget.
Time starting to dwindle. Sadak, Pancada, Sassy.
Harus nyetok
Any
makanan.
options to try and tilt the favor of this round they'll wait for, but you can see OPTIC just hitting the brakes. Waiting a second. And now start turning the screws towards that B site.
30
seconds left.
Even it pretty late here. Through. See Pancada going to find Victor, the first one through.
This could cause some issues. You've got the ult now coming in, a couple of spots coming out, and Ye just caught in no man's land, tagged up everywhere, still keeps his life. Shot goes astray, but the trade comes in. 10 seconds now, it's just Sadak. Can he do anything to do any change to the end of this round? He knows it.
Banyakin lari,
The res.
banyakin lari.
Oh, Marv has been policing this, but it's actually getting messy. Marv makes a meal of it. And now it's just
Gerakannya
Crashies.
si
And a
itu bagus ya
1v2.
guys ya.
But Crashies has done the
Gerakannya
around the
Sadak.
world. The timing could be great for this if he plays this to
Pada
perfection.
media
Not
share nih.
easy. Doesn't
Bang,
have all the
dimatiin, bang.
information, doesn't know all of this, but here's the steps. And call to it. Spots the barrel. Wait, did they see him? I think they've seen him. They try and split the fight and they stay alive. Loud.
Ngelamain,
Leaving it to the
ngelamain.
final
Kalau
moments
comeback
here.
gak apa-apa.
And a little messy from OPTIC in the end.
Overcooked it.
Absolutely
I
did.
think the
Nggak mau
pause
mau
there
harus
is to
fokus
allow for the rest to
setnya
come
dulu.
through. Well, he's
Soalnya
hoped
pas
that it does.
dihidupin nggak bisa langsung
Pancada
nggak ada
finds a
damage.
crucial kill with the Sheriff.
Kalau langsung di.
I mean, this is, yeah, bait me for the res, cool. Marv just posted up here. But he's so low HP that the Spectre punishes him. And Crashies almost caught the timing.
Lama-lamain dia sih.
A sigh of relief in the loud camp.
Yeah, not a pretty sight.
But a long way back in, Lauren.
Oh, it's a mountain to climb.
Go, go, go.
But nothing worthwhile is easy. Have to try and make something out of it now. Victor, though, starting to heat up. Warming into this one. Sadak, your duty is trying to slow him down, and that will do it. Face into the wall, but he's not really stopping. Takes it away from them as quickly as it started. Sadak going to get the fight on the first, and he does find Marv. Looks for more. It's Victor next on the chopping block, but the trade's good. Let's now fill in the void, and let's take control of the round until he meets his maker. Yay on the other side. And now the 2v2. It's scrappy, it's messy, and it's a bloody battle.
Thank you.
But keep your eyes on the fight. And you're right. Surely in range.
Ada yang
I mean, he had to deal with the trap, that's why he hopped on the rope so quick, but heard the TP back away, almost anticipating this rotation. You can see
Makasih Bang Mau.
Mindful of it too.
Kocak aja anjir. Tarik lu sana ya Victor, tarik.
They're actually following in Aspas's shadow.
This is actually such a nasty call as well.
So the cogs turning for FNS here to try and recover this. I mean, it's 2v2, definitely doable. Allowed a split.
Where are you going now? Where's that call? Where are you making it?
Spike dropped.
30 seconds left.
Back to B we go. And
Aspas is going to creep.
Turned.
Yeah, he's going to creep back to this angle just in time.
Oh, this could be everything. Timing is everything. And he's noted them. Noted enough. And now he should call for support. Sassy's going to be on the way. That's great! Explodes in the face of FNS, and he had to face it. 10 seconds. And now it's Ye in the 1v2. This could be 7 for Loud.
Teleport's ready.
Anjir, gue pengen ketawa, Cok. Tapi takut suara gue kegedean, anjir.
And the clock will define it. 7 now. For Loud. We said it's a mountain, Mike. They put the first step towards this.
Absolutely. Sadak, though, crucial to find that time.
Eventually, bisa ada donat, anjing ranjau, Cok.
Yeah, somehow in the fray finds 2 massive kills. To put OPTIC back in a position to find this. This is the first. There's the second.
Tiba ada ranjau turun, Cok.
Still somehow
diinjak tuh.
Clings
wow.
Said FNS eating the paint shell on the way through. Yeah. So well played from Aspas. You got to respect it actually with the call from FNS on the fly to just follow in his footsteps, try and backfill that space.
I just feel some of these rounds are so dangerous, Mike, because you look at it this way. In my mind, if you're OPTIC, like, it's fine, we'll close it. They've been super close in a lot of these rounds.
Sampai Aaron ketawain situ lah si FNS.
That is how you leave a doorway open, right? Like that is how you close the scoreline in. Because again, for Loud, it's round by round.
Aku ge. Aaron di Discord anjir. Sampai ketawain loh. Terus 5 ron. Bisa nggak ya? Bisa sih.
Back to a fairly fragile economy.
Bisa sih sebenarnya 5 ron mah.
All those ultimates we had dwindled now. Victor is back online for this round, and we'll be able to offset this purchase just a little bit. But we're not close to another snowball for OPTIC. No. And round 20 now. How far can Loud go with this?
That's the question. The answer defined in the next couple of moments, really. OPTIC just on the verge of getting away from this. Sometimes that last round is the hardest to find. So elusive,
Ada Aspas. Yang penting Aspas nggak mati langsung.
Interesting. Victor wants it, and he ain't gonna get it this time. Aspas is there to green with his mob. The flash is perfect, and actually that's a big problem still. Yeah, Aspas had no idea. He was so blind during this. And Marv trying to backfill as well. Just got slipping away. Aspas gets into the smoke, and he's not alone. There is support there. Pancard is already on this side. They might need to hit the brakes for a second. And again, looking beyond that as well, you're having less, taking a lot of space towards this A side too.
Well, basically,
ada just orang guys.
Okay, Pancard
finding one. Tahu nih, comeback
yeah, will fall. Actually, FNS will respond though. Sadak though finds 2 with the Bulldog Marved. The Bulldog of his own.
Sadak, you gotta be careful. He's trying to buy a little bit of time, but it's a dangerous game. Bear in mind, Les is slowly closing the gap. It should be curtains. It is.
Bagus sih movementnya, sumpah.
A little precarious, but it's fine. And again, close rounds, Mike. 1v2s here and there. That really dangerous start. That hazardous start. That trade out, if that molly had ticked a couple more times, that could have been him dead. That could have been Aspas gone from this, I'm pretty sure.
Again, just noting there, previously talking about the synergy and how on point
gerakan annoying gitu anjir.
To an ascent.
Tuh, tawa
a
dia.
little further ahead of the curve.
Tawa dia
Maybe
anjir.
expect nobody picking up that second angle to trade it. Aspas doing what he does best.
Iya ada.
Being unorthodox and rewarded for it.
Baik dia tuh
A pacey approach towards Arcadia.
banyakin
Victor
ngepick
straight through.
sendiri tai.
Finds the one, but that's about it. Less.
Makan lu ya.
Straight back with the trade.
Enggak tadi benar.
Find anything on the other side
Di
either.
Jazz Valorant tadi benar
It's done
tapi
enough at least to dull
di
the tip
roll
of the spear, right? Victor thrown in, gets
Nggak
the one
ini,
trade out
nggak.
essentially. And it sends Optic
kepilih.
back to this kind of more mid-round, late game calling. We
Cuma
have to see how
chance-nya
they do
gede
it. A
gitu.
quick rotation. And
tuh
Carter
Pankada.
on the other side, and the only one on
Lagi
this
bener
side.
harus.
Yes, they're exploring over on that B side, so the call should be made soon.
Pankada.
Maybe Aspas gets
Pankada.
released to try and hit that rotation soon, but Pankada needs value. And he's not going to get it marked,
Victor
gives them a chance. The site is now open, Flash comes in, they're fine.
Bukannya
Popping the ult just to ensure
nge-smoke
security, to
aja.
make sure nothing goes astray.
Ah,
One
ada
should come in
baik lah.
uncontested.
Nyusahin gini. Ya Allah.
Oh, and it's just
Ah.
looking serious business now. Aspas,
Kalau
last one
ujung-ujungnya
alive.
salah juga.
And it's what we want to see. The
Ngapain?
third surely beckoning here.
Ngapain
The
pura-pura
caliber of
comeback?
game between these two
Pura-pura itu nggak
warrants
bagus tau
that
lo.
third map.
Hah?
And Aspas,
Ngasih
Yeah,
harapan
maybe
palsu itu
deny
nggak
that for now.
bagus. Udah kalah aja dari tadi
three
kotak.
players from Optic. Very much ready to take us there.
Apa
We are
lama
going
ini?
the
Bantai
distance,
lah
and
kocak
rightly
ya.
so, Mike. This one deserves all three.
Absolutely. I mean, Lau did a fantastic. We talk about the one objective to slow things down, and even these one-for-one trade-outs it almost favors Lau. We
Oke
already know
guys,
the game
tiga.
plan is going to be for
Emang
Optic
Fracture
here.
kita bapuk.
Aspas,
Ngapain sih
again,
di
just
gak di
ridiculous
ban tuh
numbers to
Fracture?
look at.
Anjir.
Actually,
Dibilang
even still
Fracture
comes out on
kita
top
tuh
of this leaderboard.
jelek,
Marv having a
masih aja
fantastic
dimainin.
performance here on map 2 with a slow map one as well. You got to be saying he was one of the ones numerically that was struggling in a lot of those scenarios, but individually here, coming up huge.
Yeah, big impact. throughout
Lama
this,
banget
and
nih
a little
game.
bit of,
Baik
you know,
ya.
life shown in Loud in that second half.
Hari-hari
Glad
di
we got to see a
prank.
little bit of a heat up there. Also, just happy to see that Optic closed it out because that does mean we get that third. And having a little back throughout this. Again, there's a reason this is always deemed a stronghold for Optic. It's a great map for them. They've got a great look on it. And Loud put up a decent performance. Now, this does feel as though it exists in its own
Sekarang
environment. Like, this is like
sementara
every other map. This does play outside of the statistic
21 bro.
note of these
21,
teams.
21, 21.
That shot from
Pankada
That was
21.
ridiculous. And it followed up
Yeah.
here by the
Tinggi sekarang
Marv.
Pankada
moment.
21.
4K was just disgusting. But it does come back to this is the nature
Yang di bawah
of a map
21
where you
udah
wanna
pasti
see Optic.
kalah.
In this sort of series here,
21,
it's a
21,
big
21.
confidence booster to come through with this sort of pace, this sort of kind of ferocity. The approach to Fracture suits them perfectly to bounce back in to a potential reverse sweep situation.
Lo bangun.
Yeah,
Oke,
absolutely.
Bang
It's
Hirumo.
everything you'd want to be seeing from this final moment there. And it's job done.
Jing, ayo main Jing.
Frustrating, I'm sure.
Jing, ayo
The
main
other
Jing.
side, but again,
Aku mau main sama Jing. 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 Aku mau lore. Aku mau main sama Jing. Babi lah.
Let's waste no time. Let's head to a break, and when we're back, you'll be joined by the desk
Gua ada-
and then map 3.
Tiba-tiba ada Gua ada sini anjing. Sarapan dulu bang, aku takut rumah sakit. Sarapan. Sarapan. Satu dua Israel kah? Push up dulu nggak kuat bang, gua kuat push up gua. Kok orang bisa nge-spam gini ya? Kok dia bisa nge-spam cuy? Kan ada ininya, low mod. Nge-cheat ya? Nge-cheat kah? Cek tebak-tebakan ulti res. Yang kena berapa anjir, susah banget cuy tebak-tebakan kayak gitu. Ayo langsung ya. Ratus ribu yang nonton anjing, tarik cok.
And OPTIC Gaming managed to win their map pick of Fracture 13-8, but boy, oh boy, Loud made them work for it. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Golden Boy, alongside Mimi as well as Sideshow here. And, you know, Sideshow, as we look at the MVP breakdown of that game, it's very clear, right? Members of OPTIC Gaming, like, they're coming back online. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, they're in their comfort territory. This is their map. And I think they've just lent on the fact that they're comfortable to get big performances out of other people. Victor has a good map, but at the top of the scoreboard, it's Marv, and he's keeping up this tournament MVP caliber performances that he showed us at Reykjavik. And he's just popping. I mean,
terus ada musuh di dalam smoke, terus kita terus smoke.
He's been the only consistent force that OPTIC has had. Everyone else has had inconsistent moments thus far here in Copenhagen, but Marv has always been the guy to perform for this squad, and he's doing it here again. Even when they had the slower starting towards this map, even when they had rough moments, Marv was always there to step up.
No, ada Notixi guys.
Notixi
kemarin menang tapi dia hilang cok.
You know, come alive here. It's Ye, and he's taken the wide angles. He's going for the you know, the crazy shots that we know Ye could do, and what we saw him do in North American Challenger, Sideshow.
He's back. He's woken up. He's popping off. I mean, this play here, where he gets the
Turu
headshot.
Iya banyak yang turu, nggak apa-apa. Memang master.
What we expect from Ye. This is it. This is the player. This is the caliber you normally see, and he was going toe-to-toe with Aspas.
Yeah, and they were pretty even throughout this. And I think the biggest point is that Loud wasn't necessarily slowing down. Aspas was still having those moments. It's just that this team in OPTIC, they showed up. Ye in particular came alive, gave us a performance that is the standard for this guy. And, well, that standard is above and beyond.
I mean, Aspas is still absolutely dominating. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you can see the numbers yourself. He's pounding. But at least he's kind of the only player that's currently doing it for Loud, at least on that map. And then on the other side of things, you've got multiple people stepping up for OPTIC.
Sure.
And that's really the win condition for them, is having more people have more impact. They can't rely on just Ye or just Marv.
Yeah, and we talked on day one with this team about kind of the three keys to success. It's Marv continuing his MVP status. It's Ye stepping up to the plate of being that just the best player on the chamber, and as well finding their niche in the maps. And they found that here in Fracture. This is their comfort. They've continued to play the same style, and it works yet again versus Loud.
Well, let's go ahead and look ahead at our next game. It's our next map rather. It's going to be split, and of course, it could only end like this. Sideshow. We're going to split. It's 1-1. Repeat grand finals of Reykjavik. This is it. Winner moves on, loser goes home.
But the crazy thing is, how did we end here at Split? Loud got rid of Haven, they got rid of Bind. I would consider both of those maps higher up the map pool than Split. Split is normally their permaban. And so they're heading into very uncomfortable territory. And this is where I think the biggest strength of OPTIC, the depth of their map pool, should come into its own.
Yeah, and the thing is, they lost on this map to kill, but it was so damn close. They started incredibly slow, but they really rallied in the second half, and they showed us some really great things. They had just made the pivot onto the Fade Rays on this map, moving away from their more traditional Neon, and while they lost, I still saw a lot of success. I still saw a lot of great moments. For the other side, I don't know what to expect out of Loud.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what comp they're going to run. They have previously run the OPTIC composition, they've tried out Rays Fade, and look at your screen right now. Normally, in Brazil, Loud are winning 69% of the time. That's averaging a 13-6 map win. Yeah, very nice. When they play on Split, yeah, they win because they're in Brazil and they're rolling people, but they only win 53% of the rounds. That is like going from 13-6 dominating, your ranked rating goes through the roof, to a 13-11. That's so close.
And that's close from like 3 games.
Yeah, they normally ban it.
Yeah, I mean, they've they barely let it through pools. It's only really in best out of 5s, and I think like one BO3 that they are willing to play this map. So it is, again, like you said, crazy that they let it through. I'm wondering if maybe they've cooked something up, but again, the history does not look good on this map.
You just can't get to this point against OPTIC and just simply let split through. I refuse to believe.
Surely there's something special
Turun
coming
lah,
up.
turun lah.
Also,
Bikin nasi
but
dulu
at
cuy,
the
nggak
same
bagus
time,
cuy.
right,
AC.
This map split is a
Kita stream
raise
berapa
map.
nih? 7
Yeah,
jam
it can be
AC.
dominated
AC
by
mulu
star
dari tadi.
duelist players.
Nggak bagus kan ya?
Anyone got a good star duelist player lying around? Anyone who's like really good at raise?
I can think of a guy.
Been
This
Brian?
Aspas guy, he's been okay. That's
Aspas?
fine.
Got a guy.
He's all right. He's all right.
มีนังแดงและจะกินนังส้วงมีนังส้วงและจะกินนังแดงมีนังแดงและจะกินนังส้วงมีนังส้วงและจะกินนัง
Is the best. Maybe Haven up there as well. But this is where we get like the sauce pass between Saucy and Aspas. I believe it's actually Sarak as well, maybe playing the role here. But the initiators setting him up for success. This could be his map.
Look, I said it in the beginning. I'm gonna say it again. I don't care who wins. I just want this to be the Giga Banger, Mimi. Okay, I just want
Gotta
this.
move beyond it. It's a grand final, but it's not. It's
It's not.
Hyper Banger.
Yeah, I guess so. But this has just been such an incredible game. Both teams really just waking up here.
Oh, lagi ngasih motivasi nih. Nih udah anggap aja yang tadi lupain. Map 3, anggap aja BO1.
I refuse to
All
believe
in.
that Loud does not have a plan here.
Nothing tulus sudah main aja. Kalau emang kita kalah berlima. Kalau menang ya udah kita masih ada kesempatan. Oke, jadi pikirin map 2 tadi. Kita tetap fokus, kita bantai. Anjay, banyak
The
gaya.
greatest team that Brazil has to offer me. This team has not dropped a map in that region.
And remember the rivalry here. Coming into this event ahead of Copenhagen, this team in their history had only dropped 6 maps. 4 of those were to OPTIC. These guys have
Mantap,
a
Bang
history,
Sadam.
and now their life is on the line.
All right, well, it's time to jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what we're
Anjay,
gonna
ada
get here. I mean,
penerjemah.
there's the composition
Ngantuk.
for Loud.
Ya
Keep in mind,
tidur,
Loud
tidur.
have barely
Ngantuk,
played
ya
this. It's
tidur
been
aja,
banned
kocak.
oftentimes by this team, but oh, surprise, surprise, Aspis locks in the raise.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I like this. The Raze Fade lineup, it makes a lot of sense to me. And OPTIC are going for it as well. You know, we've seen them in the past running the Neon comps and trying to combo a lot of aggression around the map. But it is Raze Fade up against Raze Fade. Potentially here, Crashies could make the difference. Because I think his KO utility should be able to find more value than less on the Viper. I just don't really see how that's going to provide them as much value unless they're very creative in the wall usage and playing like some kind of mid-aggression or the snake bites. It's going to be more challenging.
Yeah, and again, Victor, even though he's not playing the Neon, he still loves pressing those extremities. There won't be any Sentinel utility to lock that down.
All right, well, this is it. For all the marbles, people, OPTIC Gaming, Loud, it goes to Game 3 on Split. One map to decide who continues on. Let's send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc. Oh boy, have a good time, guys.
I don't think we got any choice in the matter, GB. I think we're going to have a good time regardless. We are in map 3 in the elimination game here, Mike. Of course we are. It had to be this way. It was meant, it
kalau
was
sarapan
told
malah
we
nggak
were
bisa
gonna go
tidur
the
habis
distance.
itu.
Now,
Kayak harus
Split being
nunggu
the map
sejam
has
2
certainly
jam.
raised a couple of
Jam lah
eyebrows, but let's
minimal.
kind of take it where you want to. How do you feel about seeing this coming in between these two? What are you expecting now?
I mean, we scratched, but both of these map results have been pretty polarizing, right?
Bangun, ya
Outclassed on
tidur
both sides.
lagi. Ngapain
This here is
bangun,
just
tidur
terrifying.
lagi.
Play up again. The way Aspas is playing with this support system now, in terms of this composition for Loud, is terrifying.
Gitu,
Nothing
iyalah.
short of it.
Anjing perut makin gede aja itu
In the
makan
first
langsung
round of
tidur
the
kocak.
cataclysm between the old gods here, both of them just so desperate to keep their place in this tournament.
Ngopi nggak ngaruh, gue kalau ngopi nggak ngaruh.
We'll be seeing OPTIC on the attack, which then of
Udah,
course means
udah
that Loud
13-1
will be on
kuy.
the defending side and a haircut given to Aspas there on the other side from Ye.
Gak bagus tuh, kata Bang Rizal tuh, dokter kah Bang Rizal. Tapi emang bener, lu kalau habis makan langsung tidur tuh gak bagus, harus dikasih ini dulu, jeda waktu, minimal malah 2 jam katanya.
Already noted at least one towards heaven, so they've got to know there's a chance of coming back down. And look at the double stack here, it's dirty work.
Ah gini,
This worked out well,
udah.
OPTIC striking
Mau load kayak yang lolos,
viciously in round 1.
OPTIC kayak yang lolos, mau load kayak yang pulang, mau OPTIC yang pulang. Udah pulang ya pulang aja, buru kelarin.
Loud almost played out of that entirely. The kill coming through from the paint shell for free allows OPTIC to
Tapi
take
kalau
all this
habis makan
space.
tuh ngantuk banget.
Punish
Iya
Loud
memang
for it.
habis makan ngantuk memang. Tapi harus
Shorty and a
tahan.
Sheriff thrown in the mix
Karena
here for Loud.
pencernaannya nggak bagus kalau misalnya habis makan
Yeah, following
tidur
through on the
langsung,
boom, perfectly
karena
done.
makanan tuh nggak langsung ke perut.
A real opportunity for Loud to
Harus
get anything
dicerna
done
dulu
once
segala macam.
side
Tapi
control
kalau nggak
is firmly
dicerna
in OPTIC's hands.
dengan bagus atau
Yeah,
lancar
pretty
ya
deep hold considering.
timbul banyak
Pancada's the one
penyakit
you look
nanti.
towards with the shorty. He's got two members of OPTIC on the other side. Yay and Marv creeping this way.
Gua anak IPA bro, jadi gua pencernaan gitu tahu yang basic-basicnya aja. Makanan ke perutnya via apa? Infrared. Bang Zikri.
There's plenty of optic there.
Anjing kan itu udah dikawinin. Nggak mau dia. Ayo yang punya vitamin diminum, yang belum beli, apalagi yang begadang. Iya tuh beli
Frenzy reigns
vitamin.
supreme. And it feels more matter of fact than anything right now. A bit of danger now. Delivered by Sasi. Have to respect the utility. Taking a little bit of chip damage there.
Eats a lot of that paint shell.
Spike planted.
3v4. Yay and Marv to take any damage here.
Itu dong mainnya ngeras-ngeras.
It's just the one Sheriff in the hands of Sassy. Trying to get things done.
Aspas.
Aspas can find
Ngecek
something
bawah hell.
inside the smoke.
Hah?
Actually, we'll trade out here, but Marv picked up the backside of it. Marv will find the fourth as well. Hope to close out the
Kalah ya
second here and
kalah
three survive.
aja.
Eventually, I was just looking there whether they were going to recover all the weapons.
Oh
but
shit man.
Two Spectres and the Bulldog carried across.
Crocodile spotted.
For now, for Optic, happy with that.
Bro.
Pretty enough starts.
Crocodile spotted.
And a fun fact for you on the screen, Mike. How'd you feel about it? Great?
Yeah,
nice.
pretty good.
Like it.
Bahaya
I
emang
mean,
ya.
you can look at. I was thinking about this earlier.
Wah,
You
iya.
always look at Loud as
Tapi jujur
similar
nanya nih.
to kind of characterizing DRX, right?
Di
In terms of
Adi
bringing that
Swang
regional
udah punya
consistency across
IG-nya
to
Elena emang Adi
international
Swang.
events.
Oke loh Adi Swang
It's funny
ini.
that it's the one team that sticks
Gerakannya
out
itu
in
loh.
that statistic.
Udah kayak Neon anjir.
That's the one they have to fight for
Orang
elimination
normalnya
with.
kayak pelan-pelan
Start
gitu.
of the first
Neon udah di
challenger.
ujung cok.
Noting Yay.
Banyakin TP tuh ya.
Careful now, a lot of pressure his way. You can see all that intent behind it, but he does get to keep his
Predik
life.
final menurut lu siapa? Antara Fnatic X kalau nggak Fnatic HyperX?
Early exchange here, but nothing really
Kalian
achieved on
udah
either side.
punya IG ya atau udah punya nomor WA nih?
Resort back to a pretty deep hold here with Sadak and Pancada on A site. Optic
Coba
creeping
Elena kasih tahu dong.
closer and closer.
Ma Adi Swang ini binatang banget loh. Kayak
Well,
sinyal
dealt with
jarinya itu kalau ngelihat
Doesn't pull the rotation
atau
just
enggak
yet. They're
matanya
happy
tuh
to
kenceng banget gitu.
just leave the two members here.
Ini indikasi nama wanita langsung
Should be
cok.
hit. Well, should have already been hit with that
Sinyalnya
utility coming
cepet
forward.
gitu anjir.
It's whether or not Optic can close the gap. Keep in mind there are still Spectres. Bulldogs with two rifles, one held by Yay, the other with
Enggak,
prized
Paprex.
possessions at this point.
Serius.
Pancada, Sadak both on the case.
Kalau
As we sat
dilihat-lihat
with the trade out, but
keseluruhan
confirms
tim
attendance.
di
28 seconds now.
dunia ya, Valorant Paprex
gone.
termasuk
Can't
yang
isolate anymore. And Optic captures
bagus
the
sih
site.
karena
Lovely
dia
timing, but a good trade.
main dia
Aspas
tuh
filling the gap
agent-agentnya
perfectly.
juga nggak ketebak.
Should be able to figure this
Kenapa
out.
gue
Let's
bisa
find
milih
one
kayak
to
gitu
Victor.
ya
Yay
itu.
now. 1v3.
Kalau orang masih banyak yang normal kayak
Finds
contoh
the
nih
first
Loud.
eventually, but Aspas
Loud apa
stacked up
agentnya?
here for
Iya
the trade.
maksudnya
Loud get
standar
themselves
gitu.
on the board, but
Kalau
3-4.
Paprex bisa-bisanya ada Res,
A lot of these
ada
rifles here
Yoru,
and
ada
well, another good bonus.
ada Neon, kayak gitu-gitu
Even
tau nggak
though
lu?
they do concede.
Kayak new meta.
Interested to see as well, actually, with that deeper hold, Sadak almost
Udah friend
desperate to try
anjay.
and find something on the way in, or on Optic's way into sight. Again, the
Iya
site
punya
pretty
radar
smothered with
di
utility there, really clean hit
di
from
matanya kayaknya nih. Jadi kayak matanya tuh kayak ada
And not
sinar-sinarnya
too bad
gitu
on the
kalau
other thing. I mean,
misalnya.
Guardian reinvested here for Sadak, but rifles,
Ah ini
light
cewek
shields
nih,
scattered
langsung
across.
warnanya beda cuy. Di mata dia tuh beda. Orang kan biasanya adanya warna putih, biru kalau obeng sama hijau kalau member kan. Kalau dia beda tuh. Kalau cewek langsung. Nih berarti namanya Elena nih pink kok nggak merah gitulah. Paling beda lah.
He's gonna have to buy a lot of time because
Mau Adi
Victor's
Swang.
just aggressing now. Yeah, they're gonna make the most of this. Isolated and alone. Gets found
Woi,
and
naked
gets removed.
anjing
They
ya.
give up the heaven
Nongol,
control for
nongol,
it. They don't really
tai
care for that
dia.
right now. They just want that spike in, but it hasn't crossed just yet. It's with Crashies.
Ya.
Has to be cautious. The rest of the boys have come over
Makan
to
tuh
facilitate
onde-onde,
this cross.
ah.
There's two players up towards
Ya
the top of
Allah.
ramp, and Loud have punished them so
Bisa bunuh.
badly. The push towards CT is only met by really a little force. The 1-for-1 trade out, it wasn't too much to be worried about, but it's Crashies and FNS. And unrelenting in the aggression makes a mistake. The spike now lost, and it's FNS in a 1v3.
Get done again, revealed. He's there to deal with it. Nobody from Loud actually presenting a 1v1 just yet, and the triple swing, perfect. Sassy cleans it up. Optic almost not anticipating finding someone on the other half. The Spike not committed, still back in spawn. Then they have to scramble for this fight for ramp, and Loud come out on top of it.
Yep, committing 2 players instantaneously to that. Worked out perfectly. Now Optic could be feeling the brunt of the money being taken away from them. Just get in motion there at the very end of things. All even now. You can see the impact that round has. Gives them probably 1 in the pocket as well.
His ultimate's just coming online now for Optic though. Tour de Force. Being potentially the difference maker here. But the showstopper as well. So lots of tools to throw into this round. Things go their way initially. And charged down by the boom bot. No, Aspas actually creeping closer and closer. It gets the better of Ye.
Shot goes astray. And that's the kind of big hitter, the heavy hitter from this round gone. They're down to 4 now, Frenzies and Sheriffs. Not enough to really do the damage, and Loud gonna really make it hurt now. Apply pressure to the wound and take it away from them. Comfy 5 standing. And a quiet Ye on the other side. Can't make it happen this time.
Beautifully handled. Yeah, mitigating this anti-eco with a tour de force behind it. Actually strengthening that financial position here. You can see they just about adjust for it, but a little wide with the shot. Loud make them pay. Actually, on the flip side now, actually, with 3 rounds unanswered, Loud, her ultimates are just about coming online. A quick piece towards A on the back of Victor's showstopper, but he's stopped at the front door. The snake bite also.
Have to respect it.
So much exchanged here, and Optic just not allowed any sort of space at the start of this round.
None. They've had to now change their mind to always look towards ramp because nothing else was available. As you said, the utility countered so quickly. Heavy investments everywhere. And they dismantle this, scrapping the approach for now, leaving Ye just posted for a second or 2. Wait and see if anyone gets curious, and Sassy might. Bear in mind,
Aspas creeping to though. He might even catch the spawn.
Oh, this could be huge. Aspas is the one to punish Ye.
He's heard it.
Hear this.
Pankada, nice Pankada, kamu hebat. Mainnya hebat ya, Pankada. Kamu mainnya hebat, banyakin tuh mainin hidung kocak.
And there it is, Marv on the executioner. Just taking down less, controlling CT. The site is now open.
Marv actually going to creep into his own smoke here, and the showstopper from Aspas comes through, but actually the null command removes it.
The utility work in this round alone is unreal.
Makanan bisa Kak, apa aja masuk.
Make sure he's got a little bit of safety
to
sit
cuma
towards, falls away from
tentang
sitting under heaven, the
tentang
drop
gaming.
down.
Soalnya kan
Try and make their approach subtle and
gamer juga
quiet. It
manusia kan
works in the
butuh
shallow.
makan,
Sassy
jadi
finds
masuk aja
FNS.
sih.
But the timing from Marv is surely divine. A gift from above. He waits for one, but
Banyakin
he
nggak
has to check
sekiri
the
ya.
second. This could be a disaster.
Yo,
1 HP, it's not enough. Marv turns around and he gets the round. Optic keep it together. But boy, that was ridiculous.
Perlu geter-geter gitu.
You gotta say, Pankada just plays that a little safer. Gets a freebie on the way through. Allows a little more time here, because Marv, the whole time that Pankada's crept through B main. And the timing on this null command, perfect. FNS capitalizes.
Gak ada yang kenal loh nembaknya.
Yeah, not close. Not even close.
Sampai-
Marv perfectly
sampai
backfilling
bingung
that
Marv
space
loh.
through heaven.
Katop kenapa lagi Katop nih?
Tie things up 3 apiece.
Itu gara-gara Pankada sih guys.
Optic
Salahnya
suffering
gara-gara Pankada sih.
in terms of the purchase though.
Oh, Pankada loh.
Bulldog in the hands of
Pankada
FNS.
rollnya Astra guys. Gak bisa gak sih Asteris?
Actually, Victor just decides to
Ah,
satchel
makan
through the
tuh
snake bite
napinya.
here. Punished on the way in there, and actually that finds another angle to
kayak
FNS
gitu
as
ya,
well.
Menang kocak.
Okay, Marv. Fair enough. Less is gone, I guess.
Dari kemarin Sachi mainnya beda banget.
Paint shell down.
Itu dia.
Satchel to follow.
Apa itu?
It's Sadak to find Marv. Aspas on the case, but he can't connect it.
Botak
Yay.
lu ya.
As well, the aggression from one side, but it's not from both. Zanak on the other side, making sure they're boxed in, trying to leave them no room. And yeah, you're gonna punch his way
Petrus.
forward. Takes down
Oh,
one
kalau
and
Sadak ini
instantly just
pinter cuy.
commanding their respect now.
Wah, pantas dia jadi IGL anjir. Nih, Sadak jadi idola gue cuy.
He's got a 1v2,
Oh, dia kayak
45
kayak
seconds.
dari 4 pemain dia
Sadak,
paling beda
Pancada
movementnya.
work out.
Decision makingnya paling
Let's make
bagus.
something out of this one.
Got space here.
Anjir,
Certainly does.
tuh
Bit of fun, free
jiggle.
plant, but 56
Jiggle.
HP. Trying to isolate one of these. Whether or not Yeti goes exploring here. Should have the reset.
Ada tuh.
At least the cooldown here on his TP
Tuh
to
nggak
do
ada
so.
O-nya loh di belakangnya.
Commitment
Enggak,
comes in.
serem cuy.
Spike planted.
Committed. Where does Jay go with this then? He's got time for this. Obviously, he doesn't know how much time he has, so he has to work with the information he's got.
Dia mau
Is he going
muter kah?
around the world?
Oh
I
shit.
mean, you could
man.
have the time in here, honestly.
He
He's got the
really
TP back to
could.
B main as well.
Yay! I
Terka
might
dia,
fall a little in love with this
masa
piece he's about to
iya
bring out because he's going
menang
around
si
the world.
Yai
The
sih.
timing's going to be absolutely perfect. It's all on the
Maka
line though.
Jo,
Does he pull the
iya
trigger on
nih.
the first? The turn from Pancada!
Aduh,
Can't get the raise with the TP. He's going to be able to get back now, though.
Dangerous times. Spamming onto a spike plant. Divide comes up. He has to commit onto this one. He can't do anything about it. Defuse is coming in. Pancada's got the cross.
nge-spam tuh terus tuh. Pencet tuh klik kiri
unfazed by
anjing, nggak
OPTIC.
taruh tuh kartu ya.
Just that one shoulder peek from Pancada reveals Ye's plan. And it was perfect. The timing, everything. The stars aligned for that play.
Ambil minum dulu.
Loud come out on top. Put themselves one round in front. After initially, it was a desperation attempt towards 8. Loud withstand it. Again, just a half second either way. And yeah, he probably gets away with that one. I mean, especially if it's Pancada. It's a cosmic divide as well.
Time.
He's there and trying to make the judge work. Aspas just clotheslining Victor.
Ya wes bangkai cok. Udah pusing nih kepala nih Caca. Makan tuh Aspas ya.
Good for it.
Goodbye.
Very good for it. Clean enough for now. No danger in the anti-ecos really. Able to bring too much even with that judge.
Masih
Aspas
belum
wants
selesai
in,
soalnya.
and he gets in. Style points for
Soalnya
sure.
masih 1000 yang nonton.
Aspas just farming him out. Close to his ult too now.
Good progress there on the anti-eco. 11 and 5 leading the charge for Loud.
Kuroki main Valorant babi lu
Will
ya.
pump the brakes here.
Tachi
A
jadi Kuroki
crucial
guys.
buy round for them. There's 500 credits left across the entire team
ini
behind this purchase.
masih aya nongol kocak.
Yay, one off Tour de Force. Marved. One away from the cosmic divide. FNS has slower start to this map than previous. He's looked
Horas
very
kata dia,
sharp
bro.
today.
He has.
Iya 1000 pada turun nggak apa-apa lah.
To see what the adjustment is here from OPTIC, and just coming back to a point made on the desk. This is Loud almost over-delivering on their, well, almost over-delivering on their defensive side here when you look historically at their split stats.
Yeah.
This is a big, big positive for them. Especially if they close this buy round out, you've got to argue it's going to be another 2 on top of that.
It could do. It could
Tenang nggak,
really
Cok,
start to
banyak
pile
nonton.
on.
Tenang bang.
Pressure sign him out. I think OPTIC have identified
Ya
that.
Wira
It's the right
Yuda,
time to call the
yang
timeout.
tidur
We'll have a
guys,
chat
jangan
through it.
dipaksa ya.
Find an option.
Beli galon kenapa?
You've got to see
Nggak ada
it. Loud is so
dispensernya.
willing to
Tapi
scrap this
gua
out
ada
as
galon
well.
tapi nggak
Beautiful
habis.
work.
Yeah, you're not even really
Gua
seeing Loud
ngambil ke belakang
rely
gitu.
on a lot of the win conditions here of this composition, right? It's Aspas,
Botol gede.
the solo
Karena
heroics,
kalau
right? It's
misalnya
not
botol
even
gede,
really an awful lot of aggression
ada
early on.
takarannya
They're
gua
happy to
jadinya.
allow OPTIC
Gue minimal
space
sehari harus 2 botol gede habis.
try and achieve, but it's just it's
Enggak
not suiting
radang.
them whatsoever. The second layer of the Loud defense is standing strong time and time again.
Yeah, and again, I just feel like
Lunasi dulu.
Aspas is everywhere as
Lunasi
well.
ngapain?
Like the guys
Kamu
having
mikul
impact
pupuk.
around the map for me, over towards Ram, sitting towards, you know, top by Mayor.
Ini
It's
sebelum dulu,
all
oke,
good
Bang
for them
Torik.
so far. So let's see what OPTIC have cooked up in the timeout. What have they identified? What can they do? Because now we might start seeing that aggression come out. We know the Loud are happy to throw that in. Roll your mind back to the first
Anjir.
map. Hit a timeout. They're happy to flip that script. Go aggressive.
Pakai botol minum gede
Now,
sama aja sih
They
sebenarnya.
remain cool. Trying to keep that composure.
Agak botol yang dari air
Aspas standing
mineral
in mid right now,
yang
behind that smoke. If anyone
1,5
dares to
liter.
walk it. Yay! It's trying to make a little bit of progress towards Ram, but you can see the protocol list is robust from Loud.
OPTIC do lean back to
Ya
the beam over the
Allah,
wrong way.
ambil tuh
That's
ya.
going to punish Marv behind it. Actually,
Big
creep.
info.
Akan tuh buang flash.
Snowbite will slow any further progress in.
Where'd you go now?
One way. Anjir
You got
ngeselin
40
sih.
seconds, Mike. Where'd you take this one? That B site's not looking all that good anymore.
And no progress towards A either.
Yep.
Two
Asli
members
ini guys,
preemptively
ini
stacked over towards
setelah
screens and
ini
elbow for Loud.
kita bagiin hadiah.
Gonna get out in
Kuis.
time.
Ayo langsung
Just about to
tidur
get
gua.
fleeced down towards hell. Sitting towards the drop down here. Gonna send in the pain shell, hope to catch something, but it's Victor trying to take some space, but Loud sitting super deep. CT sitting all the way back towards A, and Saucy wins the fight. Victor going down, this could be imperative. 10 seconds, they've got to make this count. They've got to try and make it to sight more than anything, and the cross is being watched. Sadak sitting on that deeper angle, can at least catch a little bit of damage on the way through. Pancada on the back of the tie, and Crashies is out of options, and he's out of time, and he's out of life. There is no saving him now. Loud, carry on forward.
Anjay, Kuroki nih bos, senggong
That's a
dong.
scary round to lose here.
Nafet lebih
Loud now
apa
on the
ya?
brink of extending
Sesuatu
this
yang
further.
baru
We
lah
talked about
gitu.
the purchase in the
Dia
previous
punya
round for Optic
prowler
and
buat ngecek area,
a
2
couple of
biji.
saving grace's
disengkan.
consolations at
Kalau
least.
Sofa kan perbandingannya Recon ada,
Tour de force in
kan
hand for
juga
Ye.
ada. Terus drone-nya kalau hancur ya
As they lean
udah.
heavily towards A
Kalau
main in this
Sofa itu
round.
masih kepake kalau mapnya gede. Kalau
the pings
mapnya
coming
kayak
through,
Speed
looks
ini
like it might be a fast
emang
piece
better
towards
fit
ramp.
sih.
I gotta say it, Pancada and Sadak have been good for these A site holds.
Yeah.
Previously, that exchange did not go in favor of Optic whatsoever.
No, you're right. I'm glad you mentioned it, because you think about that amount of work Ye just had to get through, try and get towards ramp alone, and he still wasn't able to fully
Oke,
commit to it either.
salat.
Difficulties being shown, Aspas being a problem in middle. They're shutting the door on this.
Aspas-
Optic
Aspas
need to
sih
work something
ngeselin
out.
sih.
This is starting to become a problem. Paint shot coming in, and Aspas just unleashing fury.
So much damage done though.
Victor down low, crashes down low. Still nothing found for
defender
free.
side
Yay, lucky to keep his life here. He's still not able to navigate that space so easily. And look at this aggression again. Yay, denied. Sadak's there. Mid's got pressure on it too. Aspas has already backfilled this. They already can hit that early rotation button. Louder in charge.
Yeah,
Kalau
they
menang.
are. Optic not able to convert any of this space towards either side now. The timing perfect here, but Pancada are two sharp headshots.
Pancada,
Crashes,
boys.
and Victor will fall. Softened up by Aspas in the early round, who's still holding on to mid here. We'll hear the sound cue as well. Marv not expecting the first. FNS with a swing through. It's getting scary now. Another prime gaming flawless for Loud.
Oh, it's
Mantap,
it's
ayo,
been
bantai,
scary.
bantai,
And look
kuy.
how many times, as said, they've had 5 alive. Their money's going to be robust. They're feeling good. And I don't think that Optic have
FNS
really
udah
found much of a
habis
There's no
solution
pressure
yet.
point.
Tenaganya.
There hasn't been a lot of weaknesses for Optic to turn from one round to the next and say, right, guys, let's follow through on it this time. The number of times now they're just held at the orb in A main. Not really pressuring any of these key points towards sight.
Enak banget Sachi ya selalu
Panic
ngetes Aspas, cok.
stations now being called.
Aspasnya jago
It's
banget
7 to
anjir.
3, and Optic have not found the solution that they need.
Nice,
Maybe
pada
now,
dia.
will Loud start really tearing away with this scoreline. The early exchange of utility in middle. It's not giving them much just yet. They haven't pressured the rotations, and once again, Ye having to try and take this test. The call for support, but he's going to speed it up this time. Ye going to try and get ahead of it. That's better. Ye's found room. First time they've had it. But now he's got to be careful because Les is getting aggressive, Mike.
A wild swing through, a desperation almost to find this first blood.
Pushing this.
A key engagement, Ye's going to win it out though. Less shut down, the re-aggress in mid. Cancelled it, he slowed down initially. Victor and Sassy finding kills.
Balik kah?
Find themselves in a 2v4 now though.
Wah, ketahuan sih
Have
harusnya
to find
balik.
this rotation, but Victor tagged up. Trying to play behind this rotation still. Pancada actually going to lose out on that one. Yeah, he's going to spot the rifle. Finally,
Ada pala
Optic find
orang.
a comfortable round win here.
That was essential work. It tore me through. Ye finally finding that solution.
Like I said, it's almost Ye resorting to be extremely unorthodox. He's almost just solo pushing through, banking on finding a favorable timing, and he absolutely does here. You see Sadak's just completely caught off guard. And the second, the re-aggress here. 2 crucial kills to open this one up, and Optic needed it. Staring down towards a 9-3 half, what it would have felt like.
Yep. I mean, talk about Ye's performance however you feel. That's a bailout round there for them. That's got them their 4th. And roll your mind back. They won the pistol, which makes it even scarier going forward. We digress and we go again. How many more solutions can they find? Because Loud right now, the puzzle they are presenting is truly a conundrum to OPTIC. They can't find consistency in their way forward, but a gap closer here would be a vital lifeline for OPTIC. See that early attention to middle, starting to build again.
Look at this, comes to the Rolling Thunder invested here. Actually, Aspas, actually just messing up the second satchel. Would have potentially found that kill on Marv because there was nobody in position to support that. FNS had to really rotate. Sadak, though, is allowed two to cross through ropes. I don't know if he spotted one there.
They've got to have a feeling, right? Surely they've had no one watching mid. This could have happened. And could. And would. And it's traded out for now. Sadak gonna find Victor, but you can see Ye's answered back, so still that A side is looking good.
Let's add an operator in screens.
Now the site's looking good for the plant. This retake's still pretty far off as well. You're still gonna have that mid presence too. This really cuts off options for Loud.
Sadak does have his ultimate though, key in this retake, and Cannon does find the lurk.
Speaking of ult, it's coming already. What can they do with this one? Yay, posted up, standing tall, tries to hold the line, but has to fall away. Respect it. Flash out from Crashies, and away we go. Catching one spots the other. It's FNS on the shot down towards Sassy, but now just two. Pankata and Sadak in the 2v2. They've got to get a move on Mike. The time is dwindling, and as of the numbers, the spray's a little wild from FNS, but it's good enough to get across the line. OPTIC just closing up this scoreline.
I mean, we're looking down a completely different outcome than we were 2 or 3 rounds ago, honestly. Two massive, massive rounds from Ye. Heroics from him almost. And leading the charge for OPTIC here in map 3.
And they certainly weren't flashy. There was no beauty to that in my mind. They were hard fought 4 kills. It was really nose to the grindstone, Mike. Well, I think that's enough. We need to take a pause for thought here ourselves because this is wild. Let's go to the desk.
All right. Thank you so much for that there, Pansy. And yeah, I mean, you could just tell, like, that was just OPTIC grinding out rounds so that they can manage to just close the gap here, Sideshow.
Insanely, it actually wasn't, it ended up not being that bad of an attack half.
It's true.
But there was such a gap until those final 2 rounds where they just had nothing that they could
dua,
put together.
total tadi
With the pistol
21.
follow-up in those final
Totalnya
2,
assist.
it would have been a devastating drought.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that was the anchor players from Cloud. They were incredible in this matchup. The casters were calling it out, particularly towards that A site in way of Pankata and Les playing on that Viper. Pankata in particular has been incredible. He's just been a consistent guy throughout this series. In this one, playing on the Astra, I think the grab has been really well timed to help out with his Raze player. And also just as an individual, it's almost a direct pivot to Marv on the other side as just those excellent Astra anchors.
Yeah, I think Pankata and Les have been doing a good job, but also there's an overwhelming amount of utility for them to deal with, for OPTIC to deal with, that is to say.
Yeah.
You know, you have to get past stun nade combos, seize nade combos, there's pulls, there's snake bites all over the place as well. But I'm looking especially to Les on their attack half now to open up avenues with the Viper wall. I think they have to be creative with that, and they have to try and deny information. Otherwise, there is an equal amount of defensive utility that OPTIC can use, and I know they're good on defense.
And on top of that, they have, playing on that chamber. It's different than the composition that is being brought out here by Loud. But this guy is a demon on the defensive side here. But when he gets that operator up, he can massive for his team. And the Viper is a big part of trying to shut.
I think there is going to be this layer of the strategic game. But if you're a headshot enjoyer or an shot enjoyer,
I am one.
Then take a look at Ye whenever he gets the operator in his hands, and how Aspas tries to deal with it by double blast packing into sights off the back of all of this utility.
And there's a very direct connection as well. When we're talking about the double blast pack, it's Victor. He had a really good job in that half at getting his team in towards side. On this defensive side, his nades are the first line of defense.
Tapi bisa aja sih yang lainnya naik, guys.
That's right. And when it comes back to us, we would have determined which one of these 2 Titans we are sending home. Let's send it back over to High Pocket Pansy to close us out.
Ada si
Let's do exactly that.
17.
7-5, a good scoreline to come in on room either side.
A miracle. I'm
OPTIC,
with Josh
absolutely.
there. It's almost like you look back at that half and you're like, wait, 7-5?
Didn't look like it for a while.
Ada Sadak 16.
You were looking at 9 starting to really creep on the board potentially, but no. Yay, finding some real favor, but we go again. And as said, there can only be one to carry on. One of these 2 teams will be going home. Feels unbelievable. But it's what we're presented with right now.
The man on your screen. The one to be potentially the difference maker here in this second half. Aspas.
Anjir.
Actually a slow creep through here. Yay, eating up this decay. He's down to 21 HP. He'll get hard cleared, and he does.
Sadak prying open the site. Now you can see the crunch looking real likely, but there's still 2 players waiting on the other side. It's not all over just yet. Aspas clearing through heaven, but it's going to be that drop down that could be the death of them. But it's now just...
It's considered.
He knows it! This man, he's so sharp, mechanically and by all accounts, in the way he just approaches the game. Victor trying to do what he can with a little bit of timing. He actually does punish less. Big pickup and the chance maybe secured here. And maybe double down on
2v2.
They've made this reasonable. They've made something of this. These positions are brutal though. Sat a little deeper, pushed a little forward.
Aspas nih bawa tai
Aspas is
nih.
on you.
Mati
The
ke
guy's
Aspas?
sharp. The guy's damn good at this. He gets one, but it's traded down Victor.
Ya udah
He's gonna try and pick up
dimainin-mainin
the
dah
pace,
nih
but can you predict where
masih.
Sassy is? No, but he gets to keep his life.
Anjir ngeri cok.
For a second, and then ripped away, and Loud get the pistol in the second half.
That is huge to extend this to 3 rounds now. And OPTIC desperately trying to fight back into this. Just slipping through their fingers. After they find the kill on Pancada, it's almost doable for them. A great reposition though. What damage OPTIC can do here in the second to hinder this, because I mean a comfortable bonus round for Loud is... That's going to make OPTIC sweat.
Shorty's everywhere. Frenzy thrown into the mix. Crashies. That undesirable situation to try and do what he can, but he's got a little bit of play to work with here. Maybe a bit of favorable timing could be nice. 3 noted. And now on... Oh, how does he
Crashies
get
went
life?
forward with the shorty.
The madman. Yeah, he's been quelled.
Bukan
though, so
eranya Yai
again,
lagi
you're
nih
looking at,
anjir.
is there any damage to be done here?
Ya timingnya jelek banget
Main
anjing.
objective here for OPTIC. Crashes down to 56 HP now, has to respect the potential for this presence outside A lobby. Because it's 3 strong from Loud. And another 2
Mana
to pick
Milo
up the backside
anjing
of it.
chat lu. Oh, Banco menurut lu Natik bakal kuat nggak? Iya
But
kan
actually, you know,
gua
Haunt destroyed, so we'll stay in position.
gua mempredik Fnatic yang bakal juara. Anjir Milo marah-marah mulu tai.
Prioritizing this presence towards ramp. They'll clear out the close side here.
Ini lagi
Lots of follow-up
lagi
information with
ini
the
loh,
knife.
ngantuk
The
loh.
flash is perfect.
It's so
Clearing
good!
himself up.
And he has no
Waduh.
idea FNS waited so
Waduh.
long for this. This is great.
Chaos
30 seconds now.
Memento.
This is huge. The rotations. They're second guessing themselves. They're like, surely this isn't actually happening right now. But yes, Sassy's still there. Finds FNS, but his crashes on the side. Does what he can.
tembak
Tries to
dia.
buy a bit of time. Tries to buy a moment. But it slips away. And Victor still doing what he can. Paint shell goes in. This could do damage. It's denied the spike plant for just a second. They're trying to hunt him down. And 1 HP is all that they need.
The fact that Les goes exploring for this with 1 HP.
Get out of here.
Milo emosi
Oh my
guys.
word. Damage done, 3 fall for Loud.
Banco Alfajar
Will force
nemu
out a
di
couple
mana
of the
nggak
3
tahu
bursts,
anjir
but
nemu di
look
mana
at the
tuh orang.
financial position for them. Come into this, actually throw a Vandal in the mix. See what Pancada is going to settle for, just a Sheriff, so a really good shot.
Ayo,
out of
13-5 ya, biar
OPTIC
OPTIC
have
pulang.
to keep this clean. And there's light shields across the
Udah
board here
OPTIC
for
yang pakai
OPTIC.
C tuh pulang
Victor
aja,
and
OPTIC
FNS
yang pakai K
on
baru
full.
tuh udah pantas
These,
untuk
I'm just looking at
mewakili
Aspas. Is he gonna
Yeah.
find
main
some
di
room,
master
man? This is
OPTIC
it. That's what he
duret.
wants. Try and get in there. Face
Ada
cause
tuh di
any
tekanan
disruption,
ya.
and Yay
Anjing
instantly
cuek
denies
kayak
it.
itu.
Huge pickup, and they fall away. They have to respect the space had been taken, but they take away the tip of the spear.
Doesn't seem to have slowed
Lu
anything
punya
down though.
final most? Nggak
The
punya
two
gua.
swing through, Sadak going to find Yay.
Finally traded out, and now you look towards the site. OPTIC have to sit deeper. They have to respect the space taken and try and bring those rifles to the ideal position to thrive. However, Sassy with one himself now. 2 Spectres, and Pancada with the Sheriff. Still a little deadly with this.
The problem being Yay's fallen, which means that OPTIC have to pay respect towards the potential Loud regress through ropes. It's actually going to be 4 through sewers.
I like this exploration towards B main, Mike. I like the trying
Got
to
to get
find info
proactive with this
somewhere.
time. They have to. They have to figure out exactly
Yay
where
mati di
Loud
mana
are
guys?
drifting
Di trade
towards.
skill ya?
FNS got to play his life though. He's starting with
Oh,
death
no.
here.
What?
It just goes 1 for 1.
So dangerous. Crash, he's forced away from CT for now. He's going to
Aduh,
try and
sakit.
re-peek towards this. Smoke goes up, and now he can't do much
Oh,
about it. They
mollynya
have to respect that
bagus
they
sih
can
dia
cross to the
patulin
site.
kayak gitu.
He's got that flash ready. Can he tee anyone up for it? Just himself, that's it. Doesn't get
30
much for it.
seconds
Victor now creeping closer.
Should find less though for free.
Absolutely, but he bides his time, and I like, oh, the turn, forcing Victor's hand. But now 2 on towards the side. Crashy's going to cross on in, catching the flash, though.
Harusnya yang banyak assist
3v2,
itu si
this is
Sachi
favorable
loh.
towards OPTIC to pull off, and Sachi
Kayak
waiting.
gini
This
nih.
could be everything. He's going to commit it right about now. Victor, too quick to it. And OPTIC do exactly what they need. They keep 3 standing. They do not get flustered, but that got close.
Just getting ahead of that Rolling Thunder. And that's crucial. If he finds the first, the other 2 are slowed down. There's no possibility for the trade there, Lauren.
Bang Aceh duluan mau tidur lagi, thank you. Oke,
Optic are not
Caca.
done just yet. And like you said, 3 survived. The majority of rifles carried across.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough game, isn't it? It's one of those.
But even with the slip up there, FNS going 1 for 1 is key to keep the numbers
Yeah,
even.
you're right. You're absolutely right.
Victor on the showstopper already as well. FNS actually going to throw a judge in here.
There.
Positioned over towards B Heaven.
This looks all in.
Yeah, Lau looking to deathball once again. Whether or not they can deal with this knife, the knife should give it away nice and early.
Well, doesn't give away as much as maybe they'd want, but they commit to it, and Ye slipped forward, and Ye slips down.
Ya mati
Aspas
lagi,
with a quick pickup
bro.
on this one, and now Crashes is under the gun. No one's here anytime soon. You can see the quick rotation coming as fast as they can. Victor now noting at least 1 towards ramp. They've lost the pressure, and the gap gets closed. Aspas on the pickup of the timing. He wants to try and control as much of this as they can, and Crashes just slipped away into safety for a second. And he waits, and he pulls the trigger just right to catch Aspas. Good trade. Loud, still going to take the site.
Loud just run it down onto A site. It's with 0 respect to this defensive setup after Ye gives away the first blood. And they get ahead of the rotation.
Bracket monitor gua bawaan.
This has got to be 10. This has to be 10.
I mean, FNS has got a judge on the way back
Tadi
in.
Milo gua sapa lu kocak, gua bacain chat lu tadi Milo.
Ye drifting through that wall. They're trying to get ahead of it.
He's desperate to make something happen in these rounds. And OPTIC need it. The last 2, like I said, the last 2 rounds of that previous half were on the back of him.
Yeah.
Getting weird.
It's
Getting
a fine
unorthodox.
line.
Yeah.
It's a fine line because you could, hey, let's say a couple of those moments go wrong the other way. Timing's a little off here and there. Maybe doesn't quite get what he gets in the previous rounds that got OPTIC to this point. You got to let him, make those mistakes. Sometimes potentially the timing just not there for it. But it did open up the gateway. That's why we've got to see more to OPTIC here. They've got to find a way to secure this up because right now Loud are pulling very close to that finish line. 10 now on the board. It's double digits, Mike. We are so close to Loud eliminating OPTIC, and they know it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I don't want to say hitting the panic button. This is the stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
Because this is getting out of control very, very quickly. Loud actually get a big boom to the economy as well. Showstopper online for Aspas. Doesn't even need any elaboration.
No.
But other ultimates coming online as well. Decent early progress here coming into round 17. Do we see the switch up to OPTIC now? Peel back just a little bit. They're a very, very tight hold on A.
Manager OPTIC lagi
Like I said,
ngurus
it's so
tiket.
risky. Because Loud are pretty,
Tiket
they're
juga
pretty much all in on
lagi
this.
ini.
You find the 1 for 1, and similar to what we're talking about with FNF.
Yep.
There's 3 bodies behind it.
Of course there is.
Minimum.
We haven't seen like a slow default, like a try and get a big long rotation. It has
Siapa
been
tuh?
these kind
Tiap
of
hari
like
bakal
wins. They've worked
Waspartika.
so nicely.
Kemungkinan iya
Now,
nada
obviously coming
nada
out of these timeouts, we have
Tapi
said
gue
before that
kayaknya
Loud
harus
do like to then flip
gak
the
bisa
script. It's not like they can just pick up the
mau
pace now.
match
They're already
deh.
going
Ya
for
nggak
like
sih, guys?
mad, aggressive, very pacey
Kayak
pieces.
lihat kondisinya sih.
You can see the difference in look there as well between the
Lama-lama
coaches.
sakit gue anjir.
Jet looking
Gak ada
real
ngelucu.
serious.
Yeah,
Coach for Loud looking real happy right now. You know that you achieved a great number already.
The question being with this composition now, they've got, do OPTIC now go exploring a little bit?
Harusnya iya setiap
Hold
hari
a little
buat
deeper on the
Waspartik.
back of contact, maybe try and get a flank work
Thank
and
you,
test this
Bang
default
Nadanta.
of Loud. So not necessarily all in within the first, 5 to 10 seconds.
No.
Loud are waiting out contact, winning on the opening duel effectively.
Well, last time around we saw this. It was normally Aspas
Tukar
unleashing.
master nggak sih ini Bang Kaca? Tiap yang menang master
Just
next
different
turnnya
look. Why not?
jadi
You have the upper hand. Try something a little different.
kayaknya iya deh.
It
Tapi
feels
emang
like they've got the
bagus sih
solution to
begitu.
those more traditional rounds we've been seeing. Throwing out a
Timnya
curveball
jadi
like this
bagus
can always
banget.
really cause problems. As said though, you can see how deep Loud have been able to get this early on.
This is a map-winning round here for Loud. You look at the money, what's behind this purchase for OPTIC. It's awful.
Yeah. It's not looking pretty. And now that little bit of
Apakah
utility destroyed
kena
on towards that A site has to draw attention and
Judge-nya
commitment, and it
FNS?
puts a lot of pressure on
Judge
FNS.
noted.
Now they know what's
Orang
around that
Judge
corner,
lagi
but
lah.
they still head this way. Yeah, he takes a peek as they do fall off this. The early protocol list, that early wish list for Loud is being ticked off. They're happy with this early work. They've taken so much space.
Ulti udah ini mah aspas anjir.
Yay has the weight of his shoulders.
Here's
The world on his shoulders right now on B site with this Bulldog has to get something done because if they get into sight here, FNS going to be played out this round.
You can already see Victor trying to lean over as well.
30 seconds left.
They can feel it starting to weigh heavy. Aspac's going to unleash. He's going to send it. FNS down. Yay succeeds on one, but he needs a little bit more. One's not really enough here. Victor just trying to hold towards heaven. Crashes in the back of Sadak. Sends it. And now Yay turns. He knows he's no longer alone on this side. Spots out another. And that's the time you need Yay to find the form. And OPTIC shut it down. On the very verge of what could have been a disaster. They hold for another round. And Loud, bear in mind, that was a little bit of a switch up. They tried something new there.
They absolutely did.
OPTIC still need to find those solutions, those traditional rounds.
And the regress behind FNS showing that judge. Like I said, Yay had to deliver there, and he absolutely did.
Waduh.
And a bailout here, keeping it within touching distance. 3 rounds separate them now. He'll be Loud to call the timeout. Maybe this one is just to catch a breath.
Yep. And sometimes you do want to cool those emotions a little bit. Again, it's easy to look at these players as just machines, right? Going through the motions, playing perfect, but they are humans. Sometimes they overheat, they get a little bit too into it. They need to be cooled off for a second. Get that composure again.
All right, that was a must-win. That was the do or die for OPTIC in terms of the finances here. For Loud to lose that one.
Kucing hitam 50.000.
The
Terima kasih bang kucing hitam.
Yes, rifles are there. Gaps in utilities.
Gokil, super chat
A stinger in the hands of
mantap.
Sadak. A big post-plant tool though, in the form of the Viper's Pit.
Keluar.
OPTIC have to stand their ground here. They can't give up a sight.
No.
It'll be so problematic for them if Les can find any value in a post-plant
Yang pala
scenario
doang nongol
without
kocak.
Couple seconds now.
Kirain $50.000 anjing tajir gua kocak.
And you're right, that buy coming out from Loud is far from ideal.
Berbeli nasi uduk mantap.
Should suffice, but
Iya,
OPTIC
super
start
chat
heating up here.
kepotong 30% katanya
2
sih.
rounds that they've garnered so far in this half, it's still not great.
Bisa keluar
But
anjir.
it's a glimpse, it's a little bit of hope, something they definitely needed here.
I think on the back of that previous OPTIC timeout, you can see how much deeper the hold is now.
Wih, ada lagi
That's
cuy.
not what you want to see on A side,
Cuy, ada lagi cuy.
especially with less on the other side of things, and Loud so
Anas
quickly
Musli. Makasih.
stacking up this direction.
50.000-nya mantap.
If you've identified that, then yes, they've adjusted the hold to be deeper, those rotations become longer, the support becomes
Sekarang
further
prosesor
away.
yang enak
This is the
buat
right
follow
call
dong.
from Loud. But again,
Tanda
sticking
seru
the
spek
landing is
aja.
everything.
Ikutin
Crashes has
prosesor
got
gua
the
aja.
ultimate though. He can hit
Udah
that
paling enak
panic
itu.
button if he feels any pressure here. Buy a little time for this rotation. Victor already here to help him out as well.
You had to be quick with it, you had to commit to it, because again,
The knife could be
Terima
crucial.
kasih abang-abang.
good for it. At least gives them an idea.
Confirmation.
Not enough to give it away fully. There's the ult being popped on the other side. Loud gonna take over heaven, charging on in. Spot nothing so
50.000
far, so
kayak
he's got to
50
give away.
juta,
They're
iya, Cok.
surely dedicated towards the site.
Bener.
2, 1 towards tower. That's gonna be Crashies out of the back of this pillar.
Backs against the
And a
wall though.
pause for thought, man. Loud is just holding for a second, see if anyone overextends, tries to find some information.
30 seconds left.
And away we go. It's towards the side. Aspas
Waduh,
going to lead the
crazy.
charge. First fight comes in. It's Victor to find victory. Crashies as well. Loud being stopped at the door. Crashies still
ini udah
standing.
untung
He's not
banget loh,
allowing this
OPTIC.
one to slip away.
Dua
Yay,
orang
jumping at the bit.
bisa
But Crashies,
ngerasain.
he's not needed the help until now.
Ada ulti.
13 seconds and they've got to get their boys to the site. It's 10 now. And they're there. OPTIC keep building back and Loud get held once again.
What a monumental effort for
Rakit PC
Crashies.
manja.
They had
Nggak
to
tahu
go
bang.
huge there.
Yeah.
Brought
Gimana
up a
ya?
lot of time with the
Ntar
no
tunggu
command.
kalau
Loud happy to sit
misalnya
and wait it out.
Ini tahu
Bank on
nanti dikasih tahu.
somebody
deh.
overstepping the mark in rotation, but Yay does well in that regard. You're almost questioning when the support's
Bisa
going to
keluar
come.
nggak, Niki?
Yeah.
But OPTIC happy to give up.
Anjay.
Be heaven and Crashies delivers. Beautiful stuff. 2 rounds left to find to tie things up. Loud back down on Sheriffs.
And this should be enough to get them, what, 9 now for OPTIC, right? If all goes to plan.
Kalau lapar ya
Nothing
makan
goes
dong.
straight. Yeah. Could be always precarious for sure, but got to see a clean anti-eco here for OPTIC. Should facilitate that 9th.
Iko lagi tapi.
Loud just need to keep composure. Still have that lead. Don't need to get too ahead of themselves yet.
Google Formnya dari tadi, dari sebelum match. Selalu di sebelum match, guys.
wonder if he's noted the chance of Sadak.
Match baru ya
Now
masih
he
ada
knows
Google
it.
Form.
They've got to know more. The crossfire really holding well. Gonna find 2.
Tumben miss begitu.
And that's dulled the blade for Loud in this round.
Take a little bit of the bite out of this. If OPTIC can keep this flawless,
Enak makan.
be huge for the economy.
Makan cuy.
But Yay just playing the tour de force into this as well.
Ntar champion ikut ke Turki nggak cok? Kayaknya ikut deh.
Cooldown back
Bana
is
Danta.
a backup as well. So he does go re-explore. He's going to catch the other 2 in the slow field as well.
Ih Bang
No
Divan
pressure
Chen.
felt on the back of this.
Anjir
A freebie
50.000
onto
lagi
Pancada.
cuy.
Oh, actually
OPTIC
re-swing
bisa
it as
menang
well.
nggak kira-kira?
Finds
Bisa
another.
bisa.
Closes things out. A confident
Ini
swing
nggak
through
jauh
from Yay.
skornya.
Real.
Bang, thank you ya.
Nice. And confidence hitting at this time, absolutely essential to a player like him. A lot of people questioning the performance so far in the tournament. Rightly so to a degree.
Gigil.
Underperforming to his own standard. But again, when your average is
The
excellent.
bar is set so high.
Exactly. It's very hard to compete with yourself at that sort of degree. But again, finding a little form here. Yes, Eco Cobra, but it's always good to boost that
Iko
confidence up a
Cobra
little
nggak
bit.
anjir.
See how he does going forward. Operator
Telat gitu ya.
situated in hand. And now Loud, the question mark goes back to you here. OPTIC at the door, knocking on the door. Time is up, all even. What do you have in store for us now? We need a little bit of that Aspas magic to come through to
Iya Bang
reignite that
Divan.
fire
Kenapa Bang Divan?
behind Loud.
Pagi Bang Kaco.
For the first time, it
Anjir.
feels like Loud actually
100.000 cuy. Pagi-pagi cuy.
main here.
Bang V.
Only less missing.
Namanya V doang. Pagi-pagi Bang V.
Bait out a little
Rezeki bro.
pressure towards A site. Now looking to test OPTIC's B site hold.
Terima
First
kasih
time,
Bang
as
V
you
ya
said, really seeing this in
donasinya.
motion so far.
Semua tempat
Holding
dicoba
the
ada sama
line.
si Lot.
Isolating one of the side, that's VFNS, can't really do much about this. He's dead to right, he goes down. But what can the rest do about it? Yay denied and as is marked. They have to respect this and so much utility committed. Spike now down, we're in the post plant. Rotation's en route, but it is still going to be 4. The wall should go soon, but Sadak greets that reveal with a smile, but the trade's good enough for Yay. Still a player advantage though for Loud in this.
I mean, do OPTIC just respect this? It looks like they're considering it, yep.
Yeah. They know what that buy would be. They know what else are you meant to do about this?
Loud have an absolute stranglehold with that vibe.
Money,
We were talking about
money.
how pivotal it was going to be. How OPTIC had to prevent some of this access to site.
It's just exits. It's all they'd
I
get.
mean, it's huge. You look at the funds for Loud, and anything they do find
Good.
will be a big bonus for OPTIC.
Oh dia sengaja miskinin.
Crashies!
Huge flash from
Oh.
Aspas.
Again,
Waduh,
Aspas keeping
kalah
control
tembak
of this,
semua
man.
cuy.
This guy is good.
Waduh.
And actually, Yay doesn't get anything done either.
Niat
So they keep three
miskinin
rifles.
malah
If they got
miskin.
one more down, that
Mau
reinvest would have been
miskinin, ya
a
miskinin
disaster.
aja.
Operator back in the hands
Oh,
of Yay.
bikin musuh nggak ada duit. Ya nggak bisa
This could
kocak.
be a final. It's ridiculous.
Not much room left for error. Aspas actually playing anti-flash there as well. Looked like he caught it, but
Nah, miskinin aja, miskinin, mau miskinin ya miskinin aja kata Aspas tuh. Barusan dibilangin tuh. Bahasa Portugis
that's the
cuy.
saving grace.
Itu bahasa Portugisnya cuy.
But now we've seen somewhat of a glimpse of that B piece, but again, that was supplemented by a
Kacau tidur enak
lot.
sumpah gua.
A lot of
Pinggang
ultimates.
gua pengen ngerasain
Oh, trying to set up Yay for
kasur gitu
success.
cuy.
Carter backhands him off those jump peaks coming out to try and get in that pick.
Itu Yai mati, kok nggak maju? Oh, kan itu teman.
Loud act upon this now. Victor picking up the job of that trap.
Up.
What is the other side of it? Actually gets ahead of it. Aspas will fall.
Aja.
And a key
Pistol dia bro.
player to find. Actually on the back of that, FNS send the ultimate through heaven, reveal nothing, so they should know that this is
Flash.
as good as an all-in A here.
These flashes, they're buying time for rotations.
Buset.
Really nice. The
Anjing
utility
Crazy sih
invest
nggak
is
ada akhlak loh.
perfect.
Lempar pisau
Can't
kenapa
get in the
harus
front
di
door.
depan mukanya si Victor
Doesn't throw a
anjir
window to
kayak
break
kaget
in from
gitu
here.
pasti.
Up towards heaven we go. It's 40
Halo Bang
seconds.
Nizan Firdaus.
And now you can see that FNS is on the way. They've got options. 35 seconds. They can dip through middle. And every chance to as well. The timing could be right, and surely FNS hears this. He's going to be making the call. Something's afoot. And you're right. When the other side is marved, unmoving, unrelenting, and a break. The double pump. Oh, that's naughty behavior coming in. Until a fight towards heaven. Victor's there for one, but the fill comes in from Crashies. Spike noted again to keep his life. 13 seconds and the spike's not picked up. They've got 10 seconds to try and do anything, and FNS drags him to his grave.
Spike-nya
And this is surely Optics.
drop,
Nothing can really change the outcome anymore. Unbelievable back and forth throughout this round. And it's 10 for Optic, getting that scoreline even closer.
Wow, just overcooking it slightly there. I felt like they had, especially if they'd have known FNS had made that decision to come through, definitely could have swung through, potentially found the trade onto Marv to at least just concede the first and get themselves onto site. But the timing here for Victor to come through, you see just as Sadak's trying to find something with his utility. And Optic cling to life. One round, Loud.
Look at their economy.
It's disgusting.
Masa iya OT
They're
anjing.
left in tatters. Just a bit of pocket lint and a button from a jacket they haven't seen in years. There's nothing to come in with. It's a Spectre, a Bulldog. Odds and ends scrambled together. This is gritty from Optic to bring it back to this scoreline.
And the worrying thing being, though, Optic tie this up. Yes, the next round, it's going to be an ultimate showdown. Should have the Rolling Thunder, should have the Showstopper at least achievable with an orb. But on the flip side, that crashes with the null command.
Yeah, he sat on this, he waited. And he takes the timing perfectly. Aspas gone. And now the side comes in. FNS catching across, another one taken down. They're keeping it clean. FNS farming up now. And clean's the name of the game. You can't be losing bodies if you're Optic. You want those weapons, you want that buy. And you want to keep it together. Yeah, you're going to fall, but the should be picked up. And we're tying all up.
11 apiece.
Oh, you couldn't wish for anything better.
This is it. This is the crescendo round of this half. I said, look for Crashy's ultimate here is key to stop a death ball approach from Loud, because they have the ultimates for it. Like I said, Aspas won off the Showstopper now.
And I've seen it. Louder hitting the timeout button. You want to come in.
Nah guys, gue udah kayak lagi di ini gak sih pasang earphone-nya?
We have two very, very different outcomes as well. Optic do
lagi
have
di
the benefit
master,
of the economy.
anjay.
There's nothing left in the tank
Setnya
for
nggak bisa
Loud.
tapi earphone-nya.
Nothing. Even here we're seeing 3
ada
lights.
Daryl. Oh, Daryl biasanya ngasih yang dolar-dolar nih.
Wow.
We knew this game was going to be good.
Halo Koko
We knew it was going
Daryl.
to be good, but I mean, yeah. You don't often get treated to these in the group stage, right? You're at home watching, you know this. It's a rare treat. Deserving, considering who put them in these positions. You know, Guild putting up some great performances, obviously putting Optic here and Crew, similar scenes towards putting Loud in this scenario. And maybe this is truly the dawn of a new era coming out for some of these teams, but God, has this been a great series already.
I mean, it's delivered.
By all accounts.
The textbook, well, I'm not even going to say it.
How dare you? How dare you even consider that?
I'm not going to look at the time.
It's 1 in the morning, Michael.
Gak ngantuk.
Give me an overtime.
Dari tadi nahan ngantuk loh.
So,
Dari 3 jam yang
I'm sure
lalu.
you guys at home are enjoying this as much as we are. Celebration of this.
Padahal
map 1
kita
going pretty heavily, like
nge-stream
outclassed one way, map 2
cuma 2 game loh.
And now
Enggak
this.
sih,
Now this.
2 game, 2
Breathe
match
it in.
lebih.
Group stage. I can't
8
stress
jam,
enough, an
Cok.
elimination game, but away we go. You're right. We've barely been here. And yay, operator out. Recovered in the last round, but his teammates and given back to the
1,
hands.
2, 3, 3.
He
Duar,
wants to pry it open,
mati.
he does,
Ya
doesn't
mati
TP away just yet, but the
aja.
trade comes out. It's FNS to fall, and they try and pick up the pace up towards heaven. Dangerous game.
Aspas mati. Ya mati
Trying to keep an eye on this, a watchful eye.
aja. Aspas kocak.
Slow down the pace, slow down that roll.
But it's Aspas to fall. That Showstopper now out of the question for Loud.
What else do they have left?
2 big ultimates still available, but Aspas is the one to really follow up on them.
True. But they're re-aggressing middle? They're going for a walk down here.
They could isolate less here.
They could, but let's also find both of them.
nge-push
That's one. Does he expect a
aja.
second?
Aduh, nggak kayak
You can see
expect.
what he sees. Absolutely not. And Victor, the
Waduh.
timing's just right. He
B,
could
B, B, B,
backfocus
B.
perfectly. He could be like a thief in
Waduh,
the night and take this
nyayur
round
udah
away
Victor anjing.
from Loud. We have to wait and
Gua
see.
paling
Loud gonna try and creep
paling
towards
nggak
the
bisa
side.
nih
The others
ngelihat
gonna
kekalahan
towards
begini
heaven.
nih.
And the
Wah,
timing.
kok, wah.
They just turn around
Wah,
and now there's so
gokil,
many
anjir.
targets looking his way.
Ngeselin
Victor had it
sih.
all teed
What
up.
the
He's still gonna find one. Yay! Up towards Zadak. Crashes is there. And Loud are being pulled to pieces. Zassy needs brilliance. And he needs it now. 20 seconds. The spike is not in hand, and
Wah,
neither's the
diteriakin
round.
sama Optic,
Optic take it to
coy.
12.
Gila.
Believe how that's
Bener-bener
played out.
Benar-benar gila sih
Again,
map
Aspas to be the one to fall first.
apa?
An
All the
OPTIC
players-
follows through.
Matchnya yang
I love
saling
the
gak mau
timing on
pulang
that
gitu
reaggress.
anjir.
Yes, Les finds the kill, but it sets up Victor. And then when Ye finds the kill here with the operator, Victor knows he can slow things down. Put Loud in an absolute chokehold inside of B main.
Full senyum kah? Full senyum kah? Anjing lo manis cok.
And Loud now spread a little thin. 2 Guardians. A Bulldog here. Showstopper available.
Oh.
Sadak still with his
Kirain
ultimate.
Pankada lebih milih
Pankada one off the Cosmic Divide. They
beli
need to find an opening here.
senjata
And it can't
bagus
be a 1-for-1.
ketimbang
Most of
sekarang
those
nih.
have gone in Optic's favour on the reaggress. Got to credit FNS for that audible in the mid-rounding. But it's feeling slow, it's feeling pressured now from Loud as they drift towards A site.
It's not an easy round.
Look who's on the other side of it.
I dropped the spike.
Right place.
Tour de force in the hands of Ye.
Ini skor 1
Could be
sama.
right time. Early clear towards ramp. Nothing
Ah, di
noted.
fake ya?
And away we go. Ult invested and Aspas
Aduh.
away. Gets
Aduh.
dragged back down to earth. Ult is still in hand and they can't find Ye just yet.
Ooh.
He's gone. Les has found him. And they've already pushed out the one player who's sat towards
Oh
CT.
shit man.
Sights theirs and
OPTIC
Plant
kah?
comes in. It's a
Ya.
5v4
Aduh, plannya situ
post-plant.
lagi.
The
Oh, main
weapons
di
are still
dalam
not
dia.
great.
Ada ulti.
The Viper Spit's going to go up.
Divide goes through as
Waduh.
well. The Viper's pit in place, just securing the site as best they can, but Optic are creeping close.
Kalau OT
They're not
tuh
far away
kayak
at
kasihan
all.
gitu tau gak?
Nade goes in and they're waiting. They're biding the time. They're closing in on the net. Victor, the first one in, and Optic crashing the party. And now it's all down to Pankada, but they don't know where he is. He still gets away with it, and of course, it had to be the way. We're going to OT.
Is OT
I mean,
bro.
Optic did everything right on the way back through there. They absolutely smother that Viper Spit multiple angles, and they find everything they need to.
Kasih dulu siunya, mana siunya?
And then Pankada, man, playing back behind in a lobby.
Ya Allah,
Oh
nggak
my
tidur
God.
lagi, Cok.
And they had no right in that. The Showstopper completely mitigated the gravity well, just keeping Aspas in check.
Anjir, ini udah ngeri nih.
FNS
Kalau
just a little
FNS
too slow
bantingnya
to
pas.
react. But what a play from Pankada. The safety net, the plan B, the contingency outside that Viper's pit.
You thought it was over and done with. Thought them surrounded, that letter by. No, Loud, hold on. It's 12-12. And who'd have thought the clash of the Titans would really leave anyone else left standing? Meant to be. And away we go again.
Oh, mampus
Straight
lu
up towards
Victor
mid.
ya.
Optic gonna kick things off in the attacking side. Loud, having to put up the defenses to try and hold them back.
Optic looked to reinforce behind Victor's progress early on. Wow, they actually peel away from it. Aspas does avoid the
Yai
reveal.
mati.
Might find Yai, but
Tanda.
an exchange of damage. Nobody really comes out on top of that.
Gila.
Decide to follow through on this.
Aspasnya udah sekarat, cuy.
Utility committed, but players not so much so. They're actually peeling back towards the A site. We know the two players are still here. No over-rotations called for on the Loud side. Pankada tucked towards the
30
back of the
seconds
site.
left.
Sadak towards CT. Utility starts to be invested. They know what's up.
Got to be a good hold here.
Has to be.
Kita nggak punya trap
See how
gitu sih.
strong this can be with just these two
Ayo
players.
net
Third en
mana?
route.
Mati Yai.
Just trying to fill the void, and Ye's gonna crack it open. That's one. The spray transfer not quite sharp, but up 13 seconds now. And Crash is in command. Spike needs to go down, and nothing should be able to deny this.
Tadi
And
aja.
this timing again. The
Waduh,
dagger,
mat
like a
bagus
brick in the
banget,
small of the
coy,
back.
coy.
Already Aspas now.
Yeah.
Oh, the Proofar's giving it
Aspas
away on
udah
him. And
nembak.
there it is,
Bye,
Marv.
Aspas.
Lovely work, lovely positioning. And a 13th for Optic.
They strike first in overtime with a felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
Attacking round here.
Compared to how laboured
Whoa,
that
whoa,
was in,
yeah.
in regular time, much different look.
Loud. Call a
Soalnya kalau
timeout.
udah OT-OT gini guys ya.
Definitely
Masih
feeling the heat now.
ngepost-post mulu,
Somehow
anjing.
drag themselves over
Jadi
the line
lama.
to even get out of regulation and bring it to OT. Now they have to deliver on an attacking round of their own. What a step up as well. You talk about some of the slow starters for OPTIC. Kind of huge here in map 3. Very well-rounded performance, honestly, all things considered for Loud too.
Yeah.
You can see here on the faces as well, just the amount of pressure riding on this. Just to reiterate,
timing, everything could be
these two teams a day 3 elimination game.
Look, we got to be real. These games aren't normally like this, right? Like, this is not normally how eliminations feel or go, but the gravitas of this
Panik,
is
panik,
palpable.
panik.
I think we all know it. Whoever came up with the theme for the event, writing that script real good, apparently. But again,
Janganlah,
tough
jangan
scene to
19-17
both these
kocak
teams, having
lama.
to fight so hard this early on.
It's exhausting.
It is.
And then to think if you have another match behind this as well.
Bloody hell. Breathe it in. This could be all over. Loud could be going home. And OPTIC could carry on. Here we go again. I feel like double OT seems better, but what do I know? We're underway though.
We're just passengers.
Truly. The first fight's won. Sadak could take
Biasain
Victor.
begitu ya.
That's mid now.
Sering-seringin Victor,
Under that
anjing.
Loud banner. And OPTIC lose a little bit of that
Lama
information on
dari
those
game
rotations
jadinya.
towards A. Any pressure that comes in, it now becomes an issue.
Well, weakened, but there's actually a double stack towards B Heaven as well, so it would have been 3 committed towards this mid hole, just crashes over towards A site.
Dia lama ya gamenya, tai emang ya.
Get a feel for what lies beneath here. See how much respect Les is paying as well. Look at his position, deep outside A lobby. Loud want the tension to build. They can convert this advantage here.
Precious second sided dwindle though, Mike. Down at 35, it's got to be sharp and it's got to be now.
Pepe
Yeah, if he
dah.
does damage, if he buys time, it could have been a problem, but forced to back away. Static though,
Lah!
stuck to the doorway,
Oh,
and
no.
it's a wait, what?
What the fuck, man?
Oh, what a fumble. And what a time. This could be a disaster, 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Wah,
Oh, it's all
GG
gone.
OPTIC sini.
Absolutely awry. Yay now gets to roam
GG
free,
OPTIC,
punishes Sasti.
cuy,
This is
bisa
not how it's meant to
gitu
be.
kalahnya.
OPTIC holding on to this Aspas, last one
Wah,
alive.
bisa gitu kalahnya.
Down to the old
Sedih
gods
sih
once
itu.
again, denouncing the new era, and OPTIC stay alive.
I mean, I come back to the same phrase, cling to life. You can see here, not very animated. That was
Sedih kalahnya
exhausting.
begitu,
A
Cok.
huge sigh of relief on their part to get this
Netnya
one over the
anjir
line.
jadi hilang temen,
But I just come back
Cok.
to it again. A couple of these slow starters for OPTIC delivering here in map 3 when it matters most.
A very tense game. And you're right, celebrations a little muted compared to normal because this is a matter of survival. This was a hard game this early on, day 3.
It's okay lah, it's okay.
And commiserations to
Masih ada
Loud as well.
champion.
A fantastic
Kayaknya
demonstration
dia
here in
mikir
this best
gitu
of
juga
3.
sih.
It's just,
It's
it's
okay,
so
masih ada
heartbreaking. We
champion.
sent one of these home.
No matter which way you wanted to look at this, the outcome feels cruel, it feels unfair, it feels unkind, but again, OPTIC held on and Loud put in this position with an
Iya,
earlier
gara-gara
loss
kena fade itu.
and couldn't quite hold it together at the end.
Ayo guys. Anjir, masih ya, udah kelar juga. Udah ada belum ya? Udah ada belum nih? Oh, 21-nya nggak jadi rata kanan, guys. Udah skornya udah ada ya? Bener ya? Bener sih harusnya. Ini siapa nih, guys? 27 ya? Sadak ya? 27 ya? 27 ya, Sadak ya? 27. Gas. 27. Ada nggak ya? Ada cuy. Banyak cuy. Cuy, banyak cuy. Banyak yang 27 cuy. Yang 27 banyak cuy. Banyak anjing. Wah, banyak, Cok. 27 banyak, Cok. GG. Banyak, Cok. Kira dikit loh. Ih, Monica bener loh. Monica nih biasa nih yang gue liat nih, Ferdi, Wira. Itu loh. Yes, GG ya. Ada nggak nih orangnya? Oh, tidur lagi. Yang jawab 47 siapa anjing? Yang jawab 47 mah GG anjir. Ada Ferdi Akbar. Gas kan nih, gas kan nih. Gas kan nih, gas kan nih. Gas gak? Gas gak guys? Gas langsung ya. Oke. Besok masih ada kok, besok masih ada. Aman. Ayo, gas. Putar. Putar ke kiri. Wih, anjing udah punya porch. Masih aja ikutan ya. Oh, cak emang ya. Ada nggak nih porce nih? Ada nggak orangnya guys? Enam lewat 7 ya. Sabar. 6/7. Ada anjing. Pal. 6/7 semenit. Akhirnya boy, udah selesai kita menamatkan. Akhirnya bisa berasap bro. Anjay. Nomor 7 ya. Sambil nunggu spin pengganti, jangan. Justru kalau misalnya ntar spin pengganti taunya orangnya ada, gak enak. Kasian yang misalnya ini kena PHP. Niki, ngapain lu? Oke guys, 6/7 ya. 6/7 nggak ada ya, masih nggak ada ya. Masih nggak ada ya. Oke. Apa tadi anjing? Oh ini ya. Remove ya. Oke, kita gas lagi ya. 1, 2, 3. Anjing Yoel anjir. Pas banget Yoel, cok. Dia habis ngetik turu. Gokil loh Yoel loh. Yoel turu kah? Yoel turu guys. Yoel turu. Gak ada yang hangus ya. Yoel turu cok. Yoel turu orangnya cuy. Turu hangus. Hangus kah? Hadir cuy. Yoel coba langsung ini Yoel. DM IG. Dia pamit ngomong turu, taunya dia dapet cuy. Kayaknya nggak muat deh. Kayaknya pakai tambunan nggak muat deh guys, kepanjangan anjir. Mana? Yoel hilang anjir. Habis ngomong hadir. DM. Aku Bang Kaco kata dia. Oke. Oh dia udah follow. Nama IG dia YXEL ini sih doa ibu. Oke betul. Oke betul ya, real guys, real ya. Oke, kirim nama dan oke real ya guys ya. Doa ibu emang berkah guys, makanya kalian selalu minta restu doa ibu. Iya, kalau misalnya tadi dia namanya nih, nama IG yang dia kan DM gua tuh, taunya nama IG-nya apa gitu ya, beda dari yang pas dia DM, udah itu hangus guys. Oke, lanjut lagi ya. Pemenang kedua ini berarti 50.000 OVO atau GoPay. Oke, gas langsung sikat miring. Psikopat siapa? Psikopat ada nggak psikopat? Psikopat ada nggak? Guru kah? 6/11 ya. 6/11 Psycho. Yoel balas itu. Psycho turu kah? Ada kocak anjing. Psycho ada cok. Ada kah? Iki. Ada cok. Ada. Psycho ada cuy. Coba Psycho. Wah ente. Psycho mana Psycho? Coba DM dulu sekarang. Psycho coba ya DM dulu ya. Buat memastikan apakah betul real apa enggak nih. Real apa fake. Psycho bagi duo. Gimana cara ikut giveaway? Giveaway itu selalu di sebelum match. Jadi kalau misalnya gue udah live sebelum match tuh pasti ada tebak-tebakan. Jadi ya kalian datang aja, makanya baru mau turu. Mana saya kok udah DM belum? Aneh sih Psycho yang mana? Ini kah R Raska underscore kah? Psycho R Raska underscore. Oh ini bener cok. R Raska underscore bener real. Coba cek dulu dia udah follow belum? Oh udah follow cuy. Oke mantap. Mantap cuy. Oke. Berarti selesai ya. Berarti besok gua tuh ada acara sama Persija. Besok tuh jam berapa ya guys ya? Mulainya jam 10 ya. 2 match doang ya. Oh besok terakhir besok terakhir ya? Yes. Maksudnya besok terakhir cuy. Berarti ada Apex NTH sama kru OPTIC. Besok ada lagi ya. Oke guys, terima kasih banyak buat kalian yang udah nemenin watch party sampai 8 jam. Thank you banget guys. Jadi walaupun ngantuk-ngantuk, walaupun banyak lu kesah ya, kasih ya, kalian jaga kesehatan ya, kalau bisa minum vitamin dan sampai sakit. Oke ya, mudah-mudahan kita semua sehat selalu lah, rezeki lancar. Oke, amin. Oke guys, pamit dulu ya, ngantuk istirahat. Bye bye semuanya, bye. Jangan lupa istirahat. Yang baru bangun semangat kerjanya atau sekolah, jangan lupa sarapan. Oke, bye semuanya.